Well, good morning, everybody. It's day 2 at Convoy in the park. Christina, you can't disappear on us now. You've got to come here. Yeah, Tom, can you just get Christina? Oh, she's hiding. One of our brilliant marshals, Christina. Do you know something, Andy? She always gives me sweets as well. So you owe me some sweets today. You owe me some sweets today. Thank you so much. Right, Andy, here we are. What a day we've got. Day 2, Convoy in the park. The sun is shining. It's going to be even hotter. Bit of a breeze here. 17 races in total. I think that is a record for us. 3 TCR races, and it's going to be good, right?
I hope you slept well last night.
I slept like a log.
Good. It's going to be a busy day, isn't it? Yeah, really good day ahead though. I mean, the glorious weather, one of the best racetracks in the country, and what we saw yesterday I think was a tantalising taste of what's to come today. I'm really looking forward to it.
It is a jam-packed schedule indeed. Yes, we start with TCR UK. We just run through it very quickly for you. Then we go to Mini Challenge Club Sport. Then we have our first British Truck Racing Championship race of the day, third of the weekend. Then we move into the pickups. How good is that? 11 laps. Looking forward to seeing those guys out. Then it's the Audi Cup, then the Civic Cup, then the CNC Heads, then more TCR, then more trucks, then the lunch break, which probably won't happen. Then the Mini Challenge again, then more pickups, then more Civics, then Audi, then TCR, then trucks, then Mini Challenge, then pickups as well. 17 races, wall-to-wall action. We are live as well on the BARC YouTube channel and the TCR YouTube as well. So hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. The live chat is open. We want to hear from you today. We want to know, where are you watching from? Are you at home? Are you at work? Whereabouts are you? What city? What town? What village? What hamlet? What field? We would love to hear from you. Paul Walsh in the commentary box. Andy will be joining very shortly. We would love to know where you are and who you're supporting as well. Andy, you've got a busy day today. Not only TCRs, Civics and Audis as well. What are you most excited for?
Oh, that's an impossible question to answer. I mean, TCR set up absolutely brilliantly. We're getting down to that nitty-gritty end of the season now, which I love, when the points really start to come into play. There's a bit of needle sometimes between the drivers, and we've thrown a little bit of a hand grenade in this weekend in the shape of Adam Shepherd, our reigning champion. He's back for a one-off appearance. He's been off competing in TCR Europe and stuck it straight on pole position at what is by far his most successful track. And he's scoring points. He's not a guest driver, so he could really play a part in this championship battle. Callum Newsham, Max Hart and Jenson O'Neill going, all covered by virtually nothing. Jenson didn't qualify that well yesterday, so that first TCR race, our first race of the day, that could be one of the highlights of the day.
I still can't quite believe he's 16 years of age, Jenson. It's crazy, isn't it?
It's crazy, isn't it? But what a talent. And I remember when he first came over into junior racing, what, 2 or 3 seasons ago, debuted here actually at Donington Park, and for the sake of his mum, I won't mention what happened on the first lap in that race. His race didn't last long, let's put it that way. But he's come on leaps and bounds from them, won a junior championship, came into TCR this year and won on his debut. You know, that just doesn't happen very often. He's a proper talent, and he's going to go far.
Now, we are going to make our way to the grid very shortly, but I think it's worth staying down here for a second. We just move out of the way because the cars are going to come out. So, Tom, we'll give everybody a shot of the cars as they about to fire up and make their way onto the circuit. Then we're going to walk on, and Andy, you'll have a couple of minutes to maybe chat to some of the people out there. there on the grid. Let's talk Civics very quickly as the TCRs make their way onto the circuit here. What are we looking at the Civics? I know that's very exciting as well, isn't it? Jake Hewlett going well. I believe we've got 3 drivers in second place, all tied on the same points.
Yeah, well, we did, and then we had a race, and it all changed again yesterday. Jake Hewlett, Hondas are loud, aren't they? Jake Hewlett had a tyre delamination. He's got a brand new car this weekend. Didn't qualify very well, then had a tyre delamination, so he dropped right down the order and can't count that as a dropped score. So that's massively changed the complexion of the championship. Alistair Camp, on the other hand, came from 13th on the grid to finish 3rd, so he's right back in it. That championship, a bit like TCR, I think, is going to change race by race. And it's quite hard for the drivers who are in that championship battle to keep a steady head, because they're on top 1 minute and then they're 5th in the points after the next race. It's crazy.
Right, let's go for a walk, shall we? The cars are making their way down. Let's head over onto the circuit. I did ask Andy what he's most looking forward to. He said it's an impossible question to answer. Well, he answered it for about 5 minutes straight there, Andy. So wasn't that difficult, was it? Right, let's make our way on the brilliant Donington Park circuit. Of course, the national circuit slightly shorter as well. I was holding these boards a little bit earlier too. So something I've always wanted to do is I've always wanted to do this. Look, do you want to see my best pose?
Go on then.
Okay, ready? Out of 10, Andy. Kim, how was that? That was good, right? That was really good. Out of 10. Right, Andy, I'm going to hand this over to you. You're going to go chat around, have a quick chat with some people, have a good time, and enjoy yourself. And I will see you a little bit later in part 3.
I look forward to it. Thank you, Ian. Right, let's have a wander. Well, there's no cars here yet, but there are plenty of people milling around on the grid. And as I said, what a fascinating qualifying session yesterday. Adam Shepherd returning, he's on pole position. Callum Newsham, though, one of our title contenders, he was about half a second adrift of Adam for most of the session, and then his last lap got within 7,000ths of a second of pole position. That's going to be a titanic battle into Redgate Corner. It's quite a long run down into Redgate Corner, downhill as well. The cars really generate speed quickly, and that first corner is always an action hotspot, so really intrigued to see what happens here. Shepherd, as I said, scoring championship points, but he's not in the championship battle. All he wants to do is grab a few race wins at what is by far his most successful racetrack than any other TCR UK driver here at Donington Park, but he's actually tied for the most wins in championship history across the board. 1 win this weekend and he goes to the top of another records table, something he's grown really accustomed to doing. There is a slight snag though. No reigning champion in TCR UK history has ever won the next race after being crowned champion. Of course, Adam hasn't competed in any races this season. This is his returning race, and it's going to be fascinating to see whether he's able to do it. Adam Shepherd then pulls up into pole position in the number 1 Audi. The Van in Motorsport team will go to work at swapping the tyres over, and once they've started that process, we'll dive in and have a little bit of a chat. The first job he's got to do is to line up the all-important tape on the pit wall so that he knows exactly where to line up when he gets back here in a moment or two. But I reckon in a moment we can probably dive in and have a little chat. We'll try not to get in anybody's way. Let's open the door of the Audi and hear from our reigning champion. Adam, first of all, great to have you back. What a way to start. You're on pole, but not by much.
Yeah, it's very close. We had a good qualifying. We was on pole for most of it, and thought we was clear by a while away, so we backed off the same tyres, and it got very, very close at the end. So a bit lucky to have backed off and still have pole. So yeah, fingers crossed we can have a good race and try and get the win.
You're 1 win away from breaking the all-time wins record in TCR UK, but to do that you've got to beat Callum. What's going to be the key factor in deciding that, do you think?
I think if we get a good start and lead into turn 1, we know we've got the pace to stay out front. Try and get a clean start. We've never launched this car before, so that'll be new. Yep. Very similar to the Cooper, granted, but yeah, just try and get a nice clean start and see if we can break the gap.
Very best of luck, Adam. Thanks for having a chat. Adam Shepherd, then reigning champion, back in the series. Callum Newsham, as I said, starts alongside him. Let's see if we can jump in. Again, they're just marking on the wall there with the tape you can see, and he'll line that up with the B pillar of the car, or the A pillar of the car actually, so he knows exactly where he's going to be. I'm going to just jump the queue slightly and have a chat with Callum. Callum, really close qualifying session yesterday. Adam is scoring points, but he's not a championship rival. What's the game plan here?
Yeah, very closely qualified. I don't know. I'll see how it goes off the start. I want to beat Adam. I need to beat him. I need maximum points. But yeah, we'll just see how it goes. And see what, yeah.
Adam has won 4 races here at Donington. The only other driver to have done that is you at Croft. So if he beats you in this one, he's taken a record off you. That's good reason to go and beat him.
Yeah, exactly. That is a good reason. So he's obviously fast around here, but I think there's not much in it between me and him, so it might be a good race.
Hoping so. Hoping so. Thank you very much. Callum Newsham then starts his Elantra, the first of the championship contenders actually, starting from the front row. Harry Blore with a really good qualifying effort in 3rd position in his Honda, and Max Hart in his Honda starts 4th on the grid. You've got to go all the way down though to the 4th row of the grid to find Jensen O'Neill going, the teenage sensation who's been doing so well in the championship this year, and he's got some serious work to do. Gearbox problems yesterday for Jensen means that he's got a lot of overtaking to do to get back onto the podium. It's going to be a fascinating race. Strap yourselves in, everyone. 20 minutes of TCR UK action. The first of 3 races today is coming up next.
Oh, indeed. It's going to be an absolutely fascinating race to kick off the first of the 3 races here in the TCR UK Championship at Donington Park. My name is Paul Walsh, by the way, just introducing myself before Andy does return to the commentary booth. He's going to be covering all the brilliant racing action, of course, for TCR UK Championship, plus also the Civic Cup and Audi Cup, the 2 supporting series. But there is our schedule on screen, ladies and gentlemen. And as we can see, coming up first is round number 8 of the 2026 TCR UK Championship. And then we do have the first of the 3 season finale races for Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsport. Then we do have round number 3 of the 5 races of the British Truck Racing Championship. That's going to be round 23 of the whole season. Then it's the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, 11 laps of racing for them in their triple header schedule. Then we've got the Audi Cup, the Civic Cup, and then we have the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship, the wonderful Bark Northwest Series that we've seen all our drivers going all in, all out in the Matchbox collection of cars. And then we'll be back to TCR Racing at just before 12:30. And then it's going to be British Truck Racing Championship and Mini Challenge Club Sport again, and that is just to take us into the afternoon. We have got an absolutely ram-packed schedule, grand total of 17 races on the schedule today, ladies and gentlemen, on this Sunday. And we'll keep popping messages in the YouTube chats as well. We can see all 3 chats there, and hello to you all. And I can see a whole variety of individuals tuning in, whether it's from South London, Wiltshire. We've got somebody tuning in from Ohio. I suspect that's going to be the early hours of the morning. And well, do keep on saying hello there. Let us know where you're tuning in from. And well, I do believe that coming back into the commentary booth with me now is none other than Andy McEwan.
I'm out of breath already, Paul, and we haven't even started. That's my first of 5 or 6 journeys, I think, from grid up to the commentary box. But hey, it's all worth it, isn't it? What a day we've got. I mean, not just TCR UK, as you've been touching on, but such a busy day, 17 races. This is what UK Motorsport's all about. You know, if you've paid for a ticket this weekend, or if you're tuning in on the live stream to watch here at the around the world, well, you've got a good day ahead of you, haven't you? You get great value for money. So many races, some of the best championships in the country. And it's really, really great for TCR UK to be a part of this now as well, for the second full season part of the truck racing support package. So yeah, it's going to be a fantastic day. And this first TCR UK race, I think, is going to be an absolute thriller. 7 thousandths of a second between Adam Shepherd and Callum Newsham. But as I touched on the grid there, they're both coming into this race with completely different objectives. Adam Shepherd is not in this championship fight. He's not interested, really, in having a solid points day. He just wants 3 race wins. And he's got the pace, he believes, to be able to do that. No driver, by the way, has ever won 3 races in a weekend in TCR UK. I know we haven't even started race 1, and I'm getting ahead of myself here slightly, but if anyone could do it, the reigning champion and the driver with the joint most wins in championship history could be a good pick. Shepherd then on pole. Callum Newsham, who does need a good points day, is starting alongside him. Harry Blore, though, another wild card. He's been a bit up and down this season, but he's had some really good qualifying efforts of late, and this, I believe, is his career best start of 3rd. He's got Max Hart, who was a winner last time at Snetterton, alongside him. Carl Boardley, the double former champion, is 5th, alongside Max Hall, former British Touring Car and Mini Challenge racer. Also former Mini Challenge racer Brad Hutchison, TCR competition, he starts 7th. Alongside Jensen O'Neill going, as I mentioned, had their gearbox yesterday. They are hopeful that they've got that sorted. Last time I spoke to them yesterday evening, they weren't 100% sure that everything was absolutely bob on, and he, again, really needs to make progress. He is up there in the championship conversation. He starts only 8th on the grid. Row 5 is where you find Rod McGovern, who started the season in spectacular fashion, didn't he, Rod McGovern, with that really, really solid 2nd place finish in the first Brands Hatch race of the season. And Rick Kerry alongside. Chatted to Rick in the garages just now. He said they finally got the setup right, more or less, on that Hyundai i30M. and he's pretty hopeful that he can move forward from 10th. So too is Russell Joyce in the Audi. He's very much got his eye on the race 2 pole position. Remember that the grid for race 2 is the top 10 finishers from this race reverse. So 10th place in this race gets pole for race 2. Mark Smith could be in that conversation, as he often is, from 12. And Barry John McHenry, I'd say a little bit out of position there, down in 13th position. His lap time of 1:11.5. I suspect he can better that, and he's going to be wanting to try and do so. So Barry John McHenry from 13th on the grid is one to watch here, I think, as indeed are the dozen other drivers that he shares the grid with. Glorious conditions, a good crowd already then making their way into the Donington Park National Circuit. And here you can see one of those pinch points on the Donington National Circuit down at the chicane, where we often see some calamity. Those tyre stacks, controversial tyre stacks, let's be honest, are often a main character in Donington Park stories. Let's hope that's not the case over the course of today's races. Championship-wise then, coming into today, points updated after qualifying. Qualify inside the top 6 positions. So Callum Newsham, after dropped scores are calculated, he leads the championship now by 11 points actually. So Callum Newsham came out the other side of yesterday's qualifying session by far the best of the title contenders. Max Hart then will be second in the championship on 172 points to Callum's 183, and Jenson O'Neill going a further 8 points back. So 19 points cover the top 3 drivers. Carl Boardley is 4th. Count Carl Boardley out of this at your peril. He is a double former champion for a reason. He's had a very different kind of season this year to his 2 title-winning campaigns. He's winless so far in 2026, but he is within 40 points of the top, and you score 40 points for winning a race, so it's still wide open. Right then, race 1 of 17 today, race 1 of 3 for TCR UK, about to get underway here at Donington Park. The lights go out now, and away they go. Adam Shepherd with a decent start. Newsham is going to slot in behind him. It's a poor start for Bloor, and so Max Hart gets up into 3rd position. He's going to try and challenge his title rival Callum Newsham though for 2nd place into Redgate corner. Hart to the outside, can't quite make that one stick as they round the first turn and head for the daunting Craner Curves on a cold right rear tyre. This is one of the scariest corners in British motor racing. Who is going to be the bravest on the run down the hill? Well, you can bet Jenson O'Neill going will be. He's already passed Harry Bloor, who started on the 2nd row of the grid. There is the pink and black Honda right behind Max Hall, and they make their way through the right-hander at the bottom of the hill and start climbing back towards McLean. Shepherd then with the advantage. Newsham 2nd, Hart 3rd, Boardley 4th, and Brad Hutchison up to 5th position with Hall behind. Harry Bloor, I think, was coming back at Jenson O'Neill going there. Yes, he was. The 2 Honda drivers side by side up at the top of the shot as they head towards Coppice for the first time of asking. That is the first of the side-by-side battles, and it's still not really resolved itself. I think Jensen's gone for the switchback, and he's back to the inside into the chicane. So the leader's single file, the action really, is going on further back with the driver who at one point led the championship a few rounds ago, Jenson O'Neill going. He does get the better of Harry Bloor and will therefore move up into, I think that is 6th position, 7th position maybe, as they come across the line. Newsham closing back in on Adam Shepherd, I would argue here. Here comes the Honda battle. It's like the Civic Cup all over again, isn't it? Because now Max Hall is joining in the fun. Max Hall had a poor run out of the chicane, and so Jenson O'Neill got alongside him, but then found himself on the wrong side of the road at Redgate, and Bloor gets past both of them. So Harry Bloor gets past the pair. Jenson is not going to be happy with that and muscles his way back ahead of Max Hall as they drop back down into the old hairpin once again. Really ferocious racing here between the Civics towards the tail end of the top 10. So, lively as we predicted. Still Jenson O'Neill can't find the way past Harry Bloor. These two have been trading paint since the lights went out, and they continue to do so now up into McLean's corner. Behind them, Rick Kerry made a move, a very aggressive move, I think, on Russell Joyce's Audi, and Joyce was a bit slow off the corner. Jenson O'Neill isn't going slowly though. He's on the grass, look, nuzzling up against the rear bumper. This is for the lead, and there's been contact. There's bodywork there, trailing from the Audi, and Callum Newsham goes through. Callum Newsham to the lead of the race, and Adam Shepherd immediately under threat from another one of our championship contenders, Max Hart, who is flashing the headlights out of the chicane. Newsham then gets the advantage in the Elantra. There was nothing between these two in qualifying yesterday, and that is proving to be the case again in the race. There's definitely damage to the front of Newsham's Elantra, so I wonder if the pair traded paint just as that exchange began. Wow, well, I said this was going to be a thriller, and so far it is delivering. Shepherd won't have liked that if there was contact involved, and he will want to try and get the lead back. He's so good through the old hairpin look, and I think he might get an overlap heading through Starkey's. He's on the outside line, but that will become the inside at the top of the hill when we get to McLean's corner. Yes, they're side by side, and Shepherd's going for it again. Adam Shepherd back through on the inside line into McLean's corner. A titanic tussle for the lead, but Newsham has to be careful. His priority has to be beating Max Hart in this race, and Max Hart is right behind him, choking on the dust kicked up by the Elantra, and he's now very much buying into it. Is he up the inside of Newsham? I think he is. This is absolutely seismic for the championship, but Newsham slams the door in his face and just about hangs on. What a battle this is at the front of the field, and the more they fall over each other, the closer Carl Boardley and Brad Hutchison get. This could be a 5-car train. It is a 5-car train as we come across the line at the end of the lap. Wow, remember to breathe, Andy. It's a long day. Save yourself for later. The drivers aren't thinking like that, though, are they? This is breathless stuff. And Adam Shepherd, well, if anyone thought he was just here for a nice Sunday drive in his shiny new Audi, they can think again. He wants to win, and he doesn't really care that he's trying to beat some of our championship front runners at the moment. So, Audi, Hyundai, Honda, the top three. Another great thing about TCR competition is the parity between the cars, the global balance of performance that changes from round to round, aims to keep the competition tight, which, as we can see, is exactly what it's doing. In the pit lane is Jensen O'Neill going. Jensen O'Neill going third in the championship, is in the pits. Now, Jensen has not had a non-finish yet this season. This looks like maybe a return of the gremlins from yesterday. That's Max Hall, isn't it? Yes, Max Hall is joining him. So two of the Hondas in the pits, but is that a return of the issues that affected Jensen's qualifying session yesterday? He's always in for a tough weekend, carrying ballast as one of the championship front runners. We've got the global balance of performance, but there's also championship-specific compensation weight. And so if you're doing well in the championship, if you're winning races, you carry ballast into the next race. And of course, Jensen O'Neill did win at the second race last time out at Snetterton. So he's carrying ballast, and that's really put him on the back foot so far this weekend. And now more mechanical dramas, possibly damage, I suppose, from contact, could be either or, have taken him potentially out of the race. That is important. It will count as a dropped score for Jensen, so he'll count back what is currently his lowest score of 21 points, so it's not a complete disaster. But with Newsham running second and Hart in third, and Boardley up there, I said don't count Boardley out of this championship battle just yet, this is going to be really significant for Jensen's championship aspirations. Right, at last, we are 5.5 minutes in, and we can maybe take a breath and take stock of the situation. Adam Shepherd then with the lead, and an extending lead now. That's why I think he was so determined to get back ahead of Callum Newsham, because he knew once things settled down, he would probably have the pace to get away, and that so far is proving to be the case. Newsham second, Hart third, Boardley fourth, and Brad Hutchison fifth. That's the lead group. Harry Blore is in sixth, though, and I would argue is catching. Yes, Blore's got the fastest lap of the race. So Harry Blore with a 108.957 is catching this group of drivers. So this is going to get even more interesting if we bring Harry Blore into the mix. Remember, he was third fastest in qualifying yesterday, so he's got good pace, just unfortunately hasn't quite nailed the starts yet in these TCR cars, and he's just having to fight back again once the race sort of settles down, which is not ideal, obviously. These are short, sharp races with proper elbows out stuff at the front, and so if you lose ground, it's very hard then to get that ground back, which is the problem that Harry is sort of finding. The lap record set by Jensen Brickley a couple of years ago. Need to double check how close Harry Blore's getting to that. I'm sure Phil Kinch is already on the lookout for that. Me and Phil were discussing this yesterday. There we go, thank you. Paul next to me has a 108.9, and that was a 108.9 as well. He was 200 slower. 932 is the lap record. Harry Blore has just beaten it with a 9.20. So Harry Blore is now the lap record holder at Donington Park, and Donington Park is our fastest track when it comes to average speed. This is actually faster than Silverstone. It was faster than Thruxton even when we went there a couple of years ago, although it was raining at the time. And so that is the fastest ever race lap in TCR UK competition, set by the young Harry Blore. I said he's got good pace once he settles in, and he's now starting to show it. Right, up through Starkeys come Boardley and Hutchison. This now the closest to the battle. Brad Hutchison in fifth position, wants to convert that into fourth, and he is going to. Look at the inside at McLean's corner, nuzzles the Cupra alongside the Honda, and this could bring Harry Bloor into the equation as well. Boardley is notoriously a difficult man to overtake, and he's proving to be, because Brad Hutchison still hasn't made the move stick, and Harry Bloor is in his door now as they come out of Coppice corner, right up on the grass. Oh, they're three abreast down the back straight. That won't end well. Hutchison realised that. There's bodywork flapping from Boardley's car, which is now starting to resemble the stock cars that he had so much success in back in the day. Bloor and Hutchison side by side, and Brad had to bail out of that one. Otherwise, he'd have had a one-way ticket to the tyre stack, which would have destroyed the front of the Cupra. So sensible driving that from Hutchison. But a great example there of how frustrating this track can be for the drivers, because it's all about momentum. If you go for a move, which Brad did at McLean's, and you don't make that move, you lose all of your momentum, and you can easily end up losing a place, which is exactly what happened to Brad, who's experienced enough to know that, but he also knew he had to try and make the move on Carl at some point, and that has cost him a position. It was a nice little freebie, really, for Harry Bloor. I say freebie, he had to work for it still, but he's moved through now back into the top 5, and I don't think he's done yet. He's the fastest man on track. A win might be a tough ask from here. The podium could still be doable for Harry. Already latching on to Carl Boardley. Needs to be careful of that though. Don't be exceeding track limits too often, because we've already had a few drivers being warned about that, including car 1 Adam Shepherd. He's been warned for doing track limits at the old hairpin. Number 16 Callum Newsham in second place has been warned. In fact, he's been warned twice, so Callum Newsham is maybe the one closest to picking up a penalty at this stage. No sign of penalties yet, but we'll update you if anyone does start picking up the 5 seconds, which could completely change the order at the front of the field. Championship wise then, this is good news for Newsham at the moment. Okay, he'll be frustrated that Adam Shepherd's got the better of him, but he's currently extending that 11-point advantage he's got over Max Hart. He scored 35 points for finishing second, 30 points for finishing third, so that would go up to 16 points by my very rough calculations heading into race 2 later on. That though, of course, is a reverse grid race. Anything could happen, and anything could happen here in this battle for fourth. Well, actually, it was a bit of a done deal in the end. Harry Bloor slithers up the inside of Carl Boardley. Harry Bloor is going to be a tough man to keep behind you in this race, I think. He's got the Civic dialed in, and he's made progress into fourth a bit more quickly than maybe I expected him to, in fairness. So he has now got nearly half the race to try and chase after the leading 3. Bloor, who is yet to win a race, I think I'm right in saying, in TCR UK competition, is going to want to try and change that this weekend, and maybe has never had a better opportunity to do so. Yes, never had a win. His best finish actually is fourth. He's never had a podium in TCR UK, has Harry. That definitely has a chance of changing today, whether in this race or the later ones. If he could get the starts right, he'd be winning races left, right and centre, I think, wouldn't he, Harry, with the pace that he's displaying. Comes across the line then. What was the gap to Max Hart? 1.8 seconds. But on the previous lap, he was a tenth quicker, even with the overtake on Boardley. So now he's in clean air. I think he'll start bridging that 1.8 second gap pretty quickly. Now, I've lasted 11 minutes of this race without mentioning the weather, which is very un-British of me, but it is warm today. I don't know whether you've noticed, the sun is shining, as has become the norm, really, over this summer of 2026, and that means that tyres start to become a little bit of a question mark. Now, these Goodyear tyres are fantastic tyres, don't get me wrong, but in these heats, around this track in particular, where you're constantly turning right, the only time you're turning left, really, is through Starkeys and Schwantz curve. They're not really corners, and then the exit of the chicane. Apart from that, you turn right constantly, and in a front-wheel drive touring car, that left front tyre takes a beating around here, especially when it's warm. We've had tyre issues in the past around here on much cooler days than this, so hopefully the teams have got their tyre pressure settings right. And hopefully they've also got their camber settings right, because that's what really wears the inner edge of the tyre away, and that's what can lead to tyre dramas later down the line. Right, well, I teased track limits penalties, and unfortunately they are now coming to fruition, and one, tragically, is for Harry Bloor, who is in fourth position. Harry Bloor with a 5-second track limit penalty. I caught him myself doing it out of McLean's corner. If I could see it, then the steward definitely could. The other one who's been pinged is Brad Hutchison. So Harry Bloor and Brad Hutchison both have 5-second time penalties to be added on. This was a massive talking point yesterday in the Civic Cup race, actually, where we had the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place drivers all picking up penalties. So all is not lost for these drivers. The drivers around them could yet pick up the same penalty. We hope they don't, because it's never really nice to see races decided on things like track limits infringements. And Shepherd, though, with all that experience around Donington Park, he is continuing serenely on his way, for now at least, to what could be Donington Park win, or Donington Park National win, number 5. Now, as I said to Callum Newsham on the grid, only one other driver has won 4 races at any given track in TCR UK, and that driver is the man flashing his lights in second place, Callum Newsham. He's won 4 races at Croft over the years, very different tracks, and I think that's quite interesting that Callum Newsham and Adam Shepherd excel on completely different circuits. They've obviously got very different driving styles. Adam loves a fast flowing circuit where you can really hang the tail of the car out, whereas Newsham is perhaps more technically proficient, and he's really strong through the more tight, twisty sequences of corners. That's something that, of course, Croft is very well known for, and yet here at Donington, still very, very little to choose between them. And Adam, if he can win this race, will break that tie break, and he'll actually break another one, because he's tied at the moment for most TCR UK race wins. He and former double champion Lewis Kent have 14 wins apiece, so a 15th win today for Adam Shepherd will put him to the top of another record pile. He already has more laps led, more fastest laps, more pole positions than any other driver in TCR UK history, and Adam Shepherd could be about to steal another record here this morning. Is Harry Blore about to steal a podium place away from Max Hart, I wonder? Max is fading slightly as we move into the latter part of the race, and it does look to me as though Harry Blore is the quicker of the two, but Max has really dropped away from the top 2. Here comes Blore to the inside into Redgate. He's going to commit to the move, and I don't think Max will fight this too hard. It's not really worth running the risk of contact and ending up in the gravel trap, and indeed he does allow Harry Blore to go through. The reason it's not really worth that for Max Hart is that he's already had a non-finish, that race at Brands Hatch, which he should have won. He had a clutch issue, I seem to recall it was, when he was leading the race at Brands Hatch. That's already counting as a drop score, so any more bad results can perhaps start to now count towards his championship total. He can't afford contact at this point in the season, so Max sensibly there, I think, allowing Harry Blore through. I tell you what, Harry has still got 5 minutes left in this race. It's such a shame he's got this time penalty, because without it, dare I say it, could a win have been possible? I think certainly second place could have been on the cards. I reckon he's got the pace to catch Callum Newsham here. Whether Callum perhaps is just pacing himself, having seen that Max Hart is dropping away from him, I don't know. But yeah, Harry Blore with the time penalty, sadly, is unlikely to keep a podium finish. But if he can pull 5 seconds over the cars behind, that wouldn't be the case, of course. Intriguingly, Brad Hutchison's penalty has disappeared on our timing, so he's no longer got a red marker next to his name. It could be a glitch on the timing screen, but maybe they've taken that penalty away. Paul will... yes, penalty rescinded. Okay, so Brad Hutchison has had the penalty rescinded. Doesn't matter, he's in the pit lane. It's all for nothing for Brad, unfortunately. Maybe the message didn't get through to him quickly enough, and he's come in a bit of a huff with the penalty that he thought he'd been given. I'm sure that's not the case. Brad loves being out on track. He's probably the most enthusiastic driver on the grid. It's such a shame to see him continuing to battle issues. They've had a few niggly little gremlins in that Cupra. It's his first season in a Gen 3 Cupra this year for Brad, and once again they have bit him. Carl Boardley has now been given a 5-second penalty though, so we give one penalty back and another driver receives it in Hutchison's place. So Carl Boardley then is given a penalty. I wonder whether maybe Brad was erroneously given Boardley's penalty or something like that. That's pure speculation, but I have heard of things like that happening before. Anyway, Boardley now has 5 seconds against his name, which takes a bit of the pressure off Harry Blore, because Boardley is one of 2 drivers within 5 seconds of Harry, so potentially Harry would only drop 1 position as it stands. So 4th place could still be the finish for Harry, but that would leave him tantalisingly close then to that maiden career podium. This is Mark Smith, meanwhile. He's got Russell Joyce behind him. This is the battle not to be on pole in race number 2 later on, because they're currently 9th and 10th, although actually that's about to be made the 9th with Hutchison in the pits, and that means that the Audi in the background, Barry John McHenry, the Irishman, he would inherit the race 2 pole position as things stand. So Barry with a good chance to start off the front of the grid later on. There he is, the beautifully prepared blue and white Audi, which was raced by Alistair Kellett at Croft, but has been in Barry's very capable hands for the rest of the season. He could well be on the front row of the grid later on this afternoon. Right, Harry Blore is almost with Callum Newsham now. Again, it's not going to matter a huge amount because with 2.5 minutes to go, I don't see him pulling 5 seconds over Callum Newsham, even if he gets through. But he's definitely got an opportunity to pass the championship leader on track, and that would be a massive feather in his cap if he were able to do so. I wonder whether you would hope with the radio communications that are allowed in this championship between the teams and the drivers, you would hope that the teams have told Callum Newsham about the penalty for Harry and that Callum might not fight this one too hard if and when Harry comes knocking. But of course, if Harry can get past Newsham quickly, he might yet get 5 seconds over Max Hart. He was a 1.5 seconds ahead at the start of the lap, and that gap could grow even further if he was in clean air. So definitely worth Harry trying to make this move stick quickly. Smoke there trailing from Newsham's car, heading through Schwann's curve. That's nothing really to worry about, and just because they run the car so low to the ground that they bottom out as they lean on the right-hand side through the left-hander. Law is now starting to ask some serious questions of Callum Newsham as they head down into the chicane then. Slightly defensive line taken by Callum, but he's then hovers back over onto the racing line to turn into the chicane. We're about to begin the penultimate lap of the race, so 2 more laps to go. Shepherd's win looks a near certainty, although I realise as I say that I've got a history of jinxing Adam in TCR UK races. Apologies in advance, Adam. Callum Newsham, though, for second place, on the road at least, is far less of a certainty. He's keeping Harry Blore at arm's length, though, for the time being. Hart and Boardley in a similar sort of squabble where Boardley looks the quicker of the two, but actually, because of his penalty, it doesn't really matter if he does go past Max, except Max won't want to lose too much time to Harry Blore ahead, really. If he falls outside of that 5-second bracket, then Harry could well take that 3rd place away from him. Right now we've got a battle to not be on pole position for race 2 because Barry John McHenry has caught the near identical Audi ahead of him, not in appearance, but both Gen 3 Audis, he and Russell Joyce, and they're battling over 9th position. As here, Harry Blore is going to go to the inside of Callum Newsham, who I thought was going to turn across the nose of the Honda there. Harry Blore charges through into 2nd position, but what a shame about that track limits penalty. I don't think it's going to yield a podium finish in this race, but all of the ingredients are there for Harry. Just needs to put that full race together, and he will be on the podium in no time. So, final lap begins. Was there something hanging off the front of the Elantra there? I know he's had a bit of loose bodywork from that early altercation with Adam Shepherd, but it did look as though it was getting a bit worse there for Newsham. He's still there in 3rd place. Blore comes through in 2nd. How far ahead of Max Hart is Harry Blore? 2 seconds. That's not quite going to be enough, is it? He would have to have a absolutely ballistic final lap here, Harry Blore, to pull a 5-second gap over this man, number 69, Max Hart, in order to keep hold of essentially a podium finish. So I don't think that's quite going to happen. Let's see, though, over the final lap of the race, Adam Shepherd turns his way through McLean's corner. The most successful driver in TCR UK history is Adam Shepherd. There are other drivers with more championships than him, but pretty much every other metric have Adam Shepherd at the top of the tree, and he's about to move the goalposts again. One record he won't break is the most podiums. He's tied on 30 podiums with Callum Newsham for the most of all time. Callum looks destined to join him on the podium today, but Adam won't mind that too much. He turns his way out of the final chicane, heads for the checkered flag, and Adam Shepherd picks up exactly where he left off last season. The reigning champion is a winner again in TCR UK on his guesting return to the championship. Callum Newsham 2nd and Max Hart in 3rd. The top 2 in the championship, 2nd and 3rd respectively, with Harry Blore 4th and Carl Boardley in 5th after their respective penalties. Rob McGovern should be next, but there's quite a gap, isn't there, between those top 5 and the rest of the field. McGovern will come through momentarily, with Rick Kerry in 7th. I spoke to Rick earlier on. He was hopeful that he could move into the top 10, and that's exactly what happened. There goes McGovern, and here comes Rick Kerry in the Hyundai i30M. Not the newest car on the grid, but in the right hand, still capable of decent results, with then Mark Smith coming through in 8th. Mark Smith's best finish is a pair of 6th places, so not quite matching that, but it's a solid finish that for Mark, whilst Russell Joyce will get the better of Barry John McHenry in the battle for 9th position. Well, so much to unpack after that first TCR UK race. Max Hall will be the last finisher down in 11th position. Jenson O'Neill going a non-finish. So much to talk about. I'm going to leave Paul to do a bit of that talking for a few minutes whilst I head down to interview our podium finishers.
Thank you, Andy. And as Andy dashes down to get ready to interview our podium finishers, well, fantastic race, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of battling from the start to the finish, but here are your provisional results. As we can see, Adam Shepherd, your winner on his return to the grid as defending champion, but guesting here for the purposes of this race weekend, and a bit of a breather from TCR Europe, and taking that win by 2.4 seconds ahead of Callum Newsham and his Hyundai Elantra, holding on to second place, despite the fact being passed by Harry Bloor, but Bloor being relegated back to fourth due to a 5-second post-race time penalty, and Max Hart also moving back onto the podium. Bloor taking fourth, but also taking the lap record with him, as Stephen gave him quicker later on today, and Carl Boardley there taking the final spot inside the top 5. In sixth, it was none other than Rod McGovern, ahead of Rick Kerry, with Mark Smith, Russell Joyce and Barry John McHenry completing the top 10. And well, fastest lap, 1 minute 8.920, dead on the dot. And we also got to see the misfortune, perhaps, none other than Brad Hutchinson, who did finish in the end a lap down, and also the unfortunate time for Jensen O'Neill going, one of our major belligerents in the championship campaign, and that was the round completed there, round number 8 of 17, and of course this weekend marking the midway point for the 2026 TCR UK Championship campaign. 2 more races coming up later on today, but what a race it was, and Adam Shepherd in the end really showing his fluorescence at this wonderful Donington Park National Circuit. His ability to flow through the bends quicker than anybody else, and looking absolutely in control. And it'll be interesting to see when we do shake up the grid a little bit later, of course, because remember the race 2 grid will be set based on the race 1 results, with the top 10 inverted. It'll be intriguing to see what exactly that does for all of the battling. We might have a bit more intrigue there. Now, as all of our drivers do get themselves set and ready to go for what will be the next race, well, of course, we're almost ready to go for what could be the prospect of an interview or two. We are just waiting for Andy to get into position. He's having to do quite a bit of Olympic sprinting, I do believe. I don't know how he does it, to be fair, and still manages to keep his breath. Testament to his ability. But I see there in the YouTube chat, all of you guys enjoyed that. And, well, what we can see there is a few messages coming on through, including their cracking start today, says one of our users in the TCR UK chat. And well, it does sound as though Andy McEwen is ready from what I'm hearing in my ear, ladies and gentlemen. So without further ado, it's back to the dulcet tones of Andy McEwen for some post-race interviews with our podium finishers.
Well, I am right sometimes. I said that was going to be an excellent race, and it was, wasn't it? What a battle we had at the front in that one. And Adam Shepherd comes out on top, a 5th career Donington Park national victory. He is becoming Mr. Donington Park, is Adam Shepherd. Now, where is Adam? He has done what all racing drivers do, I think, and wandered off. So we'll get to him in a moment. Oh, he's over there. There he is. Let's go and grab him, shall we? Try not to get in the photographer's way. They tell me off if I do that. Adam Shepherd, race winner, though, in TCR UK. Once again, picked up where you left off, but that wasn't easy.
No, it was, we didn't know whether to make the car fast at the beginning or at the middle or at the end, and struggled at the start with it being too loose, and Callum got me, and then like a switch it came back, and then that was it, pulled a gap and yeah, then it like a switch it turned on, pulled a gap and then managed it home really.
I mean, you make that sound a lot easier than it is. What happened? We didn't actually quite catch the moment when Callum got past you up at Coppice, was it?
Yeah, I lost the rear into Old Hairpin, which then brought him close. Lost the rear into McLean's, which brought him closer. And then into Coppice, lost the rear again, and then he gets tucked up the inside. So I knew that if once the tyres come in, we'd have more pace. And then, yeah, literally a few corners later, like a switch, they came in, and that was it. We pushed Callum down into Craners, he went a bit deep, lost the rear, and I cut back, and that was it. From there, we just brought it home, managed the gap.
Fantastic race, great to have you back, Adam. Adam Shepherd, a winner once again in TCR UK. Callum Newsham came home in second. He's over here just having a little chat. I'm going to get in the way of the photographer again. I'm good at doing this today. Callum, second place, but you gave that everything you had. There was no points racing there, at least in the first 5 minutes.
No, I thought I could get it past him. He was squeezing me down the back straight onto the grass, which I didn't like that very much, and the car didn't either. But yeah, no, we just didn't have the pace there, struggling with the front end. But yeah, I knew Harry had a penalty, so I just let him through basically. But yeah, there might be a bit of damage, a bit of toe out, but yeah, we did all right.
You've got like 6 hours before the next race, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm sure it's like, what, 6 minutes?
Yeah, something like that. Adam told me then that they kind of gone for a setup that was good in the second half of the race. Is that maybe something you'll look at tweaking for race 2 later on?
Yeah, because we were definitely faster at the first stage. Yeah. But yeah, no, we'll go back, look at the data and onboards, and yeah, go from there, see what we can do.
Good stuff. Congratulations, Callum Newsham in second position and Max Hart's third. He's just being interviewed by the circuit commentator, but we'll see if we can sidle in there in a moment and have a chat with him. Remember, he and Callum Newsham top two in the championship at this stage, and quite an important battle that, with Callum Newsham getting the better of Max. Max, can we grab you as well? Sorry, you're a man in demand. But that's what happens when you finish on the podium. Another good points day.
Yeah, good day, that's for sure. Really happy with it. I had a plan going out there, and I sort of stuck to the plan, so I was, pleased enough with the race. I mean, Callum and had a front row seat to that little battle, and it was quite fun.
And we do apologise there, ladies and gentlemen, for the technical difficulties with our camera down in Parc Ferme. It does seem as though there may have just been a slight power issue, but we will see if we can catch back up with our TCR drivers a little bit later on. But otherwise, you can see we do have our Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtech Motorsport machines now making their way out into circuit in preparation for what will be the first of their 3 races today. Indeed, these are the final 3 races for the 2026 Mini Challenge Cup Sport with Airtech Motorsport Championship, and this is how they'll line up for round number 13 of their season. And as we can see, on pole position overall and in the S56 class, Ollie Wilmot ahead of Ian Trunley. Ian Trunley, father of Ben Trunley, who you see out there, the father-son Joe, albeit Ian in the S56 class, and you'll see Ben in the S53 class. Freddie Hewitt lined up third ahead of Adrian Lingji, and then we do see on row number 3 is John White ahead of Simon Sinfield, who I do believe will be looking to battle White as close as possible. John White, of course, doing a double take with both Audis and Minis at Snetterton, but here today racing purely in the Minis. Then we do have your pole sit in the S53 class of Rob Gaffney making his debut for this weekend, a man who has plenty of racing history in his blood, and indeed a very stellar driver out there, and immediately putting on pole position in his debut. What a way to start off your campaign for a season finale, and James Dudley will join him on that 4th row. But there's going to be plenty more cars out there as we do look a bit further down. Row number 5, Chris Johnson and Paul Sawyer, with Steve Webb and Ben Trunley on row number 6. Then it's going to be David Gibbons and Lauren Fletcher on row 7, and row 8 will be Carmen Reeve. That will complete your S56 and S53 machines. Now you do have your Coopers out there as well, the R50 cars. They'll be starting a few rows back, and we'll very quickly get ready to show you those rows if we can with regards to this grid, ladies and gentlemen. But there we do have all your S56 and your S53s, and then we go a bit further down the order, and well, we will be having what will be Jacob Heat on pole for the purposes of the Coopers, ahead of Jacob Baldry with Andy Langley and Daniel Butcher-Lord. There'll be Daniel Truman and Mark Reed, and then Chris Aram and Lexi Powell there will complete their 8-car starting order at the back, with a 3-row gap there essentially for safety, given the Cooper class a bit slower compared to the S56s and S53s due to the absence of both a supercharger or a turbocharger. Well, the green flag is up at the back, and without further ado, ladies and gents, that can only mean one thing. It can only mean that we are about to go racing, I do believe, for 15 minutes. The lights go on, and it's lights out, away we go for the first of the final 3 rounds of the Mini Challenge Club Sport of Airtech Motorsport. A good start there for our pole sitter of Ollie Wilmot, the man who right now wants to try and take victory in order to be able to extend his opportunity to take the championship crown this season. But as they roar the way through Redgate Bend, we can see there a few too wides further on down the order. We'll keep your eyes out of Ben Trunley as well, your S53 driver who didn't have the best of qualifying performances, and he's trying to hold on at the very top of the S53 championship. And they weave and wind their way down through Hollywood in towards Craners, and as they do, well, right now pole sitter definitely making a good start. A little bit of run wide there. Oh, that's dancing around there. That's going to be your number 78, the 77, I believe, there of Adrian Lingy, who are trying to keep it together as best as possible as they come charging up the hill now. But it is all looking to be in control there for Ian Trunley, a bit further at the front of the field, as they all make their way into the braking zone. Plenty of battling going on, no doubt about it here, as all the drivers weave and wind their way up through McLean's, and well, shortly coming in towards Coppice Bend. And well, we do see there the number 5 of Freddie Hewitt trying to stay close, trying to stay on the back there of Adrian Lingy, and also Ian Trunley there trying to get a bit more involved as well. But as they all roll the way off, well, it has been an absolutely fascinating opening lap so far. More to come between all these drivers as they get ready to complete lap 1 and go on to many more. But as they come down to the braking zone here, now it's going to be single file for a time. So I think all the early battles now will have just taken a bit of a breather. And we do see the 777 there. That's John Wyatt feeling a bit of pressure. But after one lap of racing, it is going to be leading the way in Trunley, who's taken the S56 and overall lead ahead of Freddie Hewitt. Then we do have Ollie Wilmot sitting in third, followed by Adrian Lingui, and then it's going to be Sinfield in fifth, followed by Dudley. Then we have White. Then it's going to be S53 leader, who is in the number 46 of Gaffney, ahead of Sawyer, and Webb will be completing that top 10. And so outside the top 10, best of the rest at the moment in 11th is going to be Johnson. And keep in mind, your Cooper class, it is the number 42 of Langley at the moment, ahead of Baldry, but only 3 tenths separating them, with Butcher trying to get involved as well, and Heaps, a bit more fighting there. Butcher Lord, I should be clear on his name, in the number 23. He does have a double barreled surname, but battle at the front of the field again, and Ian Trunley feeling a bit of pressure there, but it looks like it's Hewitt and Wilmot really trying to exchange places, although saying that, no, in fact, it is Freddie Hewitt who moves into lead there, and now coming up the inside, Elbows out there, Ollie Wilmot, the man who right now, of course, leading the championship coming into this round by a grand total of 17 points, very eager to make his way forward. He ideally needs to beat Freddie Hewitt if he wants to be able to give himself the best possible reassurance that he will be the champion as of the end of today. But as they come down to that braking zone here for the S's, well, that top 3 really getting stuck in, and Adrian Lingui would like to be there as well, but he needs to pull himself a little bit closer in order to be able to do so. So here they will come down towards turn of 1 again, and there you can see Lingui in the background, and then a bit further back we have got a 2 wide starting to appear there. That is going to be your S53 leader of Gaffney trying to make a move on White if he can. Will he be able to do so? Well, not at the moment, but he is going to just stay behind, and the Amigo Motorsport machine right now definitely being a friend to all the S56s in front of it. Remember, of course, those S53 cars, they are not competing with the S56s. They are all racing for class position and class points. But there we do see your overall leaders coming down the hill again and going into the old hairpin, and then we do catch up to the tail end of the S56s, and then the one S53 that is trying to hook onto the back of the McGaffney. But as he roars his way onwards, keep in mind, of course, this is his debut round. He can't win the championship, but he can definitely try and take some major points off his rivals out there. As they continue, we look back up to the front, and right now side by side, and here are the 2 big guns of S56, and it is going to be Wilmot trying to go one way then the other, going for the switch back there, but run out of road on the inside of Coppice Bend. And Freddie Hewitt trying to hold on. Freddie Hewitt, of course, and his relative home circuit, Snetterton, taking his first 3 wins in the season in a row. Whereas meanwhile, Ollie Wilmot has been a bit greedy this season with 8 wins out of a grand total of 12 rounds. And so, as they roar the one out at the moment, the only other driver who's taken a win this season at S56 has been Andy Langley, but otherwise the 2 of them have really shared the spoils. We come back here now to your Cooper, your 50 class. They have their 1.6 litre engine, sans turbocharger or supercharger. And as they come down towards the S's, well, this is a battle on. Andy Langley under a bit of pressure here as he comes down to that braking zone. And what's it going to be between them? Can he hold on? Well, no, there's going to be a move made there, and that's going to be a 33 at Baldry squeezing on through. And, well, lovely move being made there by Jacob Baldry, the man who right now not leading the championship. He's down in 7th in the championship, but definitely would love to have something to say about winning ways. But then we come all the way back to the front, and Freddie Hewitt still holding off Ollie Wilmot at the moment. These 2 have shared the podium more than anybody else this season. And, well, when you've got the 2 stars right at the front in S56, it's understandable why. They really are digging their teeth into this one. And I do know that right now, as they make the one around, we do have some families out there really enjoying watching the racing as well, including for Freddie Hewitt, his mum Emma, who is watching this from the circuit side, and also the family will be cheering and screaming for him onwards as he roars his way around. The 23-year-old MOT tester of Freddie Hewitt, who was your 2024 champion in the series, I do believe. Let's double check my notes there with regards to that. And he was the S56 champion, so he's no stranger to it. And last season it was Ollie Wilmot who took the championship in 2025 at S56. So the 2 of them right now trying to essentially break the deadlock. They both have 1 championship crown, but who's going to be the first to get 2? It's yet to be done in this championship. We've never had a repeat champion in S56, or have we had that in S53 since the class was conceived? But as we look back to the start-finish straight, that's going to be a 55 there. Try and hold on a little bit longer. That's Sinfield right now under a little bit of pressure from Dudley. Dudley trying to take a bit of a poke here. We do know that James Dudley loves to be a little bit creative with the moves he makes. And, well, we'll have to wait and see where that story continues. We come back then to the battle of your Coopers. Oh, a little bit twitchy there for Andy Langley. And Jacob Baldry still just keeping away. Now, bear in mind, in terms of the championship of the Coopers, it's Jacob Heath in the number 20 who leads currently. albeit he is out there. He's down in third place in the class at the moment. In fact, he just moved up. He's got ahead of Truman, and we've had a bit of a change of positions there, and we may end up seeing them all come together later on with the Cooper class, because they are normally very closely matched on pace. Now, speaking of match on pace here, that is going to be your number 77 and number 5. Oh, hold up the phone. That's a big drop down from the field there. There's been some sort of mistake for Freddie Hewitt, because he's dropped a long way down. He's not catching up to traffic here. He's finding himself. He's got a problem with that car. He is losing a lot of pace there. And surely not, this is going to really hurt Freddie Hewitt massively. He needs to be beating Ollie Wilmot if he wants to try and take this championship here today. But the problem is, that car's not going as quick. Now, he's staying out, so perhaps he's been able to fix the issue in the car. If not, however, he might have to press on and just simply try and grab the points. There are 3 rounds here, and keep in mind that they do drop their 2 lowest scores over the course of the season, so drop scores will have their part to play in saying who will be the champion later on today. And all that will be provisional, of course, subject to any reviews of the clerk of the course and the stewards, as we do have some of our drivers further on down, including there, of course, the 469 of Lauren Fletcher for NT219 Motorsports. She's doing a good job there, chasing after Gibbons and trying to pick up a place if she can. Only 6 tenths behind the number 10 at the moment in the S53 class, and running on the strongest pace that we've seen in more recent rounds as Fletcher continues to get to grips with the car. But as we come back to your overall lead there, Wilmot right now with almost a 2-second gap over Ian Trunley. And Ian Trunley not having the happiest of days is probably the best way we'll describe it for Snetterton. We're not going to go into any more details there. And he's having a much happier day right now as he comes through, albeit he won't be happy that Adrian Lingui has found a way past him. So, Trunley falling back a little bit, and Lingui moves up into second. That move has happened on the middle portion of the circuit. But as we do come back there to Freddie Hewitt right now, still carrying on here. So whatever it is with the car, there's something down in terms of the pace respective to his rivals there. If you consider that Ollie Wilmot right now is lapping in the 1 minute 21.3s, Freddie Hewitt by comparison, that last lap was a 26, now it's a 24.2. So I think Hewitt has found the crux of the issue. He's now picking up some pace, and well, we'll have to see what he can do later on, whether he can actually get back onto that podium. We have had a few track limits warnings as well for several drivers out there, including your number 19, your 29 and your 67. So we could still yet have some time penalties that really will affect the outcome of this race. But what you're seeing on the screen right now is your number 46. And well, he's absolutely enjoying himself right now, is Rob Gaffney. Roaring his way on around right now. Previous experience, by the way, Clio Cup, also Janetta Racing, also has raced in Brick Car previously. And well, the car is freshly wrapped for Amigo Motorsport. It was wrapped on Wednesday in preparation for its first outing. And well, it did have some difficulties as part of its warm-up stroke practicing, including a crank pulley that broke and had to be replaced. But all those issues have been resolved, and right now you can see just how quick he is going. And well, Rob Gaffney is definitely looking to make a full campaign in the S53 class as a 2027. I can imagine many of his rivals out there, including Ben Trunley, will be raising an eyebrow thinking if this is the pace he's bringing to the table today, what a weapon he could be next season, as he looks to try and take on there what's the 55 of Sinfield. But we come back here to some fighting in the R50 class, and all that's getting very elbows out there. That's your 42 Langley under pressure from Heap, and Jacob Heap right now trying to take second place here as he wants to try and extend his championship lead. 44 points in it at the moment between him and Daniel Truman in favour of Heap. Truman's down in 5th place at the moment. In fact, we're trying to promote himself to 4th when he can. And in doing so, well, he'll be very happy with that if he can make it happen. But the two still fighting side by side. And, well, don't you worry about the fact you've got Butcher Lord queuing up behind. So you've got Truman as well. You can see Truman in the rear of the picture trying to get closer as your 23 of Butcher Lord watches on. But Heap's on the inside here, coming in towards Copies. It's going to be a good move there. And can he seal the deal? No, he understeers a little bit wide. So we'll come back to that shortly for the next part of their story. But meanwhile, we see the 777 there of Wyatt keeping Gaffney behind at the moment. In fact, I think the two of them have swapped places back and forth. If Gaffney's had a mistake or not, not sure. But what we are sure of, here's the continuation of that fight for second in the Cooper R50 class. And a bit of elbows out there from the Union Jack Machine Langley, really trying to hold on. And that's going to open up a doorway here. And so we will see a bit of progression there from a driver. And that's going to be a place being made up there by, I do believe, although our time is saying that Jacob Heap has fallen down the order there. In fact, he has. I think he's been elbowed a little bit wide. So in the gap between what we were seeing and what we've just seen, Jacob Heap has been expelled down that order. So filling the picture there and falling back to 5th place in the Cooper class. So suddenly, was looking an opportunity for second, has now become a need to fight his way back forward. Then we do see your 23 of Butcher Lord then. He's got the I wouldn't say the number 10 direct behind him, although don't quote me on that immediately there. And in fact, that is Gibbons. I think he's had a long slip down the field. I think that's more the number 20 of some description, or somebody's got the wrong number on the car. But my eyesight needs to be tested. I should have gone to Specsavers, some would say. But forgetting about that at the moment. Oh no, surely not. R46 going slowly there. That was your S53 class leader, and that was Rob Gaffney. Car really crawling along there. A bit of debris coming for the car in front. Doesn't pick it up. And as he makes his way on through, well, there is an issue with the Amigo machine right now. Well, he'll need to try and get on top of it. I'll just try and survive to the end of the race. But what this will do is it will now give us a brand new leader in S53, I believe, and that is going to be your 29 of Paul Sawyer, who'll move up there for Crafted Motorsport, so he'll be grateful for that. I mean, he's currently second in the S53 class championship. He would like to take a win. That'll be his 4th win of the season. But what about that is Bollard falls victim to a battle, and well, feel for the poor Bollard if you will, as that's going to be a move being made there. And well, very brave racing from RS53 driver coming charging on through there. Well, in fact, was that a S53 driver? Yes, it was. That was Johnson there making his way through. And, well, Webb has been expelled down now, falling down into 11th place, as we do see the S53 and S56 class drivers having a good little battle. Now, to be clear, the S56s and S53s, they are allowed to fight. Any driver's allowed to fight with somebody else out there. There's no rule that says you can't fight with a driver in another class, but do expect that the S56s with their turbocharger will be just that little bit quicker than the supercharged S53s at most circuits, although we have seen a little bit more pace parity at certain rounds this season as they head down towards turn 1 once again. Most likely 2 laps to go or so. Well, it's going to be very exciting all the way to the end here. We've seen some drama, we've seen some spells. We're also starting to see some 5-second post-race time penalties for track limits coming in. There's going to be quite a few of them, let's say that. At the moment, from what I'm reading, we've got one for the 33 of Jacob Baldry. We may also have some coming the way of the number 19, the 23 and the 67 out there. And well, we'll get you confirmation of those when we can. As I can tell you that Rob Gaffney has now made his way past me into the pit lane. So unfortunately, on his debut race, what was looking to be a smooth run for the S53 win, for Rob Gaffney, no longer the case. But car on screen at the moment, well, that is a very fluorescent machine, no doubt about that. And that is going to be 29 there, your new S53 leader. Although, the reason why I stumbled over my words there is because you look directly behind them, and right now Paul Sawyer has got the 219 of Chris Johnson right with him. And well, Chris Johnson right now 2 wins so far this season, 10 podiums. Can he make it a 3rd win of the season? We'll have to see. But we come back to the front of the field because it has gone a bit quiet in recent history, and that is Ollie Wilmot right now making his way around in the number 70, and well, looks very much on course here potentially for his 9th win of the season. And well, I can tell you, unfortunately, Freddie Hewitt is in the pit lane, so he was trying to soldier on with a car that definitely had a problem, and after battling with Wilmot for the lead, sadly for Freddie Hewitt, it has all gone backwards. It's not over yet in the championship, but this is really going to help Ollie Wilmot move forward. And in terms of the fastest lap, well, he's not going to get that bonus point because that's currently in the hands of Adrian Lingy, who is very happy to be taking that. He's following 1.8 seconds behind. Now Wilmot coming up behind some of our Cooper runners right towards the end. He's going to split them, and well, the lovely view there we do have in the fact picking his way past very shortly Jacob Heaps, number 20. Well, goes up the inside there, and he gives him all the real estate that he needs to. In fact, we are probably going to get another lap here, given we've got 15 seconds left. So as he comes on down to that braking zone right now, it won't quite be over yet. It's going to be very close, however. I didn't quite see whether the last lap board went out last time out. So 5 seconds to go. Something tells me it's going to be literally dead on the dot here for the checker flag. And last lap board does go out. So with 2 seconds in the end has been as counted, it's going to be Ollie Wilmot having to do 1 more lap. Goes on to a 12th tour of the circuit. But right now the 2-second gap to Adrian Lingy, he's going to be feeling quite safe all the way to the end. But whilst it may have gone quiet at the front of S56, there's still plenty of excitement here, and this is the battle for the lead of the S53s. And right now, here comes Johnson on the inside, going for that potential move. Can he get it done? Yes, he can. Lovely move being made there. Paul Sawyer has no comeback on that, and Webb and Ben Trunley now watch on. But Ben Trunley doing a fantastic job. Son of Ian out there, running in Ian's original car as he raced in it 2 years ago in 2024. And Ian's gone on to another car in the S56 class. But meanwhile, Ben Trunley trying to get stuck right into this, really sinking his teeth into it. Albeit the only problem is he has got the rather nuisance 231. Oh, and meanwhile, the 219 of Johnson there losing out. Throws his hands up inside the cockpit as well. Frustration perhaps. Perhaps he's missed a gear, made a mistake or something. But make no mistake, that's a new S53 leader. That's going to now be Paul Sawyer coming through. the 2-3-1 there of Webb hanging right onto the back of him. But of course, Webb is just a bit of an excursion there, being an S56 driver in amongst the pack of S53s. But we come back to the front of the field, and well, this time it will be the checker flag. And for Ollie Wilmot, it is going to be a 9th win of the season. He comes on through, and he takes one step closer to S56 Championship glory, just ahead there of the number 77 of Adrian Lingi, and then we will see 12 seconds behind eventually your third place runner, but just in front we do see there a lap down of victory in the Cooper class there for Langley ahead of Baldry and Heat, with Truman and Butcher coming through shortly after. Then we do see was Ian Trunley coming through, and in fact demoted down to 4th there right at the end, so it's going to be James Dudley who takes that 3rd place in the end. But who's going to be taking S53 victory? Well, we're going to see there. Webb gets clear of it all, and I think that is going to be the number 29 that just holds on to take it, and it is Paul Sawyer who takes S53 honours ahead of Ben Trunley, who managed to sneak his way into 2nd, and Johnson in the end with a heartbreaking 3rd place, when it could have been the chance there from take on through what would have been his 3rd win of the season for Chris Johnson, not to be. And so in the end it is going to be Paul Sawyer who takes his 4th win in the S53 class. We are going to shortly have Gibbons come through, and well, there he's going to be, I think, still being chased by Lauren Fletcher, who's been literally glued to the rear bumper all the way through the end. Lauren really coming on strong today in that battle. And then we do see Reeve coming across the line there as well to complete those, finishing on the lead lap, 13th place. But what a race, ladies and gentlemen, and indeed so rapid all the action, but you have to expect it in the Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtech Motorsport. And here are your provisional results, and as we can see, Ollie Wilmot taking his 9th win of the season, and what an absolute superstar drive from him. To be fair, was stuck in a battle with none other than Freddie Hewitt, but with an issue with Freddie Hewitt's car, we did see in the end Ollie Wilmot allowed to run away to that win, but always had Adrian Lingi close behind, and it was Lingi who took the fastest lap. James Dudley completed the top 3, S56 and overall, with Ian Trunley following behind. Then it was John White, Simon Sinfield and Steve Webb completing the S56 runners. Then we did see win in the S53 class, and 8th overall, Paul Sawyer, ahead of Ben Trunley and Chris Johnson. So that was your top 10. And also to give a mention to the Cooper class, we did see your 42 runner of none other than what was Andy Langley take the win in the Cooper class, just ahead of Jacob Heap, who did take 2nd, in the end promoted up to 2nd place as a result of post-race time penalties for track limits for both Truman and Baldry. And completing their top 5, it was none other than Aram. So a lot going on in all of our classes, plenty of action. And I get the feeling, as I'm going to need to take a breath, in the words of Andy McEwan, we're very shortly going to be getting some interviews with our Mini Challenge Club Sport drivers. They're just getting set up and catching all the drivers as well. But what a race that was. And I think we are going to be making our way down to Park Ferme. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's hand over to Ian Walthouse for interviews with our podium finishers.
Yes, welcome down to Park Ferme, and it is a familiar name at the top of the timesheet. Yes, Ollie Wilmot wins round 13 of the 2026 Mini Challenge Club Sports. Adrian Lingi comes home in 2nd place. I've got James Dudley in 3rd. Paul Sawyer winning the S53 class, and Andy Langham with the Cooper class as well. We'll just let Ollie get out of the car and we'll have a quick chat with him as well. A serial winner, championship leader as well. Here he comes. Yeah, Ollie Wilmot. Last time I saw Ollie Wilmot, we were at a service station in Wales. Here we are now, Ollie. Congratulations, another win. Well done.
It is, and we're getting close. So yeah, 2 more races to go for the season.
I tell you what, though, this man is getting closer and closer, isn't he, Adrian?
He is, but I was getting very hot, so I had to back out a little bit. So let's see for the other 2, because it's going to get warmer and warmer.
Now, I was chatting to family over there, so they said, "Oh look, Ollie's changed his hairstyle for you." You haven't.
I need to cut the back off for you, and then we get in there.
No, I quite like that. I'm thinking of growing mine to me. Look, well done, Ollie. Celebrate. Congratulations. Good stuff. Let's go find where there's Adrian. There he is. Adrian, congratulations. I tell you, you're getting closer to him.
I'm getting closer. I'm still not quite there, but yeah, every race, getting faster, getting nearer. I just ran out of laps, so I think I was catching him, but it was about the same pace.
2 more races to go.
Let's see what we can do.
You can do it. Look, he was telling me the car was getting a little bit hot. So I reckon if you can just keep enough in the tank for the last few laps, you can have a real go.
That's it. Yeah. I think so too. Yeah, we'll just see what happens and take it easy. Don't do anything silly. And
No, actually, go for it.
Go for it.
Just go
Yeah.
for it. Well done. Lovely to see you, by the way, as well. Let's go and find James Dudley. He's come home in 3rd place overall. Hello, Mark. Let's move around, shall we? James, well. Congratulations. That was a wild finish, wasn't it?
Just a bit. Just a bit.
Do you need some water? Do you want me to find you some water? Because it looks a bit warm, doesn't it?
I'm alright, the boys have got some over there, so yeah, I'll refresh in a minute.
How does it feel to get on the podium?
Well, first ever. So, been a little while in coming, obviously it's only my 2nd season, but yeah, lots of development with the car and me. And yeah, we finally got it. I see them all jumping down.
I know you've got a couple of races still to come this afternoon, but whatever happens now, this has been a success this weekend, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know where we're finishing now. We're on for 4th in the championship, which is absolutely fantastic. So just keep ahead of Wyatt and Steve Webb, and I think we'll end up finishing 4th. So that's our target for the weekend.
Excellent.
Anything else is a bonus. So where we are now is fantastic, because qualifying was poor, to say the least.
Yeah, well, look, you've got a part. I'm just really worried about you bashing your head in. Be careful, won't you?
Right.
All right.
So thanks a lot, Ian.
Nice to see you, mate. Well done indeed. Let's go see if we can find Paul Sawyer, shall we? Actually, we've got Freddie Hewitt's car up here. What a shame for Freddie. In fact, he's over there with Paul. So let's just run over and have a quick chat with Paul Sawyer. Sorry, Daryl, can I just squeeze through? Is that all right? Yeah. Daryl, get out of the way. Let's go have a quick chat. Paul. I tell you what, I didn't know what. Normally, right, I do a little thing where we get a couple of laps from the end and I start writing down who I think's going to win. So I try and get ahead. And you've just completely changed what I was writing down, because you did have Chris down for a while.
Oh, really?
And, hey, well done, though. You got back at him.
I know, that was mad. Those last 2 laps were just, very, very close.
That's the very best of mini racing. This is why we love to watch you guys dice it out there.
I know. It's funny because everybody leaves it to the last minute. And I'm coming into the chicane and Chris is next to me. I'm thinking, you're going to hit the tyre wall if you try that.
I tell you what, right, it's quite cool now, is it? This is as cool as it's going to get. 2 more races to come. It's only going to get hotter, Paul. Are you very well hydrated? You feeling fit, ready for the afternoon?
I'm trying to, yeah.
It's those dominoes, isn't it?
I know, yeah.
Well, Paul, thanks for talking to us. Congratulations. Yeah, to say a big shout out to Andy Langham as well, coming home in first in the Cooper class as well. Right, there we go. 2 more races left to go. Can you believe, actually, this wraps up this weekend indeed, and it is going to be Ollie Wilmot most likely to wrap up the championship later this afternoon. Right, we have got the British Truck Racing Championship, our 3rd race of the weekend, but our 1st race of the day for the British Trucks. And not too long ago, Pointy was out and about doing pointy things and catching up with some drivers. So let's hear from him now.
So here we are, bright and sunny Sunday morning with Jake Evans. Very late finish for you last night, 1 o'clock. Not the latest you've had. No. Repairing the truck. Are you ready for today?
Yeah, I think we're ready as we'll ever be. With the spares we've got round us and the help from Weaver Motorsport next door to get us back running. We'll go out and try it now, and if it survives 1 race, it'll survive 3, I'm sure.
That is the optimism we like to see. Now, obviously, we know yesterday the points have moved around a little bit. Quite a bit of climbing for you to do today. It's really turned into a tight championship again this year, hasn't it?
Yeah, we're slightly on the back foot now. You know, the rub of the green went our way at the start of the year, and it's come back round now as it always does with the Karma. So it is what it is. We've got to go and make sure this is reliable now, so we can score at least some points this weekend. Because if we score nothing, title fight's on its way out, isn't it? So we need to keep that fire burning.
Absolutely. Well, good luck to keeping the fire burning. Let's see how he does this first race of Sunday.
And well, ladies and gentlemen, we get ready now for round number 23 of the British Truck Racing Championship for 2026. And joining me here in the con team, it's crazy how he can be in so many different places at once. We've either got clones of him or he's an Olympic sprinter. It's none other than Pointy. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Paul. With a physique like this, I doubt I'm an Olympic sprinter. Let's just cover that one straight away. Yeah, another fantastic day here at Donington Park as we look out over on the crowd gathering. I was in the outfield in the paddock earlier on today, and the swarm of spectators coming to see us live today is absolutely incredible, and have we got a day of racing for you. Let's have a quick look at how everything's coming down then. Finishing top 8 yesterday, Callum Eason means with the reverse grid today, he's actually starting on pole position from Division 2. Next to him, Craig Reed from Division 1. Back on row 2, we've got John Bowler next to Michael Oliver, Simon Reed next to Stephen Powell, Dave Jenkins next to Stuart Oliver. These two are next to each other quite a bit at the minute, especially during the races. We'll see how quickly they can move up into those top couple of rows in the first lap or so. Moving back then into row 5 now, hopefully.
Well, very shortly we'll come to row number 5, and there we go. We're just buffering it, just putting a penny in the meter, as they say.
Pressed it too many times now; it's all disappeared. Anyway, we can go off here. It's fine. So we've got Steve Powell next to Terry Gibbon next to Neil Yates, and then we've got Simon Reed next to Steve Powell, John Bowler next to Michael Oliver. He's brought it back up now. There we go. Warren Harvey, John Powell next to Bradley Harvey, starting the Division 2 pack. Warren Harvey next to Archie Handy, Jake Evans, who managed to fix his truck again last night. We just saw that interview there, and then bringing up the rear, we've got Tom O'Rourke, Simon Cole, I believe, on the back. Next to Nathan Smith, who had a DNF yesterday. Fingers crossed he's all back up and running. Doing quite a bit of social media is Nathan Smith at the moment, which is good for any fans that want to follow him from his sim racing. But look at this. This is something you don't get to see very often. A Division 2 truck on the front of the grid. There's going to be some serious pressure and some serious talent behind him. A lot more power and a lot more speed, to say the least.
Oh, 100%. Now, what do you do in Callum Eason's situation? Do you just try and take it easy, knowing obviously you've got the best part of 7-8 trucks between yourself and the rest of your Division 2 counterparts, or do you in a way make it just a bit difficult for your Division 1 peers to sort of come through, sort of say to them, I'm going to block you a little bit, but I'm not going to fight you too hard?
It's just like Division 1 is within grasp. I am coming, I am here. So there's obviously two schools of thought for this. There's one where, yes, of course, he's going to make sure he's got the best possible start, because it is a fantastic opportunity. We have seen Division 2 drivers do extremely well with this reverse grid and make it stick very far into the race. But of course, then you will have a lot more power from the Division 1 trucks. So he just needs to be careful, especially on that first bend. As we know, even Division 1 trucks can come a cropper with each other. That people with a bit more power and punch don't try and force their way past in the worst possible place. However, of course, keeping your shoulders wide as long as you're on the pace, there is no reason why you can't stay at the front, hold that racing line, hold Division 1 back out of the way, as I say, as long as you're on pace. Otherwise, we're going to see the blue flag and you'll have to drop back out of the way.
Oh, indeed. And, well, speaking a little bit about our pace truck that leads the field on around there, I believe this one from MV Commercial. Have we got a different truck for every single race?
We have indeed, yes. So, and another special fact about this from some of our YouTube viewers out there today is actually being driven by Trucker Tim, of all people. Yes, indeed. I believe we might be organising a special guest appearance for him on the comms later on for race 2 as well. But yes, the MV Commercial pace truck out first race this morning. We've also got, of course, our usual DAF Truck Sport pace truck coming out later on, as well as the GT pace truck also. So yeah, lots to do, lots to see, and it's nice to actually have a different truck starting each race. But I'll tell you now, it's going to be a little bit different for a standard road-going truck driver like Trucker Tim to step into this situation. There's a lot of power behind him with a lot of speed. They want him to get out of the way. So this part of it can be tricky. 60 miles an hour, in a road-going truck, banking around some of these bends will be a little bit twitchy, especially with the air suspension you'll get in proper haulage cabs. But then, it's that pull in to the pit lane is going to be a make or break situation for him.
Oh, indeed. Well, he's doing a good job so far as the field makes its way into these last couple of corners. Won't be long now before we do go full pace out there, and it's going to be an exciting race. And keep in mind, it really is all up in the air. And David Jenkins, of course, looking to try and see if he can just gap Stuart Oliver a little bit more in the championship, although obviously so close between them yesterday. But as they come down this back stretch, a scene where we had plenty of two wides yesterday in both of the races, and well, I think all the field just itch now. In fact, some of our Division 2 runners right towards the back, they're doing a bit of side-by-side weaving.
I don't think they'll need much more heat in their tyres today though, Paul. I mean, look at the heat coming up off that track. It's dusty, it's dry. I mean, effectively for the first half of the race, the tyres will come up to temperature very quickly. We'll see a lot of big chances being taken. This corner, of course, yesterday where we had some oil down from Jake Evans, so that was cleaned last night as well. But yeah, as they come round through the chicane to the start of the race, let's see how it all goes down.
Oh, indeed. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, as the field makes its way onto the start-finish straight, it is going to be lights out and away we go for round number 23 at the 2026 British Truck Racing Championship, and leading the way down is already the number 68 there, and that's going to be Craig Reed. Callum Eason being swarmed and holding the inside. Eason playing it smart there and staying out the way of all the roughage that could occur from the haulage as they make the way through. But speaking of roughage, there's a bit of contact there. 33 being caught out. That's going to be Neil Yates, and well, it does look as though Neil there, something's broken on that. We're trying to settle himself down. Not a happy start for Yates.
Not good at all for Yates. No, it looks like a little bit of contact with Terry Gibbon there and Ricky Collett's truck as he's now all over the back of Jake Evans. But yeah, Callum Eason dropping back quite quickly. But here we go, the battle between Dave Jenkins and Stuart Oliver, just as we predicted. Straight across then onto 68 Reed again, though, taking a fantastic start and pulling away from John Bowler. John Bowler, of course, getting plenty of help from a fantastic team this weekend, not to mention head of engineering Zulu on their team as well. Shout out to you, sir, who's been with the team now for a few weekends, doing fantastic work. And as we can see, it really does show out on the track. But then behind John Bowler, we've got Michael Oliver in the number 12 GT truck, who is in contention for third, but still under a little bit of pressure from the other Reed brother, who is looking for that space.
Oh, and we have a red flag to this race, and that is to the number 33 of Neil Yates. So in the end, he's had to park it just after coming out of Redgate. But in fact, he's parked it there on the circuit, so it's just come to an abrupt halt, and it didn't look too healthy when he came out of Redgate.
I mean, it's I think it's certainly something to do more with the truck than anything else. There doesn't appear to be much damage there, but yeah, red flag on the first lap will mean a regrid, which can, of course, depending on how long it takes to do the recovery of Neil Yates, really throw a spanner in the works for the timetable today. We've got some serious damage on the front of Tom O'Rourke there, though, as we can see. I don't know where that happened, but yeah, it does appear that he's trying to get it moving, but of course it's I mean, has he lost drive? It could be a gearbox issue by the looks of it if he can't get any power through. But yeah, another close-up there of the Fruhoffen MV commercial Tom O'Rourke truck 86. I wonder where that went. What happened there?
The only thing I can think of, perhaps he was caught up. We did see a couple, when obviously it went wrong for Yates, there were a couple of other drivers who did go quite deep in, hit him in the side towards the end, so perhaps he got caught up. And where did he start in relation to Yates? Because it was the front row, well, a bit further back there. Where was Neil Yates? He started in 10th place, and, well, our number 86...
So Tom O'Rourke managed to get past 5 drivers to get anywhere near Neil Yates.
Potentially, but he's got it going again.
Yeah, that's interesting. So possibly a starting issue, a little bit of black smoke. It does appear to still be some damage on the fiberglass on the side. You know, funny, I was actually talking to a chap yesterday, last night actually, that does the fiberglass and painting on one of these race trucks, and he actually bought a bit of bumper off a fan, because even though it was signed, because he said it will literally save him about 3 hours work. This small kind of 60 centimetre wide bit of fiberglass panel off the front of one of the trucks, and he said it was worth the tenner because it will save him about 3 hours in actual work using that bit to be able to build off it rather than having to rebuild the whole thing again. So it's anybody going home with whole bumpers is dealing with about good few £100 worth of labour, that's for sure.
Oh, indeed. And here we get a replay at the start. So let's see if we can find out what happened to Neil Yates here, as the field did spread out, did end up with a bit of a free-fall wind. We get the wonderful slow motion here, and well, as they came on through, I think that was Reed there just on the outside.
So Callum on the inside line, taking it slow. We then get a bit of a dive from Tom O'Rourke as he looks for, so it's Terry Gibbon, sorry, as he comes through. So it was Terry Gibbon, Callum Eason and Neil Yates on the side, but Neil shouldn't have been going that slow already. So I'm still thinking that there's a technical issue there. So he definitely, was in the right position racing wise, but certainly not the right speed. So I think they'll be looking into what actually went wrong with the truck there, and whether he comes into the pit lane or whether he regrids. That'll be the question.
Well, I think your point is going to stand up there. He's beaten me to it. I can tell you one thing, he's a lot faster out the commentary chair than I am. But we're just taking a look out of our window there to see all of our drivers and where they do retake their positions on the grid as the marshals clean up the debris. We do see the number 95 there, that being Terry Gibbons' MAN TGX for Richard Collett Truck Racing. It sports a few war wounds on the front left bumper from the driver's perspective. But to be fair, you wouldn't expect any of these machines not to have a few bruises and scratches on them over the course of a given race. And then we do see Callum Easton parking up behind, but
well, he's missed the sorry to interrupt, he's missed the pit lane entrance, so he's definitely going to try another start as we see him come down the pit straight to join the rest of the pack. So yeah, 33, I'm not sure whether they'll have a team pop out and have a look at that or not to see whether it's race worthy or not, but he certainly seems to think it is, otherwise he'd have come in. So it's going to be an interesting start. Perhaps it was just a temporary fault. But yeah, not sure we've got enough time to get anybody out there, so they're regridding them as quickly as possible. And of course, this gives me another opportunity to just point out and say a massive thank you to all of the Orange Army from and on behalf of the trucks and the pickups who've yet to race this weekend. Just with the amount of work and pressure that they put into these weekends to be able to take us racing, because of course without the volunteers in the orange suits we would not be able to bring you such a full racing package.
Oh, indeed. Fantastic to have so many marshals here doing all the hard work. And also, I dare say, I mean, we had an absolutely bumper spectator crowd yesterday. And that was just on the Saturday. I mean, I look out a commentary booth window at the moment. It is absolutely packed. It's a real festival atmosphere as well at Convoy in the park. I mean, you've got so many show trucks on that banking just to the left of the start-finish straight as we look at it. Obviously not on your cameras, ladies and gentlemen, on your screens. But I'll tell you one thing, it is an event not to be missed every year.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the biggest event. We've got between 12 and 1,400 show trucks, with us. We've got, and that's not including all of the trucks on the manufacturer stands. We've got displays, we've got entertainment, there's circus skills, there's wrestling, there's mini monster trucks for the kids to drive in, let alone all of the things happening on the main stage with live music going on through the day. It's just one of the biggest and best events we do all year. But of course, I think looking across the calendar of truck racing, really, it'd be difficult to pick a circuit that doesn't see a great support from the spectators, because all the way from the beginning of the year at Brands, we've got a truck show there that they put on. That's a bit of an event. They've always got a fun fair. Pembury is Convoy Cymru. We've got Thruxton as a convoy. Snetterton, always a great circuit with loads of people. I mean, just look at that. Look at that display. We've got the cranes out there. There was kids. It was fantastic to see. I was riding across this morning, and there were kids with towing slings hanging off these massive IHABs, and they were just using them as actual swings, swinging out over the banks of Donington Park. Just incredible to watch. But yeah, people lining every rail in here, and as I say, from start to finish with the truck racing calendar, thanks to our fantastic sponsors, Bark of course, and the support from all the circuits, they're all turning into the best event of the year. But size-wise alone, it's definitely Donington Convoy.
Oh, very true. And well, like you say, any British Truck Racing Championship event you go to, it's always going to be a huge festival and a huge celebration, of course, of the huge industry that help keeps the United Kingdom running, that being the haulage and the transportation industry. And we're very grateful to have so much representation here. And one question I've got to ask you, obviously we've got so many fairground rides here, what one would you pick out?
Oh, I mean, there's ones I want to go on, but not sure I would. I mean, the waltzers look pretty crazy yesterday, and there's also it's like on an arm, and it spins you around. You're all you've got nothing but a small bit of chain link to hold you in place, and it spins you around in circles and then lifts you up into the air. Now that looks the most exciting, but also the most terrifying as well. It's like if something's going to fly off, it's going to be that one. Here we go, the kids swinging on the IHABs. I mean, yeah, it's why not? What a view. I think we should be able to get some kind of health and safety disclaimer so they can just actually have like a hot air balloon cage on the end of those cranes and lift them up really, really high above the entire circuit, which I'm sure all of them would want to do given the opportunity. But yeah, it's always a great display of these IHAB trucks, and to think the weights that they can lift off. I mean, they literally move shipping containers. Oh, and here we go. Here's the slip and slide. So So we can see yesterday we had kids sliding down the hill. This is a very steep hill, believe it or not. So a quick dash of water from the IBC that they brought with them on the back of the truck, I believe. And yeah, kids from all around were just having a great time in the sunshine, because it is a brilliant summer event this year.
Oh, indeed, absolutely fantastic. And before any of you ask, should we get Ian and perhaps his supporting cameraman up in one of those hives? Perhaps not there, although it would be a fault there to perhaps do an interview or presentation from that height. Oh, goodness me, spectators there. And we've got drifting going on as well, and car drifting. Also, I think we have got truck drifting a bit later on. And if I remember correctly, oh no, we haven't got any. No.
No, not today, unfortunately. No, we've unfortunately had a bit of an illness with one of the drift truck drivers, so unfortunately we won't be able to show that today. So we're very disappointed, as too is the other drift truck driver. But one truck just doing circles in the middle of the tarmac jungle, as people call it at Donington, just wouldn't really hit the mark. However, we have got almost 70 drift cars down there doing professional drifting, gymkhana competition as well, and so that is on all day today. So if you're down on Redgate, which is the first corner, you'll be able to watch drifting all day long. But yeah, there's still so much stuff to see this weekend. I mean, we've got Transformers here somewhere.
I was going to say, those and dinosaurs as well.
It's just brilliant. And again, because it's such a family event, it's under 13s go free. So once you've bought your adult ticket, you can bring up to 2 kids with you per ticket. So it's a nice actual weekend thing to do. Huge amounts of people in the campsite as well, of course, that were hanging out for the live music last night. But yeah, it's just such a fantastic thing to see, with so many supporters. And I get to see faces down in the paddock that come to literally every weekend, and we're on first name terms. And it's so lovely to kind of effectively see these kids grow up from at a very early age. They start to come truck racing, and then you don't see them, and then all of a sudden this 6'4", man-child comes over to you, and you're like, hi, Point, and you're like, do I know you? Like, yeah. I was like, oh wow, well, started putting something in the water where you live, haven't they? My goodness me. But it's just great to see people growing up with truck racing, because it always has been a family event. And alongside of the trucks as well, we've got to remember all of the support races and all the other championships that race on the same weekends as us get to see spectator numbers that they wouldn't normally get to see in their championships if they were racing on their own weekends, because as a group, as a collection of championships, it really does bring a fantastic weekend for spectators, but also those spectators bring a great weekend for all of the drivers as well, because nobody wants to go racing on their own, do they?
No, that's the truth of it. And I can tell you from speaking to a few drivers in club level motorsport, the one thing they really appreciate at all levels all the way up to national is if they even just see 1 or 2 spectators at a given corner giving them a round of applause at the end of the race or a big thumbs up, it just means so much. It's appreciated by someone who's enjoying the racing out there. And I mean, we get to appreciate it all here on our TV screen in the Commentary booth. And well, it's such an international spectacle. So I think we've got quite a few people tuning in from around the world, not just here in the United Kingdom.
Blimey, more. Let's have a look. Who have we got?
We did have one person tuning in from Ohio earlier on, which I did say. I mean, we have got a few people as well giving some advice in the Truck Sport YouTube chat to say to you to wear a hat and protect your solar panel.
Fashion man Harvey. Yes, well, listen, I'm wearing P20 sun cream, factor 50 on my head. Believe it or not, I'm actually cooler without a hat than I am with a hat. So you will see the sunshade baseball caps come back out in the winter months, believe it or not. But otherwise, it's actually a lot cooler not wearing a hat. But don't worry, slip, slop, slap. It is important to anybody out there joining us live this weekend that you do stay hydrated and make sure, please, you wear sun cream. Because me being bald, it's easier to cream my head than it is to wear
Now, with regards to, we do see a few questions being asked there in the British Automobile Racing Club chat, particularly there from Dale Johnson asking what's happening. So we are currently, I think we are actually getting our second green flag lap underway. I think we are go again, as we do get a view inside the BTRC hospitality tent for a brief moment. But I think we are now going on to a revised pace lap. So this will mean, I think, Pointy, we reset back to how we started the race, essentially. Indeed. So we go back to exactly how they were qualified, and there we go. They're all back now, but just also getting some
Hunter Cat from Australia watching. That's cool. No, there isn't any international races this weekend, unfortunately, because we've obviously had the pickups join us full time now. There just wasn't enough track time to add another set of truck races to the weekend. But yeah, huge fans. since the 80s. Wow,
Stephen Carnell there.
Stephen Carnell, well, there you go, buddy. Welcome to you. Congratulations. 80s, that is a long time.
Oh, indeed. And we've got Pierre Dobar there, tuning in all the way from South Africa. I've seen a few of you tuning in from South Africa in the TCR UK chat there. So it's great to see so many of you tuning in. And, well, so we say hello there to Gordon Snell, who says hello to Pointy and Ian. So I'll give a shout out there.
All right, Gordon. How we doing, buddy? Good to see you. I got a message from Gordon recently trying to sell me cryptocurrency. Don't worry, I let him know on WhatsApp, and he's disabled his account.
Now, to be fair, I think I might be being referred to here as Team Ian, because we've got B&C Vlogs there saying keep Ian and Pointy as the com team. Now, are they referring to Ian, our presenter, obviously? Are they referring to me right now? I'll take the name of Ian.
Yeah, no, I think they probably just mean, it's out there and about, Ian and Pointy, because we wouldn't be anywhere without you on comms, Yourself or Dave Goddard, a linchpin, integral part of the race weekend, because without your soundtrack to the entire event, it just wouldn't be the same, would it?
True.
It's all well and good Ian coming up with these crazy show openers, but we still need commentary.
I do apologise for walking on your very serious business meeting yesterday.
Well,
so very
listen,
serious.
it's one of those things we had things to discuss. Ian and I, obviously, in the higher echelons of TV production, we need to have these meetings, and now I know how to spell tractor.
Well, as they do make their way onwards, we go from talking about tractors to getting some traction back on the road again, and we're almost ready for the restart. And for Callum Eason, well, the first time around, he decided to just hook it over to the left-hand side, the inside of the circuit, the right from his perspective, and kept it nice and safe. What will it be like this time around? Tim the Trucker here, once again doing a good job in the pace truck, and when it all come down the back straight once more.
Do you think he paid one of the drivers to have a whoopsie? Do you think Trucker Tim wanted 2 laps? And I was like, you know what? If I give you 20 quid, you just want to maybe slow to start the red flag, and I can have another go.
I can't give any opinions.
Could you imagine that? Could you imagine? I'll get told off for suggesting it, but I don't care. Callum Eason then, like you say, do you think someone's been in his ear this time, perhaps Dad, and been like, right, listen, this time round, don't slow, just put it down, get in there, but be at the front, stay at the front. But I mean, there's a lot to be said, regardless of the obvious skill of Callum Eason. It's still a lot of power next to the 68 Reed truck as they come down onto the pit straight. We've got red lights in 3, 2, 1. Come on now, it's out, it's go, let's go racing. An early start for Steve Powell there as he looks around the outside in the number 3, but there's plenty of pressure from number 12 Michael Oliver coming around the outside there of Reedy onto the grass a little bit with Callum Eason, and it's John Bowler and Michael Oliver next to each other around that first bend with pressure from behind in the number 7 Stuart Oliver next to Steve Powell behind him. Back again with Reedy and Dave Jenkins dropping back a little bit further than I'm sure he'd have wanted to, but it looks like Michael Oliver making a fantastic start here in the first lap. It's neck and neck as they make their way around bend number 4. It's very, very high pressure here, but it's giving room, of course, for Reedy to pull very far forward. But Stuart, look, he's still looking for that gap through, and Dave, you can feel the tension in Dave Jenkins there, can't we, in the number 69, as he's like, come on, move out of the way, I want to get past. Much cleaner start though, as we look further back into Division 2, and we can see Jake Evans and it's Callum Eason for Terry Gibbon Division 1, then to John Powell and Jake Evans looking at the back. But the number 68 Reedy's absolutely flying ahead, as I think Michael Oliver's finally found his place in second.
Oh, indeed. Reedy right now absolutely going for it there. More sideways and straight coming out of Coppice Bend. And here they come down into the Essex chicane for the first time in the restarted race. And right now, a big move being made there by the man who definitely was sporting a lot of wounds earlier on his truck. And he's going to make that move absolutely stick there is number 86 of TCRUK. And they've got that repaired. Callum Eason also starting to get a bit fighty. So after one lap, it is going to be the number 68 there of Craig Reed that leads the way, and behind them we do see your number 12 of Michael Oliver following, but it's going to be more fight in the mid-pack. In fact, Division 2 there, we have got Callum Easton still trying to lead the way, although he's going to yield to Nathan Smith, your Division 1 runner, and Gibbon is not going to be too far adrift here. Looking there, that is going to be Oliver now trying to attack Bowler once again. Bowler's not going to make this easy whatsoever. He's really digging in right now.
He certainly is. I mean, Bowler obviously not quite in the position that he'd achieved in the last race. Whoa, that was a seriously tight bend there. Steve Powell and Dave Jenkins just shutting the door on him in time. That was very close. Of course, yesterday, quite a few track limit penalties going out on the races, so fingers crossed they can keep it on the tarmac. Just to let people know as well, it's just the 2 tyres that go over the white line, and they will be getting those penalties. So it's really, really important. Of course, over in Europe, it's all four wheels that can go over the white line before they get. Yeah, so there is quite a bit of grass tracking over in the continent. But yeah, looking up at the lap times, very, very, very tight for the first 7 in Division 1, and again very close to each other in Division 2 as well. But Callum Easton still holding his own ahead of 2, Nathan Smith and Terry Gibbon in Division 1. Nathan Smith obviously coming a cropper yesterday and having to get towed back in one of his races. But Simon Reed all over the back of Stuart Oliver as John Bowler starts to pull away slightly. But look at this dive around the outside of Redgate for Michael Oliver. But it's Craig Reed that comes ever so slightly wider, pushing him over. You're not coming past me, he says.
Oh, indeed, refusing to budge there. But meanwhile, we do see Nathan Smith with a bit of bodywork coming off the 33. In fact, that's more than a bit of bodywork there. And I think that's called weight reduction being applied for number 33 of Neil Yates. Definitely has been the centre of some difficulty in this race so far. But then we come all the way back to the front. And right now, Craig Reed holding off Michael Oliver. Oliver, of course, wanted to try and take his second win after taking his first win at Snetterton. But here they roar the way upwards right now. And well, for Michael Oliver, when is the move going to come? It's not a question of if here. He's definitely getting ready for it. He's going to try and go for the switchback here as they roll away through McLean's. The more they fight, the more they'll bring. Bowler also there, Stuart Oliver, also Reed, then Simon Reed and Powell all back into this fight. So right now, we're still 11 minutes to go. May look like it's only a two-way fight for the win, but in fact, the more that it goes on, suddenly it becomes a five-way fight. And don't forget Dave Jenkins as well, down in 7th man. He can't find his way past Stephen Powell at all at the moment.
Very, very wide shoulders on Stephen Powell this weekend, that's for sure. And finding the pace, when I spoke to him yesterday after race 2, said that, you know, he's been working on his truck, looking at some setup changes and finding that speed that he had at Thruxton, and it does appear to be transferring across into Sunday racing here at Donington as well. So yeah, great news for Steve Powell there. Of course, it is all still very tight in Division 1 and lots to play for. But of course, further back in Division 2 is where we need to be keeping an eye, because of course Callum Eason just pipping ahead in the points ahead of Jake Evans yesterday. So this is important for Jake Evans, especially the amount of work and issues that Jake's had in the last weekend or so with his truck. Hopefully, as we heard in the interview, if he can make it last for one race, then he should be able to do 3.
Oh, indeed. I've got my fingers crossed for Jake Evans, because the team, they've had to go through so much in order to be able to go race. I mean, I think it was at Snetterton as well. They had to combine together 2 engines to make an abridged engine in the end to go racing.
It was a lot of work. I mean, they actually got Team of the Weekend by our sponsor Solidex and Ride Am Universal. They actually provide us with a special trophy at the end of each weekend that they have laser cut out of sheet steel and provide us with some special edition thermal mugs that go out to the team that they think has just worked the hardest, been up against the most things, and I just think it's lovely, you know, and Jackie gets to present that and John Green at the end of that, and it's just fantastic to have them come into every event now. That, you know, they're not just sponsors, they're not just partners, they absolutely love the truck racing. So
Oh, and it's fantastic. Well, we do get all these different groups involved and all the different awards as well. Not just, of course, the awards for winning out on the circuit, but also recognising the efforts of the teams out there who don't always get a chance to be in the sun. And we did briefly see from Archie Handy running 6th in Division 2, one of our youngest members on the grid, and to be fair, still doing a good job, although he's got a bit of work to do to chase down Bradley Harvey. But on our screen right now, back to our lead as we go. And, well, the fastest driver out there at the moment is Dave Jenkins, currently in 7th in the 69, lapping, well, 1 minute 26.456. When you consider, oh, well, forget that for a minute, because that's elbows out there, and that's going to be your 86. Oh,
it's an interesting line, that is, around Tom O'Rourke especially, but Tom O'Rourke is not going to yield to that, not at all. It is literally wing mirror to wing mirror as they make their way around there. How is this going to stick? It's getting very twitchy. We've got two pretty quick trucks here. Tom O'Rourke just managing to get ahead of Nathan Smith. Nathan Smith looking to cross around behind him, just getting his nose up the inside, but that's not going to be enough to let him through.
No, it's not here, and right now I have to wait and see how they come into our picture. Shortly from stage right, they will merge. There they are, and it's going to be a big lunge up the inside into Schwann's Curve for Tom O'Rourke, and he will hold that position there. My goodness, Nathan Smith will be thinking to himself, where on earth did he come from? The answer is from behind you. But as we do see on number 89 of Jenkins, they're still going to attack, and right now getting more involved there with Stuart Oliver. it's still looking as though Jenkins and Oliver really back and forth there as much as humanly possible. But then we do see us, well, in fact, not Jenkins there. Apologies, that was none other than Simon Reed, I should say there, getting my 8s and my 6s mixed up. But as we do see our number 11 there of Nathan Smith looking for a potential move, and well, he's going to get so close on the break. I think he's almost pushing him into the corner rather than go for the braking zone itself. But it does get a little bit elbows out as it goes.
This is terrifying to watch. I mean, you can feel it. The fear is palpable with me, ladies and gentlemen, because of course as soon as something happens on track, the entire day just goes out the window, and there's a lot to do today. But yeah, Nathan Smith showing everything he's got, absolutely chasing the 86 Tom O'Rourke, who just will not let him pass. But I tell you what, Nathan's got the pace, he's certainly got the ability. Can he find the gap? But back at the front then, we've got John Bowler in a train with Stuart Oliver, Simon Reed, all looking for spaces past each other. But Michael Oliver gaining quite nicely now on Craig Reed. Much smaller gap than we saw earlier on. These two look like they're in a race of their own, as John, of course, is playing defensive for four very quick drivers behind him. This is not what we wanted to see.
That's heartbreaking. That's going to be number 10 there of Jake Evans, one of the big contenders in Division 2 Championship, parked up literally the exit of the pit lane before Redgate there, and well, that's going to be another non-finish for him, and fingers crossed and get to the bottom of it soon. We want to see Jake out there. We don't want to see him off track, because right now he's been such a star this season, but whilst he may be experiencing a stoppage, we're not stopping this battle at the front of the field. And like you say, Pointy, right now Michael Oliver, he's been this close. He was this close at the start. He's fallen back a little bit. Now he's going for it again. Is there a sort of, you can only run so long behind another truck then, you're at risk of perhaps overheating? I can imagine how hot it is right now. Or is he just thinking, breathe a little bit, then go for it again?
I mean, there's going to be a bit of a break in the slipstream there. I mean, these are effectively brick walls doing 100 miles an hour, so aerodynamics is very, very slim. But of course, if you get close enough, there can be an opportunity for bump drafting. Hopefully no bump, more drafting. This is the important thing to mention. But yeah, it's to follow someone's line so closely, it puts a lot of pressure on the truck in front, but of course it also puts a lot of pressure on the driver doing it, and any minor mistake or any minor slip up is going to cost either of them a lot. So yeah, it really is the pinnacle of chase when you see them this close together, because honestly I couldn't do it.
You and me both. Ooh, that's a big moment on the break in there from Stuart Oliver. And, well, more sideways than straight there, getting ready for the Swans curve and McLean's. But meanwhile, that's almost, I think that was the sun reflecting on the headlights on. But either way, on number 12 there, Michael Oliver, well, he's got a bright idea, which is to go for a move, as it's very sideways of Craig Reed. And I think any more sideways than that, he would become the new drift truck here today. Absolutely. But coming down towards the S's right now, those two absolutely pushing each other to the limit. And then we do have, oh my goodness me, there's even more to come here, as Dave Jenkins says, right, I'm going to pounce now. Looking up the inside, there's Stuart Oliver, and he gets on the in. And can he get it done? Yes, he can. Jenkins moves ahead, and that's going to put him now, I believe, up into 6th place.
Absolutely insane. This is chaos, but what a fantastic race to watch, ladies and gentlemen, as Michael Oliver still chasing at the heels of Craig Reed, but it's neck and neck around Redgate as Stuart Oliver looks for the outside line, but Dave just, of course, taking that shorter route around. And we've got an off. Who is this? It's the number 68, Craig Reed. No, oh my goodness, I wonder if we can get a replay of that. I don't think the camera was facing the right direction. We might not be able to see that again, but Craig Reed has dropped all the way back onto the grass as Michael Oliver now has that clean air you were talking about there, Paul, and heads out with just 4 minutes left of the race, about 5 laps. What happened to Craig Reed? That'll be the question.
Oh, indeed. It'll be one of those questions that'll be lost to the annals of time, but somebody will surely fill us in at some point. As all of our drivers continue on here, of course, everyone's going to have to push on as best as they can. But Michael Oliver now very comfortably into that lead. And, well, still we do have there John Bowler holding on. But number 3 there of Stephen Powell, thinking about a cheeky move versus Simon Reed, but he's going to need to be a lot closer than that. We still see Jenkins there following with Stuart Oliver for company. In Division 2, it's still Callum Easton who leads that by the best part of 6.5 seconds, we should be clear. In fact, we do have a replay from a different angle, so well done to our other cameraman.
Absolutely, well done there. I mean, yeah, we were seeing a bit of sideways tail end from Craig earlier on in that lap. Maybe, just kind of lost it on that back end ever so slightly. We watch him come around again now, though, onto the pit straight again with that huge gap behind Michael Oliver. But of course, John Bowler moving up into second, and then brother Simon Reed still fighting for a Reed on the podium. But further back, we've still got Nathan Smith and Tom O'Rourke just trying to find a bit of free space away from each other, but they are all over each other, aren't they?
Well, you know, they normally say go get a room when two drivers battle. Go get a circuit, I would say there, because they were absolutely enjoying themselves in that battle. And well, as they continue on, well, we do see there right now, John Bowler, well, he's not fighting for third anymore. He is fighting for second, and it's going to be a huge result for him. And, well, his best result has been one win this season, but a second's going to feel like a win at this point with how many drivers he's keeping behind. And that's not easy competition that he's keeping behind him.
It's not, no. I mean, we've got a very experienced driver, Simon Reed, and Steve Powell directly behind them. And that is getting very close. Of course, Dave looking a bit more strategic here, keeping a little bit of a gap behind Steve Powell, because he will be taking an opportunity if he sees a gap. And I think this is where you know, Dave Jenkins, the 69, can come into his own sometimes with that experience, with that skill of just waiting and biding his time. And we usually see a cheeky dive just on the last couple of laps where he'll find a gap that no one was expecting, and he's absolutely straight into it. But Archie Handy now down in Division 2 with plenty of support from his from teammates, of course, from spectators as well, because they do like Simon Cole and Archie Handy as a father-son team down there in Div 2, don't they?
Oh, indeed, and I think we have got quite a few father-son duos out there, and if not, it may be a brotherly love as well. But speaking of giving a bit of love there, well, right now that battle for second, and Simon Reed getting ready potentially for a move. He's eyeing it up. This is the penultimate lap. We've got one more to go after this right now. It's not going to come this time as they make the way down the hill. But understanding John Bowler, he's held on for so long at this point. Simon Reed's got to be a bit more inventive, and waiting in the wings will be Stephen Powell. He sees even the smallest of openings. He'll definitely have a run of it. Now, I think we have got some penalties potentially coming in. We do only have a 5-second penalty for track limits, and that is for our number 6 in Division 2 of John Powell. So he's currently running second in the class. Meanwhile, there is your 26 of Callum Easton, your leader in Division 2. And a lovely close up there, looking straight to the cab. And he does have a 10-second gap there. So Callum Easton looking very safe there to make it 7 wins on the bounce. But back to Division 1 we come, and that's a very late run there into Coppice for the number 89 of Simon Reed. A bit too deep on the brakes, but also John Bowler there makes the same mistake later in the corner. And well, this is going to give a huge run here to the number 3 of Steve Powell. But can he go all the way up on the inside into the S's here? He gets that braking zone. The answer's going to be no. He tucks back in. It's one more to go, Pointy.
Oh my goodness me, indeed. Crossing the line with just a few seconds left means we've got another lap before last lap, so it is just getting very tight here. But look at the distance there. I mean, how have we got, is it not at 97? Well, so we're lapping now. I was going to say, where on earth did one of the Harveys come from?
I think Warren Harvey has got an issue, however. He's really dropped a lot of lap time recently.
Yeah, and he's not this slow, as I say. He's a pretty quick driver, is Warren Harvey, considering it's his first season in the trucks as well. He has been quite competitive. But yeah, I think John Powell's going to be very upset about his time penalty there. But looking forward to the front now on lap 10 of Michael Oliver, doing extremely well. But Simon Reed now backing off John Bowler as he's under pressure from defence from Steve Powell. And Steve Powell's still fighting. This is the last chance any of these drivers are going to get. But at the moment, of course, Michael Oliver just enjoying that clean air. It's a Sunday drive for him, I think.
Oh, indeed. And well, at this point, when you've got a 2.5 second gap, you can really just take it easy, as that's not easy for Tom O'Rourke, nor is it for Nathan Smith there to make the way on past what is Warren Harvey's struggling on number 97. But still, this man not struggling. It took him some time to find a way through, but in the end, it was a mistake that was made for the number 68 of Craig Reed. And since then, well, for Michael Oliver, they normally say, well, like a London bus, you wait for it, never comes, but then suddenly it all come at once. Well, he took the win at Snetterton, and he makes his way through the last couple of quarters. And for Michael Oliver, it is going to be a second win of his season as he comes on through to take victory by 1.4 seconds ahead of John Bowler, who holds on heroically for second place. And there is going to be Simon Reed, who completes the Division 1 podium, and overall ahead of Stephen Powell. Then we'll have Dave Jenkins ahead of Stuart Oliver, and Tom O'Rourke in the end does get the upper hand versus Nathan Smith. Terry Gibbon and Neil Yates will complete your top 10, and then we will see taking Division 2 victory. It is going to be Callum Eason, and and he's been doing so by quite some margin there. But to be fair, testament, of course, the pace he brought to the table. Then we'll see the rest of Division 2 starting to make the way through, including there the runner-up spot. Another great drive for John Powell, just making sure that Bradley Harvey couldn't quite get within touch in distance. Then we are going to have to wait another 11 seconds there before we do see the arrival of Simon Cole in the number 41. He'll come through 4th in class, some valuable points for him. And then last but not least, you can see him off in the distance there, the black silhouette. You could say the Zorro truck in the silhouette that it casts at the moment, but far from that, as we'll get a full definition view of it as it comes towards the line. It will be Archie Handy very shortly coming on through, and indeed following the footsteps of his father Simon, and they'll both be very proud of their achievements here as he makes way towards the line. And here comes Archie Handy to complete your finishing order. We also did have Warren Harvey finish a lap down in 6th place in Division 2, and we did sadly lose along the way in this journey for round number 23 of the championship. And both Craig Reed and also a surprise retirement for Jake Evans, and well, unfortunately becoming characteristic of the number 10, and we don't want it to become characteristic, not at all. But as we do see all of our drivers cool and calm and down, very shortly we will get you those provisional results for what's been our 23rd round of the 2026 season. What a round that was. Now, Pointy has left me. He's making his way down towards Parc Fermé, albeit I think he's got quite a bit of sprinting to do because it's not quite the same Parc Fermé as for our cars here today. But here are your provisional results, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Oliver there, taking his 2nd win of the season, Division 1 and overall. A fantastic drive by 1.4 seconds. Had a John Bowler who did all the hard work, keeping the rest of the field behind him. And Simon Reed, in the end, a further 1.5 seconds behind. A well-on podium for him. Stephen Powell just missing out on the podium for attempts to drift. But in turn, he was half a second ahead of David Jenkins. That was your top 5. Stuart Oliver being beaten to by Jenkins to that 5th place. So Jenkins does get some points back there as the momentum swings back and forth. Tom O'Rourke, Nathan Smith, Terry Gibbon and Neil Yates completed your top 10. And let's not forget about your Division 2 entries there. And with the victory in Division 2 for Callum Eason, head of John Powell and Bradley Harvey rounding off their top 3. Fastest lap set by Dave Jenkins, which goes to show you the fact no matter where he is on the tarmac, he's always going quick at 1 minute 26.45. A phenomenal lap from him. Well, we all enjoyed that. I can see many of you in the YouTube chats absolutely love that as well. And well, we have a first time viewer in the Bark chat there from Tom W, who says, first time I've watched truck racing, blown away, really fun. And I'll be with you, Tom. The first time I watched it was 3 years ago and I absolutely loved it and I've become addicted to it. And I do see a question there in the, I believe that is the Truck Sport chat, about how do drivers get into truck racing. We will talk more about that very shortly. In fact, we'll talk about it later, but we need to focus a little bit more perhaps on getting ready to interview our truck drivers, because Pointy has made his way down towards Parc Fermé and we're now going to get a word from our podium finishers and others.
Oh, hi, here we are. So, yes, fantastic race. Ian, could you park that for me? Thank you. Keep it close, yeah, keep it close. Right, so, a little bit different this weekend with Parc Fermé. And, of course, we're going straight to the awning to speak to our good friend Michael Oliver. Now, of course, it's going to be very tight now, as you remember, because we've got the pickup trucks out very shortly, which, of course, I'll hopefully go and commentate on as well. So, once we get Michael parked up, we can have a quick chat to him. And then we can get on with the next race of the day, the very, very close race of the pickups. Their first race of the weekend. Of course, they've also got 2 more races today, and we'll be doing a joint trophy presentation if you're watching this from around the circuit, hopefully at around 11:30 now, because we will be running a few minutes late. Anyway, let's get in here. Come on. Come on over, yes. Well done, buddy, well done. Great race.
Thank you.
First of all, tell us, we didn't quite catch it. What happened to Craig?
You've gone into turn 1 and he's just hasn't been, I think he must have busted a spring or a shock. He's just gone, turned entry and then just gone straight on.
I was say, because we saw him lose his back end a couple of times in the lap leading up to that, and then all of a sudden he's in the gravel.
I was making him work,
Well, yeah, I mean, that was a phenomenal race to watch from start to finish. So many battles, but you were not letting up on the pressure. The pressure that you were putting on Craig Reed was incredible.
I went going into that. I had a new tyre in the front. I thought, I've got to push Craig as hard as I can to get his tyres as hot as I can to get one chance. And it was getting so good. It was nice, clean and fair. I tapped him on the back once, and I let off to make sure he got the drive. So no, it was mega. It was mega.
Well done, Michael. Fantastic result. We'll be giving some trophies out after the pickup truck race, but of course you can go and watch the race now, can't you?
Do I need to go for the trophies, do I?
Yeah, you might need to go for the big one at the top step.
Oh, top step!
Top step, mate, top step. Ladies and gentlemen, fantastic result for Michael Oliver. I don't think we're going to make it back round to see Callum Easton, but I'm sure with yet another race under his belt and another podium finish for him, phenomenal track record so far, I think it's time we go and see the pickups. So thanks for joining us. Fantastic result for Michael Oliver. Back to the pickups, where I think I had a chance to chat to a couple of drivers. Morning, how are we? Right then, so pre-race, Dale Gent going out now for the first time this weekend on Sunday at Donington. You've been to Convoy in the Park before, yes?
Yeah, we've been here before a few times now.
Pretty big weekend.
It is a good weekend, it is. It's good for the kids as well and the fans with all the trucks over in the centre there and that, and hopefully there'll be some good racing.
Absolutely. Any kind of predictions? Are you hopeful for this race? I mean, you know, you're kind of third in the championship at the moment, I believe, so it's pretty tight now.
It's very tight. It's I could do with them having a DNF, the two front ones there. It would make my life a little bit easier, but I'm hoping we've got some good pace in the truck. We'll see how it goes. We have struggled a bit pace throughout the year. I don't know why we've been scratching our heads on it, but hopefully we found something for this weekend and we'll see how it goes.
Well, fantastic. Well, good luck for the first race of Sunday, Dale. Good talking to you, buddy. Thank you very much. Look, yes, you did it. Well, here we are with Alan Cooper from the pickup trucks. Now, you're doing quite well in the season so far. It's obviously a very tight battle between yourself and Aaron Thompson. You know, how have you found the season so far for yourself?
Yeah, it's been a very good season for me. It's probably been the best season I've ever had since starting the pickups. So yeah, I had a good start at Brands Hatch. I was in a good position. Car was set up mint. You know, I was doing real well. Got podiums in the first one where Aaron and Dale they was having a little bit of a battle with each other and just messing around. And I just got away and got a good head start really to the year.
I mean, that kind of answers what my next question was going to be. Was like a kind of special moment in the year so far, and evidently, you know, getting a bit of clean air and that space in front of you made stick then at Brands.
Yeah, if you can get away on your own and get running, you're not too bad. But like when everyone starts battling with each other, they just slow themselves up, and yeah, you got to work together to try and get forwards.
Speaking of working together then, strategy perhaps, you know, we're looking now at, you know, second to last weekend of your season effectively. So, you know, what's going through your head with you know, only 6 races ahead of you?
Probably just take Aaron out so I can beat him.
If there is an incident with Aaron Thompson, I want you to know that was completely in jest.
You want to put that back over the clip when you're taking him out.
Yeah, there's no responsibility taken for any actual accidents that happen. What do you make of Aaron Thompson and Dale Gent? You know, proper as drivers, as people. I know I actually chatted to you personally about this yesterday, didn't I?
Yeah, I don't think I can really say on camera what I think about Dale, but
you're allowed to say that about Dale anyway. You're in the same tent. I can understand your feelings.
They're great people. We're all here doing the same thing. We're all here. We all want to win the race. We're all having a lovely weekend. We've all brought our families here. We're all, you know, enjoying racing. We all want to win.
Last question: precipice of greatness. Because if you ain't first, you're last. What would it feel like to you? What would it mean to you to be crowned, you know, 2026 champion in the pickups?
Yeah, it'd be one hell of an achievement, you know, to win this. I've come from oval track racing on the shale. And then going to circuits, you know, it'd be one hell of a buzz to win this.
Do you think that's why, like, you know, with the kind of natural progression of drivers into perhaps the pickups or other championships, you spend a lot of time sideways in these, and it does seem to be quite controlled sideways. Do you think your experience on the ovals has kind of taught you that handling?
Yeah, definitely, because I used to do mainly shale as well, you see, so the car was always sideways anyway, so it doesn't really bother me whether the speed's changing or not. It doesn't matter. You know, we're doing 120 mile an hour and I'm still in. So when it comes to the rain, obviously we're finding different things with the setups and bits and bobs. So yeah, we're getting loads of grip and it's working well in the wet. So hopefully Brands Hatch we're going to have a wet one.
Wet one at Brands Hatch for the Forest. Well, thanks very much for talking to us, buddy. Good luck for the weekend. Okay then, a bumper interview for you as we go into the first race of the weekend for the pickups here at Donington. Let's have a quick roll call so you can see what they're all called. You are?
Mel Collins.
And you're in the?
Number 27 truck.
Sits on your shirt. You are?
Mark Chalmers.
And you're in the
number 85.
You see how the clothing goes. This one's slightly more difficult because he's not in a recovery truck.
I'm James Goldstraw and I'm in the number 52.
Number 52.
And I'm Jonathan Hadfield and I'm in the 42.
Brilliant. Oh, there we go. You're happy? There we go. And then we've got 3 of the 4 cars behind you at least. Right. First race of the weekend. 2 weekends left of the year. How are you feeling so far?
We've not done very well so far, so we can only get better.
Can only get better. Things they made a song about that. So I mean, will you be playing that over in your head?
Probably.
Yeah. TV.
D-Ream.
D-Ream. That's who sung it, was it? I'm not very up on music knowledge.
We're not as old as James.
Not as old as James. James saw it. James was there to get it released. What about your weekend ahead?
Should be good. The engine's new. It blew up at Snetterton. We used his car. So,
you did. We spoke to you about that. And have you been out in yours yet?
No, we finished it yesterday.
Oh,
it was on the rollers yesterday.
So it's going to be an exciting trial by fire today.
It will be. Yeah. Hopefully it will all be good. We've got to try and keep up with Mel loitering at the back. So we'll have a good go.
No, was that a shade? I feel like that was a little bit of shade. That you go, we're with Mel at the back. Unbelievable. John, what about yourself?
I think it's going to be a hard weekend ahead. The Payco's dropping rebuilt after James destroyed it at Snet. Big job after that.
He broke his truck as well.
Yeah. I lent it him nicely and there we were, destroyed it. Can't get the staff these days.
You did tell me to wreck it. You did tell me.
I believe the sentence was, I'm not lending it, there's a wasp. Leave the cameraman alone, wasp. It's okay. God. So I'm glad he didn't move. Might have known there was one there then. That was good. You styled that out well. Yeah.
You want to see him dancing?
I know. I just did see him dancing. It was incredible. Mark, what about yourself? 2 weekends left of the year. Where are we?
Yeah, we're going well. We're 8th in the championship, so it's all right for a first year, isn't it?
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, loving it. Like, everyone's really nice, get on well with everyone, so yeah.
It does seem a really not. Yeah, well, listen, we can't all speak for you, John. Yeah, but yeah, so I mean that's good to know, isn't it? This is what it's about. Yeah. It's like racing costs, a fair amount of money, and if you're not enjoying it, then what's the point?
Yeah, exactly that.
Back next year, or you're not sure yet?
Yeah, I'll be back next year.
Yes. There we go. We're going to start getting like little signatures on things now. We're like, no, you said. Right then, next time you see these guys, they'll be battling out on track. So until then, thank you very much to these gentlemen. Little lady, anything to say?
Pickup Truck Racing Championship is amazing.
I like that. That's all you need to know.
That's the one.
Oh, fantastic to hear from so many of our different drivers in the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. And indeed, if you've not tuned into the Pickup Truck Racing Championship before, you are absolutely going to love it. As I do believe our pickups are gradually making their way out into circuit now, as we get set then for the first of their free races in their penultimate event of this season. They come, of course, fresh from the Snetterton 300 circuit, and they've now made their way here to Donington Park National Course. And there they all are. Parts our engines are being turned over, and just like that, Pointy has made his way back into the commentary. But if I'm going to give him a minute just to breathe, get his headset on that. But the one big thing we need to keep in mind coming into their 16th round of the season is it is exceptionally close at the top of the championship. It is a three-way fight between Alan Cooper, Aaron Thompson and Dale Gent. The gap between them, 12 points between all of them. It is so tight at the moment, and there is nothing between them other than what is consistency and wins, with Aaron Thompson taking 9 wins this season. You think that would be enough when you've won 9 out of 15 races to be championship leader, but no, he is 1 point behind Alan Cooper, because Alan Cooper has had 13 podiums by comparison and 2 wins, so he's been the more consistent. Dale Gent, meanwhile, don't rule him out, 11 podiums so far, 3 wins as well. And Pointy, now that you've had a bit of a breather, I mean, that takes your breath away just thinking how close it is. Here is our grid for their race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so close. We were talking to the drivers earlier on. Aaron Thompson, pole position again. He seemed to find himself at Snetterton, and self-admittedly said he needed to get out of his own head to get racing. Ryan Hadfield doing very well in qualifying, though, as you can see next to him. Mark Willis, great team is Mark Willis. They're always great, with a good cheer every time you ride past them. Alan Cooper, though, in that contention for the top spot, so he's not done too well with qualifying this time round. Dale Gent, teammate on the row behind him for 6th position, Jonathan Hadfield. Tom Hutchins in 7th, and then across next to him is the 89 of Chris Brockhurst. Of course, Chris Brockhurst having some issues earlier on in the year. Simon Warden, the 71 for row 5. In 10th, we've got Michael Smith. Back at row 6, Mark Chalmers and Melvin Collins. And then finishing off on row 7, 13th position, 77, Chris Land and James Goldstraw. And can I just say, what a top bunch of lads they all are. I tell you what, they're really nice people. It's great to get to know them this year. Still really struggling with names. I'm terrible with names. I mean, it's taken me 12 years to learn most of the truck racing drivers, and I still forget them sometimes. So, but they've been very, very accommodating, and they're just such great families, and they all come along and they're all really enjoying being part of the truck racing, as I said earlier on. So it's fantastic to have the pickups under the Truck Sport banner. A really great addition.
Oh, 100%. And well, just to fill you in, if you're new to the pickup trucks, what do you need to know? Well, they're all powered by what is either a 2.3 litre General Motors engine or a 2.5 litre Ford Duratec, outputting approximately 230 brake horsepower to the rear wheels. These are very lightweight machines. I think they're just sub 1 tonne when it comes to driver, car all put together. I think about 900 kilograms. So you're expecting them to be very light over the rear end. You will see them dance the way through the corners, and no better place to dance than at Donington, what some would say. And of course, we will have a rolling start. They're behind the safety car, so not too far before we get our 11 laps underway.
They are certainly a lot more nippy around these corners than the trucks. Yeah, I mean, full custom build space frames from the ground up. You know, the shells are obviously recognisable, but at the same time from there, that is where the comparisons end. Yeah, red top engines, of course, as we all know from Vauxhall's, General Motors. If you're into the car game, red top turbos or 2 litre Vauxhall engines, quite a reliable lump. But of course, just those two engines, both putting out very similar powers, it really does come down to the skill that's involved. But this front row is going to be an exciting one because, of course, you know, with these two drivers next to each other, I'm excited to see what Aaron Thompson does with this first start. Paul, over to you. Let's see how we get on.
And so, ladies and gents, without further ado, it is time for round number 16 of the championship to get underway. They roar down towards turn 1, and Aaron Thompson being jumped immediately on that front row as they head into the braking zone. Ryan Hadfield, defending champion in the number 1, takes over at the front, and there's even more fights in there as Aaron Thompson being elbowed out very wide. They all just about make it through Redgate corner, and it's number 65. They're going on the attack, but rolling the way down the hill right now. Well, Mark Willis definitely getting stuck in there. One of his best qualifying points of the season so far as they all twitch their way on cold tyres. Big lock up there from Mark Willis on the front right, and in the end he'll keep it together, but he'll slip back from Aaron Thompson, who just about survives in second. But look, in the number 72 there, Alan Cooper making some progress. He wants to go on the attack, but we've got some further battling in the field, and well, goodness me, and Ryan Hadfield under pressure there going in towards McLean's, and it looks so here. Has Ryan Hadfield lost the lead? No, he's holding on to it for now as they make the way up in towards Coppice Bend. But what a battle we've got at the front. We've got battles everywhere we look, Pointy, and this is pickup truck racing at its finest.
Absolutely lightning battles here and everywhere on the circuit, and it's just interesting to see how close together they all are, and what a fantastic pack we've got. But look at this, Aaron Thompson darting and diving in the Lightning McQueen, driving like a lightning bolt as well, you might say. But look at this, as they come round the chicane onto the pit straight, they are like a train. Goldstraw and Thompson, though, pushing along behind him as he comes around, darts about. Has he got the power for the outside line around Redgate? It doesn't look like he's going to make the nose pass, though, as he tucks back in behind. But further back, we've got Mark Willis and Alan Cooper just pushing Mark Willis ever so slightly wide. This is an extremely exciting first part of the race. 2 laps in, and let's have a quick look at some of the lap times there, with Hadfield pulling a 1:18.6, and just 0.2 of a second behind him though is Thompson, and then 1:19.5 for Mark Willis, rounding up your top 3. But Mark Willis looks like he's dropped ever so slightly behind Alan Cooper now, and Alan Cooper, and it's Thompson for Hadfield as well. So it's all change in the top 3 in just half a lap. You can see this is going to be a fantastic couple of races.
Oh, indeed. I've got an absolutely infectious grin on my face right now, as meanwhile, looking further back, don't rule out Jonathan Hadfield either. Returning to the grid in the number 42. He battles his way into 6th and trying to keep the 29 Tom Hutchins behind him at the moment. We're seeing that top 5 gradually break away. And, well, here comes Cooper. He's taken 1 place already this lap. He's now going to make it 2. On the inside he goes, and the number 72 taking over from the number 1 of Ryan Hadfield. And Hadfield slipping down the field as he falls to 3rd. But remember, remember, just because you're not leading isn't a bad thing. They pick up a huge toe off each other on the straights, and that could be really worth a lot of pace in the draft. But that top 5 splits, then the fight for 6th, Jonathan Hadfield versus Hutchins still. They'll be going too wide into Redgate corner. We'll see which way it swings this time, and round off that top 10 we do have Chalmers ahead of Goldstraw and Smith. So it is plenty of fight in there, plenty of points up for offer, and well, this is effectively a 15-minute race, but done by lap count, so it'll be 11 laps in total. And Ryan Hadfield right now looking so twitchy there as he falls behind Willis as well. Ryan Hadfield, despite taking the lead early on, he doesn't look very settled at the moment.
Absolutely. Of course, Cooper there making some moves in that last lap, taking fastest lap as well at 1:16.25, so he's definitely trying to climb. But we can see out there at the front though, will he be able to catch Aaron Thompson? Alan Cooper himself saying yesterday that we're going to keep pushing, but effectively it's waiting for Aaron to make a mistake. I mean, that is high praise from another driver, but it really is a battle for second at the moment as we see Willis, Hadfield and Alan Cooper, Dale Gent all bunched up together. Further back though, we've got James Hadfield, Hutchins and Carl Chalmers right on top of each other, and they are all just battling around. This is so high octane. I've got to admit, this is probably the first race I've managed to watch from a commentary's point of view, and I'm hooked.
Oh, you and me both. Well, as we go into lap number 4, that gap between the top 5 and the rest of the field continues to slightly grow. There's your number 93 there of Michael Smith. He's still enjoying himself out there, trying to cut and thrust a little bit for A1 Performance Products. Now keep in mind, of course, we come into this weekend having seen the first ever perfect weekend achieved by the man who leads the race at the moment, of Aaron Thompson, so he's trying to go for another perfect weekend if he can. And well, right now further down the field, it may not be a perfect start for everyone, but a lot of drivers here keeping it nice and clean, and plenty of battling still to come, but nobody seems to be able to catch that number 41 at the moment. And well, Dale Gent a bit further back in the number 83, I think just waiting for a chance. Small mistake there from Willis, just going a little bit wide, does Mark. I think right now that is all just simply part of the parcel there, pushing it on the limit. Wind their way through Coppice Bend. Ryan Hadfield slipping back a little bit, but definitely Dale Gent falling back off the top 4 there. Don't think there's an issue, perhaps just taking it easy and thinking there's even more racing to come, and therefore just take it easy. So it's then the battle for 6th, and it's Hutchins keeping Jonathan Hadfield at bay with what is the 8th place runner there. Chalmers staying right on the back, but we can see there Goldshaw looking for being looked at for a move there, as no, he pulls into the pit lane in fact, so that's unfortunate, and that is going to be Goldshaw dropping all the way down.
I wonder why he's coming there. I mean, it's interesting. You don't see the trucks coming into the pits at all, so it's a new experience for a lot of spectators in the trucks to see vehicles coming into the pits like this. But yeah, back out there though, it looks like gaps are climbing there between Cooper and Gent and Hadfield at the back there. It's really quite close. I mean, whereas we've got Willis there in 3rd position, the 65, all over the back of Alan Cooper, but Alan Cooper just can't seem to keep on track with Aaron Thompson. It's crazy speed there as we see Dale Gent and the rest of the pack come through there and bringing up the rear. It's Land at the back. Still though, not many seconds between them, front and back, but we will start to see we're at the halfway mark of the race now. These gaps will start to get a little bit bigger as the tyres start to warm up, drivers start to become a bit hotter as well, of course, and that can have the opposite effect that warm tyres do.
Yes, indeed. As we look to our 52 there, continue to run, and in fact James Goldshaw has carried on, so he came into the pits and has made his way back out, not getting anything with regards to a penalty of any description, so perhaps just coming in there, hearing something in the truck, and then going, you know what, actually it's still okay, I might as well carry on. We are getting some black and white flags now, particularly for the number 72, so Alan Cooper being told off for track limits, but he hasn't got a penalty at the moment. Too wide here into Redgate we go. That's the number 83 of Dale Gent, feeling the pressure there. In fact, he's really slipping back right now. This is not Dale, and that's going to be now 6th place he falls into, as here comes your number 29, and Hutchins here, well, he's going to try and go for it, but Gent comes back at him, so Gent retakes that 5th place. But this is not what we normally expect him. We normally expect him up there with the leaders, and right now the man who's 3rd in the championship, is there a problem? Whereas Donington Park just proving to be a bit of a bogey circuit. Well, we'll see here as they come up into the braking zone for Schwans and McLeans, and right now, if it's not going to be Hutchins, it's going to be Jonathan Hadfield who wants to run at this.
It's very, very tight, that's for sure. My goodness, it's still such a great battle at the front there, isn't it? Hadfield all over the back of Willis, but Willis holding him off quite nicely, I think, there. And it's great to see Willis so far at the front. A lot of experience with these drivers, and of course, they didn't all start with pickups coming from different series in the past. They've given them all all certain advantages. But we can see now who's this coming past Dale Gent. Dale Gent's certainly got an issue with the car. I mean, the truck, sorry, spoke to us about it earlier on. Definitely not got the pace this year that he's been used to in the past. So, you know, he's still trying to find what's going on with the truck there to get that pace back. But dropping back another 2 positions in a lap, this can't be good for him.
No, it's not, as he's passed by the number 93 there of Michael Smith. And not to be unfair to Michael there, he's pushing on. But Dale Gent right now definitely having to yield positions, not something right. Oh, hold up a second. And, well, that's not right there. There's a bollard hanging off of the front of Aaron Thompson's machine. And that's a... Oh, goodness me, that's a big slide there for Willis. And well, Ryan Hadfield completely brazen, as you like, just simply says, right, power through and don't go the way he's going, and moves up in a 3rd place. But Aaron Thompson right now, he's definitely bought himself a souvenir, but I don't know if that souvenir is going to help cool down the pickup, nor is it going to help with any drag.
I can see a meme coming with a snapshot of the front of Aaron Thompson's
truck.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, it just looks great.
You know what I'm thinking of? Because he absolutely loves Lightning McQueen from Cars. Do you remember the first Cars movie where he sticks his tongue out at the finish line?
Maybe so.
Literally that right now.
It certainly looks like he's putting his tongue out to the crowd. That is incredible. You would like to see how that even got in there, though. I mean, I don't even remember seeing any bollards on Donington, so maybe brought it from home, one he made earlier.
Brought it with him. Well, if so, I think the poor little bollards there, perhaps it would likely be, I'd say, at Starkey's or even perhaps at Redgate, although I don't know if they still run a bollard at Redgate Corner these days, given how much the apex curb is cut. But as he comes on through right now, in terms of the pace there, it has slightly slipped for Aaron Thompson, although he does have one benefit, which is we have a 5-second penalty for Alan Cooper for track limits, which he's going to be gutted about. So for Aaron Thompson, whether he knows it or not, he doesn't need to win this race on the road anymore to be able to hold on to victory. Although I think both drivers at this point will be thinking one thing, and that is just simply push on at this time.
I was going to say, you've met Aaron Thompson before, haven't you? Oh no, 42.
No, that's John Hadfield.
John Hadfield's found the grass. He comes back on quite close there to another driver and pushes him ever so slightly wide. My goodness me. But yeah, I mean, you try and tell Aaron Thompson that he doesn't need to win on the track just because there's a time penalty behind him. That's not going down well. He's not going to listen to you at all. But yeah, I mean, I wonder what happened there. We've had another time penalty as well, I believe, for Michael Smith, the 93.
That's the man.
That is the one. So yeah, but then again, the question of whether or not those track limits were because he got forced wide by Hadfield coming back onto the circuit. So something possibly to look at there. But this 4-way battle up behind the number 42. He's very, very close for Hadfield. Dale Gent still looks like he's back in the race, though, sort of, with Dale Gent there. He seems to be holding his own with quite a few trucks building up behind him.
Oh, indeed, Dale Gent, whatever the issue with the pickup is, he now seems to either got on top of it or he's found a way to mitigate it to a degree. As we do see there now, Smith being attacked on the inside. That's Brockhurst going for a move. He seems to be enjoying himself out there, no doubt about it. It's Chris Brockhurst at Everyman's Garage, the man who missed Snetterton. He was gutted to have missed our trip to Norwich, but now as he makes his way now, trip to Norfolk, I should say. The closest city is Norwich now. Always get the two mixed up. But right now on the brakes, he's not going to mix that up as he goes for a move, but it's not going to quite work there. Has to hit the apex curb hard. And well, we do see Smith there decide to use all the road and a bit of value-added grass. But as we look back up the field, now we can see, meanwhile, the lime green mean machine still being attacked there by Gent. And well, I think that's going to be none other than Hutchins feeding that pressure as they roll the way up the hill, unless I'm mistaken. But right now, so much back and forth between them. In fact, no, that is Jovan Hadfield there. Let me correct myself. And Hadfield trying to hold on to that 6th place for a little bit longer. But this fight for 6th place right now, really giving the top 5 the ability to break away. But here he comes. It does Dale Gent looking around the outside. Onto the brakes they both go. Hadfield, to be fair, he has history at Donington Park of getting his elbows out. I can tell you that. And they're going to go side by side on the exit as well. They touch. It's absolutely brilliant door-to-door racing, and it's a drag race to Redgate.
My goodness me. Well, they do say rubbing is racing, and that is done absolutely beautifully. But yeah, we've got Hutchins and Brockhurst there. Brockhurst still looking for a gap past these two, because if these two come together again, there's going to be a space. But it's interesting, we saw Dale drop back so far, and now it seems to be quite competitive with regards to the pace, and neither of them are looking to let the 89 through. But he's all over the back of the pair of them, and if these two keep battling, there's going to be a very easy gap for Brockhurst to make his way past. But look at this, it's the number 89 of Brockhurst. He's making his way past
wide.
Hadfield. It's 3 wide through the corner. We've got sideways action from Brockhurst, and we have a spin out with 42, and he sends 42 off as well as the number 85. My goodness me, Chalmers has been taken out, got caught up in the action as we see both of them make their way into the gravel at this stage of the race as well. If they can't get themselves going, I'm not sure whether we're going to see a red flag or not. 42 of John Hadfield manages to get himself going again, but it does appear that 85 Chalmers is fully bedded in. As we go into the very last lap though, we've still got Aaron Thompson out ahead, but I wonder what on earth just happened.
Oh, indeed. It looked so there. It was a bit of a look from Chalmers up the inside. I think he saw the space. They went 3 wide, and in the end, 3 doesn't go into Schwann's, let alone 2, and that's where the contact did happen. In terms of who's at fault, we can't really point the fingers at that. We can only go with what we see, but that's going to be a tough one there for what will be the clock of the course to take a look at afterwards. But as we do now get set for what will be that final lap to come to its conclusion, we are going to run the full distance here. We're not under safety car, nor are we under red flag. Marshall's been called away from the machine there, and I think they'll be required to extract later on. Well, it's definitely going to calm down the racing in the middle portion of the lap. As we look to our 65 there of Willis, carrying on and running very happy in 5th. Here are your 2 leaders right now, and well, they are in the opposite order of how they sit in the championship coming into this round. But as we do see Aaron Thompson leading what is Alan Cooper through the S's. He may have picked up a bollard, but as far as he's concerned, the Lightning McQueen machine, the 41 of Aaron Thompson, will take another win just ahead of Alan Cooper at the line. Slender margins between the 2 of them, and then it will be 3rd place to none other than Cooper, albeit will he hold on to it given his penalty in the 72? The answer is going to be yes, he will. So Alan Cooper there, my apologies, he drops down there, so Ryan Hadfield picks up will be that 2nd place with the penalties, and then we will see Hutchins coming home in 4th place ahead of Dale Gent, who somehow recovered his way into 5th, and then we are going to see at the number 71 there, Simon Ward pick up that 6th place. A little bit later on, we will shortly see an arrival to the finish line of one of our other pickups, and coming across that line very shortly, I believe we are going to have Willis there. In fact, they're all calling and coming down here as they make their way through. Willis backing off then. In fact, that is going to be Land who just takes it off him. I think Willis has got a problem right at the finish line. He's shaking the truck from side to side there. So in fact, that is going to be now the 77 of Chris Land who picks up the 7th place. Willis does drop down to 8th right at the line there, literally by a slender margin. And well, then we are going to see Brockhurst and Jonathan Hadfield complete that top 10 as classified. But here are your provisional top 10 results, ladies and gentlemen. And well, what a race we've had. Aaron Thompson coming on through to take Alan Cooper having that post-race time penalty. He didn't have to worry about it, but as Pointy was saying, is Aaron Thompson ever going to back off when he's in the lead? The answer is no. Ryan Hadfield taking the 2nd place, being promoted up from 3rd as a result of a 5-second post-race penalty for Alan Cooper. And Alan Cooper, championship leader, will no longer be your championship leader. He'll lose it to Aaron Thompson with that 3rd place finish. Tom Hutchins, a very solid result for him, taking on home that 4th place. I do believe one of his finest up there now becomes his 4th top 5 of the season. Dale Gent completing your top 5 there, although lost pace early on, but got it back later in the race and had to fight hard there to get into the top 5. Simon Ward took 6th, just ahead of Chris Land, and then we did see Mark Willis ahead of Chris Brockhurst and Jonathan Hadfield. And well, that was your top 10 there. Fastest lap being set by 72 of Alan Cooper, and that was a 1 minute 15.39. Phenomenal race, no doubt about it. And I think we are almost ready now to catch interviews with our pickup truck racing championship drivers. So it's over to Pointy, ladies and gentlemen, to hear from our top 3 and perhaps a few more.
Can you believe it? I made it before. We made it down to Park Ferme before any of the trucks have made it here.
You're my hero. You're my hero.
No, I'm just impressed. I just think it's a perfect opportunity to just have a massive shout out to all of the guys behind the camera so far this weekend.
100%.
Because you know, with all the guys at home as well, working on the editing and mixing it all together. Because I just think it's gone very smoothly so far. Or have I just jinxed it?
Just a reminder, it is. Everything's live, completely free to tune in and watch. So wherever you're watching, please do hit that subscribe button. We do have a team of people who spent the entire weekend out in this heat, out in a field, bringing you these pictures, so they're doing a great job. Big thank you to Tom as well. I think we did about 30,000 steps yesterday.
That's insane.
Crazy, isn't it? It's a
with
lot.
the camera.
But we love
and
it.
a tabard.
We absolutely love it.
And
We
trousers. He's only got little legs.
I don't know if you heard earlier, he just said my little legs as well. And look, there we go. There is
Look, trucks. Look, see, can you see? Mark, how we doing, buddy? Good to see you.
Good to see you. How you keeping, mate?
Oh, absolutely fantastic. What a great race that was. So high speed octane, wasn't it?
It was fantastic. You know, pickup trucks always provide some great racing, you know, and we've seen, what's that now, 6 wins on the trot for Aaron Thompson.
He's certainly found something, hasn't he?
He's got the championship lead now as well. He was only 1 point behind, so he picks up the championship lead with that. It bodes well.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. When you watch this celebration, when he pulls up, because they will let him through in a minute, he'll come straight up to the number 1. My prediction, jumping out onto the top of the truck and just doing the ka-chow move that he's now very famous for.
Is it ka-chow or is it ka-chigga?
It's ka-chow. Ka-chow. Yeah, ka-chigga, I think was in the film. Someone like tried to copy it.
Oh, is that what it was? I couldn't remember which one it was.
I think was it Cars 3? Let us know in the comments which cars was it when one of the other championships started doing the ka-chigga.
Let's not get in trouble with Disney.
No, it's okay. We're just promoting Disney. Disney is great. Everybody loves Disney. Other cartoon production companies are available. Pardon?
Is it Disney?
It is Disney Pixar. It's Disney. Yeah, no, Disney own Pixar now. It's okay. Yeah, it's the same thing. They bought it. It's fine. They buy everything. They're great. We might actually get Aaron Thompson. Shall we just go over to him? Let's just go. This is ridiculous. I mean, we want to speak to the driver. Obviously, park firm, as the rest of the trucks come in to get weighed up. Kind of an anti-climax for the viewers at home. But 89 of Hutchins there, coming off reasonably unscathed. We got Aaron. Come on, everybody, move out of the way. Move out of the way. Aaron, good job. We didn't get to see your celebration. I promised the crowd a celebration. It was going to be fantastic. Yeah, we go. We've got the screenshot now. That's brilliant.
How are we, boy?
Great race.
Yeah, just control. I mean, Alan Cooper woke up this morning and remembered our Stride pickup truck, so tried to give me some heart palpitations, but I didn't let him. You know, woke up this morning, big bowl of sweet corn. You know, jolly green giant stuff, so got it done. Yeah, just control. But as a half shaft popped in qualifying yesterday. The boys worked so hard to get that fixed. I mean, if you're going to do it properly, as we say, and it was done properly. And then, you know, Hadfield on lap 1 just massively jumped the start and then flicked up the cone coming onto the back straight into my grill. So, I mean, we're pushing 110.
I did wonder where that cone came from.
Again, it is what it is. But when you're braking the clean air, towing people around, and your engine's pushing 110 degrees. You know, it was just a good race. But yeah, honestly, buzzing with that.
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, I was going to ask actually, with that, you know, that bollard in the front, that will have been causing a heating issue.
Oh, massively, yeah, and heat performance drops massively. So the fact that he was in clean air, I was in clean air, and he had the tow behind me. Again, there's no aero wash or anything in these fast bricks, as I call them. You know, all the advantage is with the guys behind, and yeah. So as soon as that heat soak gets in, the performance drops massively. So. If that's what we could do with it taped off solid, then I'll see you in race 2.
Watch this space. Don't go anywhere though, because we've got the circuit comments to have a chat to you as well. Mark, we're all over here in the white shirt, but because we've got such a tight package for you this weekend, I believe we're going straight now over to the Audi Cup.
Hang on, Pointy. I've got Mickey Mouse. He's a lawyer from Disney on the phone. Let's have a chat with you.
I'm not here.
Yeah. Audi Cup coming up next. I called out a V down not so long ago, so let's hear from him now. Bye, Pointy.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you, Ian and Pointy. We'll be hearing more from them later on. And for now, I'm afraid you're stuck with me for the next half hour or so, because we've got the Audi Cup up next, as Pointy quite rightly said, immediately followed by the second of the Civic Cup races this weekend. They had a very entertaining first race yesterday. Then it'll be the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Championship, TCR UK back after that for their reversed grid race. That's one not to be missed at around about 12:20-ish. And the British Truck Racing Championship will take us hopefully into a lunch break, whatever kind of lunch break we end up getting. We are currently half an hour behind, I think, at the moment, so we may not get a lot of lunch, but we will do our very best to squeeze a break in somewhere. So the Audis will be out on circuit momentarily, and before that Ian, I believe, earlier on in the weekend, was able to catch up with some of our Audi Cup paddock. Let's see what he found out.
Hello everybody, welcome down to the pit lane. Slightly different actually for the Audi Cup 8th race of the season. Remember, this is a series, not a championship, so there's no points up for grabs. However, rather than assembly, they're actually going out to garages. We made our way all the way over there just to have to walk back again. But we don't mind, because I've seen my old smiley mate Ian Dowler's here as well, who's not smiling right now. That's not... Why are you not smiling, Ian?
A little bit nervous for some strange reason.
You?
I don't know why.
Why are you nervous?
Yeah, I don't know.
You've done this a million times, haven't you?
Trying to rectify a poor qualifying situation. So, don't know.
Listen, you've been on the podium this season. It was a great podium as well. Can we achieve the same thing here today?
I hope so. That is the aim. That is the aim. But we'll see. We'll see. We've got some work to do.
Do you like Donington Park?
I do like Donington Park. I do like it, but I'm just never seem to be really quick around here. Which is really weird. I've got to change my driving habits.
Maybe you like it, but perhaps it doesn't like you.
Yeah, I think it might
change that, Ian.
We need to change that today.
It's good to see you. Good luck out there.
Thank you, mate.
I hope we'll be
Cheers.
talking in Park Fair, mate, yeah? Right, let's move. I just want to bring everybody down here a little sec. Here are they. They look fantastic, don't they? Carl Swift, the man on pole position. Swift by name, swift by nature. It's absolutely nothing to do with the Audi Cup, but how cool is this, by the way? Look at that, the Allegro. That is absolutely awesome. Anyway, here we go. Time to go racing. The 8th race of the season for the Audi Cup here at Convoy in the park. Let's hand over to commentator Andy McEwen and Paul Walsh to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Thank you, Ian. Yes, so Audi Cup then, cars will be released momentarily. There was a little bit of clean-up after that energetic pickup truck race that we just enjoyed, but Marshall's heading out onto the grid now. I can see out of the commentary box window. That means I think we are almost ready now to get the cars out onto the glorious Donington Park National Circuit. We've got a slightly better grid this weekend. This is a new series. It's a series, not a championship, so there's no championship points on offer, just trophies for the top 3 finishers. We have slightly increased the grid size this weekend. 10 cars out this weekend. It's moving steadily in the right direction. Carl Swift, former TCRUK race winner, who returned to Audi competition last time out at Snetterton, is on pole position, and Andrew Rogerson is alongside him. Those are the 2 drivers who have done much of the winning so far this season. Andrew Rogerson formerly, and then Carl Swift joining last time out and getting straight to winning ways. Ross McCarr is experienced in this category. He starts 3rd alongside Sam Meagher, with Mike Harris and Patrick Booth sharing row number 3. Ian Dowler and Harrison Foley are together on row 4. Harrison, I think, is a new name to the grid, but great to welcome him to the series this weekend at Donington Park. And then the back row of the grid, Ruby Smith and Mark Jenkins complete the 10 runners. So entertaining race ahead, hopefully. I've said a few times this weekend, Donington Park National is one of the best tracks in the country when it comes to one-make racing, and this is another really exciting one-make series. The cars are trickling their way around now on what I believe will be their green flag lap. I think they'll go straight into racing at the end of this outlap from the assembly area. Whilst we're on the national circuit, the Grand Prix loop, which is where you would hang a left at the end of the exhibition straight and go through the Fogarty S's and the Melbourne and Goddard's hairpins. That is used as the assembly area, so there's an access point at the Melbourne hairpin from the paddock. The cars will queue up on the hill just before the final hairpin at Goddard's and then are released onto the track. And one of the good things about that, rather than using a more traditional assembly area, is that when they're released onto the track, they can do a full lap of the circuit, and that can count as the warm-up lap. So that is a way that we can save a little bit of time here at Donington Park, and means we can move straight into racing. 15-minute race for the Audi Cup is coming up shortly. So Carl Swift, who was a championship contender in Audi racing a couple of years ago and had a pretty good championship challenge going on until he ended up upside down at Alton Park on the start line in one particularly memorable race, and then after that never really got back to winning ways. But he is a staunch supporter of this series, really wants to see it grow, and so he has decided to come and do a part season campaign in 2026. He starts the 45 car from pole position. But Andrew Rogerson has certainly been a thorn in Carl's side. That weekend at Snetterton last time out, we had some brilliant battles between the two of them, and those two in qualifying were separated by only half a tenth as well, so there was next to nothing in it. Carl, actually, when we interviewed him for social media after qualifying yesterday, where is Carl Swift? Carl Swift, oh, here he comes up the middle of the grid, so he's well out of position on the way to the grid for reasons unknown, but he is being waved through to the front of the grid. It looks like maybe we are going to get another green flag lap after this one, potentially. Have to wait and see, but yeah, Carl Swift does now pull into pole. Anyway, as I was saying, Carl, when we interviewed him after the qualifying session yesterday, said on the social media interview that he outqualified Andrew by 1/10 of a second, and Andrew overheard this and was very quick to run up to me and correct him and make it known it was only half a tenth, and Andrew was confident that he'd have the pace to go with Carl in the race here this morning, as it still is, just about. Yeah, I think we're in for an intriguing battle between those two. It was only another 4 tenths back to Ross McCarr, though, to be fair, and Ross was only a couple of tenths quicker than Sam Meagher, so that's pretty close as well. Those two, if Swift and Rogerson do battle at the front, and the second row starters could well get into the mix and give us an even more entertaining scrap for the race win. Right, green flag is being waved at the back of the grid. Is this going to be a start? I think it is. So keep an eye on the starting gantry. If those red lights come on, then we're going to go race this time around with 15 minutes on the clock for the Audi Cup. The marshals clear out of the way. And no, green flag lap we're going to get. So everything I just said about that lap where they're released from the assembly area counting as the green flag lap and saving us time is sadly incorrect, but there you go. We're going to get another lap and then go racing. But I suppose the fact that Carl Swift was strangely out of position there means this is a good thing for him, because if that had been the green flag lap, I suspect he would have had to have started from the back. So anyway, Carl will start from pole position. Last time out, as I said, we were at Snetterton, on the Snetterton 300 circuit. The season started at Thruxton, actually. It was supposed to start at Brands Hatch at the start of the season, but they delayed that so that they could get a bigger grid together for the opening rounds at Thruxton, which they did. Then they went to Pembrey with the Civic Cup in South Wales, and then they joined the TCR and TCRUK racing bill at Snetterton last time out. Donington this weekend is their penultimate event of the season, and then it all concludes at Donington Park on the international circuit on October the 3rd, which is going to be a big weekend, that, actually, for the Maximum Motorsport side of the paddock. Maximum Motorsport, the organisational team who run TCR UK, Civic Cup, and now for 2026 the Audi Cup, because they are also that weekend, along with TCR, Civic and Audi, hosting the inaugural TCR UK endurance race, which is they're busy planning as we speak. And that's going to be something a little bit different for our TCR drivers to contest, and to have an opportunity to do something that TCR cars are specifically designed to do, which is not only sprint racing, but also a longer distance pit stop race with driver changes. So if you are interested in getting into that race, contact the Maximum Motorsport team. Jack, Nicky, Stewart, the rest of the team will be more than happy to help get you out on the grid. And of course, if you're interested in racing an Audi Cup, likewise they are more than happy to help that happen. There are plenty of cars out there. I think at Snetterton people were telling me 50 or more of these cars were built, or the kits were bought to convert them from a road going Audi TT to an Audi Cup car. And yeah, we'd love to have you out on track. This is a series that is going places. I'm sure next year it will run as a fully fledged championship. That's the plan anyway. And yeah, it would be really nice as part of this big truck racing TCR Civic Cup package to have a 20 or 30 car Audi grid next season. Would be absolutely brilliant. And I'm confident that the organisational team are doing everything they can to make that happen. Right. enough waffle. Let's get the race started, shall we? Carl Swift and Andrew Rogerson on pole position. Half a tenth between them in qualifying yesterday afternoon. What's going to happen, though, over the 15-minute race? Let's find out. Carl Swift in the silver car on the left, the yellow and black on the right is Andrew Rogerson. Red lights on, red lights out. Now we're off and racing at Donington Park, and it's a better start, I'd say, by Rogerson, fractionally on the outside of the front row of the grid. Can't quite draw level with Carl Swift, though, and so elects to slot in behind him. Ross McCarr will hold third. In fact, I think it's pretty much grid order through that first turn as they make their way down through the Craner curves. Rogerson, though, by sacrificing his entry speed a little bit, has been able to tuck right into the wheel tracks of Carl Swift heading down the hill. Takes a chunk of curb on the left through the Craner curves and almost runs into the back of Swift through the old hairpin. That was really, really exciting stuff from Andrew Rogerson, who wants the lead. We saw at Snetterton that the battle between these two was particularly intriguing. One of them would often be quicker in the first part of the race, and then that dynamic would shift part way through. So Rogerson will want to try and make this move early, just in case Carl Swift has slightly better long-run pace. Ross McCarr very much going with them, though. Sam Meagher is in fourth. This is the move for the lead. Then Rogerson to the inside at Coppice Corner this time. Carl had to open the steering midway through the turn, but then chops across to the tight line on exit, and that really delayed Rogerson. So now McCarr is joining in the fun, and the three of them are about to land at the chicane absolutely together. I think McCarr's already cleared Rogerson, who's almost out of control in the braking zone, just gets the car stopped, and somehow comes out the other side still in second place. That was really energetic stuff on the brakes, and Andrew Rogerson did well to keep Ross McCarr at bay, as is so often the case though at Donington Park. By losing a bit of momentum as Ross did through the chicane, you are immediately under threat into the next braking zone, and that's Sam Meagher and indeed the Patrick Booth car in 5th position starting now to gang up on him. Harrison Foley there battling with Mark Jenkins for 9th position at the back of the pack. So wherever you are in this queue of cars, oh, never mind, it's all gone wrong. Harrison Foley onto the grass on corner exit. I think there might have been a touch there between the two of them, and he will rejoin some way down the order. I was about to say wherever you are in the order, you've got someone to battle with, but that battle may be just slightly overstepping the mark. Right, lead group heads through McLean's corner. Swift, Rogerson and McCarr nose to tail. Meagher not far back. Booth in 5th. 6th position then is Ian Dowley. He's up a spot from where he started. And it's Mike Harris, isn't it, who's dropped back. He started 5th and was 7th at the end of the opening lap. And some way behind the top 6 actually. So yeah, Mike Harris with good qualifying pace, but struggling a little bit in the early stages. It does look to me though like Rogerson's got a bit of an edge here over Carl Swift. He's forced a bit of a mistake there out of Carl through the chicane, but they both slowed each other up, and Ross McCarr is the one who comes off the chicane the fastest. So pulls to the outside line now, heading into Redgate Corner. He's tried this before, tried the outside into the chicane a lap ago. That didn't really work. And I don't think you're going to easily drive around the outside of Andrew Rogerson at Redgate either. McCarr was fractionally ahead at the line. In fact, the top 3 drivers were covered by only 0.4 of a second at the line, but they remain in the same order coming out of Redgate Corner. Back of the cars dancing around. Rogerson does like that tight line through the Craners, but then that puts dirt on the left-hand side tyres, and they're really hot, of course, in these warm conditions, which means they're very sticky. That's good, it gives you grip, but it means if you run on the dirt will stick to the tyres. That is how Harrison Foley ended up on the dirt. There was definitely contact with Mark Jenkins. Hard to apportion blame from there. Thankfully, that's not my job, but Foley, unfortunately, has rejoined some 12 or 13 seconds off the back of the rest of the queue. Yeah, interesting then that Rogerson keeps on taking that tight line through the Craner curves, but then always seems to have a little slide when he gets to the old hairpin. And I do think that's a result of getting dirt stuck on those left-hand side tyres. Everywhere else, though, he seems quite clearly quicker. The slipstream will be helping him down the straights. And they have changed the brakes on these cars for 2026 as well. That's one of the few changes, really, that have been made to the cars over the winter period. And that, in theory, allows for more overtaking, slightly longer braking zones, which means you have to get on the brakes a bit earlier. The bigger the braking zone, the more scope there is for out-braking manoeuvres. And Andrew Rogerson's going to have to pull a really good manoeuvre off here to find a way past Carl Swift. Let's see if he takes that same line again down the hill. No, but the rear of the car wasn't very happy that time. I think he tried to take a tighter line, but the back end stepped out. He's had a good run out of the old hairpin, though. This is really good for Rogerson. He's going to try and pull to the right-hand side of the road. Carl Swift is there, though, forcing him onto the grass nearly. That could have been disaster at one of the fastest parts of the circuit. But Carl Swift hangs on. Andrew Rogerson is having to really throw everything at this and just can't quite find a way by. Again, he has a better exit from McLean's, but Swift's got the inside line covered. Oh, they touch on the way into Coppice corner, and almost again at the apex. Keep an eye on McCarr, the third place driver. Can he slip up the inside? He tries, he gets nerfed onto the grass. This is proper touchy-feely racing, and Sam Meagher says, hang on, I want to play too. He's got a mega run on the lot of them down the straight, and will challenge at the very least for third into the chicane. Swift again has to defend from Rogerson, side by side for third. Meagher around the outside. What a move that was on Ross McCarr. They're still side by side, and actually McCarr had the better exit from the corner, but I've often said you can't really go side by side through that chicane, and Ross McCarr and Sam Meagher just proved me wrong. Well, this is entertaining stuff. There might not be any championship points up for grabs here, but there's certainly a lot of pride at stake between this leading group. They all want to win, and they all feel that they can probably get one. Swift and Rogerson have been the class of the field so far this season, but Sam Meagher's had good results this year. Ross McCarr, as I said, knows these cars very well. They're both capable of taking the fight to these two, and if Swift and Rogerson keep knocking lumps out of each other, as they have been, could open the door for someone else to come through and snatch a victory. Rogerson, wow, really early aggressive line into McLean's, and Swift is so slow off the corner. That almost looked as though he missed a gear shift or something. I don't know what happened, but Carl immediately moved to cover. Rogerson this time I think has got the job done though. Swift again has run out wide, and Andrew Rogerson does steal the lead away. That was crucial that he made that move stick. Carl Swift was defending as if his life depended on it, but Andrew Rogerson finally unlocks the door, forced a couple of mistakes out of Carl there through McLean's and Coppice, and Andrew Rogerson gets the lead, but he's outbraked himself at the chicane, and this will allow Carl Swift to come right back at him. Look at this, to the outside line, across the line, and Swift's got it. Oh, Andrew, what have you done? You'd finally got the lead away from him, and then he got all excited at the chicane, and Carl Swift's gone back through. Fantastic racing, and that brings McCarr and Meagher back into the fray. I can hear my director giggling down my ear. He's enjoying it. The big crowd here at Donington Park are enjoying it as well. This is proper one-mate racing, and Carl Swift will not be denied this race lead. Again, Rogerson takes a lot of grass on the inside through the Craner curves. This time, though, he hooks up a better old hairpin. Which way does he go? He goes left because Swift has gone right. Now, this is the inside through the kinks at Starkeys and Schwantz, but it's the outside from McLean's corner. It's not normally the ideal line, but Swift seemingly is struggling through this turn. Rogerson will look instead then to get a better exit from the corner, and maybe took up the inside into Coppice. No, Carl says absolutely not, and forces Andrew to the outside again. This is where Rogerson got the lead briefly a lap ago. I don't think the same will happen this time though, and Swift just drives round the inside edge of the track to keep that second place car at bay. Fabulous stuff. We're only just halfway through this race. It's a race that keeps on giving. McCarr and Meagher are very much back with these two. As Rogerson goes to the outside into the chicane, they're both on the limit of braking capability. And Rogerson nearly headbutts the tyre stack. And look at Sam Meagher. Sam Meagher from 4th to 2nd absolutely stole those positions from Rogerson and McCarr. And he is now into 2nd spot. Rogerson drops to 3rd. And McCarr will be thinking, how did that happen? I was challenging for 2nd in the braking zone, and now I'm 4th by the time I arrive at Redgate Corner. Right, now what happens? The dynamic has shifted somewhat now, because it's no longer Rogerson in 2nd place, although Sam Meagher almost looks like he's opening the door for him there through Hollywood. That didn't really work. Rogerson's going to have to try and make a move quickly, and does, up the inside into the old hairpin. Nice move made. It was a bit of a block pass, but that's the only way really you can overtake anyone through the old hairpin, and he now just needs to try and keep them both behind for a corner or two, and he can set back off after Carl Swift, who has scarpered up the road. Look at the gap that Swift has got now. But I think Rogerson is the quicker of the two, so I suspect that gap is going to disappear reasonably quickly. We'll see though, maybe Carl just needed a lap on his own, not being harassed by Andrew Rogerson, to find his groove. I'll watch the lap times with interest over the next few minutes to see whether Andrew is going to have the pace to chase after Carl Swift once again. So just under 6 minutes of this enthralling Audi Cup race to go. Carl Swift, your leader, will give you the gap in a moment. Rogerson back to 2nd, Meagher 3rd, McCarr 4th, Patrick Booth and Ian Dowler are starting to catch these two now as well, as they head down into Redgate Corner. The gap officially 2.7 seconds nearly between the top two. Yes, this is a race that's catching everybody's attention, I think, at the moment. Down into Hollywood again. Watch the lap times, though. Is Rogerson going to be able to get back onto the tail of Carl Swift? Off goes Makar into the gravel at the old hairpin. I knew I shouldn't have looked away for a split second there. I didn't see how that started. Maybe we can get a replay, but Ross Makar, he's going no further. He's stuck in the gravel trap. The rear, I think, just stepped out on the way into the corner, but what led to that, I don't know. And Ross Makar is out. That's such a shame. It looks from this shot as though he's still there, but that's because Patrick Booth is running the same livery, the sort of Martini-esque livery on his number 33 car, but Ross Makar's 73 car is going no further. As I started to say, in the first sector, Rogerson was actually a fraction slower than the leader. In the middle sector, a fraction slower again. So, yeah, Carl Swift is finding his mojo now slightly, with Rogerson no longer banging on the door, trying to find a way through. What a battle that was, though, between the leading group in the early stages. Across the line they come. Here's the replay. Right, keep an eye on the car that's just about to appear into shot at the top. He's just locked the rears under braking, hasn't he? Maybe something broke, but I suspect he was just a little bit too hot into the corner. Such warm conditions today, and so the brakes, they overheat, the tyres overheat, the drivers overheat quite easily, and it's not uncommon to see them stepping out ever so slightly at high speed, and that's such a daunting, demanding sequence of corners at the best of times. It just caught out Ross Makar, unfortunately. That, I'm sure, will be covered under double-waved yellows, so I shouldn't need a safety car to get that cleared away. Caught a glimpse there of the 273 car of Harrison Foley. Remember I said he was 12 seconds off the back of the pack after that spin? Well, he's almost caught back up. He's only 2 seconds now behind Mark Jenkins, who nerfed him into the spin in the first place. So that could be a battle worth watching when he gets there. But for now, Carl Swift serenely continues on his way. He's weathered the storm, hasn't he, brilliantly in this race. Not his previous lap was 2.5 tenths quicker than Andrew Rogerson. Rogerson, yeah, about matching him this time in the first two sectors. We'll see what the lap times are. Swift will come through, and he sets a 1:19.694, a 19.4 for Rogerson. So it was quicker, but is that enough? 2.7 seconds the gap with just under 3 minutes to go. I'm not convinced it will be. Here, meanwhile, comes Ruby Smith down into the chicane. Where's Ruby? 6th position at the moment. In a little bit of no man's land, really, although the car behind her has just been given a 5-second penalty. That is Mark Jenkins, who I said was being caught by Harrison Foley. Jenkins actually got past Mike Harris on the previous lap in the 37 car. And so there you can see the 69 machine with that little war wound on the left front corner getting away. Oh, Foley so sideways, backing the car into Redgate, which of course is a yellow flag zone as well, so that won't go down particularly well with race control as they continue to deal. Well, actually, it's a yellow flag zone all the way down the hill, is it then? Because there was definitely a yellow flag at Redgate, but that's not actually where Ross Makar's car is. It's down here at the old hairpin, where, bafflingly, Mike Harris is still defending into what is definitely still a yellow flag zone, I would imagine. Anyway, that defensive move means he's a bit slow off the corner. Harrison Foley will get in the slipstream heading up the hill. Try maybe to make a move into McLean's. Well, that's, I'm going to say, a very defensive line. I think actually he was getting out of the way there, Mike Harris. He knew that Foley was quicker and did not want to run the risk of tangling with him. So Foley up to 8th, but that will become 7th because of the 5-second penalty for Mark Jenkins. But I'm sure Harrison would like to come up and pass him on track, having had that little collision with him earlier. Oh, bits fly off Jenkins' car. I said he was carrying some damage. There's even more damage now. I think that bodywork has just worked itself loose after the contact with Harrison Foley earlier on. And finally, it's peeled away down the back straight. He's not pitting, but there is a little bit of bodywork rubbing look on the left front corner. So that's going to be a distraction, if absolutely nothing else. Perhaps slow him down. He's defending into Redgate corner, but Foley is visibly quicker. Look, goes to the outside. Now, don't do it again, guys. Let's keep it clean this time. The 273 car with the switchback manoeuvre finds a gap on the inside, just about, and does breathe a sigh of relief, I suspect, as he finally gets past the 69 machine and heads down the hill visibly quicker than the cars around him. So, that was nearly a calamity, but Harrison... Did he save that slide? That was a big slide going into the old hairpin. Front-wheel drive cars, though, so if the tail does step out, you can catch it reasonably easily, just floor the throttle and steer into the slide. I say that as if I'd have even half a chance of doing it myself. I wouldn't, but the theory is easy enough to understand. Oh, Sam Meagher. Sam Meagher's got a penalty now. Sam Meagher in third position has a 5-second penalty. There he comes, look, the blue and white car. So another driver to have been pinged for exceeding track limits. Now he's 4.8 seconds ahead of Patrick Booth, and he's lapping quicker than Patrick. So if he can get another 2/10 on Patrick on this, the final lap, he should be able to hang on to third despite the penalty. But Sam Meagher, in his pursuit of the leading two, picking up a penalty, and so too has Harrison Foley. That won't improve his mood any. That charging drive back up to the back of the pack has unfortunately come as a result, partially, of exceeding track limits somewhere. So 3 drivers now carrying penalties. Sam Meagher, Harrison Foley and Mike Jenkins. So can Patrick Booth maybe drag the 33 car onto the podium after all? Well, in the first sector, the answer would seem to be no, because he lost 6/10 to Sam Meagher, who only needed to take 2/10 out of him on this lap to stay more than 5 seconds ahead. All of this, though, is of no consequence, I should say, to Carl Swift, who pitches the number 45 car into the final chicane. He's going to take a very dominant-looking victory, but we know it was anything but. That was a proper battle between he and Andrew Rogerson, but it's Swift who is victorious. He takes the opening race of the weekend, with Andrew Rogerson second and Sam Meagher third at the line. Is he more than 5 seconds clear of Patrick Booth? That's the question. The answer is yes, by actually 1.2 seconds in the end, and so Patrick Booth will stay in fourth. Fifth should be Ian Dowler. There he is, the red and black number 55 car. Heads out of the final corner, sees the checkered flag, and in 6th position, there, the number 21 car of Ruby Smith, who I think was catching Dowler slightly in the closing stages. Yes, Ruby did a personal best in the first sector on that lap, and in fact was quite a bit quicker, 4 seconds nearly quicker than Dowler on the final lap. Maybe Dowler had an issue just before the checkered flag flew. Foley has come through in 7th. He's got a time penalty. This car does not, the 37 of Mike Harris, but he's more than 5 seconds behind, so Foley in the end is going to quite easily take 7th position. That was Foley's best lap, a 19.9. That would have been about the 5th fastest lap in the race, so I think if he'd have started better, not had that spin, he could well have challenged for a top 5 finish in that one. But it's Carl Swift who leads them home. 4.2 seconds, as I say, does not do that race justice at all. It was a tremendous battle, and I'm intrigued to hear what the drivers have to say after that one. I am not doing the interviews for this because we've got Civic Cup coming up next, but Ian's down there to get all the reaction. I'm intrigued to see whether that was a good-natured battle, or whether maybe they've got some words to be shared. There is the 69 car of Mark Jenkins. There is Mark Jenkins, who's looking quizzically at the car, thinking, right, well, what broke then? What do I need to repair before race 2, which incidentally is due to kick off at about 3:25 this afternoon. Just 2 races for the Audis this weekend, whereas it's 3 for TCR UK and Civic Cup. In the Audi Cup, though, it's another win for Carl Swift, with Andrew Rogerson coming home in the end, a fairly distant second. Sam Meagher wasn't as far back as that time would suggest. He had a 5-second penalty added on, but held on to 3rd position. Patrick Booth 4th, Ian Dowler 5th, ahead of Ruby Smith and Harrison Foley, with Mike Harris, Mark Jenkins, the last of the finish. And I think Jenkins wasn't running at the time of the flag. He retired at the start of the final lap, so he's a non-finisher. And Ross McCarr, as we saw, spectacularly deposited his car into the gravel down at the old hairpin. So, brilliant race. If anyone thought that a 10-car race was going to be a bit dull, I hope we've just proven you wrong and tempted you into sticking around for race 2 later on. It was a brilliant battle, and I'm very much looking forward to the second stanza, which, as I said, will come up at about 3:25 later on this afternoon. Right, lots to talk about after that race, as has been the case through most of the races this weekend. Let's get all of the lowdown from Ian down in Parc Fermé.
Well, he led from pole position and he takes the win, the 8th race of the season. Carl Swift is your Audi Cup race winner here at Donington Park. Let's go over and have a chat with him. We'll just let him get his helmet off before we grab a word with him. I'm sure he's goodness me, the heat coming off these cars. Unbelievable. Carl, congratulations, a race winner in Audi Cup. Wow, that was a brilliant race. Like, you didn't see too much of it. It was all going up behind you, wasn't it?
I saw the first half, that's for sure, because I had 5 of them sat on my bumper. And I drove like the most annoying person in the world, to the regs, obviously, but
absolutely
bunched them all up until they started fighting, then found a gap and went.
Brilliant. That was the tactic, eh?
Oh yeah. Andy was too feisty in the first couple of laps to try and do him on pace alone. I'm a nightmare for looking in my windows.
You're certainly swift by name and by nature as well, Carl. Look, another race coming up a little bit later. I imagine you've learned quite a bit from the car and the circuit here.
Yeah. I've learned that the tyres feel like chewing gum, and that following the pickups and the trucks is hard work.
Okay. What are we thinking later? Because it's going to be even hotter, you know.
I know. Hopefully we're not following the pickup trucks as well and covered in gravel to track.
I'm not sure off the top of my head. Hang on. I can very quickly look for you. Look, I've got a magical timetable. You are following. Oh, you're following the Civics later.
Oh, good. Right. They can clean it up for us then.
Hey, there you go. Hey. Carl, well done. Really happy for you, buddy. Really am indeed. We've got Andrew Rogerson over here. Let's go have a quick chat with him. Yeah, come on. That was all right. Just not Carl making that TT quite big, wasn't he?
He knew where to put it, fair play to him. I did get him a couple of times. I just used my head a little bit. I thought, Carl knows that I want this done early. And I already knew yesterday that if he left the door open on that one, I was going to go for it, but I knew he wasn't going to. So I was thinking about it, and he left the door open once. I just overcooked it into the chicane. If I hadn't have done that, we'd have got it stopped, and hopefully I could have, well, to be honest, I felt like I had more pace, so I think I could have pulled away.
So when you said you wanted this done early, why? Were you concerned about tyres? Were you concerned about the heat? Were you concerned about, or just, no, I just want to get ahead?
I'm never worried. It's just, you know, being out front, you can control the situation easier, can't you? You know, I'm not worried. I'm manana, innit?
You're the calmest person I've ever met in my life.
Listen, that was brilliant. Like, that was better than the wins at Snet. Like, it's proper.
I'll tell you what, it was a brilliant race. What a great advert for the Audi.
Yeah, no, it's proper. And I think me and Carl give it to each other a little bit harder this time, a little bit of door rubbing. I hope he's happy. I'm over the moon with it. I thought it was a brilliant bit of racing, to be honest. I think Ross got hung out to dry a little bit. Apologies for that if it was on my behalf, but it just all got 4 cars into one. Sometimes doesn't mix, but I think everyone had a good race. So I really enjoyed it.
We enjoyed it. Thank you for putting on a show for us.
We'll do the same again later.
Please do. Please do.
Booked in, all right?
I am booked in for it. I want to find Jack. Can I borrow Jack Finland here? Jack, we were just talking actually whilst we were waiting for the cars. Let's turn around so we face them here in Park Ferme. That was a brilliant race, wasn't it? Goodness me.
That's the race of the season in the Audis for sure. I mean, the 4 lads at the front, I mean, they just put on a great show, didn't they? Have tin top racing, and that's what it's about. And I have to sit there, watch it and think, imagine if there was 15, 16, 17 of the things going around, it'd be unbelievable. And we know the cars are out there to do it, and we want to give them a stable platform to come and race with us. So get involved, you know what I mean? The way these boys have raced, unbelievable.
Well, you've started it, haven't you? And somebody has to start it. Somebody has to take the plunge. And it's very rare you start a series with 20 cars, isn't it?
No, of course not. And, you know, we're realistic. You know, Civic Cup didn't start with 20 cars. TCR didn't start with 20. It doesn't happen overnight, of course. But the way that those guys have just raced at the front and throughout the pack, but specifically that middle stage of the race, I mean, that's incredible. So, you know, I'm sure the boys would like a few more to come out with them. And Ruby, of course, and you know, you got a TT, speak to me and we'll get you on here and let's have a good time.
There you go, get in contact with Jack Finland there if you have one of these and want to come racing. Right, plenty more action coming up today. Goodness me, wall-to-wall racing throughout the course of the day. And we now move to the Miltech Civic Cup, 29 cars in total. Wow, what a grid. A little bit earlier, I was at the assembly area catching up with some of the drivers, so hopefully we can hear it from them now. Over to you. Hello everybody. Why have you stopped, Gary? Why have you stopped? Gary's, that is so nice. Yes, welcome down everybody to the assembly area. Round 12 of the 2026 Miltech Civic Cup about to get underway. Louis Austin is here. Let's have a quick chat with him. How you doing, mate? Right, good to see you, by the way.
Yeah, not bad, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How's the season been going?
Interesting.
We haven't spoken too much this year, have we?
We've had a lot of reliability issues, so we're just trying to fix all that, get the car ready, and it's mainly focused on next year now, because this year's sort of out the window.
Are you back then with Civic Cup?
Should be, yeah, hopefully. Yeah.
And what's the aspirations for next year? Do you think you can challenge for the title?
We've definitely got pace to do.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, we've had the reliability this year, it's taken us out of it. We've had a few podiums, but...
Well, look, what can we do from here? You're a little bit further up the field. We can do something, right?
I mean, I went from 21st to 12th yesterday. So, top 10 maybe, make up a few places.
Well, based on that, you'll be right at the sharp end, won't you? Based
Not sure about that one.
Look, it's good to see you, mate. Good luck. I'm really pleased you're coming back as well. You're committed now, you said it. Yeah. So, let's keep going down, shall we? Let's go have a chat with our good friend. There he is, Mr. Butsy over here. Will. How you doing, my friend? It's good to see it. I love the hat, by the way. This is pretty
Nice,
nifty. Where do we get these from?
Ask Amy at Wilbutty Research.
There you go. There you go. What are we going to do in this race?
Just go forward like we did yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, it was down in qualifying, which we was expecting that anyway. So we was 28th in qualifying. Race 1 we got up to 17th, so we was plus 11, so we can't really complain about that. So it's everything to play for today now.
Where's the biggest challenge around Donington Park?
I'd say it's the chaos on the first lap, because it could be anywhere. You can't predict the corner, because it could be turn 1, it could be through Craners, through copies, going through 3 wide, it could be anywhere. So it's just lap 1 really.
I suppose you guys run so close to each other as well. It makes for a thrilling race. And 29 of you, a great grid again, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Well, Civic Cup's the closest one make championship in the country, so when you're first to 30th and it's less than 2 seconds on qualifying, you can't. It could get any closer than that.
There you go. It doesn't get any closer. If you heard it right here. Do not take your eyes off this. Time to get going for the Miltech Civic Cup here at Donington Park. Andy, over to you.
Not bad, was it?
Good luck, mate. Yeah.
Well then, everyone take a deep breath, because it will be the last one you take for about 15 minutes or so. Mainly reminding myself, I think, but I think those watching would do well to follow that advice as well. The Civic Cup race yesterday was incredible, as they often are. This race has a top 10 reversed grid, so the 10th place finisher from yesterday's first race, Freddie Ingram, starts on pole, and yesterday's race winner, Matt Wilkins, starts from 10th on the grid. Oh, and by the way, there's also success ballast that's been handed out to those top 5 finishers yesterday. We'll cover that in a moment. Freddie Ingram and Spencer Stevenson then share the front row. Dave Marshall ran at the front but went off at the chicane yesterday. He'll be out for retribution from 3rd with Aidan Mitchell alongside him. Then it's Wesley Swain and Wilf Butler, row 3. Butler, who is now 2nd in the championship. Josh Bromley, 7th, picked up a track limits penalty yesterday which cost him a podium. Alistair Camp will start next. He came from 13th to 3rd yesterday, aided by those track limits penalties ahead of him. The top 2 from yesterday's race, Sean McGovern, the pole sitter from yesterday, he starts 9th, and Matt Wilkins, who won race 1, came from 4th on the grid to do so, and will have to start 10th this time by. Charlie Bird just missed out on the reversal. He's 11th alongside Louis Austin. Then it's Jake Renshaw and Graham Ross, who won the Goodyear Diamond Trophy yesterday. Harry England and Will Butler, who we just heard from, share the 8th row of the grid. 9th row is where we will find Jack Riddell and Francisco Howitt. Luke Sargent, making his return to the series, is 19th alongside Mark Hughes. Then it's Charlie Constable and Adam Jackson, with Adam Parker and Anthony Gannon sharing row 12. Snetterton race winner Daniel Petters starts 13th on the grid starts 25th on the grid on the 13th row alongside his brother Jamie. Jake Hewlett, championship leader coming into the weekend. Well, he isn't anymore. He's 4th in the points now and needs to make progress from 27th. He starts alongside Joseph Dalgano, who went off at McLean's yesterday, and Ben Bateman, whose race ended in the kitty litter at Redgate Corner. Cars then rolling up onto the grid. I mentioned Jake Hewlett then, so he was the championship leader coming into the weekend. That non-finish or non-point score yesterday, unfortunately, that has to count. He's used up all of his drop scores now, and so as a result, he slips from the championship lead all the way down to 4th in the points. Now, that sounds like a disaster. It's not ideal, don't get me wrong, but he's only 14 points off the new championship leader, Alistair Camp. So Alistair Camp, after that 3rd place finish yesterday, leads the points. Wilf Butler is 5 points behind him in 2nd. He's got 7 points in hand over Dave Marshall, who is 2 points ahead of this man, Jake Hewlett, who will be coming from 27th on the grid. He had a tyre delamination yesterday. This is a brand new car. It's not the car that he started the season with. He brought a new car in this weekend in testing during the week. He was driving around here and the bonnet flew up and did a lot of damage to the front of the car. They got that repaired, and then he had a tyre delamination, a right front tyre, he was telling me, quite early on in yesterday's race. So that's got to have been either a curb strike or contact, ran over debris, not sure. He wasn't sure at the time what caused it, but either way, he needs to make progress from 27th on the grid. Right then, here we go. 15 minutes of Civic Cup racing getting underway, and it's not a brilliant start from Freddie Ingram from pole position. Dave Marshall gets boxed in, and Spencer Stevenson, I think, will get the lead on the way into Redgate Corner. Marshall in the grey FN2 pulls to the outside line, and he's going to try and sweep round the outside of Spencer Stevenson through the first turn. That ain't going to work, and it will be Spencer then who holds onto the advantage coming out of Redgate for the first time of asking. In fact, Marshall gets shuffled back down to third nearly here by Freddie Ingram. He'll have the inside line through the Craners. Is that going to prevail? No, Freddie is still there to his outside, which now is the inside for the old hairpin. So I think Dave Marshall's going to have to settle for third through the opening exchanges. Yes, Freddie Ingram does manage to get the better of him. Then it's Wesley Swain and another one of the slightly newer shaped FN2s. The blue car poking out of line is Josh Bromley. He's on the grass heading into McLean's corner, where the leader Spencer Stevenson snatches a break, but just about keeps the car under control. Up towards Coppice we go then. So Stevenson leads, Ingram second, Marshall third, Swain fourth, Bromley goes fifth. Look up the inside, and Wilf Butler tries to go to the outside. Now Wilf Butler is, as I said, 5 points adrift of Alistair Camp at the top of the championship table, but Campy has actually just gone past him. Look in the pink, the black car with the pink highlights. Alistair Camp took advantage of that wide moment for Wilf Butler and has managed to move through. Harry England is late on the brakes. Is that going to lead to contact? Out onto the gravel goes, I think that's Jake Renshaw, bounces back onto the road. It was Renshaw, and that could have easily been calamity. Look at this. It looks ridiculous, doesn't it? 4 abreast heading into Redgate. We're side by side for second. Dave Marshall to the outside of Ingram. I think managed to make that move stick. We're 5 abreast into Redgate. That's certainly not going to work. One car gets tapped sideways. That was Luke Sargent. Will Buck was involved in that, and I think it was Charlie Constable who got to the inside of Sargent. How they all came out the other side, I couldn't begin to tell you. Side by side for second. Marshall still can't find a way past Freddie Ingram. Has he gone right round the outside at the old hairpin? That's a brave move. It's a Dave Marshall move, and he has indeed gone through. Bromley coming with him. So Josh Bromley for the podium is a real shout here. Dave Marshall will be kicking himself after that mistake that he made at the chicane yesterday, and Dave Marshall drops to third in the championship as a result of that, but he's only 12 points off the championship leader Alistair Camp, who is several places behind him and carrying ballast. The winner from yesterday's race, Matt Wilkins, has to carry 40 kilos of success ballast into this race. Sean McGovern carries 30, Alistair Camp carries 20, Bromley's got 10 kilos on board that car that sits in third position, and Wilf Butler with 5 kilos. Everyone else runs at the base weight of 1,200 kilos, basically. We add then success ballast, onto the top 5 finishers from each race. The same will apply from this race into race 3 later on. Hope you're taking notes, because there's a lot of information to take in there. I realise what I can tell you is that Dave Marshall is the fastest man on track. He's just set the fastest lap of the race despite going round the outside of most of the first half of that lap. Did he have a go there at Stevenson for the lead? I think he did. Let's see as they come out of the corner. No, Spencer's still in front. I think Bromley's the danger man, though. Josh Bromley, who I'm fairly certain has never won a race before in the Civic Cup, is right with those leading two. There are the championship leaders, meanwhile. Alistair Camp, the black and pink car. Wilf Butler, the black and white behind him. The top 2 in the championship. But if Marshall can go on and win this race, he could take the championship lead. That is how tight things are in the 2026 Civic Cup, with, after this weekend, only 2 more weekends of racing to go. Butler was having a little go at Camp in the background. I don't think he made that one stick. They're starting to get bottled up behind Freddie Ingram, who's just slipping down the order slightly, having started on the pole position. Freddie, new to the championship this year, the youngster is doing really well just to be sticking with some of these established championship contenders. Marshall there with a bit of a look to the inside on the way into the chicane. Spencer Stevenson had that covered. What Dave wants is for Spencer to defend on the way into the chicane and be a bit slow on the exit, but Spencer, in fairness, drifted back over onto the racing line, didn't compromise his line too much, pops out the other side still as the race leader. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, the whole field basically, absolutely nose to tail with nearly 5 minutes of the race gone. Who's going to make the first move? Is it Campy? Yes, to the inside of Freddie Ingram. That's an important move for Alistair Camp, and that's an important move for Jake Hewlett, who goes for 13th position. We are 4.5 minutes into this race, and Jake Hewlett has climbed from 27th on the grid to potentially have just taken 13th away from Charlie Bird. Camp, the championship leader, bouncing on the grass to the outside of Freddie Ingram. That could open the door, couldn't it, for his championship rival, one of his championship rivals, Wilf Butler, but he's about to have another championship rival on his tail, I think. Jake Hewlett is on a mission and carving his way through the order. The leading 4 then getting away. It is then Ingram still 5th. Butler to the inside of Camp. That was important. Wilf Butler to the inside of Alistair Camp has got him and forces Camp out wide. So Alistair Camp could lose a couple of positions here. Wes Swain was in behind. Did Wes Swain, manage to follow Wilf Butler through? We'll get to that in a moment. You need 6 pairs of eyes to watch all of this. They're still side by side in the background, but Camp's on the outside line. The leaders then, single file for now, turn into the chicane with still Stevenson the leader. What's going on behind? Well, there is Butler. Then, yes, Camp is losing out. Look, he's been overtaken. Oh, not actually by Wes Swain, though. Swain has dropped down the order. That's Matt Wilkins to the outside of Camp now. Matt Wilkins, who is still an outside bet for the championship, in fairness, comes into this race only 22 points off the championship lead, and he's up the inside of the championship leader now into Redgate corner. To the outside goes Hewlett. Jake Hewlett is a part of this battle now. Can he sweep right round the outside? He's going to get alongside McGovern at the very least. Jake Hewlett is almost into the top 10. This is one of the most incredible drives I've seen for a long time, pretty much since yesterday when Camp came from 13th to 3rd. He's on the curb down the grain of curves, almost gets lent on by Matt Wilkins. He's still coming round the outside. This is incredible stuff. Alistair Camp gets way wide over the curb. Needs to be a bit careful of track limits, but he will argue that he was forced out there by Matt Wilkins that time. And now Jake Hewlett is right there with them. This is sensational stuff. Camp getting knocked about a bit in this race. This is very unlike his charging race forward yesterday, but carrying those extra 20 kilos of success ballast will not be helping him. And remember, he's racing here with a lot of cars that aren't really carrying any ballast at all. Josh Bromley nearly into the back of Dave Marshall. That's the fight for second. And they are still going to be side by side nearly into the braking zone at the chicane. You do not know where to look. I'm glad I'm not directing this race. Whoever is doing a fantastic job, because there's so much going on at any given moment at opposite ends of the track. The 3 abreast nearly into the chicane. That is Charlie Budd, I think, who was making a move. We're not even halfway. 4 cars, nose to tail for the lead. Wilf Butler, though, I'd say is catching them. Yes, Wilf Butler, personal best lap, and with an 18.8, was about 7/10 quicker than the leader. So Wilf Butler, who is only carrying 5 kilos of success ballast, that won't be making a huge difference to the performance of the car. He could yet be a threat for a podium here, and that could be really significant. Wilf Butler has 1 race win to his credit, a number of podiums, and that's why he sits second in the championship. He'd love to get himself back into the top 3 and perhaps take that championship lead back off Alistair Camp. Campy then 9th at the line, Sean McGovern behind, and Jake Hewlett 11th. So Hewlett is in the points. I think it's the top 15 from memory who score points. What's that all about? There's someone very sideways in the braking zone. Ooh, do we have a car in the gravel at the top? Yes, we do. I thought we might do. Not sure who it was. It might have been Joseph Dalgano at the corner at which he retired yesterday. We'll try and figure that out in a moment. And now Matt Wilkins, the yesterday's winner, is on the grass. That opens the door nicely for Alistair Camp, and maybe Sean McGovern and Jake Hewlett as well. In fact, definitely Sean McGovern and Jake Hewlett, who will both get through. So that's another place gain for Hewlett. He is now into the top 10, and that is another of our championship contenders that he just overtook. Wilkins will be kicking himself for that one. Fastest lap of the race now for Wilf Butler as Dave Marshall goes for the lead. A big lunge into Redgate corner, and Dave Marshall in the end made that look reasonably easy. He caught Spencer Stevenson napping there, and he's got to the front of the field. So Dave Marshall, who for a number of years was a regular race 2 winner, he always has done well in these reverse grid races. He's now started winning other races as well. He's very good in qualifying now. He's got a brand new car for 2026, and he definitely does credit that car with his increase in performance this year. And Dave, having lost out on what could have been a race win yesterday, is desperate to try and put right those wrongs in race 2, and so far that's exactly what he's able to do. He's into the lead, and I think now might have the pace to get away from Spencer Stevenson. In fact, already a bit of daylight between those 2 cars. So Marshall positions himself now as the favourite to win the race, but I've still got my eye on that 5th place car of Wilf Butler. Wilf Butler is on the tail now of Aidan Mitchell, who I haven't really mentioned in this race, but Aidan Mitchell has just been quietly going about his business. He finished yesterday's race 7th, so started this one in 4th, which is where he still sits, but sticking with the lead pack, which is not an easy thing to do. There is Jake Hewlett. Only the 17 places gained so far in this race. Come on, Jake, you need to get a move on. There's more positions to be gained here, and he's got the very heavy car of Alistair Camp in front of him now, so that might be a move that he feels he can make. Josh Bromley here having a nibble at Spencer Stevenson, but he was just a length too far back to really commit to that move. Josh needs to get on with this, though. He can see Dave Marshall getting away. Dave just set his best lap of the race and is 7/10 clear at the front of the field. So Josh Bromley doesn't really need to get stuck behind Spencer Stevenson here. Spencer is not a slow driver. He's been a front runner in this championship pretty much for as long as he's raced in it, but he's not going to be an easy man to overtake. Right, Camp and Hewlett, this is significant for the championship. They're side by side through the old hairpin, and Sean McGovern has to decide who to give the assist to here. Someone was on the grass. We'll get to that in a moment, because we've got a side by side battle approaching us. Who's going to get the move made? It is Jake Hewlett, who sensationally moves into 8th position now from 27th on the grid. There's all sorts of carnage kicking off behind, but Jake Hewlett has made the move, and Camp could lose out again. Look, McGovern to the inside, and then Matt Wilkins, who's overtaken Alistair Camp once in this race already, and now sees maybe an opportunity to do so again. Remember, Wilkins' car is the heaviest on the grid, 40 kilos, maximum success ballast on top of the base weight of the car, and his car is not going to be handling as well as those around him, but he's certainly not letting that slow him down. Had it not been for that grassy moment, he could have been knocking on the door of the top 5 by now. Lead gap up to 1.4 seconds. Wesley Swain has picked up a 5-second track limits penalty, but Wes is 12th position. I'm not saying that's irrelevant, but we've got lots of other things to cover. There is Wes Swain coming towards us, the first of those FN2s. And there, Charlie Budd to the inside of Jamie Petters as they round Redgate Corner. Will Butt is a part of this battle as well, that's going on for about 15th place. Right, 4 minutes, just under 4 minutes to go. Nothing happened in the last 10 seconds that got me all excited. I'm sure there will be something before the checkered flag, but they're just having a little bit of calm before the inevitable storm on the run to the checkered flag. Spencer Stevenson keeping Josh Bromley at arm's length for now. But Butler is 4th, so I missed that. Wilf Butler is 4th ahead of Aidan Mitchell. Butler for the podium is definitely on the cards here, I would say. So Wilf Butler, who had a win at Brands Hatch, then went quite a long time without getting back on the podium. It was last time out at Snetterton in the second race that he took his second podium finish of the year, a second place finish that was, behind Daniel Petters, who won the race. So Wilf Butler could do with another podium. It's a good time to score a podium. He would be outscoring all of his championship rivals apart from Dave Marshall in this race. I don't think he's going to have much of a chance of going after Dave, but if he could finish second or third behind him, I think he'd class that as a pretty good result, having started down in 6th on the grid. Now there is Hewlett, not done yet, is he? 8th position. Freddie Ingram is the next in his sights. This is a proper season-defining drive, this, from Jake Hewlett, isn't it? If Jake Hewlett can salvage a top 5 or 6 finish from this race, then he will be right back in the championship picture. It's so important this year in Civic Cup not to lose faith if you have a bad result, because it just changes completely on its head by the very next race. And Jake Hewlett, who didn't score any points yesterday, is now going to be actually among the best scoring of the championship contenders. He sweeps past Freddie Ingram and does now take 7th place away from the driver who started from pole position. He might just have time to chase down Louis Austin, who's a couple of seconds ahead of him. We'll have to wait and see. It's all changed for second. See, this is the problem. You take your eyes off this battle for half a lap and it all changes. Josh Bromley is now second, and he's brought Wilf Butler with him. So Bromley second, Butler to third, and Spencer Stevenson, who led most of the first half of the race, has dropped down into 4th position now. There's a move being made further back. Oh, nicely done. Who was that? That was Ingram. No, Austin and Mitchell, wasn't it? Louis Austin getting past Aidan Mitchell. So actually, Hewlett could catch this whole group, couldn't he, with still 2 laps to go, and Josh Bromley is defending at the front of this group. Wilf Butler's car dancing around under the brakes. Can he go right round the outside? I wouldn't try that if I were you, Wilf, because you're not going to be shown a huge amount of room by Josh Bromley, and Josh does indeed hang on to the place. That delays Butler, and perhaps allows Spencer Stevenson to get back to the inside for third. He's going to have to brave it round the outside. He does. Nicely done. And Stevenson gets back to 3rd position in this predictably breathless race from the Civic Cup. We've got a lap and a half to go. Stevenson slow. Stevenson slow. No, disaster. Spencer Stevenson, who led all of those laps early in the race. I think he's got an issue. Maybe gearbox, maybe drive shaft. The car's got no power as it heads up the hill, and Spencer Stevenson, I fear, is destined for retirement. That's heartbreaking for Spencer, who just can't really catch a break at the moment in the Civic Cup, and another really good result is going to go begging. Now, I'll give you 3 guesses who that benefits. Among the drivers that it benefits is Jake Hewlett, who will now be 6th place, and he's still got another lap to go. So Jake Hewlett could still get into the top 5 here. Aidan Mitchell is the man that he'll have to overtake to make that happen, and I think he's going to have half a chance of doing it. Camp also could pick up another position here. He's caught up to Freddie Ingram. So second place battle goes through to begin the final lap. Dave Marshall is sticking up the show now, isn't he? 3.8 seconds up the road. Ingram has a 5-second penalty. That's significant. Freddie Ingram from 7th position, 5-second track limits penalty. And so that means that Alistair Camp, among others, will gain another place. So Camp 8th on the road, that is a net 7th. And that, again, is an extra couple of points that could prove so valuable when we get to the Brands Hatch finale at the end of the year. It's worth buying a ticket for just to see the Civic Cup finale, I think. Forget about trucks, forget about TCR, they'll be exciting too, but just for the Civic Cup, I think it's worth being there at the start of November. Luke Sargent here battling with Harry England. This is for 12th place. This is more like it for Luke, who was a bit disappointed with some of the rough treatment that he received yesterday. But he's made some good progress now in the second race of the weekend. So, checkered flag is about to wave. I'm both disappointed to see the checkered flag because I don't really want this race to finish, but also slightly relieved because I'm not sure I could have taken much more of this. Dave Marshall is going to win the race by a much more comfortable margin than I think anyone had any right to do, but once Dave hit the lead, he was able to get his head down, show the pace that we knew he always had, and make up for yesterday's disappointment. Dave Marshall wins the second race of the Civic Cup here at Donington Park. Josh Bromley second, and no sign of a pesky track limits penalty this time, and Wilf Butler in third. That is a really important result for him. Louis Austin fourth, that might be his best finish so far in the championship, ahead of Jake Hewlett, who got fifth on the line. Jake Hewlett from 27th to 5th. A round of applause for Jake Hewlett. That is incredible, and how important could that prove to be in the championship battle come season's end? That is astonishing stuff. Aidan Mitchell 6th, Alistair Camp 7th, Sean McGovern 8th, Matt Wilkins 9th, and Luke Sargent got into the top 10, I think, as a result of some of those track limits penalties. He got into 10th position. And breathe. Fantastic racing from the Civic Cup, and the good news is we get to do that all over again once more at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I've got to summon up the energy now, Paul, to get down to Parc Ferme, whilst you run us through the results.
Oh, thank you, Andy. That was absolutely incredible. A phenomenal race there from the Civic Cup, and our drivers absolutely delivering, as the series always does. But Dave Marshall there, in the end, taking a bit of a runaway win, just ahead of Josh Bromley and Wilf Butler, who completed your podium. Lewis Austin in 4th, Jake Hewlett 5th, and what a drive from Jake Hewlett, going from 27th to 5th place. Well, they say miracles do happen, and we absolutely made it happen there, did Hewlett, a hero of this race. Aidan Mitchell 6th there, just fending off Alistair Camp, who in turn had to try and contend with Sean McGovern, who kept in close company, and Matt Wilkins and Luke Sargent completing that top 10. And Luke Sargent, after the rough treatment of the race yesterday, having a bit of an easier race today. But the fastest lap set by your number 70 driver there, Wilf Butler, a 1 minute 18.52. Phenomenal laps being delivered there, and a race which was absolutely packed full of action, regardless of where you looked up and down the running order. Indeed, you couldn't have asked for more excitement than that one. And the good news is, you get even more Civic Cup entertainment later on today, as Andy mentioned a moment ago, their third and final race here of this Donington Park weekend for Convoy in the Park. Be at 3 o'clock there, just preceding what will be the return of the Audi Cup as well. And, well, we are just waiting now for our drivers to make the way through, and of course, well, what will be Andy McEwen to have arrived at Parc Ferme. Indeed, how he does it here, whilst I'm allowed to sit in the commentary booth, he's definitely running a back and forth there, and definitely clocking up the miles and also the steps of the day. But he's not quite ready at the moment, and indeed we're still waiting for the cars to come down. But I can tell you one thing, coming up after this, ladies and gentlemen, well, of course, it will be the return of Bark Northwest's finest, the Cincy Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship. They'll be coming back for what will be their 8th round of their season as part of their away round here at the Donington Park National Circuit. And, well, you saw a packed grid there for the Civic Cup. You're going to see just as packed a grid. And here's a quick reminder of our schedule as we continue forward. Now, do keep in mind, we are currently running the best part of around 40 to 45 minutes behind schedule as a result of the difficulties in our races earlier on this morning. So all that most likely mean is the 1 hour lunch break that we did have scheduled actually is now going to be condensed down considerably. But without further ado, we're going to make our way down to Parc Ferme, because we do have Ian Walthouse, and he's got the proverbial relay baton prepared in the form of the microphone to hand to Andy McEwen for the Civic Cup interviews.
Right, welcome down to Parc Ferme. Andy McEwen's just made. I thought I'd start to give you a little breather because you just legged it down a pit lane, haven't you, Andy? Great race, and a third win of the season for Dave Marshall, who'll be a very happy man. You got your breath back? Are you
just
ready?
about, I think.
Right, I'm going to hand over the baton to you. There you go.
Thank you. Wow. Wow, what a race. Where to start? Winner probably is a good place to start, isn't it? Dave Marshall, who is just de-helmeting over here. What a drive from Dave. Sorry, Mark, do you mind if I just jump the queue? I'm making it up as I go along, Mark, I apologise. Dave Marshall, what a race.
Yeah. That was just great. The car felt unbelievable. We had a bit of a brake issue literally like 3 minutes before we came out. We rectified it. It was mint. It managed to make me do a move in Stevenson turn 1. Yeah. Mint.
Proper Civic Cup race, that, wasn't it? And really vital for the championship, right? It's so tight, you can easily go from first to fifth in the points, as we saw for Jake yesterday. So any chance you get to win one, you've got to take it with both hands.
Yeah, whether it was a championship battle or not, you want to win, don't you? Yeah, and me and Stevenson said, get our heads down, but to be fair, the whole pack was on it. I don't know how it looked, but it felt really close. But yeah, just managed to get Stevenson and then just got my head down, turned the mirror, crack on. Mint.
I didn't get a chance to ask you yesterday what happened in the first race at the chicane. You might not want to talk about this, but
no, absolutely fine. There was a bit of an altercation. We've sorted it out. Okay. It is what it is. But that wasn't what caused the incident. That was like me. So that just got a bit of gravel and crap on my tyres. Then I went into the braking zone for the chicane. And full-blown lock-up on the rear straight away. And I thought I was doing the GP loop for a start. Real shame to throw away that many places. But the lock-up and losing the places, that was on me.
Fair enough. It all worked out in the end. Dave Marshall, race winner. Second place somewhere over here. Over there. Here's Josh Bromley. Well, you've got the squad from Box Construction here, I believe, this weekend cheering you on, and they'll be happy to have seen that.
Absolutely, you can see the smile on his face over there. And as I came across the line, they've got a box up there, so I could see them all hanging off the edge. It was a great feeling,
And a great race. I mean, I can see by the look on your face you enjoyed that. The result is one thing, but that was just a proper battle.
Yeah, absolutely. I managed to get a few places quite early, to be fair, and then, pick him off. Dave, congrats to him. He made a great move on Spencer. I think it caught him off guard, and I didn't have quite managed to get past Spencer early enough to go along with him, but second, more than happy with that. It's a great result. So.
And you're making a habit of this now. There's a bit of consistency starting to come, isn't there?
Yeah, we had so many issues at the start of the year with it being a new build, some electrical gremlins. We sorted that, and ever since I sorted it, I've stepped on the podium every round. So we're doing something right, and I'm really happy.
One of the front runners now. The pressure's on for Josh. Congratulations, though. Well done on that finish. Wilf Butler is over here, our third place finish. So I'm just going to jump in if I can, Wilf. Third place finish. Really important that for the championship. I could see you flashing the lights as you took the flag. You were happy with that?
Yeah, definitely.
You're on it this weekend, aren't you? It's all started.
Oh, we do apologise there, ladies and gentlemen. A slight technical issue.
I want to speak to the star of the show in some ways, Jake Hewlett, who wasn't on the podium, but one question to Jake. How do you feel?
Pretty good. That was a lot of risk involved, but some fantastic driving with some fantastic drivers. Nobody gave an inch, but it was really clean, really fair racing, and congrats to everyone. Just mega. I think that's what a Civic Cup race should be. That was mega.
I'm glad I spoke to him. I couldn't have put it better myself. Congratulations, Jake. Congratulations all of the Civic Cup drivers who have just put on a heck of a show for us, and we get to do that all again later on this afternoon.
Oh, thank you, Andy. And we do apologise there, ladies and gentlemen, for the slight technical issues midway through the post-race interviews for the Civic Cup race. I do think just a slight technical fault, but we're going to look into that and make sure it doesn't happen again later on today as best as we can. But from a bit of clean-up there at the Roberts S's, we now get ready for round number 8 of the 2026 CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship, and this is an absolutely bumper grid. Now, they had their first race of the weekend yesterday, but they line up today based on their second fastest qualifying times. This is not how they finished the race yesterday. Instead, they line up based on those qualifying times, and Simon Alloway taking overall pole position, and with it Class A pole. Joined on the front row by Chris Roberts in the 99, and many of you may remember, of course, yesterday, Chris Roberts losing out towards the end of the day, seemed to have an issue with his BMW M4 that cost him a lot of pace and sent him all the way down the order, so be hoping that lightning doesn't strike twice unfavourably for him. Conor Modro, we starting third there, and he'll be joined on that row of the grid by Ryan Nelson, and he'll be very happy to be lined up with him, and and both drivers there will be eager to see what they can do to impress. Conor Modra, of course, being your pole sitter for what will be none other than Class B. Behind them on row number 3, it's going to be Zach Booth, second of your Class D starters, ahead of Andy Thomas, and then we do have Jasper Sapra in 7th place. Then is BMW 1M ahead of Paul Dobson, and the much loved Mazda RX-7 FB, well, he will be your Class E pole sitter. Then we do see starting 9th Jamie Cryer in the Jetta G20 ahead of the Fisher Fury of Anton Landon, and how those two had some fighting action yesterday, we're expecting even more from them today. And starting 11th, it's Thomas Dilley in his Ford Escort ahead of Thomas Franklin for the Renault 5 GT Turbo. We didn't quite get to see too much of it yesterday in race number 1, but better qualifying points in this one, and perhaps we'll see him move forward into that top 10 overall. Starting in 13th, it's going to be John Price in his Vauxhall Tigra ahead of James Owen in the Ford Escort Mark 1 RSR. And then we have Stephen Parker in this BMW M235i. Remembering, of course, the fact it's a very comfortable car for him, but things went a bit sideways when he did make his way up towards Schwann's Curve yesterday. Hopefully he'll keep it on the straight and narrow today. Jonathan Lee in the 91 starts 16th in his Honda Civic Type R, and then behind him on row number 9 it's going to be Howard Hunt, joined by Ricky Walker, and completing your top 20 it'll be Chris Stone and Simon Hutt. Then 21st we'll have Jason Hennifer ahead of Stuart Burnett, our sole Class G entry, the Silhouette with the motorcycle capacity engine, the Spire GTR driver, having fun out there, which is what it's all about. And then we do have John Maddock Jones and Marshall Groves line up on row number 12 together, 23rd and 24th. Watch out for the Vauxhall Vectra Challenger Groves, a very popular car. Robert Wakelin, he'll be starting at 25th on this grid, and as he does so, he'll be getting ready to lead the way from Class F pole position. He's got Andrew Armiger alongside him, and then we do have on row 14 Louis Dobson and Gary Warburton. The mini space frame, of course, drawing plenty of popularity as well, with Nick Haynes and Simon Gravely starting behind it, and they complete your top 30. Errol Taylor and Rob Buckland line up on row number 16, and I do believe we may have a few more cars to go through here, final few rows. In fact, only one more. We've had several withdrawals due to, I think, technical issues and availability of drivers, and Mark Primmett's MG Midget will complete the 33 car starting order. Goodness me, what a grid that is, ladies and gentlemen. And pretty much a quick summary is this is an absolute matchbox of a series whereby we have so many different cars out there, all different engine capacities. But what you need to know, we've got silhouettes out there, the silhouette specials. They're Class A, B, C and G cars. So they are based on a car of which at least 25 of the original were produced. And then you've got your modified sports and saloon cars. That's your Class Ds, Es and Fs, and they are any sports or saloon car which was manufactured with at least 250 or more production models. And as our drivers make the way around, one absolute bumper mix. But who were the winners from yesterday across our classes? Because it's all about winning in your class. Class A, Simon Alloway taking the overall win as well, and keep in mind that he's had a difficult season so far, the defending champion in his Lotus Esprit V8 Silhouette, but having a much happier day in the first race yesterday. Meanwhile, in Class D, Zach Booth took the win in the end, with Chris Roberts slipping down the order with a technical fault, and we saw the Class B victory go to Mark Primmett, enjoying a very good run to victory. It was the Dobsons in Class F, with Paul Dobson taking the Class E victory ahead of Louis Dobson in Class F, and in Class G, your sole entry, but to be fair, making it to the finish, and a very happy finish for him, Stuart Burnett. But will we see just as much excitement as we did yesterday? I'm sure we will. That's a rhetorical question. I don't think we need to ask ourselves that, as the cars all make their way to position. But this will be interesting. Simon Alloway will be starting on the front row on your left, the pole sitter, but to the right in Chris Roberts. Has he got the technical gremlins out the way? Can he do what he was telling me he was planning to do, which is get a lightning start, lead the opening laps, open up a gap, and then just try to hold on to the remainder as the rest of the field comes on through? And indeed, an absolutely huge grid. And we had a grid full of Civics only moments ago, but this grid just a little bit bigger. And, well, they do say sometimes the North does it best, and that's exactly what the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship does when it comes to huge capacity grids, as they all take their spots around number 8. And so the last car taking its spot in position. We're all set to go. Green flag goes up at the back. That means it's time to wait, watch and see what the lights can do. And so here we go, ladies and gentlemen, for the second time. Round number 8 of the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship is underway as they all see the lights go out. And who gets the better start there? Will it be Alloway or will it be Roberts? And it is going to be Simon Alloway, albeit one of our Ford Fiestas there decides to take a trip to the grass, and will they try and bring it back on as quickly as they can? But all the field safely on through. 2, 3 wide as they head into Redgate here, and a whole medley of classes, but everyone right now jostling for overall position and trying to settle into the running order. But Chris Roberts has taken that lead out of Redgate at a Simon Alloway, and now can he run away with it? As we do see a couple of Janettas there making some early progress, and also Renault there, the Ginetta G20 of Cryer. Jamie Cryer doing good, albeit having to try and hold off there the push of the BMW 1M. But as they come charging on down the hill, getting very tight there. The mini space frame, definitely a much smaller car compared to all of its compatriots around it. But that being the car there of Greenway, definitely feeling a bit of pressure as they all roar the way on through. But so much action right now, up and down. And I get a feeling that Marshall Groves has made a whole host of places as he's moved his way all the way up there behind the Renault 5 of none other than Thomas Franklin. So Groves had a monster start here. This is a 20-minute race. We've got a very long time to enjoy all this race in action, which is what we absolutely love. But speaking of some action here, that's going to be the 164. That is Landon. Going up the inside is Fisher Fury. And goes on the brakes there. Past him other Ginettas. Make his way on past the 501. And we'll smooth move that on Andy Thomas then as Ginetta GTA. But at the front, well, here's the battle for second. Simon Alloway versus Booth. Booth in the Megane. And well, he definitely was a very quick customer yesterday. But the Ginetta's fighting here. Bit elbows out, takes some grass into Redgate, and will just touch the grass. So you don't want to do more than that. I do believe that's the 58 of Ryan Nelson. Almost find its way going wide. As meanwhile, Franklin there, big weave off the exit curb of Redgate. He's got to be careful that Renault very sensitive to surface changes. And as all the field mates swam through, one brilliant open lap it's been. We've got more to come, and the Ginettas right now battling back and forth. You would think you were watching the Britcar Endurance Championship, seeing Ginetta GTA's fighting, but no, you're not. This is the CNC heads. And meanwhile, we do see that Alloway and Booth close together. And right now, that battle for second, absolutely furious. But Chris Roberts, meanwhile, he's already checked out to this one. I think he's already trying to take his flight from East Midlands Airport. Albeit, I think he's actually driving home today. But then again, he needs to get that gap early, because we know that BMW will struggle with tyre and brake temperatures later on in the race by comparison, given the fact it's a very heavy car. But there we see your top three really open a gap right now, and it is going to be your Class B leader there in this Fisher Fury of Landon right now, looking very happy with the way it's going. Oh, what's happened here? And that is, unfortunately, the Vauxhall Vectra Challenge and the Vauxhall Tigra Silhouette have come together. So Marshall Groves there, and just trying to discern which one of our Silhouette Tigras, because we do have two out there that has come to an abrupt halt. Unfortunately, they've got it caught up at Coppice Bend, and we'll have to wait and see if we can get a replay of what's happened. But unfortunate between them, no doubt about it. But meanwhile, two Ginettas here being accosted by none other than the number 7 of Conor Modra in his Westfield wide body. Oh, and that's going slowly as well. I don't believe it. And for Booth, what was looking to be an opportunity here to chase after the win, or at least chase after Simon Alloway's number 1, well, it's all come undone. And oh, another driver off as well right now. They seem to be dropping like flies to a degree, not the way we want it to go. I believe that is one of our Honda Civics taking a very gradual trip down towards what will be the Marshalls post there, where they have got the fire extinguisher on standby if needed. But whilst it is all chaos and calamity for so many drivers out there, not quite so for Simon Alloway. Double wave yellows there at Coppice Bend. That's a guarantee by our Marshals. And we'll have to wait and see whether they decide they need a full safety car there to collect the cars. And as soon as I say that, well, you couldn't have timed that any better. I promise you that wasn't rehearsed. We are under safety car. And that is for the retrieval of the 2 cars at Coppice Bend. Oh, and the whole field there bunching up. And I think they've all just been caught out a little bit there, and I think it is also hand up from none other than the number 16 driver there of Zach Booth. Door wide open, that car is coming to a halt, getting it very clear to people that firstly he's okay, he's aware of what's going on. Oh, and we've also got the fire extinguishers out there on the grass on the start finish straight, and we have a red flag. So there's a lot of heat there on the grass, definitely a bit warm, and I can promise you that right now it's probably the best decision for this to be red flags. We've got multiple incidents at different points on the circuit, and Zach Booth there just trying to understand what's gone wrong with the car. But wherever you look right now, all of our cameramen and women have definitely found something that's occurred. Good news for our Civic driver, has jumped out the car, and well, the car being investigated right now, because it does seem to be some degree of fire, or at least burning. I do believe that is the Honda Civic, the 283 there of Stone, unless I'm mistaken. So Chris Stone's race comes to abrupt halt in Class E. As meanwhile, Zach Booth there, well, I think just gradually unfastened himself from the car. Marshall stepping back there, given the fact they've got traffic coming through. But again, race is red flag, so therefore everyone will be required to make the way down towards whether they'll park up on the start-finish straight, alternatively in the pit lane. We will have to wait and see. There's our JCB crane, well, our JCB lifter, getting ready to move the 2 cars out to the gravel. But definitely a bit of an unfortunate stop to the race. But as I do see a few of you remarking there of what's happened, and well, a few remarks there with regards to the fact that as well, some of these cars definitely getting boiling hot out there, and that's before they really do get themselves up to race speed as well. I do see there the mention, particularly if you're on a black coloured car, of course, the colour black does absorb heat a bit more from the sunlight, definitely be very warm, and I can only imagine how hot it must be inside those cars. But whilst we do have the suspension in this race, all drivers involved in the instance do seem to be okay. That's the most important thing. Well, let's just say hello to a few more of you there, including in the Truck Sport YouTube channel. We say hello to Mel there, who's tuning in from Canterbury, Kent. So down in my neck of the woods, I'm not too far away from there, and well, excited for more British truck racing later on. We also do say hello there to a few of our viewers in the TCR UK YouTube chat, including Spearhead_1, who asked, when is the next TCR race? And well, it will be after this race for the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship, so you haven't got too long to wait. Once we cleared the 20 minutes of racing here, we will be going for the second of the TCR UK Championship races today. And we also see Jamberger there saying, what an insane field. Indeed, what an eclectic mix of cars. You can see them all parked up there, and well, all set and ready to potentially restart the race at some point. And we also do see a few of you there in the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube chat remarking on your love for some of the cars, including there one of our users. I don't think I can say that name out loud, to be fair, the username. I'm going to just play it safe because this is a children's show, and sometimes usernames, well, whilst I can just read them out, sometimes we can get a bit of a question mark there, but we try to. In fact, you know, I'm going to go for it. We'll say hello to Grim Slapper there, who says, love the Escort shape, a true generational art piece. Indeed, I'm with you on that one. And we also do say hello there to some of the comments from some of the obvious of you, and also there speaking about the Renault 5 looking lovely. Also, we say hello to Yvonne Burnett, who says, watching from Lancashire, cheering on my brother Stuart Burnett. And indeed, hello to you, Yvonne. And well, I must admit, it's absolutely brilliant to see what is Stuart out there. He may only be the sole Class B representative for this season so far as my records confirm. But the same, the fact that he's out there enjoying himself, and I'm sure it makes you very proud to see him out there having fun in his wonderful racing machine in Class G, the Spire GTR, the number 74. Now, we also say hello to Ross Hampson. Now, big shout out to Ross in the Bark YouTube chat, because he had a huge shunt yesterday. It was a disastrous end to his race, and saying I had the huge accident yesterday after fighting to third, and indeed did a brilliant job fighting his way forward, and saying that the car will be ready again in 2 weeks, and I'm perfect too, and in good health. Well, that's good to hear, Ross. Really pleased, and wishing everyone a safe race. And well, of course, it did go a bit wrong, but we have got plenty more to come for the Sports and Saloon Car Championship for Ross. We'll see him at Anglesey in September. As joining me now in the commentary booth is now Mr. Ian Waterhouse. Ian, how you doing?
Paul, I just want to come see you, actually, because red flag. It means you've got a bit of time to cover it.
Oh, indeed. We have got a little bit of time here. It's all seemed to have happened at once. Car slightly sculled in the grass on the start, finish straight. A couple beached in the gravel. And, well, also, Zach Boost, Paul McGann just decided to break down running up the hill. I mean, they normally say, don't they, that things come in threes, but instants coming in threes this time.
Do you know what? We were talking about it yesterday, weren't we? Very tight timetable today, 17 races. I think that's a record for us in one single day. What a great job, though, everybody has done so far. I've just seen a couple of comments coming in as well. So much coming up throughout the course of the day. TCR UK up next. Andy will be joining me. We'll be back on the grid for that one. We won't have long, but we'll be able to speak to some of the drivers. Listen to them as they roar out as well.
They're incredible.
Oh, goodness me, it is exciting, isn't it? Then more British Truck Racing Championship action. Then we're supposed to have in fact, the lunch break is due to start in about 20. What time are we? 12. The lunch break is due to start at 1:10. And we still have 2 races to go, including, in fact, not including this one. So we've still got 2.5 races to go before the lunch break. So I don't think. Have you had your sandwiches, Paul?
No, I haven't had my sandwiches yet. I've got my tin of soup on standby, however, to quickly pour down.
Wow, a tin of soup, the food of champions right there. So, yes, I don't think you're going to get a lunch break, I'm afraid, Paul. Big thank you to everybody for watching as well. We do appreciate your comments. Live chat is open. Of course, we're live on the BARC YouTube channel. We're also live on the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel and the TCR YouTube channel. Oh, look, there's a little graphic just popped up. How good is that?
Brilliant, isn't it?
I don't have screens. I'm normally running between the assembly area, Park Ferme, catching up in the pit lane. Look at this setup. This is unbelievable, isn't it?
It is.
You know?
It's absolutely brilliant, and well, credit where it's due, and we have to give a shout out, of course, not just to the marshals, the Orange Army doing the absolutely huge work on circuit at the moment. We couldn't go racing without them, but also we should give a shout out to the fact all the broadcast team who make this possible right now. We've got all of our cameramen dotted around the circuit, all getting an absolutely lovely tan out there, although you've got a bit of a tan as well, with the amount of running around you've been doing.
Talking of thank yous, yeah, I do want to say, I normally do at the end of the broadcast, but I think we should say a massive thank you to the team of people here. We've got Jono out on the camera out there, we've got Zolly out there, we've got Danny out there, we've got Dan out there, we've got Elliot producing, we've got Tom who is roaming with me. I really feel like I've left somebody out. Ray, how can I forget Ray? Ray. Oh my goodness, Ray. Thank you so much. Yeah, they've literally spent the last 2 days out in the blistering heat. No shade a lot of the time. Big shout out to the marshals. Up at assembly area, a lot of people, it's on the Melbourne Loop. There is no shade up there whatsoever. They've had to open up the back of their boots just to get some shade, and they are stuck there all day long as well. So great work, and great work by the recovery team at Brands Hatch last week. Actually, I did a grid walk for the Super Tourers, and we had an incident at one of the races beforehand, and the recovery team, they were called upon quite a bit. And I bumped into one of the recovery team people on the grid and embarrassed her massively by interviewing her, but just talking about the wonderful job that they have to do and the training that they have to do as well, Paul. Goodness me, it is a lot. So we do thank them for it. The cars lined up, as you can see, waiting. So I just wonder how long we'll get of this race. I don't know if TSL's given us information. Has it planned start time 11:51.
We've got a new race duration, so not the planned start time, but the race has been shortened now to 10 minutes when it does get restarted. That's what we have been told.
This race wasn't due to start at 11:51, was it? That can't be right, can it?
It was originally meant to start at 11:50, back when we were on the original schedule. Oh no, you can't show a camera of an ice cream. No, that's torture right now. Showing us an ice cream chart, that makes me want a 99.
What's the best ice cream?
It's got to be a classic 99.
Big shout out to Bark as well on this one, because at Thruxton a few weeks ago, Bark very kindly gave me control of the company credit card.
Oh no!
And an ice cream van, and so I ended up buying pretty much everybody an ice cream. So there won't be a Christmas party this year because I spent it on ice creams, I'm afraid. But thank you to Bark for. Ironically, they've not given me the company card since. Don't know why.
I don't know why.
There's no money on it anymore, that's why. People out there having a great time. Look at that. I saw that swing yesterday. I went for a run yesterday around the circuit, and I saw that swing. In fact, just around up by Schwantz Curve up at McLean's, the track was absolutely soaking wet. There'd obviously been some water being pushed out onto the track. It was absolutely soaking, and it was so nice as well, I've got to say. It was absolutely lovely. I'm just looking out the window here. We've got those two burnt patches, haven't we? Almost identical to where the start line, well, just a bit further down from the start line. Those two burnt patches where the Civic, of course, caught fire. The grass is so dry, it really, really is. And I think they were just assessing to make sure everything is okay, and I think we're going to be good. I think we can continue pretty quickly here and get this race re-going, and when it does, of course, 10 minutes, as you said, restart for this one. I'll have to make my way back down to Parc Ferme. I really want to go on those rides over there as well, over on the opposite side. Spectators here, let's staying cool as well. Make sure you've got plenty of suntan lotion. I do have lotion on now. Big thank you to Libby, one of the marshals here. She always looks after me, and she always has suntan lotion for me to put on, so a big thank you to Libby. Really, really do appreciate that. Phil Kinch has just sent a picture of ice cream, isn't he? Phil Kinch, of course, from TCR Civic Cup and Audi Cup as well. He's just put in our group, in our WhatsApp group, big tub of ice cream on a cookie. Ice cream on a cookie.
That's torture. That's not fair.
Phil, come on. Poor Paul's not going to get anything. I might make my way down to the GT Hospitality in a bit as well then, actually, Paul. See what they've got going. See if they've got any ice cream for us.
I'm just going to get bombarded by pictures of you all enjoying food. I'm sat here in the commentary booth for the rest of the day.
I'll bring you some. Oh, I'll tell you what, I've got some little squishies. You know, the Haribo. Other sweets are available, of course. Yeah.
I haven't had Haribo in ages.
Haribo squishies, they are. Very much looking forward to getting stuck into those. So I'll tell you what, I'll sacrifice them for you.
Oh, I appreciate it, Ian.
How about that?
It's a noble sacrifice.
Let's get back to racing, shall we? What has been the... I mean, look, every race has been so enjoyable, isn't it? It's been a particular performance by a driver out there that has really caught your eye over the weekend?
I mean, I'd say so far. Obviously, Freddie Hewitt doing that for, well, not Freddie Hewitt, I'm mixing up with a mini challenge driver there, but our Civic driver of Hewitt in the number 17 coming all the way through from 27th to 5th. That was phenomenal in its own right. That's really stood out. Also in the pickup trucks as well, that runaway win from Aaron Thompson in the end, despite all the pressure.
Am I right thinking that's now 6 in a row for Aaron? Is that right?
I think it's 4 in a row.
4. Sorry, I thought I heard somebody in Park Ferme say. I wasn't at Snetterton, so
he took all 3 at Snetterton. The first time anyone's ever taken a perfect weekend in the pickup truck racing championship.
Wow, I'll tell you what, Aaron is such a nice bloke as well to talk to. He really, really, really is. Look, we're looking at some of the drift cars at the minute. I went down there on the back of Pointy's quad bike yesterday.
You weren't drifting that around there.
Well, it felt like it. Well, hanging on the back for dear life, and he was helping me not at all. I think he forgot I was on the back. So you know when somebody they don't realise because they've got all that space to sit on, and they take a corner a little bit too tight. But to them it's fine, but when you're hanging on literally by the tiniest little pole, it's quite difficult. Look, Pointy Plumber says, Ian's better than Pointy. He was busy. I was busy at Snetterton. I couldn't be at Snetterton, unfortunately. I did have another engagement, so there we go.
Oh, goodness me. I'll tell you
what. Love you, Pointy. Love you,
When
Pointy.
I caught up with Tom, your roving cameraman, earlier, I said to him, so what was it like yesterday, Tom, in terms of following Ian and Pointy? And he said, yeah, it was good. And I said, and what was it like being on the back of the caddy cart with Pointy? He just sort of looked at me as though, don't ever do it again. It was almost as if he was having flashbacks, but to be fair, he's been having fun. They all have out there.
Pointy's but stop moaning, you made it. Barely, Pointy, barely. But yeah, I did make it. Thank you very much. I think I'll just say, everybody, can I say thank you to everybody in the GT hospitality as well. They always let us in and let me eat their food. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Oh, and I want to say a big thank you to the TCR hospitality as well, because they always let me in and drink their coffee. And a big thank you to the Brick Car hospitality from yesterday, because they always let me in, have their coffee and their soft drinks as well, and biscuits. So big thank you to all of the hospitality units around Donington Park this weekend. You've been great. Really appreciate it.
Oh, indeed. The hospitality team's absolutely fantastic and very appreciative of them. Although I did get let into the Brick Car one yesterday, and as soon as I was about to sort of say, can I grab a coffee? I got called over by Steve Wood. He was sort of, Paul, let me walk you through all the grid, who the drivers were. I mean, Steve's a lovely gentleman. I was sort of down. I've just almost grabbed that coffee, not to be.
Yeah, who's that?
Oh,
it's Andy McCoon's behind us as well. Look, he's pretending to do some work. He's Andy. I was having a spray. Yeah, I was wondering what that smell was. Good to see you, Andy. Andy's a busy boy today. So part of the all over TCR, they obviously run TCR to run Civic Cup and Audi Cup as well. So they've got 3 TCR races, 3 Civic Cup races today, and two Civics,
2 Audi,
2 Audi and 3 TCR. So I was catching up with Nicky Lyons a little bit earlier today, and there was a message in the group chat saying, busy day today everybody, let's get going, let's get plenty of water, indeed. So yeah, very busy. In fact, I think it's the busiest day ever for TCR. Stuart Lyons not here this weekend. I think his boy's doing some karting, isn't he? So he did send a picture, actually, Stuart Lyons, of himself looking very tanned in front of the sun. So yeah, I think he's having a good time. Drift cars look pretty cool out there, don't they, as well? Did I tell you at Thruxton, it's not drifting, but I did a bit of drag racing as well. I went in a couple of the drag racer cars, thinking I was all big. I was passenger. I wasn't driving, because I'd probably put it in the wall within about 0.1 of a second. But I sat there and we were doing. It wasn't a quarter mile, so it wasn't like Fast and Furious. Of course, other movies are available as well. But the launch was unbelievable. I like to think I like rides. I like roller coasters, so I like to think I can handle that sort of thing. I wasn't quite prepared for the launch, and the way it just hooked me back tight. And I think we made. I can't remember how far it was. It. Half a mile, I can't remember. It was down the Thruxton runway. Anyway, we did it in like 9.2 seconds or something like that. And yeah, that was an experience. I tell you, I'd love to have a go in a drift car as well. Again, I'd have to be passenger, because I would get it wrong very quickly. I think.
You and me both. I'd love to be a passenger in a drift car just to get a feel of the lateral G's when they do go round the corners completely sideways.
What's going on out there, Paul? Oh, they're starting to line them up. Oh, there we go.
They're gradually being marshalled back into position.
Hey, we can go. It looks like we can almost go. As I can see Simon Alloway there in the Lotus Esprit. What a car that is, by the way. Do you know, interesting fact about that Lotus Esprit, my nose is bigger than the clearance of that car's front splitter to the road. My nose is bigger than that. I say, can you believe that? Of course you can.
You know, there's this running joke that in the United States they won't use certain units; they'll compare it to anything else.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's now what they have to do for ride height, not millimetres. It's Ian noses.
Yeah, Ian's noses. Yeah, I think we should make that a thing. Actually, maybe I'll go get it measured and weighed up at Scrutineering and see if I qualify for anything. But yeah, that front, look at that, the Lotus Esprit there, the number one. Of course, he was champion last year, wasn't he?
Oh, he was. He's had a really rough season this year, though. Multiple non-finishes and non-starts, but it's good to see Simon back out there. He's a massive fan of the CNC Heads Sports and Saloon Car Championship.
You see that gap between the front splitter and the road? My nose is bigger. Anyway, I'm going to leave you to it because I've got to get down to Park Firm. We've only got 10 minutes, so enjoy the race. Paul, thanks for joining us. Absolutely nonsense chat there, everybody, and we'll get back to some proper professional broadcasting now with Paul Walsh.
Oh, thank you, Ian. And, well, as we do let Ian go with his nose and all in between, we now get set for the restart, ladies and gentlemen. Although if you're sat there wondering what's going on, so the way they will restart this race, or it's perhaps better to say they will continue the race from the start point, is the grid is being lined up as they were when the race was stopped, albeit they go back a lap. So that's why you're now seeing Chris Roberts on the left-hand side going down towards turn number 1 of your screen. He's on the right, of course, on the driver's perspective, because he was leading at the time of the lap before the red flag was called, and everyone is gradually being conducted into position. So the marshal's there. Now, you probably sat there thinking, okay, why is it taking them so long? Surely they just know where everyone was. Well, the thing is, they have to all be given printouts, or alternatively have to get their mobile devices out, or anything between, that says this is where a driver was the lap before the red flag was called. That information has to be processed very quickly. Of course, a big shout out to TSL, or Timing Solutions Limited, for being able to provide us with all that data, the live tracking and everything between. A lot of work goes on behind the scene that isn't always realised, and that's how they're gradually getting everyone into position. And, well, Mark Tucker there in the Park YouTube chat saying we need to know how Ian knows with regards to the splitter gap to the tarmac on Simon Alex car, the fact that his nose is bigger. I'll tell you what, Mark, I'll see if I can find out. And, well, as they all get themselves ready to go, even so, still a few more cars being marshalled in there. Also taking a look to a few more messages, including Muggsy there, who says a good chat, honestly. Indeed, we had a bit of fun there with the conversation with Ian. And also see that it is down, saying the red RSR has broken down by the looks of things. Indeed, I think we might have lost the Ford Escort RSR there, although we will wait for confirmation. We should also point out, I need to correct something I said earlier on with regards to the Honda Civic that made its way down the start-finish straight grass and ended up torching a bit of the grass and the car with it. And that was Robert Wakeling's number 60 Honda Civic in Class F. So I did misinform you of that. Well, we can clear that up now there. So Robert Wakeling sadly out of this race. And as everyone continues to get themselves in position, well, we have definitely been delayed by a few instances today, and it's very likely if we are going to have a break, it will be a very short break at all. We have got a snatch going out there now, and, well, I think that is the point about the car being moved back into position, perhaps being pushed back there. So it does seem as though another one of the machines has decided that it's not going to be able to race. I think that is the red Ford Escort RSR that's been pointed out there by one of you in the YouTube chat, so you've all got good awareness as well. And, well, we are very grateful for that you're all able to chip in faults. And, well, of course, one of the things, if he is still listening, and I'm not sure if we're going to get a chance to. If we had a bit more of a delay, potentially it would have been great. If we did have Ross Hampson still here, it would have been great to potentially have him pop up and say hello in the content. But perhaps we can get him on the microphone to have a chat. Although I think if we are going to get restarted, that may not be feasible. Although we'll have to see if we can do that at some point as well. Because it's always good to hear through some of the drivers and get their perspectives on what is such a great series in the form of the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship. As you do wait as well, just to give you a reminder that after this race we will have the second of the TCR UK races, and then we go straight into race number 4, the British Truck Racing Championship for this weekend. And then what was meant to be a lunch break will most likely be just literally a cough, a sneeze, and we go straight into the afternoon, and we'll be back with the Mini Challenge Club Sport to kick off the second half of the day, and there'll be more pickup truck racing action before we get our Civics and the Audi Cup series. And then we will rinse and repeat with the TCR UK, followed by the British Truck Racing Championship, Mini Challenge Club Sport, and the pickup trucks completing all of our racing here today. One thing to note about Donington Park as well, it's a bit unusual compared to most circuits in the United Kingdom. So for race days, every circuit does have a defined curfew, which means that racing must stop at a certain time. They have to switch off the engines because of local noise pollution. Donington Park's a little bit different because the nearest town to the circuit is Castle Donington, and right next door to the airport, and as we normally say, this is the circuit that sits in the landing path of East Midlands Airport. So therefore, noise disturbance perhaps less of a factor at Donington Park, and it means that the curfew that we do have for the racing by default is 6:30 compared to say 6 o'clock at most other circuits in the UK, which is of course also restricted perhaps by sunrise and sunset, but we might be able to go a little bit deeper. We'll have to see. There could be a bit of a shortening of the racing as well, which might be a consideration out there, so I'll have to find out what's going to happen. But of course, this circuit, a bit of an interesting one, and Mark Tucker there saying, I know the CNC has a pretty varied grid, but surely a JCB is too much. I don't think we're going to get the JCB going racing there, or the 0 to 60, so I think it would be a bit interesting. And I've got Ian back with me.
I've come back because I thought they were about to go racing. Not yet. I think that they could be very soon. Rob, what would you most like to see? I've always thought like transit van racing would be good to watch.
I think transit van racing would be entertaining.
They'd just roll over so quick though, wouldn't they?
I think.
You know? Can you imagine going around Paddock Hill and they'd bash into each other, gone, rolled over.
It would be interesting. You know what you'd have to do in the back of transit vans though, to make it of course relevant to modern day, you have to have a load of, I know, tools or fine china in the back.
Oh, right.
And just simply who can keep all their tools in the back of the van by the end of the race. And I feel as though we're creating something that would be on Top Gear like they did the caravan racing all those years ago.
Ice cream van trucks racing, why not do that? You know, that would be good. But somebody's got to make as many 99s as they can. Whilst going round. Anyway, look, let's get back to some proper broadcasting now. Paul, over to you.
Oh, thank you, Ian. And well, Ian diving in and diving out there as we are back onto our green flag formation lap, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the restarted or resumed, if you after red flag, round number 8 of the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship. And as all tries to make the way through, well, they now gradually head towards what will be the start finish again to get ready to go. So they will line up as they were the lap before the red flag was called. So on pole position, it will be Chris Roberts in Class D in overall, with Class A posted there Simon Alloway, the man who did start on the original overall pole position, but was passed by Roberts at the start. Then we have on row number 2, it'll be Class B leader of Landon, head of Sapra. Row number 3, it will be Thomas and Modro. Then we'll have on row number 4, it's going to be Nelson and Cryer. And then we have on row number 5, Armiger and Owen. That being the number 8 there, I believe, of Jamie Owen, who is the car shared between him and Darren Owen. And that will complete your top 10. In 11th, we're going to have Dilly just ahead of Paul Dobson, the man in the RX-7, who will be your pole sitter or your continued leader of Class E. And then we're going to have Thomas Frankland and Stephen Primmett in what is row number 7. Row 8, it's going to be Parker and Hennifer, with row number 9, consistent combination there of Class G leader Burnett and Hutt. And then we will have Lee and Walker completing top 20. On row number 11, it's going to be Buckland and Warburton, ahead of Hunt and Mallock Jones. And on row number 13, we are going to have there Dobson and Stone, with Haynes and Taylor on row 14. Keep your eyes out for Taylor's Toyota Yaris T Sport. And then we do have on row number 15 to complete that top 30, Gravelly and Groves, should they've been able to get themselves going once again after their trip to the gravel trap, albeit that was for Groves. And we also had the trip to the gravel trap for the 267 of Price in his Vauxhall Tigra Silhouette. And I believe we are going to have 31 runners as a result, because we will have lost the Renault Megane at Booth unless they've been able to get it restarted. And of course we have lost the Honda Civic of Wakeland, the car that did trigger the grass patch fire on the start finish straight. And well, the most important thing is all drivers involved have made it safely back to the racing. In fact, we are right now making our way around here. We have got the clock counting down, so it does look as though we are having the clock count down at the moment at least, and that's also, it's not just on your screen, we're also getting at the timing. So this is actually going to be a race that will, as quickly as it can be started, that's how much time we'll have left of the 10 minutes, and that is just simply because of the fact that we are so now compressed with our time schedule. We are the best part now of an hour and a half behind where we should be, that therefore this race will be a very short one. As we do see our Ford Escort getting itself into position in the middle of the grid, and we're almost ready to go once again. That'll be the Ford Escort Dilly there, who will be starting at 11 from 966. And well, Mark Tucker's saying there was actually a Transit Van Championship in Portugal in the 2010s. We'll hold that thought for now because we transition our way into the restart here. So green flag up once again, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this race resumed, and it's lights out, away they go as quick as that. That catches out several drivers there who I think didn't expect the lights out to go out that quickly, and they roar the way down towards turn number 1. And Chris Roberts and Simon Alloway literally door to door there as they go in, but Roberts hold on. Oh no! And the mini space frame's been turned around in the rear there. That's Gary Warburton's 149. It's been involved in some sort of contact, and hopefully we can carry on the race in there. If not, that might bring at least a local yellow. We'll have to see. But as the field weaves and winds its wound down right now, we do see our Ford Escort there, pushing on. The car slightly out of position, but that's your 966 of Thomas Dilley. And, well, he's enjoying a bit of a fight there with Jamie Cry. 2 wide they go. Both drivers still keeping the thick of it, as we've got the resumption of our Ginetta GTA battle there as well. But Chris Roberts at the front of the field has pulled away from Simon Alloway. There we can see a bit further behind. We do have Conor Drew trying to make some further progress. The Westfield wide body already now up into 3rd place, getting ahead of Landon. And he'll be hoping now he can potentially chop and chase his way after the top 2. 3 different classes of machine, and the one interesting thing of course about Donington Park is whilst we've got machines of different engine powers and engine sizes, this is a circuit where it's all about momentum. Although saying that, the number 7 is going to halt, and we have a safety car, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, for the instant that's happened on the start-finish straight. But as they all get picked up by the safety car, this race sadly now comes to a bit of a halt. It has caught out several drivers there making the one to start-finish straight, but the safety car of course was in position given the fact it was at the back of the field when we did go, and that safety car is because of the mini space frame there that's being attended to for Gary Warburton, the 149. So we are going to continue this race behind the safety car for at least the remaining 5 minutes at the moment. I think they're just checking to make sure that Warburton's okay and he can potentially get out of the car. So we're not going to give an update there on his condition until we know a bit more. But we do have a replay of the start, and a big thank you to the team. And as we do see this unfold then, so what ended up happening was that Chris Roberts had a better start there, but looking further back, there was a touch to the rear there of Warburton's car, and I believe that touch was made. I couldn't quite make out the door number there, but he rolled back across the road. Oh, Yaris T-Sport doing a fantastic job of stamping on the brakes immediately there of Errol Taylor to make sure that he did not get collected. But a very tough start for them all, and Jamie Cry definitely being elbowed down the order. So very interesting sequence of events. We do get the further replay once again, and well, as all the drivers go underway, we get to see that one more time. Now, who was that who got caught up there? Trying to see who made that contact with the Mini. Again, it's a bit hard to discern the numbers, and I will be honest with you, I'm not 100% familiar. And well, all went a bit wrong between them all, but everyone did very well there to react further down the order and immediately essentially put the brakes on and make sure they didn't get caught out any further. And I wonder whether that was... In fact, we have a red flag, ladies and gentlemen. So unfortunately, this race is brought to a halt again. Now, given the fact we are over 75% of the time distance that the race was scheduled for, part of me is going to say that this race will most likely now be called with the time that is remaining. Again, don't quote me on this, but that is my expectation, because they have technically done 75% of the time. We'll have to wait and see what the decision is. But very unfortunate. It does seem as though... And we have just had the checker flag pulled out in this race as well, ladies and gentlemen. So it's gone from safety car to red flag to confirmed checker flag. And that will be the race now called. And it is to attend to the 149 of Gary Warburton. Unfortunately, we have got the team down there at the moment. And I won't say any more there because I don't have any information. Unfortunately, an abrupt halt to the race then. And I think we are going to be getting the results come up very shortly. Of course, these will be the provisional results. It will have to be worked out by the organisers here, but I think we will be basing it on the last completed lap, which does mean that we will see the Class D and overall victory go to Chris Roberts there, and then it will be second place, the Class A winner of Simon Alloway. Then Jasper Sapra will take third place, run up in Class A. Then we'll have the Class B winner take fourth of Anton Landon, ahead of Andy Thomas, who will round off the top 5. Ryan Nelson will be classified as 6th overall, that will be 4th in Class A. And then we will see your Class B runner-up there of Conor Modrow, just ahead of Mark Primmitt, with Andrew Armiger and Thomas Dilly completing your top 10. Outside that top 10, Class E winner in 12th was Paul Dobson. And then we will see what was your Class G sole entry there, but coming home in 17th place. Let's give him a shout out there of Burnett in Inspired GTR, and I think we will see Louis Dobson in the end classified as 22nd, but Class F winner in his number 26 Honda Civic. That's a rundown of the results there. Unfortunately, we don't have a fastest lap to give you, given that we did not get a full lap under what was the racing. We did have, of course, the opening lap, but the fastest lap is normally done on lap 2 onwards, because then they're up to full racing speed. And, well, I think we are now, ladies and gentlemen, going to go to Ian Walthouse. He's not in the commentary booth. He has got his microphone available, and he's down in Park Ferme, or at least somewhere down in the paddock.
Well, welcome down to Park Ferme, everybody. I've just told my producer we've got loads of cars. We do have cars, but the other side of the fence looks like they're going to go straight back out into the paddock here, so it doesn't look like we'll be able to speak to any of them. There's Jas Sapra, look, giving us a bit of a wave. All right, Jas, go on, you better go, mate, you better go. Good to see you. So Jas Sapra, third place in the end after a very interrupted race, wasn't it, indeed? Simon Alloway in second, but wins Class A. And Chris Roberts, the overall winner of Class D. So there we go, plenty of action happening here. I am hearing rumours, potential talk that we're going to move into a lunch break now. I can't confirm or deny that, but listen, whilst we're here, let's try and get as many waves from the drivers as we possibly can. There we go, there goes another one as well. There we go, thumbs up. So many in total, 42 in total we've had. Look at this Mazda, I absolutely love that car. Yeah, that's what we like to see. Real shame for the CNC heads though, isn't it, to finish their weekend. We do say goodbye to them here at Donington Park. There's no third race for them, so thank you to the CNC heads. Not the way that they would have wanted, but motorsport is a motorsport. It does happen. I'll tell you what, we do have somebody coming into Park Ferme. We might be able to go have a quick chat with him. A car that I'm a big fan of as well. It's Thomas Franklin in the Renault 5 GT Turbo. Let's go over and have a chat, shall we, with Thomas as he gets out of the car. Everybody else, as I said, is heading straight out over to the paddock. So let's go have a quick chat with Thomas, because it is a car that I'm a big fan of. Although, Thomas, how are we, my friend? I'll let you get your helmet off, bud. Tom, I've got to confess, like, you know I love this car, right? You know that.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. A slight cut to the feed there. The signal from the camera not too strong, as Ian was getting ready to catch up with Thomas Franklin. Hopefully, we might be able to come back to that very shortly. But we are just waiting now for confirmation as to what our schedule is. I think we can throw back to Ian now, so I think we're going to go back down to Park Ferme.
Unfortunate, but it is what it is.
But tell me a story about this car. How long have you had it?
I've had it since about 2018. I bought it as it was a bit of a rotten shell and transformed it into a decent little race car, to be fair.
It's a Renault 5 GT Turbo, of course. I mean, that must have been. Where did you come across these cars? Was it like Race Cars Direct? Was it Scrappers?
It was a drunken eBay purchase. As usual.
Yeah,
I do that quite a lot. Yeah.
So you what? Just sat at home one night, scrolling through. That looks good.
Car, yeah.
I've come so close to doing that a few times.
My friend had to go and pick it up because I was on holiday. Yeah, thanks to Steve.
I looked CNC heads. Great grids. I know today's race wasn't ideal, but yesterday's was a great one, wasn't it? Yeah. Amazing grids. What would you say to anybody watching this thinking of they've got a race car or they want to get involved?
Race with a few series, and out of all of them, CNC is by far the brilliant. Like the pits, the people who run it, it's just a great atmosphere and clean racing. On the whole, never. I mean, the damage on my car is self-inflicted, so it's not doing down to anybody rubbing. But yeah, it's a really great series to be in. Friendly atmosphere, greatly run. they really look after the drivers, which is unheard of. So it's great.
Tom, lovely to see you, mate. Have a safe journey. Where's home?
Nottingham, just up the road.
Oh, well, you can walk from here then, can't you? See you later, mate. Right, from one Tom to another Tom. Let's go have a look. I thought I saw Jake Hewlett a minute ago. I wonder if I can... Jake Hewlett here from the Civic Cup as well. He was championship leader coming to this one. I wonder if I can borrow him. Just watch yourself on the scales there, Tom. Jake, can I borrow you for a second? Or are you in very important meetings? He's in very important meetings. I did have a little board of that, but a great race from Jake a little bit early. We'll let him crack on. What we don't want to do is interrupt the job that the scrutineers and the officials are doing here. They are far more important than ourselves. We can actually, goodness, let's go over into the pit lane, have a look. Right, I heard rumours that we might be going to a lunch break. We're not, because I can see the TCR cars are being pushed out onto the grid now. So Andy McEwen is going to come and meet us here. Let's stay here. Sorry, Tom. Just watch the cars as they come past. Listen to this, the TCRs. We're not in a lunch break. We are going to go racing for our second TCR race of the day and the weekend here at Donington Convoy in the park. Look at the lights ablaze there of Harry Blaw's car as he comes steaming past us as well. They make such a wonderful noise. Right, let's start walking up, shall we? Because Andy McEwen is going to do a little grid walk. There's Brad Hutchinson going by. I saw him, had said hello to him. In fact, Brad Hutchinson yesterday, they have their little hospitality out of the back. There's Jensen O'Neill going. He was championship leader coming into this weekend. Race 1 didn't quite go to plan for him. He'll be looking for a bit of redemption in race 2. There's Carl Bordley, former champion, of course, in TCR. Here comes Max Hall coming down. Of course, raced in the British Touring Car Championship as well, and Max Hart just behind him as well. Two very capable drivers. Callum Newsham going alongside as well, and we are going to make our way up. We'll find Andy McEwen. We'll have a little chat as well. There's the boys. How we doing, guys? All right? Good? Yeah. Great stuff. Right. We are making our way up. Glorious sunshine here. Beautiful weather indeed. Are you having a good time, everybody, as well? Are you enjoying yourselves? Because it is a fantastic weekend here at Convoy in the park. I assume if you're watching a live stream, you haven't been able to get here, but we are very grateful to have you here. We really do appreciate it in the live stream. Remember, live chat is open. Paul Walsh can see the comments. I can see the comments when I can get to my phone, when I'm not trying to launch my way up the grid. And we can also, please do hit that subscribe button as well. I must keep reminding everybody to say that. A lot coming up for you next week. We go to Scotland with Caterham Motorsport, so that will be a good one indeed. Let's get ourselves on to the grid here as we make our way across. See, there's Andy McEwen. We're going to go grab him. He can take the microphone and he's going to do a little grid walk. There he is, looking very busy indeed. Andy McEwen, looking busy. Look at that. He's tired, poor Andy. But you've been, actually, I'll give you your credit, a lot of credit to you. Every race you've been running down from there. Our commentary position is right up there. If you just turn the camera around, Tom, in between the two flags there, right in that building. And you have to run all the way down the pit lane, don't you, to get to Parc Ferme. Usually doing a good job. How are your feet? Are they all right?
They're a little on the sore side, but I'm soldiering on. I'm on pure adrenaline. I mean, the racing this weekend is keeping us all going, I think, isn't it?
It certainly is. And Andy, you're a brave little boy.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you. Right, I feel much better now. Right, let's talk TCR, shall we? First race earlier on was pretty entertaining. Adam Shepherd, Callum Newsham trading the lead in the early stages. Adam Shepherd in the end, though, the returning champion, getting back to winning ways. Of course, this race, top 10 reversal. So the top 10 finishers from that race reverse. So it is right on cue. Position. He's going to want to get stuck in to this second race of the weekend. They're just going to lift the car up on the jacks, and then I think I might see if I can interrupt his thought process and have a little chat with our pole sitter. Let's get the door of the Audi open, and oh, heavy there. Barry, pole position, clear view into Redgate Corner. How long do you think you can keep it that way?
We'll see. There's a programme in Ireland called Reeling in the Years, and I need to reel in my years from 10 years ago, and it's a bit quicker, and I'll do my absolute utmost.
I've got every faith in you, Barry. Best of luck. Pole position for the Audi driver, as was the case, of course, in race 1. A different Audi on that occasion. We're still waiting for his fellow front row starter to arrive. So let's have a wander down the grid, shall we? And see if we can catch up maybe with some of our title contenders. Here's Russell Joyce. He's going to be starting up towards the pointy end. In fact, right where I was stood. There we go. I'll get out of Russell's way. He's going to be starting on the front row, an all Audi front row, with Mark Smith and Rick Kerry together on row 3. I want to see, though, if I can have a chat with Carl Boardley. Carl Boardley, double former champion in TCR UK, but he's had a bit of a tough start to the season. Hasn't won a race yet, but this race has a bit of a Carl Boardley feel to it, I think, and I'm intrigued to know exactly what he's thinking coming into this one. Let's see if we can jump in. Carl, I was just saying, bit of an up and down season, but actually you've found a bit of consistency through the summer, haven't you?
Consistency's there, but not the outright pace at the minute. So, like we said in Snetterton, haven't quite unlocked where we need to be with this car. So, for this one, we've gone quite radical, different again.
Oh, really?
Just to see what it gives us. I'm sure it'll click, but it's not quite there just yet.
It's got a Carl Boardley feel to this race, though. Do you think you've got half a chance of making that top step?
I'd like to think so. If we've gone the right way with what I'm sitting in, I don't see any reason why not.
Very best of luck, Carl. Best of luck. Congratulations on congratulating him already. Right, back here we've got Harry Blore. Harry Blore was on an absolute mission in that first race earlier on today. Leave the door open if that's all right. I'm going to quickly jump in and annoy Harry. But Harry, I wanted to congratulate you on air for that first race drive. The penalty meant you didn't get a podium, but you must be happy with the pace.
Definitely. I mean, from Snetterton, we had to go to Snetterton, just unlucky again. But it definitely feels good to get straight back into it after a month at the same pace. You know, definitely fighting for at the front, and hopefully we can get a podium this race, maybe even a win. There's hopefully a bit of luck on our side. Yeah, no, it should be good.
Good stuff, Harry. Best of luck for this race then. Harry Blore's going to be starting from the 4th row of the grid, something like that. And of course, back there, Adam Shepherd, Callum Newsham, the top 2 from that first race. They're starting at the back of the top 10 with a lot of work to do. I've got a long way to go to get back to the commentary box, so I'm going to hand briefly over to Paul while I make my way up there.
Oh, thank you, Andy. And well, the grid is set, ladies and gentlemen, for another round of intense racing action in the Touring Car Racing UK Championship, TCR UK as it's known in short. And we're almost ready to go for what is the second of their midway point races of the season. And here is how they all do line up. With that top 10 inversion, it's Barry John McHenry who takes pole position, joined on the front row by Russell Joyce of Joyce Design. Then we do have Mark Smith starting 3rd, just ahead of Rick Kerry, the older Hyundai i30N TCR machine, still being piloted very well by Kerry, and he enjoyed battling with Mark Smith in that first race of the day. Rod McGovern starts in 5th place in his Cooper Leon VZ TCR, and he of the company of the first of many an FL5 edition Honda Civic Type R, one of which is Carl Broadley. Then we do have Harry Blore starting in 7th place there. He was absolutely rapid, no doubt about it, in race number 1, but track limit penalties held him back from being on that podium, if not chasing the win. Max Hart, meanwhile, will start in 8th place, looking to try and move forward from there. And then we do see on row number 5, Callum Newsham in the Hyundai Elantra N TCR, the very popular car, not available for sale here in the United Kingdom, but the Scotsman definitely making sure that the Hyundai sedan is a rapid one. And Adam Shepherd completing that top 10 after his win in race number 1, the defending champion returning to winning ways in the number 1 in his Audi RS3 Gen 2 LMS TCR. Maximus Hall starts in 11th, best of the rest ahead of Brad Hutchison, and then Jensen O'Neill going after retiring from race number 1, while the big names at the front of the championship definitely right now has got to make his way from the back to the front here in what could be a very epic and exciting race for him if he can get it done. But as quickly as he's rushed all the way back here to the commentary booth, I'll give him 5 seconds to take a bit of a breath, getting all his papers together as well, and even Ewan's back with me. Over to you, Andy.
Thank you very much. Yes, this has all of the ingredients to be every bit as exciting as race 1, if not more so, really. Race 1 was a sort of more traditional battle, wasn't it, with the front row starters battling, trading the lead in the early going, but then after that, things started to get a little bit more interesting behind them. This one, though, I think is going to start off pretty exciting and probably stay that way for much of the rest of the race, because we've got the reverse grid, we've got drivers at the front who don't necessarily have the raw pace to stay there on merit, so to speak, but they all want their moment in the spotlight, and most of those drivers towards the front of the field hunting for a best finish of the season so far, and they'll all feel like that is possible in this race. Barry John McHenry, his best finish, the pole sitter, 7th so far this season. Russell Joyce has a best of 6th, Mark Smith also a best of 6th, and Rick Kerry with a best finish of 5th, so they're all going to be hoping to at least beat that, if they can, match or beat that in this second race of the weekend. It's going to be fascinating, of course. The championship battle is getting more and more intriguing by the race as well. Callum Newsham comes into this race 16 points now, appropriately for the driver of car number 16, 16 points ahead of Max Hart, the Irishman, and 33 points ahead of Jenson O'Neill going. Now, if I'm going to stand here now and tell you that Jenson O'Neill going is still a championship contender, which rest assured I am, he is very much still a championship contender, I kind of also have to say that Carl Boardley is a championship contender, because Boardley's only 15 points back from Jenson O'Neill going. Bear in mind, you get 40 points for winning a race in TCR UK. So 40 points for winning a race. If you win a race and one of your opponents has a non-finish, 48 points, which is how far back Boardley is from the championship lead, can change in a heartbeat. And remember, Callum Newsham has had some bad races, which are sort of using up his drop scores. The championship leader can't really afford to have any more bad results this season. If he does, and Boardley's able to capitalise with a win, he hasn't won a race yet this year, the double former champion, well, you never know. He could manage to get himself properly back into this championship conversation. So the top 4 drivers covered by 48 points. 40 points will go to the winner of this race, plus a bonus point for the fastest lap as well. And who knows what's going to happen. We've also got, along with the standard reverse grid, 2 drivers here at the back. Brad Hutchison and Jenson O'Neill going are the 2 who had mechanical issues in the previous race. Hutchison's issue was a broken front splitter. He got involved in some contact up at the top of the circuit. It broke the splitter, and they had to come in and get that sorted. Then the issue for Jenson O'Neill going was a continuation of the issues that he was having in qualifying yesterday, gearbox, clutch related, and they haven't quite got to the bottom of it. That's concerning for him. He'll need to have a little bit more confidence in that car coming into this second race. So 20 minutes is the journey, and Barry John McHenry and Russell Joyce, their pair of Gen 2 Audi RS3 TCR cars, they are the 2 starting from the front row of the grid together, with Mark Smith and Rick Kerry row 2, Rod McGovern and Carl Boardley on row 3. Carl Boardley, the highest placed race winning driver in TCR UK on this grid. He hasn't won a race yet this year, but of course he has 8 career wins to his credit to go along with those 2 championship titles. And Carl Boardley, who, as we heard on the grid, they're still trying to get to the sweet spot setup-wise, but every driver I've spoken to this weekend has complained of the same thing, saying they just can't quite get the setup in the window that they want. And a few drivers, I think, have tried some radical changes for this second race of the weekend, and, well, we're about to find out who's got it right. So, the back of the grid in place, the green flag is about to be waved by the start line marshals, and we are ready to go with our second TCR UK race of the weekend, second race of the day here at Donington. The red lights go out now, and we're away and racing. Who's going to make a good start? A dreadful start for Boardley back in the pack. It's a pretty even start for the Audis at the front, but it will be Barry John McHenry, I think, on the inside line, who should prevail and hold on to the advantage. That's Rod McGovern diving across the nose of Mark Smith for third, and might yet challenge for second. Coming out of the corner, Callum Newsham sideways. Callum Newsham with a problem. No! Championship leader has smoke from the back of the Elantra. Callum Newsham could be in big trouble. He's dropping to the back of the field. We'll cover that in a moment. The rest of them dive down the Craner curves. Jenson O'Neill going, making progress, but then Russell Joyce gets in the way, and Newsham is out. Callum Newsham looks like he's out. Barry John McHenry's off the road. Rod McGovern leads, and Harry Blore, that is, who's nailed the start this time, is up there challenging for the race lead. But the big headline, for now, is that Rick Kerry's off the road. No, collides with Russell Joyce. They're both off at McLean's and into the barriers as well. Those 2 are out, but I think significantly for the championship, so too is Callum Newsham. Absolute disaster here at Donington. Here comes the limping Elantra. This for the race lead. Harry Blore and Rob McGovern, who have never won a TCR UK race, either of them, are battling for the lead, and Max Hart is coming through into third. Adam Shepherd's up there already as well as we come through to the completion of the opening lap. Adam Shepherd going for third position across the timing line. McGovern then with the advantage. Blore second, neck and neck for third. Shepherd versus Hart versus Jenson O'Neill going, who thinks about making it three abreast. He's got some real performance in that Civic in this race, and he's right in the battle for leading positions. Hutchison is next, followed by Bordley and Hall, I believe, but Rod McGovern has the advantage. Blore, remember though, set a new lap record in race number 2. He has been the fastest driver today at Donington Park, and he would absolutely love to get a maiden race victory. Jenson O'Neill going, nuzzles alongside the reigning champion Adam Shepherd in the Audi as they make their way through Starkeys and Schwantz Curve for the second time. No sign of a safety car yet. They're dealing with this incident under yellow flags, so no overtaking allowed at McLean's. Russell Joyce is actually reversing out under his own steam, which is particularly impressive. Rod McGovern then with the advantage, but it's not much of an advantage, and it's a heck of a queue of TCR cars clambering all over him as they head down the straight. Here comes the first challenge from Harry Blore, who wants to get this move done before Max Hart starts asking serious questions of him. He's trying the outside, that ain't going to work, so ducks back in line behind the Cupra driver. Rob McGovern, they remember, has had good performances earlier on in the year. He was second in our season opening race at Brands Hatch. He's got front running pace once he settles in. He's not really being given much of an opportunity though to settle in this one as the rest of the pack bear down on him. Oh, Jenson O'Neill going into the side of Adam Shepherd, and there's further contact off the corner. Let's hope that didn't do any damage to either car. Jenson, of course, in the championship fight, Shepherd not, and Jenson's in a real hurry to try and make up for race one's disappointment. Here comes the move for the lead. Harry Blore to the inside, gets the lead away from Rob McGovern. Absolutely vital now that Max Hart gets past his fellow Irishman and into second position before Blore gets away. Max has two wheels on the dirt and he's going to go through just before they arrive at the yellow flag zone, where Baldley was having a nibble at Brad Hutchison. That's definitely going to be frowned upon by race control. Hart has gone into second, but Blore pivotally has pulled a bit of a gap. Now, what's going on with Callum Newsham? This is the big question. Callum Newsham then, who slowed coming out of the first corner. The smoke is no longer there. He's been in the pit lane, I believe. Yes, he has. So Callum Newsham's been in the pit lane to try and get some running repairs made and has rejoined, I believe, a lap down, but at least is back in the race. Jenson O'Neill going, meanwhile, gets past Rob McGovern, who then squeezes our reigning champion onto the grass coming out of the chicane. And this brings Brad Hutchison, Carl Bordley and Max Hall into the mix as well. They head through Redgate Corner then. McGovern on the outside there, and all Cupra side-by-side battle for what is, I think, 5th position at the moment as they make their way down the hill. And Hutchison, I think, is going to prevail there. Can Bordley come through? No, not at the top of the Craner curves anyway. How's that radical setup feeling on Bordley's Honda? Not that good, I would imagine, because he's dropping down the order rather than climbing forward, and he's now got Max Hall all over him as they make their way up the hill. Right, things have just calmed down for a second, so let's take a look at the points situation, because the drivers get 2 dropped scores to use over the course of the season. Callum Newsham, the points leader, has had 1 non-finish already this season. His next worst is a 13-pointer from Croft. I'm not sure what finishing position that was, but I suspect this could end up being his other dropped score, and he's only going to score back 13 points from that Croft race where he also had mechanical issues, I seem to recall. So that Elantra has been rapid, but it's been a little bit temperamental of late as Rob McGovern goes through the chicane gravel trap and almost collides with Carl Bordley and Max Hall on his return to the track. But yeah, Callum Newsham, this is not good news for his championship aspirations, especially with Hart and O'Neill going, running second and third, and on the previous lap, both quicker than the leader. Jenson O'Neill going sets the fastest lap of the race. That would be 109.6, so some way off lap record pace. It's much warmer now than it was earlier on this morning, so the track will be a little bit slower. But there it is, fastest lap. That's worth a bonus point for Jenson, and he needs every one of those points, with him being 33 points off the championship lead. So the gap at the front at the beginning of the lap was just under 0.6 of a second, with O'Neill going a further 0.7 back in third, and Adam Shepherd in fourth. What pace will Adam Shepherd have, I wonder, in this race in the Audi? No driver has ever won 3 races in a weekend. Shepherd won the first one. He's in 4th at the moment in race number 2. He came close to doing it here last year, I seem to recall, where I think Adam Shepherd had a couple of wins and a 2nd place finish, and am I misremembering that? Let me quickly have a little look back. Yes, won races 1 and 2, but Callum Newsham won race 3, where Adam actually 3rd. So that's pretty much the closest anyone's ever come to winning all 3 races in a weekend. We don't always have 3 races in a weekend, of course, for TCR UK. Often it's just 2. But this is an opportunity maybe for that record to be broken for the first time. It might not be the biggest grid we've ever had in TCR UK, but I think you'll all agree the level of competition is probably higher than it's ever been, with so many drivers capable of winning races, scoring podiums and ultimately fighting for the championship. And you throw Adam Shepherd into the mix as well, and you've got another really quick driver, and he's showing that pace now, because on the previous lap he did a 109.8, which was a 10th quicker than Hart and O'Neill going ahead of him and matching the leader Harry Blore. Blore, though, remember, got quicker as the race went on earlier on this morning. His car was really good on the long run, and I wonder whether that's going to be the case again now in race number 2. Meanwhile, 5th position, Brad Hutchison and Carl Boardley, with Max Hall keeping a watching brief behind them in 7th place. They descend upon the chicane, using all of the curve, and Boardley much quicker through the middle part of the chicane, but sort of had nowhere to go then with that momentum on corner exit. So he will stay where he was, I think, on the run into Redgate Corner. Hall thinks about the inside, but decides better of it. New fastest lap, Adam Shepherd, 109.6. Oddly, for a track at which Shepherd has dominated over the years, he does not hold the lap record, and didn't hold it coming into the weekend. It was actually a 2023 lap, courtesy of Jensen Brickley, that was the lap record coming into this weekend. Of course, that was taken by Harry Blore earlier on this morning, and Adam would love to try and take it back from him. Meanwhile, Boardley is trying to take 5th from Brad Hutchison, and had a much better exit from the old hairpin there, and should be able to get to the inside into McLean's, where there are no longer yellow flags out. And I reckon that is going to be Boardley through. No, they're off! They're both off! Boardley and Hutchison both into the gravel trap, but Hutchison's car kisses the barriers. Boardley carries on, but that was a big lunge from Carl. I thought he was going to make it stick cleanly, but there has been contact, and unfortunately Brad Hutchison is off the road and possibly going no further. That is heartbreak again for Hutchison, and Boardley won't be in a particularly good... He's off again now, Boardley. I think he might have damage, possibly a puncture, maybe something more sinister. Well, I feel like I shouldn't have said what I said to him on the grid now. It did feel like this was an opportunity for Carl. It's just slipped away from him, unfortunately, and Carl Boardley, I fear, is destined for the pit lane. I was chatting to one of the Capture Motorsport mechanics in the garage just before this race, and I said, I've got a feeling you might have some work to do on the cars after this one, and not just specifically Capture. I think all of the teams are going to have a bit of repair work to do after race 2. A reverse grid race always tends to be quite bruising, and this one has certainly been no exception. Yellow flags then once again wave up at McLean's Corner. We've got 11 minutes of this race to go. There's plenty of time for this leading group to change around, and it might be about to, because Adam Shepherd is up alongside Jensen O'Neill going for 3rd position here. Now, Adam, I know you've not really raced wheel-to-wheel with Jensen before, but let me tell you, he is not going to move aside for you, as we see down the back straight. There's proper touring car door-banging going on. Adam was getting involved in that sort of thing with Callum Newsham in race 1, and now he's trading paint with the Honda of O'Neill going. He slips through, though, and Adam Shepherd, who, remember, is not a guest driver. He is only a one-off entrant, but he's scoring championship points, so every position he gains is taking points away from our championship contenders. But I think Jensen could do a lot worse here than to just tag along with Adam and try and use him to catch up to the leading 2, because Shepherd in this race seems to be the fastest man on the track, except he's not, because Max Hall has just set the fastest lap of the race, 109.6. So interesting, isn't it, that we are, well, 7/10 of a second away from the pace from race 1. Of course, warmer temperatures, as I said, will have something to do with that, but I think it's also the fact that everyone's been sort of piled up on top of each other in the early stages of this one. And so the pace may be only now coming to the drivers once the best of the tyres have been had. There are track limits penalties for Brad Hutchison and Carl Boardley. With respect, I think they've got bigger fish to fry right now, with Hutchison's car stuck in the gravel and Boardley back in the pit lane, both destined for retirement, I fear. So the car we need to watch is the Audi, isn't it, of Adam Shepherd. Look at how he's rocketed away from Jensen O'Neill going. Can he catch the leading 2? and challenge for a second race victory of the weekend. He, as I said, at the start of last year, managed to win race 1 and win the reverse grid race from 10th. He's got history for being able to do this as Adam Shepherd. Can he do it again? It's another fastest lap, a 9.3, that's more like it. So Adam Shepherd on that previous lap was 3.5 tenths quicker than the leader. He was 8 tenths quicker than Max Hart. So Adam Shepherd is definitely capable of catching the leading 2, and he still has 9 minutes to do it. This could yet be another Adam Shepherd Donington Park national victory. Jenson O'Neill-Going's pace, though, seems to have deserted him. Look, he's under all sorts of pressure from Max Hall now, 2 of the youngest drivers on the grid, but both very capable. Both have shown that they're capable of good results in the championship. In fact, both winners this year. Can't get my words out. Both have won races this year. Jenson at Brands Hatch, Max at Croft. They're not battling for a win now, but they are battling for what, for Jenson in particular, is a very important 4th position. But not quite able to make that move stick as they come out of Coppice Corner. Down the exhibition straight towards the braking zone at the Robert chicane. Max Hall with the teeth bared, quite literally, on the front of that Honda. But that's not going to distract Jenson O'Neill-Going, who's just got to try and get back into a bit of a rhythm here and try not to lose any more ground. At the moment, he is 2 places behind Max Hart, who I reckon might be about to take the championship lead based on how things stand at the moment. But if Adam Shepherd gets past him, that's only 1 place behind Max Hart, and that's not a complete disaster for Jenson. But what he really can't afford to do is allow that yellow and blue Civic of Max Hall to get past him. What of Adam Shepherd, by the way? Well, he did a 1:09.8 that time, 3 tenths quicker than Hart, but actually 2 tenths, or a tenth and a half, slower than the race leader Harry Blore, who I think is now starting to come into his own, as he did in race 1. So Shepherd almost with Hart. Hall is with Jenson O'Neill-Going, but can't do anything about him into McLean's, partly because Jenson defended, but mainly because there are still double-waved yellows out as they're recovering Brad Hutchison's car. So Jenson didn't really need to defend on the way in, but he did, and that's now compromised his exit. So Max Hall is once again clambering all over him as they come out of Coppice. Jenson is going to defend this vigorously, I think, as they head down into the chicane once again. This is the end of the 11th lap of the race. He does defend into the inside line. Hall, to his credit, is being very, very gentle with Jenson here. He's not put a really robust move on him yet. He is trying to be as patient as he can, but all the while knowing that he is quicker than Jenson, whose car squirrels under braking into the Redgate corner. But again, he knows he's vulnerable on the exit. By defending on the way in, Jenson knows that Max will be quicker off the corner, and so he just keeps the car tight, keeps the wheel straight, and doesn't wash off too wide on corner exit. Again, look, defends into the old hairpin, but watch how he'll park the car on the apex, doesn't use all of the road on corner exit. That obviously loses him speed, but it prevents Max Hall from then getting the switch back on the way out of the corner. It's really clever driving this from Jenson O'Neill-Going. He's clearly got some sort of a handling issue or some sort of a problem with the car. He's not as quick as he was at the start of the race, that's for sure. But he is valiantly hanging on to what could, at the end of the season, be a really important 4th position. It often is a 4th or a 5th place finish that ends up winning you a championship in the long run, because they're points that you salvaged from a race that didn't necessarily go according to plan. This race is, though, going pretty much according to plan for Adam Shepherd. He's now on the tail of Max Hart, who, again, I'm sure will be in radio contact with the team. And I reckon they're probably telling him, listen, if Adam puts a move on you, just let him go. It is going to cost Max points, 5 points to be precise, if Adam gets past him. But Adam is not a title contender, nor is Harry Blore out in the lead of the race. However, those extra 5 points, when it's as tight as it is this year, are points worth keeping. So I think Max will be inclined to defend for a bit here. We've got still just over a quarter of the race to go. But every corner that Max defends at is a corner at which Adam Shepherd is delayed in his progress, ultimately towards the leader Harry Blore, who you can't even see. He's checked out off in the distance, 3.6 seconds the advantage. Yellow flag's in now at McLean's. There's a twister in the background on the spectator path. That's fitting, really. It seems Max Hart does now step out of the way. He realised there that Shepherd was quicker, and Adam Shepherd is, I'm not going to say allowed through, but certainly Max did not put up the sort of defence we would expect to see. Is he coming back at Shepherd down the straight there? No, flashing the lights. He's letting Adam know, listen, I'm just going to let you take the line, and let's see if we can both work together over the remaining 5 minutes or so to catch the race leader. That will be a tall order, though. 5 seconds now. 5 seconds is the advantage for Harry Blore. Jenson still keeping Carl Boardley at bay in the background, look. and they're being caught by Rod McGovern, but Rod has a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. You'll be shocked to hear. There are 3 drivers now who've been given that penalty in this race, 2 of them no longer running, but McGovern is. He is, though, 14 seconds clear of Mark Smith, so it won't make much of a difference to his final finishing position. Down the hill we go then. Jensen he's not driving anything even closely resembling the traditional racing line, but he's just doing everything he can to keep Max Hall at bay. Max will be incredibly frustrated by this. Like, Max is a very respectful driver generally. Oh, never mind, through he goes. I was about to say he won't want to put a move on that's going to risk Jensen's championship aspirations, but I don't know whether Jensen maybe just decided to give up the battle there. Jensen's working quite closely with Antwort Niels, who is a former British touring car racer, in fact has competed in TCR UK as well as many, many other things. He's being coached by him this weekend, I believe, and I can see actually watching on the pit wall outside the commentary box. Perhaps he's been on the radio to Jensen to say, listen, let's just choose our battles and not end up running the risk of contact. And more to the point, by all of that constant defending, he's brought Rod McGovern now into the picture. Rod has that 5-second penalty, but looks like he's got pace maybe to get past Jensen and pull away from him, so he'll have to be mindful of that. Here meanwhile is your pole sitter, Barry John McHenry, who's got Mark Smith in his sights. I think Rod McGovern is probably going to have a little go here at Jensen. Yeah, the car's just not accelerating off the corners, is it? It's clearly giving him some strife, and Rod McGovern in the end gets through pretty much uncontested. There's nothing Jensen could do. The car doesn't even look like it's handling right, does it? So I think he's got still maybe this gearbox issue, but he's, I think, fighting handling problems alongside that. So 2.25 minutes to go. Harry Blaw, the leader, by now 6.2 seconds. And remember, Harry has never won a TCR UK race. Look back meanwhile at what happened earlier on. This was someone going through the gravel. I actually can't even remember what happened on the opening lap. That was Barry John McHenry, wasn't it, going through the gravel down at the old hairpin on the first lap. And there, Callum Newsham, that's one of the big stories. But remember, Callum is... Oh no, he's in the pit lane. I was going to say Callum is still running. He's not. He is in the pits now. That's what allowed briefly Rod McGovern into the lead, but it wasn't long before Harry Blaw found a way by. And Harry has started to pull clear. Barry rejoined the circuit, but there was absolute carnage at this part of the circuit after that as Rick Kerry got squeezed onto the grass and bang, collided with Russell Joyce, and the pair of them skated off into the barriers. Russell did carry on, I think, but Rick wasn't able to go any further under his own steam. Russell returned to the pit lane. Then there was drama at Redgate. This was Jensen O'Neill diving up the inside of Adam Shepherd back when that Honda was working properly. I wonder whether that knock's done some damage to the rear suspension. I mentioned then that Jensen seems to have a handling imbalance on that car. This was what you could call a handling imbalance as well. Carl Bordley and Brad Hutchison clattering into each other, and that took them both out of the race as well. So it's been a bruising reverse grid encounter, this one. This was Max Hall going wide a few laps ago as well, having got past Jensen O'Neill going. But Harry Blaw has gone through to begin what I think will be his penultimate lap, actually. I think he should have time for one more after this one. There is Jensen now behind Rod McGovern. He needs to make sure he stays within 5 seconds of Rod. And Mark Smith and Barry John McHenry are about to start a pretty entertaining looking tussle for 7th position. They head out of the chicane, up towards Redgate Corner again. There is Adam Shepherd. 3 seconds clear of Max Hart, so he's clearly got the pace advantage over the Irishman, but he cannot catch Harry Blaw, who still holds the lap record. He doesn't have the fastest lap in this race, but his lap from race 2 is still the fastest ever TCR UK lap set in a race as far as average speed is concerned, and it could be checkered flag this time actually for Harry for what will be a very popular maiden victory of his career. He's not had a podium finish yet. Is he going to get a checkered flag this time? No, the time had ticked down to 0, I think, but we're going to go for another lap. Never mind. So Harry Blaw has... Oh, he crossed the line with 6.5 tenths of a second to go before the 20 minutes had elapsed. So yes, quite right there from the start line marshals to give him one more tour around the track. Barry John McHenry there bounced through the gravel briefly, coming out of McLean's corner. Mark Smith, therefore, gains a car length or so on him. But yes, Harry Blaw at the front of the field. 2 4th place finishes are his best finishes of the season. This is debut season in the championship, and he's finished 4th twice, as I say, and desperately wanted to get onto the podium. Oh, what's this we're about to see, though? Harry up through Coppice Corner. He's not... oh, no, I think we've just seen a replay. Never mind. I took my eyes off the screen for a crucial moment. I truly thought we were about to cut to a replay of Harry Blore going off the road, but that hasn't happened, and Harry is on course for a maiden podium finish and a maiden race win. I told him after race 1 that I thought he had a win in him today. He agreed, and he has delivered. Out of the final chicane, we've got a new winner in TCR UK. Harry Blore crosses the line to become the 34th different driver to win a race in TCR UK, just ahead of the man who's won 15 of those races. Adam Shepherd comes home in 2nd, but the hat-trick is not on this weekend. Max Hart in 3rd is the best of the championship front runners, with Max Hall in 4th. Now, Rob McGovern at the last check was 8 seconds clear of Jensen O'Neill going, so I think he is going to keep 5th position despite the penalty that he's picked up for track limits. O'Neill going will be 6th, whilst Barry John McHenry has got himself ahead of Mark Smith on the final lap of the race. Well, another brilliant, dramatic race, and Paul, we add another name to the winners' tally in TCR UK.
Oh, indeed, we do, Andy. And as Andy leaves the commentary booth and makes his way down towards Parc Fermé, definitely a thrilling race, particularly in the first half, as we do have Callum Newsham making his way towards the line there, albeit the best part of 2 laps down, but at the same time, he does come to the finish, and well, it's going to be a race whereby in the end just picking up some valuable points despite all the difficulties that have occurred. But let's take a look through those results, and well, they will be provisional, of course, until otherwise confirmed. But in fact, we have got a replay coming up first, and this was Jason Neal going earlier on. And in fact, oh goodness me, I'm going very slowly there and being caught, well, almost being caught in the back there by none other than what was the machinery of McHenry and Smith. And that explains in the end how they did end up swapping the places around, with what was Barry John McHenry squeezing ahead of Mark Smith at the end. But here are your provisional results then, ladies and gentlemen, for the round of the TCR UK Championship here at Donington Park, round number 9 of the season, and Harry Blore taking his maiden victory by 5.6 seconds ahead of Adam Shepherd, who charged his way all the way 10th to 2nd, but unfortunately couldn't quite close down the pace of Harry Blore. Max Hart completed your top 3, and then outside of the podium place it was Max Hall, who was 4th ahead of Rob McGovern, who promoted back there to 5th place as a result of a post-race time penalty for track limits. Barry John McHenry taking 6th ahead of Mark Smith, and then we did have Jensen O'Neill going, unfortunately not going as quickly as he wanted to in that car in the end, potentially after his initial contact with Adam Shepherd, and well, something like that 272 not right, and in the end and to settle for 8th place. Callum Newsham 2 laps down, but good to see him back out there in the Hyundai Elantra picking up some valuable points. Cole Broadley completing the top 10. We did have a couple of retirements in the race, including Brad Hutchison and also Cole Broadley, and we also did see the retirements of none other than Russell Joyce and Kerry. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, fastest lap set by Adam Shepherd, that 109.3. Not quite the lap record that Harry Blore was able to achieve earlier on, but still a rapid lap in these warmer temperatures. And now, of course, we do get ready to make our way down to Parc Fermé. Once we do have Andy down there to speak to our top 3 finishers and any other drivers who are available, should there be time. It will be a bit time compressed, but to be fair, if anybody can fit a load of interviews in a short period of time, it's certain to be Mr. Andy McEwen. And in fact, we are going to make our way down to Parc Fermé now, ladies and gentlemen, because Ian and Andy are there. So let's hear from our TCR UK drivers.
Well, welcome down, everybody. Andy McEwen has joined us. He's going to catch his breath, but Harry Blore is waiting to get out of the car, and we really wanted to capture this moment because it will be very special indeed. I saw Nikki Lyons. She was absolutely delighted. I saw Nikki Lyons and I was just saying she was so happy that he's actually won.
As am I, to be honest. I mean, I said to Harry after that first race earlier on, he's got a win in him, just needs to sort the start out, and then, hey presto, pops up in 2nd place halfway through the first lap. Absolutely nailed it.
It looks like it's a very popular win indeed. There you go, Andy. I'm going to hand over to you. Have fun.
Thank you very much, Ian. Right, let's dive in, shall we, and have a chat with our winner, Harry Blore, who becomes the 34th different driver to win a TCR UK race. That is his first podium and his first race win as well. He's going to be congratulated by Max Hart, and handshake, thumbs up, big smile on the face of Harry Blore. Let's dive in there and have a chat. Harry, told you could do it.
Yeah, you did, you really did.
Congratulations. I mean, you sorted the start out, right? I was just saying you popped up in, I think, 2nd halfway around the first lap. Did you try anything different that time?
No, not really. I mean, I've been practicing in the garage before we went out with the bar, with the restart procedure. But no, I mean, as soon as I had a good start, I thought, you know, this could be something here. And then we were lucky enough on the inside of first corner for it to be the best place. Went from, I think, 7th to 2nd. And then after that, it was good.
You were quite fortunate as well. When you got the lead, Max didn't come straight away with you. You pulled a little gap, and that was crucial, wasn't it? Because then you could kind of settle into a rhythm.
Exactly. I mean, like, it's not the best thing having been put in your first time in TCR with Max Hart behind you. But no, it was fortunate enough we had a space, and then after that we just built. You know, I locked in. You know, got calm and just went.
You must be absolutely delighted. I'm sure you've got a long list of people to thank. Who's here supporting you this weekend?
I've got family, friends, thanks to my driver coach, and thanks to my sponsors, Mackenzie Miller, Chaz Insurance, and loads of friends and family. My mum's in Spain, so she'll be seeing this, But no, it's really good.
I'm sure they're all jumping up for joy. Congratulations, Harry Bloor, a new winner in TCR UK. Where's our winningest driver in TCR? He's over here chatting to the team again. It's second place finish this time for Adam Shepherd. It's hot out there.
Yeah, it's good. I enjoyed that. Got roughed up a little bit, but it's good. We come home in one piece, second. So brilliant.
You did exactly what you said you were going to do, I think, after race 1. You took your time, you chose your moments. If you'd have got into second a lap earlier, could that made the difference?
Yeah, I think we got the fastest lap, so we had the pace to win, obviously. But Harry drove great. He kept his head, and once I got into second, I knew I was never going to catch it. So I was just kind of bring it home, hopefully manage it, don't get a puncture or anything. But it's good. Enjoyed it.
How difficult is it though? Obviously, you've come in as a one-off entrant, but you're taking points away from these championship contenders. Does that ever enter your mind when you go for a move on a Max Hart or a Callum Newsham?
Yeah, I think ultimately we're here to win. I'm not going to get involved in taking anyone out or anything like that. I got hit quite hard. But realistically, as long as I don't do anything stupid, I'm just here to win. So it is a shame that we're taking points of other people, but we've had it done to us. And if you want to win, you've got to beat everyone. If you want to be the fastest, you've got to beat everyone. So it was good. I enjoyed that.
And you're back at the front of the grid for race 3 as well. Good luck for that one, Adam. Congratulations. Second place finished in that one. And in third, posing for the Paps as always, is Max Hart. We're being asked to get out of the way of the photographers, but that's fair enough. They've got an important job to do now. I think we can sweep it and have a word. Max, back on the podium again. Exactly what you needed from that race.
Yeah, it's like the last race. I mean, I thought third was maybe a bit ambitious, but you have to be a little bit ambitious. Adam was catching me, and thankfully the team were able to tell me that Callum had some sort of problem or was down the field, so it was just smart driving really then to let Callum pass. I think I might even put the indicator on, and then it was just about saving tyres. I didn't want to risk a puncture or slicing a tyre or anything, so we actually had a slice in the tyre from the last race, so driving smarter towards the end of the race while the pressures are at their hottest I think was the smart thing to do. And now I'm 99% sure I'm championship leader. So let's see if we can keep that momentum up into the last race. So happy.
So tough though, isn't it? We're getting down to the nitty-gritty in the championship. You had that non-finish at Brands when you were on course for a win. So the pressure's on actually for all of the title contenders now to not have another bad result.
Yeah, absolutely. As I was just saying to your colleague, I've been in this position before. I've led this championship. I've finished vice champion in this championship. I've got to use, I guess, the little bit of wisdom that I have, not that I have much, but I've got to use that to my advantage this year and box smart, as they say.
Excellent, you're doing an awesome job of it. Max Hart then back on the podium, and we have one more TCR race to come later on this afternoon, along with a whole host of other races here from a sunny Donington Park.
Right then, well, thank you very much from Parc Fermé there. A fantastic race. And honestly, I know how hard it is for Andy McGeown there to run down to Parc Fermé from up in the commentary box. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a very special guest for you by the name of TCRUK Tim. Now, Tim, you obviously had the honour and the pleasure of, your name's on the screen as well. Yep, absolutely. So this is how we roll. So yes, you had the honour and pleasure of going out in the pace truck earlier on first race Sunday. How was that for you, very quickly?
That was unreal. That's something I've always wanted to do. Ever since learning about truck racing, I've always wanted to go in the pace truck. and the guys at MV Commercials got me in there.
Well, this is it. So
Which
you're here with
awesome.
Tom O'Rourke and the guys at Fruhalf and MV Commercial, obviously a championship sponsor as well. But it's really great that they're getting you involved because, of course, there's still people out there today that know who you are that haven't got a clue that these things go racing.
No, I find that quite hard to believe that people don't. But yeah, it's right. People don't know about it. And if you haven't been before, you need to come because it is absolutely awesome.
It is a fantastic weekend out, and so we've still got 2 brilliant weekends left. One probably harder to get to at Le Mans, but then of course the big firework finale at Brands Hatch down in West Kingsdown at the end of the year. I think that's the last weekend of October, so tickets still on sale for that if you do want to come.
I just have to say it's so odd to be. I've just been out in the pace truck, and now I'm here with you in the commentary box with all these screens and bits of paper and cameras and all sorts of buttons and things. I'm actually filming this for my YouTube channel, so you'll be able to see that on there.
Hi.
What we look like right now with my headphones on and everything. Just trying to get my head around it.
It's intense. Yeah. Well, when do we get to see your stuff go out online?
Well, this one might go out on Monday.
Wow, early.
That's tomorrow.
Yeah, that is tomorrow. It's been a busy night. If you've got any energy left in you this evening, then Right, now let's have a quick look then, shall we, at where we are going to have the trucks for race 4 of the weekend. Obviously, we're running very, very late at the moment. But if we have a quick look at the starting line, in pole position, we're going to be having Simon Reed on row 1 in the 89. Next to brother Craig Reed, 68. That could get exciting. Row 2 then down there is Nathan Smith with number 11. John Bowler next to him. The battle of the titans between these 2 young men. Always sparks flying. Michael Oliver next to Stuart Oliver. My goodness me, this is a family affair here. Dave Jenkins in 7th next to Stephen Powell, rounding off row 4. So very, very busy. Lots of skill and speed at the front of this pack. Moving a little bit further back now on to row 5, we've got 33 Neil Yates next to Terry Gibbon, who had a bit of a coming together earlier on with Tom O'Rourke, believe it or not. Down into Division 2 then for row 6 is Callum Eason, Bradley Harvey, Simon Cole on row 7, John Powell next to Archie Handy, and then on the final page, as it brings up onto your graphics areas, Warren Harvey in the number 97, who hasn't been on his usual pace this weekend, and of course another rear start for Jake Evans, still unfortunately struggling with his engine, very temperamental. So we're looking out now on to the grid start, and quite a view out of the window there. We've got the GT tyre partner for the championship there, their pace truck run by Stuart this afternoon. And of course we've got another pace truck for you later on, so make sure you're still watching for that, and lots more racing action as well, of course, with 1 more truck race and 2 more pickup races just from the Truck Sport calendar, along with plenty of so TCR UK and also Audi Cup, Civic Cup. There is lots to do. We're obviously probably going to get rid of a lot of the lunch break today because of the issues we had, but if you can look to the left hand side of the number 89 Simon Reed there, you might just be able to see a patch of black grass, which is where we had an issue earlier on, which is why we had to close the circuit for a small time. Unfortunately, a bit of fire, and we don't like fires, but everything is very dry at the moment. Now we can see them moving on.
There they go. Look, that was me earlier, but I was in a DAF.
You were
not
in a
an MAN.
That's right. What was it like in the pace truck and with all of those monsters behind you
I
roaring
would say
away?
seeing them in your mirror weaving, but they had the cameras, so it's on a screen, and you could see them sort of swerving left and right behind you. It was quite intense.
I bet. I mean, were you used to taking it that fast?
Well, I was only doing 50.
Oh, was it 50?
Yeah,
right,
50
so you
miles
still
an
get
hour.
but round corners, usually when you're towing, and you don't really get up
yeah.
to that speed
No,
banking
not
round corners.
But yeah, it was quite fast around some of the corners.
Now, obviously, you've got a favourite. It's going to be Tom O'Rourke in the 86 MV Commercial. But if you weren't allowed to pick Tom, you know, which just on visuals alone, which one would be going? You don't need to pick a number. Just kind of tell me a description of your favourite truck.
Have I got to refer to my notes? I don't really know.
Just pick a colour. It's fine. I mean, one thing I'm shocking at, if you pass me that...
Oh, we've got some...
you pass me this.
Some literature.
We might just be able to utilise the corners. This is one thing.
yes.
Yeah, it makes you sound so professional when you know where they are on the track.
Yeah.
So at the minute, if you look at where they are, they're coming around the old hairpin. You've just come out of Craner Curves, down the old hairpin, and they'll be coming up to Starkey's now, where there used to be.
Bridge.
Yeah, where there used to be a bridge. Is there still a bridge, actually? Have I completely missed the bridge?
It's a tunnel, isn't it?
Here we go. No, there's a tunnel under. There's a bridge over. There used to be a bridge over. There is no longer any bridge. Now, there used to be. I'm almost positive to say there used to be, I'm sure, a Dunlop bridge over that. And
I've noticed
that,
you swerve this corner.
Schwanz curve, yeah. No, so they're actually making their way up into Schwanz through McLean's at the minute as they take a little right turn. Of course, it's all mirrored at the moment, and then they'll come right. There's
the bridge.
There's a bit of the bridge.
A bit of the bridge.
Yeah. There's an entrance into the main back straight, and there's a little castle, and everyone thinks that's the castle of Castle Donington, but it's not. It's a bit further over on the hill. Now we're going to get live timing up here, and we'll have a quick look onto here just to see, not to put any pressure on. Good luck to number 6, John Powell.
We can see the live chat.
Yeah, we should do trailers. Someone's saying over on the TCR chat, which would be good, and as we can. Where can we meet Trucker Tim, Pointy? I don't know. That is, well, I think, will you be, where are you going for the rest of the day?
MV commercial stand.
MV commercial stand down on the infield where all of the cool Convoy stuff is going on. So now we can see them making their way round Coppice. We've got that kind of building. This is the little castle I was telling you about over by the entrance. So yeah, they've come round Coppice now, and they're making their way down the long straight at the back of the old viewing bank there. Into the Roberts chicane. This is one of the only things I remember because that's my actual real name, believe it or not. Not Pointy. Not many people know that. This is
a lot of people do now.
Trucker Tim just got. Yeah, that's it. It's out. It's out of the bag.
Over on the YouTube.
Yeah, right then. So here we go. Then we've got the red lights. We've got 15 minutes on the clock. It's Reed versus Reed as they power down, and it's lights out. It's go racing. It's a very even start between Craig and Simon Reed as they power down. Further back, we look at Callum Eason. Very comfortable on the outside as John Powell tries to find a way through. It's just ahead there with Simon Reed, Craig tucking in behind him, John Bowler next to Stuart Oliver. There's a teeny bit of contact there with Michael Oliver as Steve Powell still forced right wide onto the outside as they come round Hollywood down the hill into Craner Curves. It's Nathan Smith all over the place. It's very fast down there. Dave Jenkins all over the tyres. My goodness me. It's very active. This first half of the lap is extremely tight. Nathan under loads of pressure from number 12 Michael Oliver there, but it still looks like a very good start for the number 68 of Craig Reed. Manages to pip his brother for the first half of that lap. What do you think of that?
It's mind-blowing.
It's
just
mind-blowing.
watching you.
Do you like that?
How do you just reel it off like that?
I don't know. It's taken a lot of years. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of years. So we've got Terry Gibbon managed to come out of the pits there in Ricky Collett's truck, and back now with the 86 MV commercial powering along under a little bit of pressure there from Neil Yates, who had a bit of an incident with the beginning of the last race. Stuart Oliver being held up behind Steve Powell, but then Dave Jenkins again in the 69 waiting in the wings to take that spot as we come round Roberts for the first time. Very tight through the chicane. A bit more dust gets thrown up. A lot of this damage, of course.
Bit drifting.
It is
by number 12.
Yes,
there we go.
Number 12. Well done. Yeah. there's a tail out.
There we
tail
go.
out. This is it.
My foot's in.
Your foot's in. You've done it. Well done. Trucker Tim has commentated. Right then, let's have a quick look at the lap times. 68 crossing the line first, 0.33 behind his brother Simon. Nathan doing very well with 1 second off the lead though. Behind him though, it's 0.53 for Bowler. Very tight. You can see just less than a second between all of them basically, but still struggling, some of them, to keep their tails in as we see more dust getting thrown up into the face of the number 7 Stuart Oliver. This is certainly a battle we need to keep an eye on as we're coming back up the hill now through Starkey's.
You just looked at me. Yeah, look at them go. They're going so fast.
They are
very
going
close
very
together.
Fast. Yes, 100 miles an hour up a hill is quite exciting for 5 tons of racing machine. Across the top of McLean's through Coppice now though. These are the two Reed brothers in the red.
Yes, I could.
Yeah.
Number 11 behind, followed by number 14, then followed by number 12.
That is very right. Yes. So
that's what I can see.
Here you could be looking at saying, well, look, this
number
one's moving around a lot.
Number 69, he's got something hanging off.
Yes, that's true.
Bumpers hanging off there.
Front bumper, bit of damage there. Stuart Oliver pulling ahead though as they come out very cleanly through. Roberts taking a bit of a gap ahead though of Dave Jenkins there. Looking further back though into Division 2, it's a great start for Callum Eason with Bradley Harvey just behind him. John Powell still in third position there. Simon Cole in fourth. Archie Handy and Warren Harvey down the back. But of course, poor old Terry Gibbons starting from the pit lane in dead last from Division 1, so not a good start for him. But we can see now Michael Oliver, the number 12, with Steve Powell right on his tail. Steve Powell's had a great start to the weekend with some trophies already, Tim. So he's putting him under pressure. He's putting him under pressure.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm under pressure at the moment. You're making me sweat.
Dun, 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 dun. Let's have a quick replay then and see what's going on here. We've got John Bowler behind Nathan Smith, and there we go. As we come round, we can see, just looking at these trucks again coming back up the hill, Callum Eason, quite a big gap ahead of the rest of the Division 2 trucks now, so that's great for Callum Eason. It's always good to have that clean air, and when you're focusing on what's in front of you rather than what's behind you, it actually makes you a much faster truck.
When you're at the front.
Yes,
you got the clean air.
Exactly, this is it. Bit of a gap behind Division 1. There is obviously an evident speed difference between Division 1 and Division 2. Huge amounts of power difference as well. But look at this, we've got Dave Jenkins looking for the outside through Roberts, but Stuart Oliver just managing to close that door as they come round on to the next lap. But it's still a very tight race. Look at that cluster of trucks all swerving around trying to get past each other. It's a battle there for third place, I believe, as we've got Bowler trying to get past Smith, Michael trying to get past Bowler. It's all happening, but look at this back in Division 2. John Powell looking for a gap past Bradley Harvey in the 96. Even though it says Weaver, it actually means Harvey. This is something we got mixed up quite a lot.
Drifting by number 6. I think I'll just point out drifting.
Trucker Tim, drifting commentator. There we go.
If there's any drifting, I will commentate on it.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, feel free, if there's like an incident, like a crash, you just jump straight in and say what's happening. So we've got some bump drafting going on then with Dave Jenkins getting right up close behind Stuart Oliver there, up the hill towards Schwartz Curve. There you go, I said it there. Said it for you, Tim. But it's still number 68 of Craig Reed and brother 89 behind him that are very, very comfortable in that lead. But of course, it does appear to be a very tight battle here for the Jenkins and Stuart Oliver, even though they're looking at 7th and 8th at the minute, so very far down as they come sailing past Neil Yates and Tom O'Rourke in their own kind of battle there as they all bunch up coming round into Roberts. But we've got lots of room, and that's what's important.
Yes, lots.
What are we looking at track times, Tim? Tell us the track times.
They're gone. They've gone.
It's fine. I'll tell you what, look, the pink one on TSL is the fastest lap. So have a look at the pink time and look whose it is, and then tell us who got the fastest lap.
Yeah, Powell.
Steve Powell.
Steve Powell, 1 minute 26.
Brilliant. There we go. 1:20, so 26.7.
Is that the fastest lap of the race?
It's the fastest lap of the race so far. Yes, indeed. This is it. Whereas, and it's also his best lap, of course.
He's in sixth.
He's currently in 6th place. Yes. If we look at the timings, it's only 0.1 of a second behind Michael Oliver. So he's going to need to do a bit more than he's doing at the moment to be able to get past Michael Oliver, and then of course make up the extra 5 spaces to the front of the grid.
But then you've got to get past as well.
Absolutely, yes, you have got to get past. That is a very big part of it, and getting past some of these things, they've got the widest vehicles on the track. We see these guys go 3 abreast in places that you wouldn't try and get 3 motorbikes through sometimes, and yet they make it work. It is insane, Nathan Smith, though, the number 11 in the blue and white truck there behind the Reed brothers, doing very well. He didn't have the greatest start yesterday, having a technical issue that saw him get a DNF for one of those races. He's actually come to us from sim racing, believe it or not. So
really?
Yes, indeed. He's been around truck racing his entire life. Let's put that out there first of all. So he's no novice to the sport. However, very quick move up with the International Truck Prix that was here last year. Jumped in his dad's truck, who Dave Smith's been racing with us for quite a few seasons. and obviously did very well, and then they all made the decision that this was going to be the year. Bit of luck up there as we see a late dive from Steve Powell down the outside of the number 12 Michael Oliver. Lots of smoke there, and it's all of a sudden we've got
hang on.
Steve Powell climbing all over the back physically of Michael Oliver. That, I mean, we know there's going to be a bit of rubbing, but that was trying to climb over the top rather than go around the outside. My goodness me, but this is how it goes. Things can be very tight as we see Stuart Oliver backing off now. This isn't the pace we're used to from Stuart Oliver, so I'm thinking there may be some kind of issue. He does look a lot slower than we would be expecting at this time. We've got just under 7 minutes left of the race. We've just gone past the halfway mark. Yeah, have a drink, relax.
I'm just going to have a swig of water.
Yes. Dave Jenkins, of course, though, very happy with the issue of Stuart Oliver backing off a little bit now, giving him some clean air to get ahead as he starts to now hunt down Michael Oliver. TSL showing that Steve Powell's actually made it past, but of course, looking down there on the grid, he hasn't, so maybe the transponders are playing up a little bit.
Reed Brothers still first and second.
They are.
There we go.
Great update. And did you know, Reed Brothers 68 and 89 is actually 68 upside down?
Oh, it is,
right,
yes.
Yeah, and it's because it was both of their dad's numbers when he was racing.
Oh, okay.
Little tidbit for you there. Yeah, there's my fact of the
Little
day.
bit of knowledge.
Indeed. Looking very comfortable though, but John Bowler starting to gain on the back of Nathan Smith in the number 11. As we look further back down though, in that lovely view we can see Callum Eason now making his way past Stuart Oliver as well. So Stuart's definitely in trouble. But John,
hang on, we've seen something. Blowout.
That's a blowout on the number 7. We see bits of fiberglass and tyre blow all over the place. Let's see if I can see it out the window.
He's getting up.
No, it's too far past us.
Oh, it's on the grass.
Stuart Oliver making his way to safety now. I'll see if we're going to get a flag for that. We might be able to do a virtual safety car if he is out of the way. This would mean
virtual safety car?
Yeah, because they're not allowed real safety cars because the trucks are too big and scary.
Okay.
Yeah. So in reality, as long as he's far enough out the way, clerk of the course can make a safety decision on whether we're going to go under yellow flag on that particular corner or whether they'll just put a red flag out if he's in a dangerous position.
Yellow flag, is that no overtaking?
It is indeed on that particular course. As long as the yellow flags are out on that particular corner, then they can carry on racing as soon as they get past. Back with Tom O'Rourke though in the Fruhafen MV Commercial 86, having a great battle with the 33 of Neil Yates, making his way past now. He's done very well to get past him. Surely you've got to be rooting for this guy now,
I am,
right?
yeah, definitely. Come on, Tom.
Oh, there we go. So let's see how they get round the chicanes. We go for the wide angle. We'll just see them popping out behind there, up over the hill. But it's still the 68 of Craig Reed doing very well, setting a fantastic lap time, 127.3 there. Such an unfortunate finish to the race for Stuart Oliver, though. That is a real shame.
So does the race finish when the time's up?
Sort of, yeah.
Okay.
So when the time's up, as long as the time finishes before any of the other trucks start another lap, then they'll put the last lap flag out first, and then they'll then do the checkered flag after that one. However, there isn't a checkered flag. No, so they'll say last lap, and then they'll put checkered flags up on the light board, but there isn't a physical flag like you get with the rest of the races.
Why is that?
Because they're not allowed any marshals on the gantry whilst the trucks are on the circuit.
Because they're so big and heavy.
They're so big and scary.
Yeah.
That's basically the
I
theme.
see.
Right then, we've got Simon Reed now under a little bit of pressure from Nathan Smith, but the battle for third is getting very, very spicy as number 3, Steve Powell, still climbing all over the back of Michael Oliver, looking for that space. Hopefully there's no more contact between them two, but John Bowler is just concentrating on trying to get past Nathan at the minute, which doesn't want to give way. Of course, Nathan wanting to use every possible opportunity of this reverse grid. Do you know anything about the reverse grid, Tim?
A little bit.
A little bit. Tell us what you know.
So because the different leagues, is it?
Sort of. So
they swap round.
Yes, the reverse grid will be a reverse result of the top 8 of the previous race. So this is a reverse grid of yesterday's race 2. So the top 8 will get swapped around as we saw earlier on.
So they have to get past them, don't they? They
Exactly.
have to get back by.
Exactly, and it's a proper battle sometimes. I mean, we've had it in the past where we used to reverse the entire grid. Wow. We'd have Division 2, 10 trucks in front, and then all the Division 1 trucks behind, and you'd literally all have to swap places on the circuit. That used to create quite a few incidents.
Carnage,
let's say. Yeah,
I could
absolute
imagine.
carnage. Yeah, chaos and carnage was the one. But yeah, very comfortable lead of the top three now. But look at how fast they look when you get certain angles there of the Reed brothers just firing along. This is going to be a great picture on the podium for us in about half an hour after the checkered flag. We'll be handing out the trophies. Hey, Tim,
will we get to go down?
Do you want to hand out some
Yeah.
trophies?
Oh my God! Can I?
mean, it happens. It's got to be done,
Yes,
right?
yes,
We've got to
please.
do it. Okay,
Yes.
there we go. Trucker Tim handing
That'd be
out
awesome.
the trophies half an hour after the checkered flag, as is tradition. But here we go with John Bowler. We've got 2 minutes left, just after the race there. Right, we've got John Bowler for Nathan Smith now, 14 and 11 on your screens, looking for every possible gap around. Will he make it fit? It's very tight. I can't believe we didn't get any contact on the tyres there. My goodness me, that was very close. But taking that tighter line has given Michael Oliver a chance to catch up a little bit, as Neil Yates is still all over the back of Tom O'Rourke further back. Dave Jenkins has caught up with the back of Steve Powell, number 3. And Nathan Smith seems to be driving a little bit more defensively now, not as close to the Reed brothers as we've seen for the rest of the race. Look at the gap between them there.
Can the drivers see how long's left of the race in their cab? Or
No, they've got radios, and they will be told last lap over the radio. So they've got a course radio which comes from Clark of the course.
Yep.
So the coordinator or Clark of the course can send them voice messages if there's number so and so, black and white flag for track limits. We have actually had a track limits, unfortunately, I do believe, for number 6 of John Powell in Division 2. So he may well be getting a small penalty, and as he's currently in 3rd, that could affect how he finishes across the line. So we can see 68 and 89 now starting to catch up just with the back of Terry Gibbon. We're just about seeing Ricky Collett's truck there in shot, along with Warren Harvey. We've had another black and white track limits flag going out for number 69. They only get a couple of warnings before they get a
Does
marker.
that mean they've done something wrong?
That means they've had a bit too much of 2 of their wheels going over the white line of the circuit. Track limit sensors are in place, so it's not a decision, it's a process where they will pip out and obviously tell the clerk of the course that they've gone too far over. So this is the correct procedure you see here, staying out of the way to let the faster trucks come past if you are far enough back that you're going to get in the way. And a very nicely spaced out train there, but this is it. We've got 1 second as the clock counts over. This will definitely be the last lap. Will we see checkered flag at the end of this lap?
I'm going to have a lay down after this.
You lie down after this. I think I need to lie down after this. Usually Paul helps for some of it. No, I think you've done fantastically. Right, we've got Craig Reed and Simon Reed and Nathan Smith at the beginning at the front of Division 1. Let's just concentrate on these 3 as they come up the hill through Starkey's Bridge into Schwantz Curve and around the back of McLean's. This is the last quarter of the
Coming
lap
round
now.
Coppice now.
That's it. Very good.
Thank you.
It is. You've done it well. Nice straight round Coppice onto the long straight before we can see Robert Chicane just out of shot there. And let's see if anybody makes a last dash, because this could be the moment that somebody tries to make a move. Here we go through Roberts chicane. It goes as we've still got Craig Reed, Simon Reed,
They've
Nathan Smith. It's going to be checkered flag out, is it? And yes, as he crosses the line, it's a fantastic result for Craig Reed in the 68, followed by brother Simon Reed in the 89, number 11 for Nathan Smith. He'll be very happy with that. Then following on, we've got Bowler, we've got Michael Oliver in 5th, 6th is Steve Powell, 7th for Dave Jenkins, 8th is Tom O'Rourke, and behind there, number 9 in 9th place is Neil Yates. Down into Division 2, then taking the win across the line and quite a distance ahead of the rest of the pack is Callum Eason. Yet another, I believe that's the 8th consecutive first place he's had in a row now, ladies and gentlemen. That is an incredible achievement. Bradley Harvey taking the 2nd place, and then as John Powell and Simon Cole cross the line, we see that changeover in positions for track limits, which puts Cole in 3rd place overall. Behind him then John Powell, Archie Handy, Warren Harvey is your 15th position, and of course unfortunately Terry Gibbon and Stuart Oliver we lost during the race. Just across the line then, there he goes. absolutely brilliant result as they just wait for our last couple of drivers to finish off. But of course, that does mean that I'm going to have to hand over to Paul, because we have got to go and do TV interviews, haven't we?
Have we?
Yeah, well, I have at least.
Oh,
I've got to go and run off. So it's been emotional. I'll hand you back to Paul. Paul, how are we?
All good, thank you, Pointy. And well, it's been absolutely brilliant having both yourself and Trucker Tim covering the race there. And well, I get the feeling that Tim's definitely enjoyed himself. And well, as we bring up those results up on screen there, your visual results from round number 24 of the British Truck Racing Championship for 2026. Craig Reed, your winner overall, ahead of Simon Reed and Nathan Smith. That being your top 3 overall and in Division 1. John Bowler taking 4th, ahead of Michael Oliver. Stephen Powell 6th, ahead of Dave Jenkins. Then Tom O'Rourke and Neil Yates completing your top 9. Round out the top 10, Callum Easton, your Division 2 winner, ahead there of Harvey, that being none other than Bradley Harvey. And round off the Division 2 podium, we did see there Simon Cole. Great racing from all 3 of them there, and we did see just behind them, it was the number 6 of Powell, unfortunately losing out with a post-race penalty. Didn't quite work out there for John Powell. And round off the Division 2 top 5, we had Archie Handy. But we are going to just have a brief breather between this race and, of course, then bringing those Parc Fermé interviews, as we do have Pointy quickly dashing his way down there. And we'll place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Can he dash down to Parc Fermé quicker than Andy McEwen can do it or not? I'll leave that up to your imagination there. And, well, what a great race. We've got one more race for the British Truck Racing Championship here this weekend. And we're going to be seeing what will be their round 25 later on today. And that'll be the race where it's set in terms of the grid based on a top 8 inversion of the race 3 results. The racing this morning, and we'll be seeing all the drivers go back out there once again. Hopefully we will get to see the machinery of Stuart Oliver back out there, and also the machinery, the number 95 that did have to retire quite early from the race, of Terry Gibbon, because we always do love a full truck racing championship grid. The circuit falls silent for a brief moment, and coming up after these interviews will be the Mini Challenge Club Sport, and that will be their penultimate round of their season, round number 14 of 15, and a lot on the line in the championship there. And we'll bring you up to speed with that when the time is right, as we do just see there the staff car making its way around, just inspecting the circuit and making sure that all is okay and that there's no debris or indeed any fluids down on the circuit, which we have seen in a couple of the races today, including of course in our truck racing earlier on this weekend. And just take a look into the YouTube chat there, and we do see a few of you there enjoying yourselves with regards to seeing Trucker Tim being in the commentary room. But we're going to now make our way down to Parc Fermé for Pointy, who's going to bring us those interviews from our top 3 and indeed a good variety of our truck racing championship drivers.
Hello there! As with a bit of television magic, here we are down as we watch 89 and 68. Simon and Craig Reed pull back into the paddock. Very exciting to have them also mixed in with the spectators here at Donington. Now I believe one of them's been called into Parc Fermé, so we're just waiting for one to reverse in, and once we've got that, we will have a chat to the lucky winner. And what a fantastic start. Say that again. So we've got Craig Reed here, so we can have a chat to him. No, sorry, I missed it again, Dan. Sorry, mate. Right. Always trying to tell me things when it's like the loudest moment, and then I just miss it. And I'm like, I really wanted to hear that because it sounded important, but then your earphone falls out of it, and you're like, oh God, what did he say? What did he say? Right. Let's get him out now. Brother Simon making his way round to Parc Fermé. Now, of course, we're under Parc Fermé conditions, even though we're in the tent. So we put the sign on the window. Mechanics aren't allowed to touch anything other than the isolator and I believe the water, because things like that need to be cooled down and sorted out, ready for the next race. So, hello. Craig, what a battle, what a race.
It was good, yeah, honestly. Simon's got a different TCU on me. He has got a bit more power on the street. but on the red gate, I just pulled enough to stay on the big end. Listen, we never spoke about that race. Like, people think, oh, you're going to have a team audit. No, listen, we race. It don't matter whether it's Michael and my brother.
Two trucks, two drivers.
Listen, it don't make any difference. To be honest with you, Simon was patient with onto the main straight, but he's got so much power with that engine, with ECU he's got. But no, from zero to hero. So, like I say, with the last race, my steering T-bar broke, which is just one of them things. And also, I was revved up to try to review. Nothing was stopping me winning that race. So
it blooming looked like it. We could tell just by watching how you're racing. I mean, there were certain times it's like, how are they going this quickly? I mean, it was so good.
I think the track limits, I'll be honest with you, qualifying in the first race I whinged about it, but to be honest with you, the track limits have really made us all the same. And to be honest with you, I think the racing is very fierce and very, I'm always at the back of my mind, I've got track limits, but to be honest, it really is making us all smarter, act up, and we are all pretty frigging quick, That's the problem, we're all intense of each other.
Yeah, do you think with the track limits things, because obviously it's been quite a big push on that this year, do you think it's actually like accidentally forcing the drivers to follow quicker lines because they're having to follow the proper racing line?
100%. I was going into red gate, and at the start of the race, my Garmin was showing red, and then I just sort of switched off, getting such a good line out of red gate, and it was going green every time. So listen, it is true. The best way around the track is the right way, and that is. But like I say, to be honest with you, the team have done a mint job to, like I say, it was a job that was. Luckily, I've got my old girl here, so I managed to steal the steering part off that.
Oh, goodness,
so
that is good. Everyone seems to have spare trucks this weekend. It's crazy. Well, congratulations. Phenomenal result. Very good job. 30 minutes after the checkered flag, we'll see you on the podium. We've got a special guest handing out trophies as well. Now, I'm not sure, Ian, do you know if we've still got any kind of lunch break, or are we heading straight into the mini challenge?
Lunch break officially ended 20 minutes ago. So I saw the mini challenge cars go up to assembly area actually whilst the truck race was going on, so I haven't heard officially, but I'm pretty certain there's no lunch break whatsoever.
I wouldn't have thought. It's a good job we did have an hour on the cards at least, which has given us a chance to swallow that up and try and pull the schedule back together a little bit.
Well, yes, we do have a couple of, hopefully we might have time to play out a couple of VTs that we filmed yesterday, some great causes that we've been working with. Hopefully we can hear from them, fingers crossed we can. Well, you've been doing a great job as well, by the way.
Thanks, mate. It's a team effort. We couldn't do it without everybody doing their own thing,
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, well done. Because you've been driving your buggy down, haven't you? So you haven't been running.
No, I've been in much better shape this weekend just because I've not had to physically sprint.
Well, I've got to say you look very well, by the way. I'm not the only one. I've seen in the live chat is of course, a lot of people commenting saying how well you're looking.
Oh, so thanks. Line up, queue up, don't tell the wife.
Right. Okay, right. Thanks, great job as ever. Really appreciate it, buddy. We'll see you a little bit later. Points will be back for the pickups and one more British Truck Racing Championship race a little bit later this afternoon. Right, so we are going to hand it back because there's not too long to go for the Mini Challenge Club Sport. Their penultimate race of the season. Can you believe that? Wow, they've only got 2 races left in total. I'm going to hand back to Paul, but we might be able to hear from a couple of videos that we filmed yesterday for some great causes. We might be able to hear from some more drivers. We've got loads of content coming up throughout the rest of the day. So I'm going to head back and I'll see you very soon.
Oh, thank you, Ian. And well, ladies and gentlemen, we now do get set for the Mini Challenge Club Sport of Airtech Motorsport round number 14 their season, this being their season finale weekend. And well, we do have some recovery work ongoing at the moment. So, as Ian was mentioning only moments ago, we are going to talk about charitable causes. And just to give you a bit of a preamble to this one, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe we now have a little bit of a video feature in relation to the Childhood Eye Cancer Trust. Because as we do head into this, well, I'd like to tell you about this cause that some members of our camera team are supporting. The Childhood Eye Cancer Trust, the CHECT, or CHECT, is the UK's only dedicated charity which supports children, families and adults affected by retinoblastoma, or RB as it's known, a rare form of eye cancer that typically affects children aged 6 or under but can have lifetime-long effects. This August and September, CHECT is running a virtual hospital-to-hospital challenge where participants shall be covering the distance between Birmingham Women's and Children's Hospital and the Royal London Hospital within a month. The is approximately 122 miles in total, or just under 4 miles per day. Two of our cameramen, Dan and Richard, are taking part in this challenge, and if you'd like to know more about this great cause, donate or take part in the challenge yourself, please stay tuned now for this little feature, or see the link posted in the YouTube chat. And we do have a QR code on screen as well, so therefore you can scan that QR code to know more about the cause. Without further ado, we'll hand over to our video feature to tell you a little bit more about the Childhood Eye Cancer Trust.
Right, good evening everybody, or afternoon or morning whenever you're watching this. I can tell you right now it is 10 to 8 in the evening on Saturday here at Convoy in the Park. We've just done a full day's broadcasting. I've done about 30,000 steps already, but we're about to do a couple of laps of Donington Park on our feet for a very, very good reason. I've got Richard here, Dan here as well. As you can see, he's modelling a very nice t-shirt, the Childhood Eye Cancer Trust. And Dan, we are taking part in a 122-mile run. Why? That's a very specific distance.
It's a very specific distance, so that's the distance between the two hospitals in the UK that treat retinoblastoma. So that's Birmingham Women's and Children's Hospital in Birmingham, and then London's Royal Hospital as well.
Okay, we don't have to do 122 miles now though, do we? It's throughout the whole of August, right?
Throughout the whole of August we've got it. I think, I don't know what Richard's on so far. I think I've done about 34.9 miles.
Okay.
And we're hoping to knock out another 5 now, doing a couple of laps.
Yeah.
Richard's been doing it with me, and obviously we've got you as a special guest this evening. So.
I'm going to join you for a couple of laps. Richard, you're going to walk though, aren't you?
Yeah, sadly I'm an old boy with a dodgy knee, so I've got to walk these laps.
Right, I think we should get this underway, shall we? 2 laps coming up. I've worked it out. The mile was done in 4 minutes, wasn't it? So what are we, about 2 miles? So I reckon 16 minutes we can get this knocked out if we get a move on. Yeah. Right, right, here we go. Oh, just before we do go, people can donate, I guess. How would somebody donate?
People can donate. We're going to go with Bark. We're going to put the link in the description of tomorrow's Bark YouTube video, so you can check it out there.
Right, tomorrow you'll see us, we might be a little bit tired. Dan, Richard, myself, all part of the broadcast team here. It's been a long, long day, but it's not over yet. Ready, chaps? Come on.
Ready.
Put your hands. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
We're not holding hands the whole way now.
Bye. Bye. I've just completed 5 laps. 3. I'm going to. Well, I'm joined by somebody very special. Ollie Hisco is here, the Director of Fundraising for the Air Ambulance Service. Ollie, what a job it is you guys do, by the way. But it's something that we really hope we never actually have to use, but it's not the case, is it?
Yeah, well, we can't prevent life happening. We can't prevent the things that require an emergency. But I think for the public, it's about knowing that the air ambulance is there, the air ambulance exists, and it's a service we provide free of charge. We don't get any government funding, but that saves lives on a daily basis.
You don't get any government funding at all?
No, everything we do is funded by the generosity of the public, the generosity of companies. 2 companies here, some of our corporate sponsors, so there's MV Commercial and DHL, both here today fundraising for us. Brilliant. As part of their representation at this championship, which is just fantastic.
So obviously finance is a difficult part of it, but then you actually have to get in the air and get out and save people. You've been here before as well, haven't you?
Yeah, so the Derbyshire, Leicestershire and Rutland Air Ambulance is based in Nottingham.
Yeah.
And from a 999 phone call to getting to here is 7 minutes.
Wow. Okay.
So that's incredibly fast. That gets everything we need here. So on there, there'll be the highest trained level of paramedic.
Yeah.
There'll be a doctor, and there'll be all the equipment they need to do roadside surgery, to restart hearts, to do blood transfusions, to do amputations. So it's about bringing the A&E to the person as opposed to bringing the person to A&E. And as I said, in 7 minutes from that phone call being placed, we can be here. Wow. And it's that fastness that saves lives.
But you talk about the people as well, the doctors, the paramedics, etc. So they're on standby pretty much all the time, really.
Yeah, it's a 24/7 service. This time of year we fly more. Obviously we can't land at night time in a place where we can't see if there are overhead power cables. But it's 24/7 service, and yeah, they're always on. They're always on standby. This time of year it tends to be a lot busier because frankly people are doing more, whether that's racing like we're seeing today, or horse riding, or playing golf. We're more active in the summer, and that means we get more call outs.
So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You don't have to answer them if you don't want, but do you know roughly how many call-outs you get per year?
Yeah, around 10,000. I was doing some quick maths in my head.
10,000?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
So it is quite significant. And you know, any single air ambulance alone might be getting up to 6 a day at this time of year.
Wow.
There's 22 air ambulances in the UK, so it is really quite significant.
So can I ask this, if you know the answer, again, if you don't want to answer, it's no problem, but how much does it cost roughly? Let's say it's 7 minutes here. What sort of cost are we looking at? You know, we're trying to fundraise, aren't we? So what would that cost?
Yeah, so our air ambulances, and like the Derbyshire, Leicestershire and Rutland, or the next nearest is the Warwickshire and Northamptonshire, they are quite small helicopters. They're, for those who like their helicopters, they're Leonardo 109s, and they're single pilot.
Okay.
So the fact they're small means that we can, firstly, they're very fast. They fire 180 miles an hour. So as fast as some of those trucks think they're going right now is actually, that's how
those trucks are great. They don't go 180.
no, exactly. So 180 miles an hour without any traffic lights, and they, because they're small, because they're single pilot, it's one of the cheaper air ambulances. It only costs £2,500 per mission.
Oh, is that all? Oh,
that's
right.
all.
Well,
That's
budget
all.
then.
Yeah. So in terms of,
you can't put a price on saving someone's life, but it puts it into context, doesn't it? The money that needs to be raised.
That's it. That's it. You know that if you're in the most serious of incidents, and we only go out to the most serious of incidents, that you would want the very best. You'd want the doctor. You'd want that roadside ability to deliver the A&E there, and you'd want it there as fast as possible. And you know, a bit like race crews, we look at marginal gains. So we've got our from 999 call to in the sky to under 2 minutes now.
Wow.
Which is, you know, really quite significant. And the way we tell the public, why do we spend so much money on training? Well, you try holding your breath for 2 minutes, and then that will tell you exactly why we do it.
You're absolutely spot on. The difference between sort of even 20 seconds could be the difference between life and death. As I said, you can't really put a price on it, but unfortunately we have to. So you've got to fundraise. How do we find out more? How do people get in touch or donate?
So there's many ways. So AAUK is the national body. You can donate directly to them or find your local air ambulance. I work for the Air Ambulance Service, and you can Google us and donate to us if you want to donate locally to here at Donington.
Ollie, thank you so much for all the wonderful work that you guys do. We really do appreciate it. You literally save lives, literally. Ollie, enjoy the rest of the weekend, won't you? And hopefully we won't be calling you ever.
No, fingers crossed.
And well, there, ladies and gentlemen, our two features in relation to two huge charitable causes, both there, the Childhood Eye Cancer Trust and also none other than the London Air Ambulance Service. But as our minis make the way into position for their race start, this is for round number 14 of the Mini Challenge Club Sport of Airtech Motorsport, their penultimate round of the season. And well, we won't have time to go through the entirety of the grid, I think, but in terms of your top 10, Ollie Wilmot lines up on pole position, joined alongside by Adrian Lingy, and then we do have James Dudley and Ian Trunley on row 2. Row number 3, it's John White and Simon Sinfield, head of Steve Webb and Ben Trunley, and Chris Johnson and Paul Sawyer will complete your top 10. And bear in mind the front row of the R50 Coopers behind Andy Langley and Jacob Heap, followed up by Daniel Truman and Jacob Baldry. But those are your front rows for both of your class packs, and the lights go on, ladies and gentlemen, and the lights are out. It's away we go. And for our BMW Mini Cooper machines, they roar the way down towards turn number 1. Side by side at the front there, it's going to be 3 wide, in fact, as they head into the braking zone. And it looks though that Lingy has made a brilliant start. He's going to scythe the field in 2 and make his way into lead. As meanwhile, our 50 Coopers, they're also getting 3-4 wide, coming in towards Redgate. But we can only look at one battle at a time as they make the way on through. And right now there we can see all the R56 and R53 machines all together, long line astern, as the R50s weave their way down the hill behind, coming through Hollywood into the Craner curves. But right now it's your number 71 there, or in fact 77 of Adrian Lingy, who is doing a fantastic job leading the way. But as all the field now gets ready to make its way up towards Schwanskirve, and then it will be McLean's. Well, now we'll start to see the field go into single file, unless anybody's feeling daring on open lap on cold tyres and cold brakes. I've seen a bit of fighting there further back, and in fact we've had a change there coming out the old hairpin. Didn't quite catch that. The number 5 has moved back up the front, and in fact that has been a phenomenal start there for what was our driver. In fact, that's not the number 5, I want to say that's number 70 there, Ollie Wilmot. Oh, Well, they come on through the corners right now, and I think there I'm getting a bit of delirious with heat haze on what I'm seeing on the screen. Bearing in mind, you will be looking for your number 5 of Freddie Hewitt, who'll be trying to charge his way through the field as quickly as possible, and I think he is already into 4th place. And my goodness, what a charge that's been. But more fighting going on here as our drivers make the way from right into left. The 777 of John White there find himself stuck in the fighting. Indeed, everywhere you look right now, there's plenty of battling. But after one lap, it's number 70 of Ollie Wilmot who leads the way, just ahead of Adrian Lingy. And then we have the fight for 3rd here, and already Freddie Hewitt has made his way all the way from the back of the combined R50, S56 and S53 field, all the way up to 3rd place. He dispatches there the number 7 of James Dudley in a flash, and right now he knows he needs to win this race as Freddie Hewitt if he wants to try and keep his championship hopes alive. Based on the mathematics we're doing at the moment, things are definitely teetering the way in S56 for the number 70 of Ollie Wilmot. But meanwhile, we see a number 46 there as well. And that is going to be Rob Gaffney there, back all the way to the front of the S53s as quickly as he started. Remember, of course, the fact he had the unfortunate non-finish at the very beginning, at the end of race number 1. So therefore things gone back, but he's charged his way all the way forward. And as for the Cooper S class, it is the Cooper class, it's still Andy Langley who leads the way there, ahead of Jacob Baldry and Jacob Heap. That's a big twitch sideways there from number 77, and Lingy right now just making a small mistake and having to get things back together there as he finds a bit of pressure going behind, and that's going to be Freddie Hewitt in for a move shortly. Freddie Hewitt taking a little bit of a look there, going slightly off camera, as then we come a bit further back and we do see one of the Trunley family machines carrying on. Ian Trunley there just ahead of the batting duo, and that's going to be your number 216 looking for a potential move on what will be your number 26 there. Does it the 219, I should say, ahead of the 29, and that was Johnson trying to make a move on Paul Sawyer as Ian Trunley has slipped a long way down the field. Ben Trunley was just in front of them, so Ian Trunley I think has had something very wrong I haven't quite seen. But sadly, it's not worked out for the father of the Trunley family as it's working out for the son, Ben, who right now, if he was to take that 2nd place, well, he would almost done enough to take the S53 championship provisionally based on the math we've done. But then we come back here, and that's your number 23 for a brief moment, also trying to push forward, as all the fighting is absolutely brilliant. But right now, there's only one car out there that's absolutely flying, and that is the 46 of Rob Gaffney, who leads S53, but he wants to try and take on some of the S56 runners if he can. Coming back through the field there, and Gaffney tries to close the gap to James Dudley and also John White. And in fact, hold up a second, that is Adrian Lingy now moving his way down the order. He's falling, in fact. He's been muscled down. I wonder if he's got a problem with the car, because there you can see, and that is Rob Gaffney past him now. The 46 is absolutely flying out there, but not so on number 77. So it does seem as though the driver, who is much loved for his appearances on the podium this season, he might be making an absence on the podium come the end of this race, at least in S56, if not overall as well. But back to the front we go, and well, one of the things you could always predict in the Mini Challenge Club Sport, as we do see one driver going very wide in the rear of your picture there. That's coming out of Coppice Bend. I think that is one of our Cooper R50 drivers who's made a bit of an error. We'll try and find out who exactly that is shortly, as they're going to be relegated down the order. And I'm sorry to say that we can confirm Ian Trunley is in the pit lane, so his number 41 will not be continuing its journey, as there we do catch our number, I want to say, is that going to be our number 19? That's going to be the 19 of Daniel Truman. Now, he's a big name in the Cooper Class Championship, given the fact he came into today 2nd in the championship, chasing after Jacob Heap, trailing by the best part of 44 points. And right now it does seem as though, Sonny for Heap, this is a really golden opportunity to extend that lead and pretty much put it out of reach by the time we do see our final race here today. Looking to the front of the Cooper R50 class, that's Andy Langley, typically known for being racing in the S56 class, but he's decided to switch back to then the Union Jack Mini, and he has got right behind him Jacob Baldry trying to put some pressure on. And Jacob Baldry, having taken 5 podiums this season, but yet to take a win in the class, well, has to see where we can do it this time around. He fell a bit short of it previously, but track limit penalties, as much as also battling on circuit, definitely dictated the flow of the race for all 3 classes. But there's our 777 of John Wyatt, and right now still holding his ground, although being very closely chased there by some of our S56 fellow runners. And right now he finds himself in some very firm company as Adrian Lingy continues to fall down the order, so definitely a problem for his car as he slips all the way down your timing tower on the left hand side. But then we come back to the battle for the lead of the Cooper class. Langley still ahead there, but Baldry inching closer and closer, looking for an opportunity to potentially make a move if he can. Now, to fill you in on how points are scored, they're scored based on class position, where you get 20 for first, 17 for second, 15 for third, 13 for fourth, 11 for fifth, and then 10 for sixth, and down in steps of 1 all the way down to 15th place. But you also get a point for pole position in qualifying, and also a point for the fastest lap in the race and for leading a lap of the race as well. So plenty of points up on offer. So even if you don't win the race, just leading a lap gives you an extra point. They can help you out, and that's exactly what Jacob Baldry would like to do, because I think he would like to see if he can get inside the top 5 before the season is said and done come the sun setting today, as he continues to ride the back there of Andy Langley. And here they go up towards what will be the Schwantz curve again. Now, is he going to be able to look for the move here? Will he go outside to inside or inside to outside? I think it's going to be the former. Well, he continues to look for the outside lines there, keeping Langley definitely on his toes. But look who's being brought into the fight there. That's number 20 of Jacob Heap, championship leader. And, well, after taking that second place plus the fastest lap last time out, he'll be happy to be sitting behind them right now, as it's going to be a big move there. And that is a change for Cooper R50 lead. That is going to be Baldry now into the lead of the class. Andy Langley slips to second. And it's going to be the other Jacob Heap, I should say, who'll be wanting to try and get onto the next step of the podium shortly. Coming into the S's then, I think you won't see any further battles between this trio right now, but I think we're going to have to find out when, rather than if, it's going to be an attack here from Heap on Langley, as across that timing line they roar. A bit further back there, you can also see the number 23, that is going to be and the machinery of Daniel Butcher-Lord. He's trying to close up. He has brought Chris Aram to the party with him. There's a little bit of a further gap before you do see the machinery of Truman and also Reed there, so a bit of a gap opening up. But as we now get ready to take a look back towards the very front of the field, we're giving a bit of time there to our 50 runs, which is always lovely to see, and we'll come back to them a bit later on. There are your overall leaders at the moment, and surely not again, and that is going to be a slowing down car there, I don't believe my eyes, of Freddie Hewitt. That is heartbreaking, and well, it all went wrong in race number 1. He slipped backwards, and now it's race number 2. It's all going wrong again here at Donington Park. He does continue, however. He doesn't seem to duck to the pit lane, but it means now your number 70 there of Ollie Wilmer is going to have literally the entire space of the road to himself. He's not going to worry about anyone else in class, because his pace right now is more than comfortable to make sure he stays well ahead of the rest of the field. And John White's going to be catching up to Freddie Hewitt quite quickly, but we are starting to see some black and white flags for track limits for drivers, so that could change the complexion of this race. There's Ben Trunley still chasing after the 2-3-1 of Steve Webb. He would like to take the overall position of 7th, although it's not going to help him get the win in the S53 class. He'll need to try and carve down what is almost now 4 seconds to Rob Gaffney. That is a big gap there, and Gaffney is no slow driver, I can tell you that, with the way he's been driving today. And I think Gaffney definitely putting a big impression in going into what will be the new season. But a bit of a battle here, and that's going to be a squeeze on the inside for Heap. Can he get the move on Andy Langley? He's going to try it at least. Now they come in towards Hollywood, and the man who leads the R50 Cooper Championship, he wants this second place, and he wants them proved to be the superior of the Jacobs. If he can chase down Jacob Baldry, he's not going to the momentum here as he tucks in behind before looking to the inside. All on the brakes into the old hairpin. Langley goes to the switchback, and does Heap overcook it? He does slightly. It's well done, but it's just a little bit too overcooked. And so here comes Alan Langley looking around the outside, getting ready now to go in towards the run of Schwann's in towards McLean's. Who's going to be the braver on the breakers here? And it will be Langley who's able to take that place back. Great racing between these two, no doubt about it. And as they head up towards Coppice Bend, all this is going to do is buy Jacob Baldry a huge amount of time. He started the lap almost 7.5 seconds clear. By the end of this lap, I think, well, not 7.5 seconds clear, I'm misreading my timings there. He started the lap only what was about 0.6 of a second clear, but by the end of this lap, he's going to have at least 2 to 3 seconds of space, if not even more. And while I jokingly say he'll be making it up to 7 seconds at this rate if they continue to fight like this. Then we do come back to a little bit more squabbling here in the midst, and there's your number 5, Freddie Hewitt, still soldiering on. And well, of course, we talked a little bit earlier about the fact the 20-foot 24 champion in the S56 class, and wants to give a big thanks to his sponsors of PJN, also Low Finance, and also his mum, I do believe. And right now he's not giving up. He may be in a car that seems to be struggling or having an intermittent issue, but he does sweep round the outside there of one of our drivers who is going to lap down. In fact, I want to say that is Ian Trundley. Now, the reason why he will be going slowly is because he did come into the pit lane earlier, and while he's come back out, he is a lap down. So the reason he is going slow is because he has to respect the blue flags. As much as he'd like to battle with these drivers, he is an S56 runner, much like them, but he's not allowed to battle them. Essentially, he has to give way. So the reality of the situation is that actually now we still have John White close to the back of Freddie Hewitt, and James Dudley also trying to get involved there for the final spot of the S56 podium. Coming through there for Ian Trundley, this is not the way he wants it to go compared to the result he had earlier on today. We did bring on home that 4th place, but right now he's to the back of the S56 field. Then again, you never know what could happen in race number 3. Remembering all the grids are set based on the results of the previous race, so Ian Trundley is going to come charging through from the back of the combined S56 and S53 order, as we do focus on them a little bit before coming back to the start-finish straight. Why are we here? Oh, car pulling off the road. Well, that is an excursion there, but that is, I get the feeling, because there's something wrong with the car and they want to be no further part of this race. They don't want to be a nuisance out on circuit, and I want to say that is going to be the Trundley machine. So that's gone all wrong. That's Ben Trundley, in fact. Well, Ian Trundley had an issue at the start of the race. Ben Trundley, his son, has an issue midway, well, in fact, towards the very end of the race, the bookend in the race with issues with the cars. And for Ben Trundley, well, he did take the S53 win after a lot of changes to the results after round number 13 earlier today, where a lot of track limit penalties had to be doled out after the race had finished. And so that win, well, it's definitely won in his back pocket. And he came into this round with almost a 60-point advantage. So I'd understand that Ben Trundley right now should be feeling quite safe even with that retirement. That does not help him whatsoever, so he will have to commit that as a 0 score or one of his drop scores, because they do get 2. 2 minutes left to go. We come back to the front. This is Ollie Wilmot right now leading the way, and well, very much on course at this point to make it his 10th win of the season. He's only got another 2 laps, if that, to go at the end of this one. As meanwhile, the battle for 3rd in S56 is very much on. Now, James Dudley, in terms of how he ranks in podiums and wins, he's only had 1 win. No, he's not had any wins this season, as I managed to reread my notes correctly, and he's yet to have a podium either. His best results have been top 5s, of which he's had 4 of them until today, of course, where he did pick up that 3rd place in the S56 race of race number 1. So he'd like to make it another podium if he can, as that's number 5 having some more issues there. Freddie Hewitt pulling aside, and I think it's definitely right now a car that he's trying to push as much as possible, but Freddie Hewitt is just trying to nurse the car. I think he's found something that's gone wrong again and immediately reacted and said, right, I'm going to have to back off here and just see if I can nurse it, because he'll want every point he can to just keep his championship hopes alive, although no matter how slim they are going into their season finale in the evening today. But we go on to then what is going to be our final lap of racing by my estimate, and the last lap board out there, plus also black and white flag for our drivers. And it's the side-by-side battle now for 2nd in S56, yielded by Freddie Hewitt, and there's going to be John White under some huge pressure. And so far in terms of podiums this season, White has had 2 podiums. He didn't pick one up in race number 1 earlier, so now he's trying to make it his 3rd podium of the season. It would be a season best 2nd place finish if he can hold on there in the golden machine. Remember, of course, is why the heroes of Snetterton, who definitely did have a lot of confidence and took that 2nd and 3rd place in races 2 and 3 of Snetterton. So right now he would match his season best result, but he'd be yet to take a win this season. You never know what could happen in race number 3 later today. They continue to fight, and off camera we still have the battle between Jacob Baldry, Andy Langley and Jacob Heap, although really Jacob Baldry is pulled away in the R50 class, and it's Heap and Langley fighting for the runner-up spot. But on screen, look from one way to the other, but James Dudley can't quite find a move there, and right now is to go for the switch, but it's not going to work. You have to try and scoop it around the outside, but as they charged away down towards the S's, well, the checker flag gets ready to wave for our drivers, ladies and gentlemen, and roaring the one down right now. Will James Dudley go for a final move? We'll come back to that. It's to be continued. As meanwhile, the continuation of victory stands there for Wilmot. Oh, goodness me. And that gets very hairy. Oh, the lad's elbows out there. And John White being sent straight to the tyre barrier across the Melbourne hairpin. And, well, that's definitely one of those moments whereby I wouldn't want to be in the camp of either driver or indeed the steward's room for that one, because that definitely was a bit of a contentious moment. But it will mean that we will see a victory in the S56 class for Ollie Wilmot ahead of James Dudley, albeit question mark about the one after his contact with John White right at the end. And well, we see driver there a bit shaken in the car, and marshals attending as quick as they can. And well, we will be seeing third place go to Sinfield. He'll complete the overall S56 podium. Rob Gaffney takes the S53 victory ahead of Webb. And then we do have Johnson there taking home second place in S53 with that 6th place overall ahead of Paul Sawyer. And then we'll have Hewitt surviving to 8th place overall and 5th place in the S56 class. And then we're going to have none other than Lauren Fletcher bringing on home a great result there, I do believe. That's going to be for Fletcher, a 4th place in S53, one of the stronger results in the more recent rounds of the season, and completing your top 10, it will be Reeve there. But here come your 50 Cooper machines, and as they come to the finish line, it is going to be victory in the 33 for Jacob Baldry, and that is going to become his maiden win of the season, I believe. So congratulations to Jacob for that. Andy Langley held on to the run-up spot just ahead of Jacob Heap, who was denied, but he will extend his championship lead, because then finishing 4th behind in their class, it was Butcher Lord ahead of Chris Aram, and then we will see the 67 of Reed, and you have to go a bit further back before you did see Truman finish the race. So unfortunately for Daniel Truman, he's not closing the gap down to Jacob Heapen at this point. He's looking all said and done almost. But here's a replay of what happened right at the end in the battle for second in the S56 class. John White defending hard on the inside. James Dudley went for the switchback, but White went very deep and had to sort of half and half between the tyre stack and the corner. Got it wrong. Now, this is the point of contention. Now, did James Dudley lose the rear of the car, and as he tried to wrestle it back under control, make the contact with John White, or, well, the only other question would be, would it be 4 elbows out between them? But we only call that incident from one angle. Of course, there's plenty more angles available, plus the onboard cameras of the drivers' cars, and well, definitely there will be some question marks about that one afterwards, because whilst James Dudley's taken second on the road, well, it may not be second when the race results are classified, depending on the interpretation. I think we are going to see if we can get a further replay of the incident. And again, under heavy braking here, and keep in mind, front engine front wheel drive, all the weight concentrated and thrown over the front end of the car, but John White definitely making a mistake here. But as they come through the right into left, we can see there Dudley having to definitely keep an eye on what White was doing, turn his head to definitely focus on White, who tried to rejoin on the circuit. And well, as they roll out, White in the end getting things very, very much under control as best as he could. And then coming out the corner, you can see that James Dudley comes straight aside. And well, big shunt there to the front right panel of John White's car. And well, we'll leave it up to interpretation, ladies and gentlemen, of that incident. But we did see there provisional results. Ollie Wilmot taking on home his 10th win of the season in the number 70 for the S56 and overall category. James Dudley, your run up there on the road, and Simon Sinfield completing your podium in the S56s. It was S53 victory for Rob Gaffney, making amends for his non-finish earlier on, with Steve Webb round out the top 5. Chris Johnson and Paul Sawyer, 6th and 7th, completed your S53 podium, just ahead of Freddie Hewitt with his technical issues resurging, and Lauren Fletcher and Carmen Reeve completing your top 10, and your R50 winner was none other than what was there, Jacob Baldry. But we're going to go straight down to part of Ferme, ladies and gentlemen, because Ian Althouse is eagerly awaiting us. Let's hear from our Millie Challenge Cup Sport drivers.
Well, there we go, everybody. Ollie Wilmot, he has fire on his front grille, and we think that is the championship wrapped up. Ollie, congratulations. Obviously, we've got to get through part Ferme, bits and bobs, etc., but it looks like it's a done deal.
It looks like it's done now. But yeah, thanks to all the family and friends, it means a lot.
You were just looking at the back of your car there, everything okay?
Bit of a tab by Langley, Lingy. So a bit spooked me, but yeah, it's still there. So.
I can see in your eyes you're a bit emotional. What does this mean to you? This also means I get extra cream on the scone as well, so thank you very much. Congratulations. Simon Sinfield there as well. James Dudley has gone off over there. I really want to find Rob Gaffney, winner in the S53 class. Let's go and grab him now. Hello, Rob. I promised I'd come and find you, didn't I? Congratulations. I'm hoping for this up for it, doesn't it? Come on.
Yeah, obviously, you know, we had a problem obviously with the car in race one. Unfortunately, obviously, crank pulley bolt had come loose.
Yeah.
So just put the car in limp. So but yeah, obviously we fixed it, and yeah, it's all running fine.
Got a nice little trophy there. Look, we've still got one more race to go. I can't believe it's gone 3 o'clock and you still have another race to go. It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, we plan to do the same again. Obviously, we'd like to try and mix it a bit more of the 56s, but we should see how we go.
I think you're 4th overall. You're not that far off.
Yeah, to be honest, the last 5 or 6 laps I was just kind of backing it off. Didn't want to get any time penalties, anything like that. Obviously, I knew I was well ahead of my class, so just
big last race. Rob, thanks for talking to us. Let's grab Simon. Simon, come here, my friend.
Wanted him on the and he's done it.
You have done it. A bit of a wild race, huh?
Wild race, yeah. I'll get the full picture when I've calmed down.
Well, you came out, you parked up, you weren't. It looked like you weren't even sure where you'd finished.
No, I don't, Ian. I don't have the ability to count when I'm in the car. I just.
Well, there was a bit of last lap drama, so don't blame you.
No, there's a lot going on, but it's the team and the people that have helped me to get me from last into the first corner at Brands at the beginning of the season.
Tough indeed. I wonder to James Dudley over here, and I think Mark's going to catch up with him first, so we will speak to him very, very shortly. Let's just stay with us a little bit longer if that's okay. I think there might be a little bit of clean-up going out on the circuit over there. We've got Lauren Fletcher here and Carmen Reeve. Let's find out how they're doing. Carmen, I spoke to you a little bit earlier,
yes,
of course, ahead of race one. You said you were feeling a little bit nervous. We're now 2 races into the weekend. How are we feeling?
Amazing. The car feels good now. I feel good. That's all I can ask for, really.
Can I just, the blue on this? Yes. Is that what it is?
It's satin blue, yes.
It looks pretty cool. Who designs it? Who does the style? Do you do it yourself, or?
I think a little Google inspiration doesn't hurt, does it?
Google helps, yeah.
I would love to say, but next year we're going to go for a refresh, so.
Okay, does that mean you're back then in Mini Challenge Club Sport for 2020?
That is the aim. I'm going to keep you on your toes, but the aim is there. A full season is maybe works.
Maybe. What does it take then? Other money, I take it. Is that what it takes?
Partnerships. JBR Capital is the reason I'm here today. Without them,
let's show it on
none of this would be possible. So thank you to those guys. I hope I'm doing you proud, and hopefully I can showcase them next year.
I mean, you're definitely doing him proud. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Let's keep going. I do want to find James Dudley, if possible, as well. He's over here. I wonder if I can just very quickly grab him involved. Of course, last lap drama. James, can I borrow you? Sorry, can I just borrow you for a very quick chat? I mean, obviously, second place on track, but a bit of last lap drama there.
Just a bit. Me and John obviously fighting for position. I had a good one on him down the back straight. We both went into the chicane late on the brakes together. He looked like his trajectory was going to hit the rector cell. So I was like, I don't know what to do here. Just do I stay where I am? Is he going to bounce off? And he avoided it. I went around the outside of him, and we just came together. So I don't know what the clerk is going to say, but who knows? But I've just heard that he's okay and he's out the car, so that's the main thing.
That's the main thing, isn't it? So,
absolutely.
Thanks for talking to us, James. Anyway, lovely to see you as well. Right, there we go. We still have one more race to go. Round 15 coming up a little bit later for Mini Challenge Club Sport. So, well before that, though, we have the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. They're about to take to the track here at Donington Park. So let's hand back to your commentators for this one. It's going to be another absolute cracker. Over to you.
Well, thank you, Ian. And we do apologise there, ladies and gentlemen, for the cutting in and out of the camera down in Parc Fermé. That's not your live stream. It is on our end there with regards to our camera. There does seem to be a bit of a technical issue that has plagued us all day, and it just leads to a bit of intermittent connectivity when we do try to get the live feed from down in Parc Fermé. But coming up next, of course, we do have another round of the Pickup Truck Racing Championship for 2026, and it is going to be round number 17 here at the Donington Park National Circuit for our pickup truck drivers. We had an absolutely fantastic race early this morning. We got to see some absolutely fast and furious battle in action, and Pointy was with me then. I suspect he might be coming back in due course to join me once again here in the commentary booth. And well, that race in the end did see victory go the way of Aaron Thompson, continuing his winning run from the Snetterton circuit. We made it a perfect weekend, the first in the series history where drivers taken the perfect score. But as we do get ready to see them line up on the grid, this will be your grid for their second race of the day, and that's going to be Aaron Thompson taking pole position based on the second fastest times in qualifying, and he takes that pole with quite a studious 1 minute 15.317. 4 attempts behind him, Ryan Hadfield will line up second on the front row, with Alan Cooper third on the grid ahead of Dale Gent. Then we'll have Mark Willis and Tom Hutchins on row number 3, with Jonathan Hadfield and Chris Brockhurst completing your first 8 drivers. We'll then look a little bit further down very shortly, because this is going to be a very fast and formidable field, and Jonathan Hadfield and Chris Brockhurst will definitely have some pressure from row number 5, and they'll be thinking about those behind them just as much as they will those in front of them, which will be quite exciting, no doubt about. But that top 8 in itself, very interesting, and perhaps the biggest point of them all, Aaron Thompson, who now will be leading the championship coming into this race, given the fact, of course, he was able to pit Alan Cooper and Dale Gent to the post. Well, now can he hold on to that lead, as Alan Cooper, conversely, finishing just behind him in race number 1, and Dale Gent seemed to be struggling, and in the end had to try and survive to finish inside the top 5. But here are your remaining rows of the grid. On row number 5, it'll be Simon Ward and Michael Smith. And a big shout out to Michael Smith's daughter-in-law, and I do believe that is none other than Mia, who's celebrating her 21st birthday this weekend, and therefore very happy, no doubt about it. And I did make my way down to their tent earlier on this weekend, say happy birthday. Did have a big banner out there, and well, a very happy weekend for all of Michael Smith's family. Mark Chalmers starts 11th in this one, ahead of Melvin Collins, and then Chris Land and James Goldshaw will complete your 14 starters for this round of our pickup trucks. One of the other things to keep in mind, we did see in race number 1, where it was a hot circuit back then, even though it was only around 10:30 in the morning, was just how tricky it was to find some grip out there. As we do see John White's Mini from the previous race now being lifted onto the back of the flatbed. The recovery in process. This is what is delaying seeing our pickup trucks make the way on out. But as the marshal's there, just to make sure to get the car settled down, not an easy operation. And you can see there, as they get it all together, that right now the most important thing, drive it out of the car. And well, for John White right now, definitely a frustrating day, and understandably might be a situation settled in the stewards' room afterwards. We did see a few of you giving your thoughts on it in the YouTube chat. Now, we should point out, for those of you wondering what's happening with regards to the schedule, as we do say hello there in the YouTube chat, the TCR UK YouTube chat, to THX196. Good afternoon to you, good sir. And also want to say hello to Jay's Details there, who says that everything has been delayed. We are running effective schedule-wise at least an hour behind at the moment. But whilst we are waiting for the car to be extricated, as we mentioned earlier on, we do have some charitable causes going on. And in our feature, we did talk a little bit about and something that definitely affects the younger generations, and that is none other than the Childhood Eye Cancer Trust. And well, you've got the QR code on screen there if you'd like to know a bit more about the cause, and even look to sign up as part of their ongoing challenge, and that being the running a virtual hospital-to-hospital challenge, where you're covering the distance between Birmingham Women's and Children's Hospital and the Royal London Hospital within a single month. Approximately 122 miles in total, or just under 4 miles per day. 2 of our cameramen, as we mentioned earlier on, Dan and Richard, are taking part in this challenge, and definitely scan the QR code if you'd like to know more, or potentially sign up, or potentially donate to the cause there, because the Childhood Eye Cancer Trust, well, now the UK's only dedicated charity which supports children, families and adults affected by retinoblastoma, a rare form of eye cancer that typically affects children aged 6 or under but can have lifetime long effects. And definitely check out the QR code there if you want to know more. And we did post a link in the YouTube chat on any of the broadcasts that you're tuning in via, where it's the BARC official broadcast, alternatively the TCR UK channel, or Truck Sport for the British Truck Racing Championship. We posted the fundraising link in there as well for those who don't have access to QR readers, because I appreciate not everyone has all the modern technology and doohickeys that some of us do. But indeed, I do believe there you'll find on these smartphones, as long as you point your camera towards that QR code, you'll be able to pick it up quite easily on any modern smartphone these days. We also did see what was a little bit of a segment earlier on in support of the London Air Ambulance charity as well. The QR code, not for that, we should point out, is purely for checked. And well, hearing there about the hard work that goes on behind the scenes as part of their services. And just like that, well, John White's car now on the back of the flatbed. I think the marshal's just making some final conversations there with circuit staff to make sure the tyre barriers are okay, and we'll get the recovery truck put away as well. But as everyone gets themselves set for the next race, well, we also do see there a few of you asking when are we going to be seeing Civics next, and well, we definitely will be seeing Civics, don't worry. The Civic Cup will have its third and final race. It will be coming up after our pickup trucks, and then we'll also have our Audis there, I do believe. And we'll just double check in with respect to our schedule. We have had an updated schedule, and yes, we can confirm we've got our pickup trucks next, then we've got the Civic Cup, then we've got Audi Cup, then the third and final TCR UK race, then the British Truck Racing Championship's fifth and final race this weekend, then we have the final Mini Challenge Club Sport race, and then it will be your final feature long race of the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. And we are scheduled to end the racing at the moment, presuming that everything proceeds as planned, around about 6:45, 7 o'clock. So we are running, even with the shortened down, in fact non-existent lunch break, we are running about half an hour to 45 minutes behind the originally intended schedule if everything does run to plan from this point onwards. And we do say hello there to Womby Pie, who says, watching from Lilydale, Melbourne, Australia. Well, hello to you from the other side of the world, as we look to an other side in time. If anybody remembers this, this is the remnant portion of Starkey's Bridge, which used to run entirely over the section coming out to the old hairpin. And indeed, there you can see the run all the way up from Schwann's Curve into McLean's. The Donington Park circuit, definitely very much decorated in history. And it all began back in 1931, the 25th of May, when a motorcycle race was held on an improvised dirt course on the Donington estate, which drew the best part of 20,000 spectators, and that race being won by Cyril Frederick Squibb Burton at the time. And there we indeed had an absolutely packed spectator grandstands here today, with all the different show trucks, all the spectators here for all the variety of racing, including of course our headliners, the British Truck Racing Championship. And we also say hello there to Kieran Brisley, who's watching from the Isle of Wight. Well, good afternoon to you, Kieran. Hope you're doing well and enjoying the racing so far. And we also do see there a few of you relating to what is the situation, the delays, as we also do have some viewers there from South Korea. And hello to you, tuning in all the way from the other side of the world in the Asian region, as our pickup trucks are out on circuit. So they are making their way onto their formation lap. And we have no Pointy at the moment here in the commentary booth, but I suspect he might be waylaid, he might be doing some podium presentations, alternatively signing some autographs. But we do get set ready for what will be our second of our 3 pickup truck races. 11 laps this, approximately 15 minutes. And well, of course, we do the number of laps, but what you have to consider is the fact those laps approximated the amount of time that it will take, and it will normally be around a 15-minute race. And just filling in for Wendy Howell there in the Truck Sport YouTube chat, saying when is the next truck race? We've got the pickups now, and currently, if we run to plan, the final British Truck Racing Championship race will be at approximately 5:20. But you might want to be ready 5 minutes earlier for that, because I appreciate there's a few of you who are very excited for the finale of the British Truck Racing here at Donington Park this weekend. Of course, they'll have some more rounds later on in the year. Also seeing Jade Stud there saying watching from Donington, love hearing them go around. And can you give Jim a shout out? Well, hello to you Jim, and hello to you Jade. Hope you're both doing well there in the Bark YouTube chat. And we also do say hello to someone known as Robert Paulson, who is tuning in from Central Florida, and also to RR Racer, who is cheering on from Chicago. Indeed, I do believe right now in the US state of Illinois it's about 5 hours behind, so correct me if I'm wrong, we're looking at about, I want to say 10 o'clock in the morning, your end of the world. But let's focus on what's going on the circuit. All of our drivers now make the way into the double file formation. Here's a rolling start here following that green flag formation lap. And we're almost ready to go for round number 17 of the 2026 Pickup Truck Racing Championship. And it is the front row starter, the pole sitter in particular, of Aaron Thompson. Can he make it 5 wins in a row? We're about to find out, because here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as they make the way for the last 2 quarters, and we're about to get underway. as they bring themselves up to speed. It is go, go, go for round number 17 of the Pickup Truck Racing Championship as they roar the way down. But look at this, Ryan Hadfield this time getting his elbows out immediately, but everyone tucks in 2 by 2 as they make their way into Redgate corner here, and Dale Gent will find himself right in the thick of the fight, and they all do, but several run wide, 2 come together, and it's the 27 and the 52 there that make the way to the gravel, and that's going to be Collins and also Goldstraw there, and definitely they are going to be stuck there, and I suspect that's going to be yellow flag as a minimum. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a safety car to try and get those pickups moved. But with all of that drama at the start further down the field, the rest of the field does carry its way onwards, even if we did see a couple of pickup trucks biff themselves off the road. To the front as they come in towards the left into right combination of Schwann's and McLean's. And right now, Aaron Thompson still trying to hold on to that lead as best he possibly can. Ryan Hadfield definitely keeping him honest at the start, but what it looked like by the time they get to Coppice, and well, you can see there right now, you have got your 72 right there, but we see the racing come to a halt at the end of this lap, because we will have a safety car, and that is going to put pause in it. So Alan Cooper, as much as he would like that lead back, he is going to have to wait a little bit, and so they cool and calm it on down. It's understandable. There's your calls for the safety car. It is the 52 there and the 27 who had that coming together into Redgate, and unfortunately for both James Goldstraw and also there for Melvin Collins, they go no further in this race. Number 52 definitely buried in the gravel there, the rear left tyre in particular. Well, the marshals getting ready to help out, and they've also got the JCB on standby. And the JCB machinery, much like our marshals, are going to see a lot of work here today, no doubt about it, as we will continue the race under safety car. It won't be a red flag, and so we will gradually tick off the laps, albeit at a much reduced pace. In fact, I think we might be getting a bit of a replay of what happened at the start of the race, so brace yourselves for that, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get to take a look back at what happened, and also how we saw Thompson manage to just about hold on to the lead, and Aaron Thompson in the end, well, he was under a lot of pressure from the number 1 of Ryan Hadfield, but defended very well. But meanwhile, as we slow time down here in the replay footage, we did see there, I think that was a bit of a lock-up from our 6th place run at the time, either that or a bit of contact between them, and then to the right you saw that coming together, the 52 and the 27. And well, we also did see a couple of us go a bit wide there, and well, in particular Ryan Hadfield being escorted very wide. That was in combination there with our yellow machine. I want to say that was potentially Tom Hutchins. He ended up coming to a bit of a bruise, but then we did see, of course, with Aaron Thompson under pressure from Ryan Hadfield, that pressure then gave way to pressure from Alan Cooper, and Dale Gent making his way all the way into that 3rd place spot. 52 being recovered, now live on your screen, so being steadily made its way onwards. Both drivers out of their pickups by the looks of things, which is very good to see. And as the pickup truck gets gradually moved along there, and the marshal just making sure to keep the steering straight as possible as the JCB just pulls it along. Big shout out to the Orange Army. All of our marshals doing a fantastic job. It cannot be comfortable in those orange overalls in this heat. I do believe today we've seen an ambient temperature peak out about 30 degrees centigrade. And you do the maths, you want to convert that into Fahrenheit for those of you of perhaps American disposition or preferring alternative units, but the track temperature is going to be even warmer than that. But as all of our drivers come behind the safety car there, well, I get the feeling as well, safety car driver Evelyn, she's had a lot of work today, and credit where it's due to her. She's one of the understated heroes being in that safety car, and indeed everyone's seen a lot of work here over this extended weekend. But as all of our drivers continue to follow the safety car around here, at this point they can cool the tyres down a little bit, and well, it just gives our drivers an opportunity to really think about how best now to approach the race when it does resume. Of course, 11 laps on those Hoosier tyres, and they do have quite a few restrictions on those tyres, which is at any given race weekend they're only allowed to use a grand total of 6 tyres, and only one of those tyres must be new to the weekend, whereas the other 5 must have been declared from a previous 2026 meet. So therefore, you can't just simply turn up each and every weekend and put a whole new set of tyres on the car. Not on the car, I should say on the pickup there. Mind my manners. I'm making the mistake that I've previously made with trucks and cars, conflating them together. And well, as our pickups make the way around right now, well, some of our drivers might be running a machine that may have got tyres on them, which have definitely seen better days right now. It's about nursing them, particularly when they're so warm. as they come on through. Well, we do see the 27 now being gradually extricated from the gravel trap. Gentle pull initially, and well, then Sonny, it's going to build a bit of gravitas and momentum, and there it goes. But look at that front left suspension. Yeah, you can see the tyre definitely was embedded in the gravel, but with all the camber on it, makes it look like the front suspension has collapsed. Not quite there, although I think it's definitely not in the best of health, as I do see that Melvin Collins still in the pickup. And well, you can see there the tow line being pulled along. A lot of gravel in the front. And well, after this, we most likely will be back to going racing, ladies and gentlemen. As it's gradually being moved there right now, hopefully we will get to see Melvin Collins back out on the circuit for the finale later on, which will be the 14-lap full-length feature, or the grand final race as it's properly known. We do have these two 11-lap heat races. As all the drivers get set then, and well, the marshals just escort it along as best as possible. I do wonder there, given the tyre is not rotating, and whether the brakes are perhaps jammed on as a result of the instant for the front right, which could be the situation. It is on a sea of gravel, but then you do notice, of course, that the rear tyre is moving, so it might be a front brake lock there on number 27. As it gets to the tarmac, will he be able to get that moving under his own gravitas? Now it's being removed from the trap. There we go. And well, in fact, not brake locking there, just being dragged along the gravel, not getting any rotation. And now Melvin Collins' pickup truck will have been removed from the circuit. So most likely we will spend lap number 4 behind the safety car. And then lap number 5, we will probably go racing again. There's your number 29 of Tom Hutchins, the one who was involved in that contact and the off at Redgate Corner in the open lap, albeit they were the first of 2 incidents. The other one, of course, is the one that's led to the safety car. But Ryan Hadfield won't be too happy that he's fallen all the way down to the back, and now he's got to fight his way forward from 10th place. I think the message is clear there as Thompson makes his way past Redgate. I think he's noticed that it's now clear there's no pickup trucks buried in the gravel, so he's now mentally getting ready to go racing. And what's already a sprint race in terms of its length now becomes an even shorter sprint. Will we see Alan Cooper go on the attack? The thought would be that Alan Cooper would definitely go on the attack straight away, given how quick he was at the start of the race before the safety car got called out. And also keep your eyes out for Dale Gent, because he was nowhere in terms of pace in race number 1, but he seems to have got things dialed back up. And that top 3 out there are your top 3 in the championship. Albeit it's currently Aaron Thompson who leads ahead of Alan Cooper, and Dale Gent is your 3rd place driver. You then do have a bit of a sizable gap in the championship, but leading the way coming into this weekend on 174 points to 163, it was Mark Willis ahead of Ryan Hadfield. But given the results from their first race, how has that changed things around, I hear some of you ask there? And the answer to that question is Ryan Hadfield taking that 2nd place ahead of Mark Willis's 8th place. It will now be Ryan Hadfield running in 4th in the championship. But as they all come around through Coppice Bend, we'll see there that I think right now it's going to be a real big backup of the field there by the man in the lead of Aaron Thompson, weaving from side to side, really backing him off, and just like that he gets going. So from that, trying to catch out the field, and we are go down towards the S's. No overtaking before the start-finish line. The safety car has to come in, but Aaron Thompson there definitely making sure to back the field off as much as possible, and it seems to have worked out nicely. He's given himself plenty of space. So without further ado, we are back racing onto lap number 5 of 11 here in round number 17 of the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Well, just behind there, battle for 4th place is raging on, and that is Jonathan Hadfield versus Willis. Willis right now looking for the move, can't quite find it initially. Also some pressure there being waylaid onto the 85 of Chalmers, trying to make sure that he isn't going to be passed by Ward or Land. And you can see that top 3, they are really spread out early, but battle for 4th, here we go! And they come on down there, slightly cool tyres compared to how they started. And right now Willis really attacking Jonathan Hadfield as much as he possibly can, but he's not finding a way in. And that's going to enable Chris Brockhurst there in the 89 to continue to watch on as a bit of spectator and see if he can get involved. But onto the brakes they go, and can Willis go around the outside? And the answer is going to be not quite. In the end, a big snake train there on the back of the car and the back of the truck. And in the end, losing out. And well, in fact, that is going to be a 65 coming through. Jonathan Hadfield did get it wrong there and will get it back together. Oh, goodness me. And that tyre has completely gone blown rear left tyre by looks of things. And for Jonathan Hadfield, what was a run out onto that curb, I suspect that has struck the tyre at an angle. And suddenly that has punctured the tyre. So he's going to be slowly making his way to the pit lane. But there's your 85 under pressure. Ryan Hadfield right now has come all the way through from the back of the field, already up there into what will be 7th place. He'll surely be 6th if he can find his way past Chalmers. Can he do it into Redgate Corner? The answer's going to be no, too far back. Hutchins keeping Ward and Land behind. He's also come charging through the field. And here goes Ryan Hadfield up the inside. Previous 2025 champion. He's no stranger of having to make overtakes along the way. But then back to the front of the field we go. Fight for the lead. And well, this time, minus a bollard wedged into the radiator grille, it is Aaron Thompson who's still trying to hold off Alan Cooper. It does seem as though whatever pace that Aaron Thompson had as an advantage over Alan Cooper in race number 1 earlier, now Cooper's the one with the pace advantage, albeit bear in mind the slipstream does have a sizable effect on these pickup trucks. But at the same time as well, right now, Cooper definitely looking even more fiery than he did this morning. Do clear copies to make the way onto the back section. Dale Gent's now gradually being dropped. Gap almost a whole second at the starter lap. I would say that's now almost 1.5 seconds there. And Gent once again not quite able to stay with the leaders, as Aaron Thompson makes way into the braking zone in a Lightning McQueen machine. And definitely right now, if you close your eyes or squint, you'd think you were watching what was the movie by Pixar of Cars 1, given the coloration of your top 3 right now, as they come charging on down here. And it's going to look around the outside from Alan Cooper, but in the end, a bit of touch between the two of them. And Aaron Thompson says, no, we're not open, we're busy, we are closed. And well, big drift sideways there coming through Redgate Corner for Thompson. He is pushing hard. And remember, of course, the way these pickup trucks, they swing as they make their way through the corners. The weight transfer, it really creates a big pendulum effect over the rear end, and that's what they've got to try and tame. But that's what makes this one of the most fascinating race in the United Kingdom, as Thompson right now keeping it just as much sideways and straight as he made his way up the old hairpin. They roar the way up the hill, and as they do, still plenty of battling going on. And well, coming in towards what will be that right-hander at the moment. It's definitely a very tricky situation for them all involved. But we'll have to wait and see what happens between our leaders at the moment, because they're definitely feeling the heat in those tyres. A little bit further back there to Ryan Hadfield. And right now trying to pull away from the 85 of Chalmers after passing him. Oh, goes very wide there, does Ryan Hadfield. But just about keeps it within track limits and getting a bit inventive with the amount of width he takes at Coppice Bend. Aaron Thompson goes on to lap number 8 then. 4 to go, including this lap. And right now, 15.4 his lap. Cooper a 15.14. Very little between the two. And Dale Gent a 16.54. So, the best part there of a second slower. And does seem as though Dale Gent right now just having to ride this race out as best he possibly can. Well, the leader's making the way down the hill at the moment, and well, Thompson definitely feeling the pressure, but in turn Cooper as well trying to cut as much as he can, going through the crane of curves here. Absolutely brilliant between these two, pushing each other on the limit. It is Cooper who holds the fastest lap at the moment, which would be worth a bonus point if he's able to take it. But as they head over the rise there, we'll see Dale Gent falling back. And in fact, looking at lap times there for Willis in your number 65, that'd be Mark Willis, he's closing the gap down there to Gent little by little. So he could yet potentially get into the fight for the final podium spot. Although perhaps as well, he's got to be worried about the number 89. And the 89 of Brockhurst there, also getting a little bit closer. So they could all be condensing back together for the fight through to 3rd, through to 6th, all the way to the end. We do see Chalmers and Hutchins, meanwhile, a bit further back. And, well, in fact, here comes Hutchins, a much better run. Heading down towards the S's. Onto the brakes he goes. Not confident enough there to outbrake Chalmers. But right now, Mark Chalmers making himself not easy to beat as the 29 roars on. Now, we have had somebody take some gravel there going into Redgate Corner. You saw it just come slightly as a mist across the camera. Let's see what it's going to be. As, meanwhile, onto lap number 9. We've got 3 more to go then. And Hutchins right now absolutely enjoying the chase, no doubt about it. And quite a few battles going on at the moment, but Hutchins versus Chalmers is the one we're focusing on here, and both looking for a good result. And in terms of Mark Chalmers, well, he's yet to take a podium this season. He's taken 1 top 5, and well, he'd like to take that 6th if he can, and it will keep up a good run of top 10s for him, to be fair. He's had a grand total of 6 of them coming into this race weekend, and why not add another to it? There we do see Thompson and Cooper together still, and well, right now Alan Cooper, bit of a tighter exit line coming out of the Coppice Bend, and we'll still win that draft here, but these two absolutely easy and even on lap times at the moment. But from right into left at the moment, and well, we can see there Cooper just getting a better run slightly out of the Roberts S's. So penultimate lap, getting closer and closer with every millimetre of that straight. But right now onto the brakes there, just a little bit of a weave on the braking, but that's where he's so unsteady. And both of them here absolutely driving on the limit. This is what we love to see. And we'll keep in mind, of course, Alan Cooper has been the story of consistency this season when it's come to results. Meanwhile, Aaron Thompson's really been the story of wins this season, and it's the two opposite ends of the spectrum there, with Thompson having the most podiums, everybody, 13 in grand total and 2 wins, whereas Aaron Thompson's had the 9 wins, and of course they make it 10 from this morning, and well, the grand total of 11 podiums. So that's what it's about right now, is taking that win between the two of them, because that's going to really change the trajectory of the championship. Well, if Thompson takes this one and he takes another one later, he will go into the season finale weekend at Brands Hatch Indy on the 31st of October with a sizable run of her lead. But meanwhile, battle side by side here, and that's going to be too wide all the way in. That is going to be Ryan Hadfield having to defend versus the 89. So Brockhurst right now finding himself in a back and forth here, and it was Hadfield who was getting ahead originally. He was the one who was trying to go from 6th to 5th, but Brockhurst right now has got other ideas about this and says, no, I'd kind of like that back, as they get ready to go on to their final lap. Right to left they go, and Ryan Hadfield right now making it absolutely buttery smooth there through the S's, and we're looking safe, but back to your leaders we go. Too wide there, and it's been building up for some time. They touch once, they touch twice, and right now Cooper and Thompson coming down, and it is so close between the two of them here. Literally, you couldn't even get what would be a cigarette paper between them, as right now Thompson defending all the way to the limit into the old hairpin, and well, Alan Cooper really looking for that move, but it didn't quite pay off. So here they go up the hill, coming through Starkey's first and getting ready then for a potential move, but where's it going to be this time? Does he go for it into what will be McLean's? No, because there's Thompson defending, but is this premature? Is this what Cooper wants? Does he want him just to simply go too defensive? He does, and here comes Cooper, switchback run, and now it's going to be too wide in towards Coppice here, the two main contenders in the championship so far today, and as they make the way out of Coppice right now, Cooper is ahead, but can Aaron Thompson come back? You've got to be certain he's going to go for it if he's close enough here, coming down towards the S's. Even if perhaps he's not close enough, he'll consider it. So Cooper immediately goes defensive, and onto the brakes they go. Last 2 quarters of this lap, and welcome through, and it's going to be the 72 still leading. Aaron Thompson's glued to the back there, Alan Cooper, but for Alan Cooper, he heads to line, the checker flag waves, and it's going to be Cooper who takes his 3rd win of the season, just ahead of Aaron Thompson. They enjoy the battle right to the end. 3rd place, it's going to be Dale Gent who just holds on ahead of Mark Willis, and then we'll see 5th place going to Ryan Hadfield ahead of Chris Brockhurst. Then we're going to have the machinery there of none other than Hutchins coming through in 7th ahead of Mark Chalmers, and then behind them it is going to be the number 71 of Ward, with Land completing your top 10. We see Smith in the 93, Michael Smith completing the run to best of the rest, and then we will, I believe, have, well in fact Smith's had to retire from this race as I double check, and Jonathan Hadfield as well with the issues that did occur for him. So only 10 finishes in this race, ladies and gentlemen, but what a race that ends up being in the end. Plenty of fights to the front, a bit of drama as well, and the gravel trap definitely swallowing up a couple of machines of Collins and Goldshaw, but in the end, Alan Cooper taking the win after 11 laps of fast and furious racing for round number 17 of the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Aaron Thompson taking that 2nd place spot, leading for the majority of it, but Alan Cooper just stealing it away from it on the final lap, and Dale Gent a distant 3rd there, but another podium for him returns to podium ways, but Mark Willis kept him honest by 21/100ths at the finish, and Ryan Hadfield rounding off that top 5, having to make his recovery all the way from the back of the field to the top 5 because of what happened on the open lap. Chris Brockhurst took 6th, with Tom Hutchins in 7th there, on a similar story to Hadfield after the two of them had their coming together at the start, and Mark Chalmers, Simon Ward and Chris Land rounding out your top 10. And all 10 of your finishers there, as we did lose Smith, Jonathan Hadfield, Collins and Goldshot on the way. Fastest lap of that race, the bonus point will be going there to what will be Alan Cooper, and that absolutely splendid 1 minute 15.14, a very fast lap there, 95 miles an hour average speed. And well, the good news is, ladies and gentlemen, is that very shortly we'll be going down to Parc Ferme to catch a word with our top 3 finishers of this race. What a race that was. And well, we're just waiting for our pickups to get into position, and indeed our camera crew and for Pointy to be in position as well to have a chat. And something tells me there's going to be a very happy Alan Cooper down there. And well, we will see those pickups make their way very shortly. But we'll just have to hold fire on that. And coming up next, of course, ladies and gentlemen, will be none other than the Civic Cup, followed up by the Audi Cup. So if you're a big fan of front-engine, front-wheel drive action, well, you're not going to be disappointed, because we will see all the Hondas out there. But we're going down to Parc Ferme for Ian Waterhouse and Pointy to speak to our pickup truck drivers.
Oh, that was tight. It's tight like tiger, that was. My goodness me, but what a result for Alan Cooper. He's been looking for the gap past Aaron Thompson all weekend now. And I tell you what, there's one person that's going to be the hardest on Aaron Thompson after that, and that's Aaron Thompson. But let's, typically they do that, they're weighing the top 3 every time now. So we're going to try and whiz through, because we're never going to get them otherwise. Let's get him out. Yes! A result. It's Alan Cooper, Thompson, Gent. Wow, what a last lap that was. I mean, you were tussling and fighting and chasing. Just incredible. I mean, we didn't think that was going to happen. We're watching, and all of a sudden, a blink of an eye, and there you are.
I think I got within striking range, and he started using a bit of mirror.
Good job.
A little bit of mirror, then he started being defensive, and I was still being clean, and I was just chomping bits off him, and we got it in the end.
I mean, what? Yeah, I was just saying to the camera, the person that's going to be punishing him the most after this race is him. So, how did he get past you? Let's see. What was your angle?
good hard racing. I mean, you know, we just hot conditions. Had 2 massive lockups in the first lap, and just sort of kept playing with us a little bit. So just mess around with that a bit. But no, again, I felt cool and calm, and everything was all okay. I knew he was there. It's so easy to follow. Yeah. It's no, that's not a discredit. But when you are punching the hole in the air and I mean, he was always going to stay with me because he's bloody quick. Let's not get past that. But listen, the 6 wins in a row, that had to come to an end at some point.
All good things must come to an end.
I told Alan.
I was the one to burst his bubble.
I told Alan.
Give me the squash.
I told Alan after Brands Hatch, when him and his family helped us out massively with the panels and everything else, that if he was to be crowned champion of this year, I'd be the first person to lift him on my shoulder. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good race.
That's what it's about, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it's that battle on the track. You come off, and it's just still, look, credit where it's due. You beat me, you got past me. Fair play to the both of you.
Yeah, like I say, the whole race he was in the lead. I got at one point I did get up the inside of him, and I just thought it's too soon to go to lead the whole race. So I just backed off, sat behind him. I knew I had a nice gap behind me. I thought if I could just keep within striking distance, and he start being defensive, his tyre's going to go off. I'm still there. The car, there was loads left in the car. So we was well happy with that. And the last lap, I never normally see the last lap boy, so I never normally have a go. I saw the last lap boy, I thought, right, I've got to go for it. And he went a little bit defensive, and that just ruined his lap time.
Yeah.
I carried on using the same line, and I just took loads and loads off him. And like I say, he just tried to back me up in one corner. I just got up the inside of him coming out the corner and got up there and got the old elbows out, and we were through.
That's excellent. Well done. Fantastic. Right, well, we are severely behind. I'll hand you over to Mark, circuit commentary, and we are massively behind. And I do believe we've now got the Civic Cup back out on track. So away we go with some more racing.
Right, everybody, we're back at the assembly area. It's our last dance for the Civic Cup this weekend, round 13 about to get underway. There's Charlie Constable coming in. I want to go and speak to, look, Hayden Mitchell's just chilling out down here. No, don't get up, Hayden, I'm going to come join you if that's all right. The only place where there's shade up here. This must be the sunniest assembly area ever. Hayden, let's have a quick chat if that's all right with you. How's the season gone?
It's been good and bad. It's been, you know...
What's been the best? I don't like to talk negative. What's been the best thing that's happened this season?
I mean, obviously the podium at Pembury was a highlight of the year so far. The last race was almost a highlight, but unfortunately we ran out of brakes halfway through the race, which was always lovely. So, do love a bit of gravel trapping.
Do we have any concerns about this race?
No, we're all sorted now. We've got some new pads in, and Josh has worked his magic as always, so we're going to be through the field.
Well done, Josh. Well done. Look, enjoy it, won't you? I don't know if my back can get me up here. Wilf, come here, boys, both of you. I want to have a quick chat with the pair of you if we can. It's great to see you guys. Look, how's the weekend gone for you?
Not great so far, to be fair. No,
we're going to end it on a high note, right?
Hopefully, yeah.
Okay.
Gone backwards in both races, but struggled with brakes a lot last one, and the one before that just got caught in loads of carnage.
What's been the biggest high for you this season?
Probably last race weekend at Snap. Managed to get 2 5th places, so that was my best finishes in the Civic Cup. So that was my highlight. Apart from that, we've had some other bad luck earlier on in the year, so hoping to improve from Snap, but yeah, not happened so far this weekend, but hopefully we can end it on a high.
This is the one. Let me just skip over here. Wilf, there's been a few highs for you this season. What stands out the most for you?
I think definitely Pembury, we had a lot of pace.
Yeah.
As well as Froxton, but Froxton we just didn't have luck on our side. Pembury got a 10-second penalty for a jump start, which brought that weekend down a bit, but all year we've just been very similar.
Yeah.
Try and get podium here and there, consistent points make prizes sort of thing.
Points make prizes. Boys, thanks for talking to us. Good luck out there, lads. Really do appreciate it. Yes, round 13. The number 13 is unlucky for some. Well, let's hope it's a winner for some. Well, it will be a winner for somebody. Who is it going to be? Let's find out. Let's hand over to your commentary team for the action. Enjoy.
Well, welcome back everyone. The green flag lap about to be completed for the Civic Cup. We've got big news to give you, but I'm going to rattle through the grid quickly first. Sean McGovern and Dave Marshall share the front row, with Josh Bromley and Matt Wilkins together on row 2, Wilf Butler and Jake Hewlett row 3, with Spencer Stevenson and Joseph Dalgarno on row 4. Row 5 of the grid then, completing the top 10, Wes Swain and Jake Renshaw, with Charlie Constable and Aidan Mitchell on row 6. 7th row, Daniel Petters and Jamie Petters, the two brothers together, and Charlie Budd and Francisco Howitt complete the 8th row of the grid. Howitt, one of 3 drivers actually disqualified from the previous race. One of those other drivers was Jake Hewlett, who came into the weekend as championship leader. He was disqualified on a technical infringement for race 1, so that charging drive from 27th to 5th didn't count, and that effectively takes him out of the championship picture altogether. We'll cover that if we get time over the next 15 minutes. The race bursts into life, and Sean McGovern and Dave Marshall together on the front row of the grid, with Sean McGovern holding on to the advantage. Remember, McGovern had pole for race 1 yesterday and got overtaken partway through the race by a charging Matt Wilkins. He will really want to hang on to the win this time. There is Hewlett round the outside of Wilf Butler through Redgate Corner as the field descends upon the Craner curves for the first time, but Sean McGovern, hunting a maiden first victory in this category, is in a really good position to try and go one better than the second place finish he had yesterday. Down through the Craners, a couple of them getting close to the grass, but everyone keeping it clean for now as they drop down through the old hairpin and head up through Starkeys for the first time. There's Spencer Stevenson. Mechanical issues took him out of the race earlier on. At the head of the field, though, Dave Marshall wants a second win of the day. Remember, he won that race earlier on. Is that Butler? That's Butler! Wilf Butler is off the road, second in the championship. I was about to mention he's only 2 points behind Dave Marshall, who moves into the championship lead, and Wilf Butler is off. It looks as though he locked the rear brakes there turning into McLean's. I didn't see any contact. That doesn't mean there wasn't, but I didn't see any. And Wilf Butler rejoins right at the back of the field. What further drama will this Donington weekend present us with in the context of the championship? There's Matt Wilkins charging around the outside of Josh Bromley. That was an incredible move on the outside into the chicane. McGovern leads. Marshall second. Wilkins is third. Remember, he shed the ballast now that was slowing him down in the earlier race. Here comes Marshall for the lead. No, McGovern had that one covered and gets the Jolt liveried Area Motorsport prepared car into Redgate Corner, still in the lead of the race. Well, drama aplenty. Dave Marshall, as I said, is your championship leader by 2 points over Wilf Butler, who is 5 ahead of Alistair Camp. Matt Wilkins is 4th in the championship, but he's a little way back. He's about, well, he's on 2.37, so he's a long way back from the championship leader. Oh, what's going on? This car's off. There's carnage down at the old hairpin. That's the 6, I think, of Charlie Constable off the road. But I think there was somebody else off. Who was he battling with? Joe Dalgarno, Charlie Budd. He was towards the tail end of the top 10. And unfortunately, Charlie Constable's going no further. There's another slow car, look, that just rejoined the circuit, having been tangled up in that. Not quite sure exactly what happened. But yes, that was unfortunate then for him. Now, success ballast, as I tried to touch upon, it is 40 kilos now on board Dave Marshall's car, having won that race earlier on. Oh, Spencer Stevenson slowing again. Spencer Stevenson's off the pace. Remember, he led much of the second race before the car slowed down, and he's off the pace again now. Matt Wilkins is second, so the point I'm desperately stumbling towards here is that Dave Marshall is carrying maximum success ballast, having won race 2. His chances of winning this race, therefore, massively impacted as a result of that. It is 30 kilos for Josh Bromley. Wilf Butler carries 20. Louis Austin carries 10. And Jake Hewlett carries 5. And I think he will still be carrying 5 kilos, even though he was disqualified from the race. I'm fairly certain you carry the weight based on your on-the-road finishing position rather than the actual amended finishing position. Charlie Constable's car there being moved out of the way. I think it might have been Joseph Dalgarno with whom he tangled, because Dalgarno's disappeared from the top 20, having been running in about 11th or 12th place at the time. So the Civic Cup never gives you a moment to rest, does it? And this third race is proving to be the same. McGovern, though, with no ballast on the car. Wilkins with no ballast on the car. Remember, Matt Wilkins was the winner yesterday when he had a ballast-free race car as well. So Matt Wilkins, we know, has good pace, and he's going to be chasing after McGovern. That was the battle for the yesterday's race win in the end, with McGovern leading early and then Wilkins catching and passing him. Spencer Stevenson continuing to limp around here, but that number 12 car is clearly not at speed. Here comes Alistair Camp. So Alistair Camp, who at the moment would move up into second place in the championship, the pink, black and green car, turns his way through the chicane. Campy, again, starting down the order in this one, because his qualifying session yesterday was massively hampered by a gearbox problem. He didn't set any quick lap time, so he's having to dig his way through the order, and Alistair Camp comes across the line in 16th, but converts that to 15th place by the time they reach Redgate Corner. 3 abreast further back, that is Joseph Dalgarno, who I think was the other car that went off at the old hairpin, battling with Anthony Gannon. Great to have Anthony back in the series this weekend, but yeah, Spencer Stevenson, you feel, really will be better served here just pulling into the pit lane. That car clearly is not running as it should be, and everyone else is just having to duck and dive around him. He's got one of the Petters behind, then Gannon, then Dalgarno, and at the back of that group, Mark Hughes. So Mark Hughes behind Anthony Gannon at the moment. I'm pretty sure that's the battle for the win in the Goodyear Diamond Trophy. Up through Schwantz Curve they head then, into McLean's Corner. Oh, and one of the Petters was slow here. Who was that? So either Daniel or Jamie Petters off the pace. I don't know whether he'd been off or was also pulling into mechanical retirement. This, meanwhile, is Jake Hewlett ahead of Dave Marshall. So this is the ballast starting to tell. Dave Marshall in the green FN2 and the blue EP3 behind of Josh Bromley are the 2 heaviest cars on the grid, because they finished first and second respectively in the second race earlier on. So they're really struggling, whereas the cars around them are all ballast free. So this is the difference that the ballast will make. Dave Marshall, with no weight on the car in race 2, was able to charge through to a win, but now in this one he is slipping backwards, and it's all about damage limitation when you are laden with the ballast. It's what's making this championship battle so close this year, though, because no one can really string together 2 or 3 strong race results in a row. Because you win a race, that's all well and good, you score a load of points, but then you end up with 40 kilos and probably nowhere near the podium in the next one. So out through the old hairpin go. It was Daniel Petters, I can tell you, the Snetterton winner, who pulled into the pit lane that time, so his car does have a mechanical issue of some sort, having slowed at this part of the racetrack a lap ago. Alistair Camp in behind Will Butt, so Will Butt is near the top 10, 13th position. He's got Freddie Ingram and Louis Austin ahead of him, and Luke Sargent's back into the top 10 as well, in 10th place. He's the grey car, 116, at the front of that group, sorry, 115, and he is inside the top 10, which is where he finished in race 2 earlier on today. So down onto the exhibition straight we go again. The lead gap 1.7 seconds. McGovern actually with an answer at the moment for Wilkins' pace. I don't think that gap is coming down, just eyeing it up out of the window. So we can continue to focus on some of these battles going on behind. So out towards Redgate Corner we go. Josh Bromley there, the nose pitching downwards as he heads into Redgate Corner. Is this a recovering Wilf Butler? It is, isn't it? So Wilf Butler there to the outside of Luke Sargent. No, it can't be, because Wilf Butler is not showing there. Where is Wilf Butler showing on the timing screen? Yeah, 20. Oh, he's a lap down actually, so that might be Butler, but a lap down from these cars. He's not going to score points in this race then, Wilf Butler. So one of the most consistent drivers this season is perhaps not going to score in this race. That was a big moment for Will Butt, who nearly got into the side of Francisco Howard. They have now leapt on each other coming out of the old hairpin. Alistair Camp was able to take advantage of that, whilst Louis Austin has found a way past Luke Sargent. So Louis Austin into the top 10 now, and Luke Sargent drops down into 11th position. Is that Wilf Butler? I just want to... Oh no, this is the wrong car anyway that I was looking at. So it isn't Wilf. I'm talking absolute nonsense, not for the first time. Butler is still going, but right at the back of the field. So yeah, I don't think Wilf is going to score. His current lowest score is a non-finish, actually. Had a non-finish in the first race at Thruxton, and he had a poor result in the first race at Brands Hatch. So actually, Wilf is already struggling a bit with drop scores. That's Francisco Howitt, I think, slowing with problems. Francisco Howitt, is he pitting? Yes, he is. So Howitt, the latest to find problems here at Donington Park. So Aidan Mitchell in the 14 car loses out to, tries to get past Charlie Budd. It's a job to keep track of who's overtaking who in races as frantic as the Civic Cup. Charlie Budd running well, having, I think, his best weekend of the season so far. Chatted to him yesterday, and he is starting now to find his feet a little bit in this really challenging championship. Lead gap stable at the moment. Jake Hewlett is the man on a charge, as we saw in the race earlier on. Jake Hewlett's in 3rd position, and he's catching Matt Wilkins. Now Hewlett, because he was disqualified from that race earlier on, he already had a disqualification again for technical infringements for the first race at Brands Hatch, a race that he led from start to finish. So Jake Hewlett has 2 disqualifications, 2 non-scores, but you can't count a disqualification as a dropped score, as Charlie Budd gets, I think, a little bit of a helping hand there from Aidan Mitchell through the chicane, bounces through the gravel, and will lose 8th position as a result. But yes, Jake Hewlett, because he can't drop those DQs, is now dropping a non-finish, yes, from the second Brands Hatch race, and also a non-finish from Thruxton, actually, but he is on 230 points, so he is 42 points off the championship leader Dave Marshall. Jake Hewlett needs wins, and he needs lots of wins over these final half dozen races or so of the season. He is on the tail of Matt Wilkins for second place. They were both a fraction quicker than the leader McGovern that time. But we're 2/3 of the way through the race, and McGovern is keeping a 1.7 second cushion for now, so they're going to have to go some to catch him. Hewlett thinks about the inside line into McLean's, can't quite do it. Dave Marshall there in 4th, sort of having a lonely race at the time being, with Bromley and Renshaw behind. Jet Renshaw on for 6th position if he can stay where he is. Hewlett, though, is on the attack, and I think he is going to have a go here down the straight. Holds a tighter line out of Coppice Corner, gets up alongside Matt Wilkins. Is he going to make the move, stick down into the chicane? I think he probably will. The car edges ahead down the straight. He's got the preferred line into the chicane. Doesn't really need to lean on Wilkins, but he sort of did, and through will go Jake Hewlett. He's going to be doubly fired up now after not scoring in race 1, being classified 27th. He started 27th in race 2, finished 5th on the road, and then that disqualification will be, unfortunately, further firing him up. I mean, maybe he can use that to his benefit, but yeah, not an ideal weekend this for Jake. Weekend that's promised much. Can he now deliver a race win in the 3rd and final race of the weekend? He's 2.5 seconds now behind Sean McGovern, and has just under 4 minutes in which to try and catch him. That will take some doing. So down through the Craner curves we go. Here we go, side-by-side battle at the top of the hill. Who was that? That was, I think, the Camp Sergeant Ingram tussle. So a battle actually of some significance, with Alistair Camp being in the middle of it. Camp's had a really odd weekend, hasn't he? That poor qualifying session yesterday morning has really hurt his weekend, and okay, inherited that podium finish yesterday, but has struggled for pace in both of the races today. Doesn't have any weight on the car in this one, but he's just not really making the progress forward that he did in race 1. So Camp turns up through Coppice Corner, but he seems to be a bit of a cork in the bottle here. Although I think he might have got... no, he hasn't got past anyone on this lap. He is definitely falling away from the top 10. Luke Sargent's been overtaken by Freddie Ingram and might be overtaken again now by Will Butt. Now, I seem to remember these two tangling yesterday at this part of the circuit. Neither of them were happy with each other. And, yeah, well, that was fairly predictable, wasn't it? Will Butt sideways, Luke Sargent manages to hang on to the position. I just saw that coming. I remembered what had happened yesterday at the chicane, and I didn't think either of them were going to back out of that, and indeed they didn't. And that will probably be another conversation to be had after the race, although Butt came out of that one definitely the worst. He's been overtaken now by Harry England for 14th position. Ben Bateman in that group as well, the sort of dark pink and black car. He retired from yesterday's first race at Redgate Corner, which we've just gone through, and he's got the surviving Petters brother behind him now, Jamie Petters, as they plunge downhill. Turn into the old hairpin, but sideways. Can he catch it? Brilliant car control and great camera work to catch that as well. Will Butt with a huge slide, lost some momentum, but not actually as much as I thought he would. And he manages, more importantly, to keep Bateman behind him, although Bateman was having a sniff up the inside into McLean's, but no dice, couldn't quite manage to forge a way through. Up through Coppice Corner we go. At the head of the field, the lap times are pretty even between McGovern and Hewlett, so Sean McGovern clearly has found some long run pace in this race. He said that the car went off a little bit in the latter stages of yesterday's first race when he was in the lead. That's why Matt Wilkins was able to catch him in this one. He's getting away from Wilkins, who... oh, hang on, where is Hugh? Oh, Hewlett's transponder isn't working. Okay, so Hewlett now comes across the line and was actually a tenth slower than the leader anyway. Will Butt gets past Harry England and heads down into Redgate Corner, but again sideways. Look at that, he's got all of the brake bias wound to the back of that car, but that time it did lose him some momentum. Harry England gets back to the inside and Bateman will go with him. Side by side down the hill. I think England will make the move stick. Bateman's going to have to fight it out. Now, I wouldn't go to the outside of Will Butt's car right now for that very reason, because it's filling most of the track. It's so sideways going into the corners. He somehow keeps Bateman at bay, but, oh, he's bouncing through the gravel trap over the grass. He's still out of control. Careful, Will, on the rejoin. Oh, did they all survive that? Are they all still there? 1, 2, 3. Yes, they are. But Will Butt, I think, sensibly lifted off the throttle there and let that group of cars go through. Anthony Gannon, by the way, I think is still ahead of his Goodyear Diamond Trophy rival, Mark Hughes, further back, so we could have another winner in that class before race's end. Down the exhibition straight we go again. The leaders have just gone through to complete the final lap of the race, so Sean McGovern with this lead over Jake Hewlett. This is for third, though, and Dave Marshall's coming back at Matt Wilkins. This is interesting. So Dave Marshall, despite the 40 kilos on board that car, is finding some real speed in the closing stages, and again, he needs every point, they both do, for the championship battle. The wing mirror gets dinged in on Marshall's car, but he keeps his foot in it, side by side through the Craner curves. Dave's on the outside for the old hairpin, but he'll try and tee up a switchback manoeuvre, carry the speed up the hill. No, Wilkins gets off the corner better, and that's where that ballast really takes effect. Marshall should have had a better exit there than Wilkins, but he just couldn't carry the speed up the hill. It's a long, steep incline all the way up to McLean's corner, and that extra 40 kilos really pegs back Dave Marshall's acceleration, and that means Wilkins survives in third for now. He's just got to hang on through Coppice, and then the run down into and through the final chicane. Marshall will throw everything at this, but I'm not sure with all of that weight on board he'll realistically be able to outbrake Matt Wilkins. At the head of the field, though, Sean McGovern is on his way to a win. Now, he scored maximum points from one of the races at Thruxton earlier in the year, but that's because Max Edmondson, a guest driver, was the winner. This is the first on-the-road win in the championship for Sean McGovern, who wins race 3 here at Donington Park. Jake Hewlett will be second, and it's a drag race to the line for third, which is won just about by Matt Wilkins over Dave Marshall. So Wilkins this time managing to score a few points back over Marshall. Jamie Petters, meanwhile, dicing with Will Butt, whose car is predictably sideways. Oh, right through the gravel, bounces back onto the road in front of Jamie Petters. That was absolutely brilliant. Proper stunt driving there from Will Butt, and he's going to hang on to the position, would you believe? That's the hardest fought 15th 14th position the Welshman has ever scored, and he did so in very, very spectacular fashion. Fantastic stuff. Questionable use of track limits, but we'll gloss over that and instead celebrate some very spectacular driving. Sean McGovern, though, will be celebrating a race win, and Paul, I'm going to head down to Parc Fermé to celebrate with him.
All fair play, Andy. And as Andy McEwen makes his way down to Parc Fermé in preparation to enjoy the celebrations, that maiden season win for Sean McGovern, we still do have a few more drivers to make the way to the finish. Let's welcome them all home. Starting off here with none other than your number 70 there of Butler coming to line. Not the race he's wanted, but still sometimes that's the way it goes. And we do have Stevenson out there somewhere, still yet to see his checker flag. And there is none other than Stevenson in the number 12, and well, he will see his checker flag, and that will be your completed finish in order, ladies and gentlemen. Whereby unfortunately we did lose Francisco Howitt and also Daniel Peters earlier on in the race, and also had difficulties for Constable. But as all cool and calm down and make the way back towards the paddock, what a race it was. A fantastic one to complete all the racing for the Civic Cup here at the Donington Park National Circuit, and Sean McGovern taking victory there by 2.5 seconds ahead of Jake Hewlett, with Matt Wilkins holding on in the end versus Dave Marshall and drag race to line, but just showing you what that success by the stars to Dave Marshall's FN2. So taking fourth there for the 66 driver, just ahead of Jake Renshaw, who in turn was quite comfortably ahead of Aidan Mitchell. And then we did have Wesley Swain follow Aidan Mitchell to the line there for sixth, only 300 separating the two of them. Now it was Charlie Budd, Josh Bromley and Lewis Austin completing the top 10. Fastest lap of the race set by the man who took victory on 1 minute 18.407. That was set by Sean McGovern, a lightning quick lap, and indeed completing our 3 Civic Cup races for this weekend. But as always, the Civic Cup delivers, no doubt about it, with fast and formidable K20 powered front engine front wheel drive action from our EP3 and FN2 generation Honda Civics. And well, we are going to be very shortly making our way down to Parc Fermé. In fact, I think we might be going straight down to Parc Fermé to catch up firstly with Ian, who will then be handing the microphone baton over to none other to Andy McEwen for interviews of our top 3 finishers. So over to Ian.
Yeah, welcome down everybody to Parc Fermé for round 13 of the Civic Cup. Sean McGovern is your race winner and he is so excited. Andy's coming down very, very shortly, so we'll pass the mic to him when he gets here. He is just celebrated at the minute. He takes his helmet off. Yes, he wins round 13. I'll go over and have a quick chat with Sean before Andy gets here if we can. Let me just jump in. As he's got the hat suits you well, Sean. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, I just got a... Sorry, my voice is gone now.
I don't blame you, I'm not surprised. Won't keep you long, I promise.
But yeah, I got a good gap, and then I was track limits about halfway through.
Yeah.
So I had to keep it steady all the way.
Yeah.
A few moments I had to lift off and stuff, but I kept the lead, so happy with that, yeah.
How's the car coping with the heat today?
Beautiful. It helps when you're in first, because obviously you get clean air and stuff like that, so it cools everything down nicely, so yeah, delighted with that. Thanks for the sponsors, Jolt, Team Area Motorsport, they've absolutely... If we can bring this...
What does it mean to get the win, Sean? Just before I let you go, you're probably desperate for some water, right?
Yeah, I get it, so really, really happy.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. Mark Werrell will want you as well. Look, I'll just tell him, Mark. Winner. He's the race winner if you want him, Mark. That's Sean McGovern. He's your winner if you want him. Right, no sign of Andy McEwen yet, so let's keep going, shall we? Where's Jake going? Jake. Let's go have a chat with Jake Hewlett if we can. He's had a great race there, hasn't he? Look, nice handshake there between Jake. It's good to see you again. Not in the media centre this time, but in the P2 position.
Yeah, P2, yeah, obviously had a really troublesome start to the weekend, so obviously really happy to get that for the team after all the trials and tribulations that we've had. We've got about 8 laps testing in the new chassis, the windscreen come up and obviously smashed the screen, so then we took it home, got it repaired, got out, then we had a tidy laminating race one, and it was like, obviously had a mega driving race too. Really proud of that, and just obviously so thankful to the team for making it all happen, the misses, yeah. so grateful.
You always want to end the weekend on a high, don't you? And of course, better for the championship now as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's obviously a really tight championship, and obviously, as you can see, anyone can take it. So yeah, really exciting. And congratulations to Sean and Wilkins there as well. They drove a mega race.
They certainly did. So did you as well, Jake. Congratulations, good stuff indeed. Right, who else can we find? We've got the Pettis brothers there. Let's go over and talk to Matt Wilkins, shall we, who came home in third place. Matt, come on, let's have a quick chat if we can. You've taken plenty of water on board now. Pretty hot out there, I take it, right?
So hot. That's probably the hottest one we've done, yeah.
How was that race? Talk us through it.
It was good, but I had Jake breathing down my neck. I could see him coming, and we didn't quite have the pace to get away. To start with, I thought we were going to catch Sean, but then we went the other way. But you know, it's a podium, and that's what I was aiming for.
I was going to say, it's been a pretty good weekend for you, isn't it?
Yeah, we need to keep doing this with our quality, be more consistent so we can start further up and we can get these. Dave had a lot of pace at the end of the race. We didn't start on new, so I don't know if he did or not, but that might be the difference there at the end of the race because I was struggling.
Well done anyway, another podium. Great to see you as well, by the way. Congratulations. There we go. That is it. We say thank you to Civic Cup. More racing action coming up though, and we move on to our second race of the day for the Audi Cup. A little bit earlier I went for a chat with Ruby Smith, and hopefully we might be able to hear from her very soon. Over to you guys. Right, I've caught up with Ruby Smith down here in the garages for our next round of the Audi Cup. Ruby's lovely to see you, by the way. We haven't really spoken before, so I wanted to come down and say hello. And I said, you're going to be on pole for this race, and you've never been on pole before. How are you feeling?
I'm quite nervous. I'm just going to not look in my mirrors, hopefully, just look forward.
Okay, how did you get involved in motorsport? Tell us your journey.
My granddad raced, and then my dad, so I've always been brought up around it.
Your dad raced at Snetterton as well with you in the Audi Cup. How come he's not racing this weekend?
He's actually away in Vegas at the moment. Yeah, he's not come.
Oh, he's having a great time.
He's watching though. He's watching the live stream.
Got a message for him then? Give him a little message. Or Dad, how do you think she's going to do? Let us know. Live chat's open. We can see it. So there you go. Look, pole position. Just relax, enjoy it, have a great time. You had a good race earlier, didn't you, as well?
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, I moved up a few places, so it's better than nothing, I guess.
Ruby, go out there, have a wonderful time, won't you? Thanks for talking to us as well. It is time to get going, so let's hand over to your commentary team for the Audi Cup. Thanks, Ruby.
Well, I tried to get down to the Parc Fermé area, but didn't quite make it in time. There are so many people here at Donington Park, and I was provided with a shiny TCRUK golf buggy to get me there quicker, and actually by the time I'd fought my way through the crowds, Ian had already started doing his thing. So anyway, it is what it is, but it does prove, doesn't it, that this event has been a huge success this year. Yes, we've been blessed with the glorious weather, but it has always been a popular event, Convoy in the Park, and the British Truck Racing Championship has always been a popular championship. It's now fantastic to be able to bring the likes of Civic Cup and TCR UK onto this package and start to enjoy some of that obvious popularity with alongside the trucks and the pickups and all of the regular support series. Also really nice to have the Audi Cup part of the package this weekend as well, and they are heading out on track now for their second race. Their first race, remember, was won by Carl Swift earlier on. What a race that was as well. The battle between he and Andrew Rogerson was absolutely epic, and this one should be just as exciting, if not more so, because we've got a top 6 grid reversal for this one. So the top 6 finishers from race 1 inverted. Ruby Smith therefore gets pole, and Ian Dowler has second position. Patrick Booth and Sam Meagher are going to be together on row 2. Andrew Rogerson and Carl Swift on the third row, with Harrison Foley and Mike Harris sharing row number 4. The 2 non-finishers from the race earlier on today, Mark Jenkins and Ross McCarr, they will share the 5th row of the grid. So 10 starters once again. As I said earlier on though, don't be fooled into thinking that, oh, it's only a 10-car grid, this isn't worth watching, let's go and stick the kettle on, get a little mid-afternoon snack and come back for the proper racing later. The first Audi race was a proper race by the very definition of the words, and I feel fairly confident in saying that race 2 will be the same. So the cars then make their way out of the pit lane. If they follow the same format as they did this morning, they'll do this lap from the assembly area, actually not from the pit lane, from the assembly area, and then there'll be a second green flag lap after that. There was one car which I saw coming out of the pit lane and I think it might have been that red and black car of Ian Dowler, who's just come up into second position in the queue. Ian Dowler, I think, was a bit late on parade, but we've had multiple amendments to the timetable throughout the course of the afternoon because of earlier delays, and so maybe some drivers getting a little bit caught out with the time changes and ending up a little bit late out onto the track. So for those new to Audi Cup, this is a series, not a championship, so there are no points to worry about, there are no complicated drop scores calculations to do. It's all about winning races, finishing on the podium. All of our podium finishers in these Audi Cup races take a trophy home, and I'm sure next year the Audi Cup will become a fully fledged championship, but for now, as it regrows again under new management for 2026, it is a series of races, and that's good because it means drivers can elect to do a full season if they want, or just dip in and out, do the rounds that are more convenient for them. But hopefully we'll have all of these drivers out next time at Alton Park for their final round of the championship. Did I say? I forget now whether they're at Brands Hatch at the end of the season, but anyway, getting down towards the end. Yes, Alton is their final round. Thank you, Paul, who has come prepared with notes, and yeah, the Alton Park finale then will beckon, hopefully, for an even bigger grid of cars for their final round of the championship. I'm going to ignore that comment from the producer and instead focus on what's going on the track. Are we getting a green flag lap? I think we are. And yeah, there we'll head around the circuit once more and line back up on the grid for a 15-minute race that is coming up imminently. So Carl Swift, 6th on the grid, race 1 winner. He is the grey car, the one 6th in the line, funnily enough. The yellow and black car ahead of him was Andrew Rogers, and those have done most of the winning this season. But Sam Meager, who's just ahead of them, he's been a regular podium finisher. He was on the podium in that first race earlier on today. And Sam Meager, with a bit of a track position advantage over those two now, might be someone to keep an eye on here, I think, in that number 5 car. He will feel reasonably confident that he's got the pace of the front row starters. What he'll be less confident of maybe is getting past Patrick Booth, who has been pretty racy so far this weekend. Patrick was within a second or so of Sam by the end of the previous race, so those two pretty evenly matched. And Carl Swift has to find a way past Andrew Rogers. Remember, Swift started on pole for that first race, lost the lead early on, got it back, and they traded it a couple of times in the early laps. Once he established himself out in front, though, he was then able to get away, and it's all because Rogerson at one point dropped down, I believe, as low as 4th in that first race. Fought his way quite quickly back to 2nd, but it was too late. Carl had gone. He was 2 or 3 seconds up the road, and from there he could control it. So it's crucial in this one, you feel, for Andrew to try and peg back Carl Swift a little bit, not allow him to break through to the front of the field. And that's often what does decide these reverse grid races, not only in Audi Cup but in any series. The quick drivers coming through, who gets to the front first, because if they can get to the front and there's a couple of slower cars between them and their predicted rivals, if you like, they can use that next lap or so to get away in clean air. So keep an eye on those two and Sam Meager. And also, let's not gloss over Ruby Smith and Ian Dowler, who've got a great opportunity here to start from the front row of the grid. Ian Dowler, I seem to recall, had some decent pace towards the end of the previous race. But yeah, he was some 6.3 seconds ahead of Ruby Smith, so he'll be keen to get ahead of her on the run into Redgate Corner. Ruby then, in car number 21, lines up on pole. Inside line on the run down, the long run down into Redgate Corner. From this camera angle, it looks quite steeply downhill, but it isn't really. It's just that the last little bit of the pit straight from the sort of pit exit onwards is quite steeply uphill. So our cameraman here at Turn 1 is positioned quite high. He's on a gantry as well, I think, on a scaffolding up at Turn 1. So he's got a very high view, a bird's eye view almost of the action. But it is quite a long run nonetheless into that first turn. And that means that off the start, a good launch off the line can really pay dividends by the time you get to Redgate Corner. Who's going to get it right? Who's going to get it wrong? Let's find out. 15 minutes of Audi Cup racing bursts into life, and Ruby Smith makes a good start, really good start from pole position, actually. It's Ian Dowler who's a bit slow away. Here comes Swift and Rogerson, though, on the outside line. Rogerson, the yellow and black car. Swift tucked in behind. Smith will get the lead. Ruby Smith, that is, ahead of Patrick Booth, I think, and Carl Swift is out wide into the dirt. Carl Swift, the race 1 winner, runs wide through Redgate Corner. and will come out of Redgate almost right at the back of the pack. So that's a real turn up for the books. Andrew Rogerson, meanwhile, is already into third. So critically, he's ahead of Sam Meagher as Patrick Booth here goes for the lead. What a lunge that was. Patrick Booth to the inside of Ruby Smith has gone through, but Andrew Rogerson is already with them. Look, Rogerson carves to the outside of Smith and moves up into second position as they head up towards Schwantz Curve and McLean's. So it's Booth from Rogerson, and that's Ruby Smith, I think, off the road into the gravel trap, heading for our camera, which thankfully is not manned. That's a static camera, and into the barriers she has gone. That's such a shame then for Ruby, who started from the front row, and half a lap later is in the fence and going no further, I suspect, up at McLean's corner. The marshals will run over to make sure she's okay, and will await news on whether that's going to require a safety car. Patrick Booth wouldn't mind a safety car interruption right now, I'd wager, because he's got a lot of pressure coming from Andrew Rogerson, who's desperately late on the brakes and just gets the car pulled up into the chicane. Through he goes, and Andrew Rogerson then from 5th on the grid has got the lead at the end of lap number 2, and crucially for him, Carl Swift is only 5th. So, as I said, the key for those two was who gets to the front first, and the answer is quite comfortably Andrew Rogerson. Sam Meagher there has a little go at Patrick Booth, who in fact was more interested in having another go at getting past Andrew Rogerson on that occasion. If Rogerson has to defend for a corner or two, that could bring Carl Swift back into play. Ian Dowler, meanwhile, is up alongside Meagher. As they plunge down through the craners, he'll have the inside line for the old hairpin, and I think he'll have third place back. Yes, he will. So Dowler goes through, and there is Carl Swift in 5th position. So Carl Swift then with a good run out of the old hairpin, up towards the double right-handers at the top of the hill. He's going to have a go here, I think, at Meagher, but there's a yellow flag. Oh, Carl, be careful. There's a yellow flag out. He's not gone through, in fairness, and sensibly, I think, has dropped right back from Sam Meagher. But he probably didn't see that yellow flag until the very last second, because he was so close to Sam's car that he couldn't really see what was going on trackside. So Carl Swift then does back out of it, avoids a penalty, hopefully, but loses a good second or so to the queue of cars ahead. Rogerson then with a lead of, what's that, 2 or 3 car lengths maybe over Patrick Booth, Ian Dowler and Sam Meagher, 2nd, 3rd and 4th respectively, as they exit the final chicane for the 3rd time. And it's Booth who's now having to go very defensive to keep a fired up Ian Dowler at bay. Dowler's finding some real speed in the early stages of this one. He can't go right round the outside at Redgate, but he might try and get the switch back. Didn't really nail that, did he? And in fact, Meagher has more exit speed than Dowler does. And I thought for a moment was going to get alongside, but they stay line astern. Carl Swift just inching back towards them now as Dowler takes a big chunk of that inside curb down the hill. Interesting that some drivers choose to do that, others don't. Now you might be thinking, is that not exceeding track limits? And the answer probably is yes, but you can only be pinged for exceeding track limits if you do it at the specific parts of the track where it's being monitored. So the exit of Redgate, the exit of Old Hairpin, and usually the exit of this corner here at McLean's, as well as the exit of the chicane at the end of the lap. But anywhere else you can sort of hook the inside wheels over the curbs a little bit and generally get away with it, as they do often on the way into Coppice Corner, to try and help rotate the car over that blind crest and carry good speed down the back straight, something that Carl Swift has done very well. Look, he's up the inside of Sam Meagher, and this time I think he's going to go through into 4th. Is Dowler going to have a pop at Booth? Yes, he is. Can he get the car stopped? Yes, he can, just about. I was holding my breath there. I thought he was going to hit the barrier. That really knocked Booth off his line, though. Not as far off the line, though, as Folly is in the background. He goes grass tracking. Carl Swift, though, takes advantage of that, gets past Booth, and now has a go at getting past Dowler for 2nd. Oh, what a switchback from Carl Swift. That was a textbook switchback manoeuvre. Read that situation perfectly, and Ian Dowler opened the door in the end quite invitingly for the former TCR UK race winner, Carl Swift, who moves into 2nd position. Dowler 3rd. Meagher gets back ahead of Booth as well for 4th, so it all changed there. Carl Swift just gained 3 positions in 2 corners. That was remarkable, and he's now, crucially, only 2 seconds or so adrift of the race leader, Andrew Rogerson. Swift also has the fastest lap, which he set last time by, an 18.7. That was only 0.2 quicker than the leader, but he was in quite dirty air at that time. Now in some clean air, can he chase down Rogerson and give us a rematch of that epic duel that they had in race 1? We're only 5 minutes into the race, so there is still 10 minutes to go. And Carl Swift will have the bit between his teeth now to try and catch the leader, and as I said, give us a real fight now for the race win. Although, he's slowing. Why is he slowing? Swift has just given 2nd place away, 3rd place away. Has Carl Swift got a problem? Surely he has. He wouldn't voluntarily give places away. He's not pitting though, interestingly, so Carl Swift then drops from 2nd to 4th. Why is my question. That car doesn't seem to have the straight line performance that it should have. Is it overheating maybe? I can't think what else it would be, because it's only a slight loss of straight line speed, but in a one-make series as tightly controlled as this one, you only need to be a few horsepower down and it's going to be noticeable. So Carl Swift back up to speed now, seemingly. But is that car starting to overheat, or is there something more sinister going on, something more terminal maybe, which could take him out of the race? Let's hope not. Because at the moment, the fact that he's dropped down to 4th position is not bad news for us, because there's the prospect of him overtaking Sam Meagher and Ian Dowler again, but only if the car is up to the job. No, he's slowing again. Look, has he lost another place to Booth? Yes, he has. So I think this is something more serious for Carl, and it might take him out of the race. We've also got Ross McCarr joining in this battle now, so the second of the Martini liveried cars, making this a 5-way fight for second. Remember, he was a non-finisher in the race earlier on, Ross McCarr. And, yep, he's going to be allowed through by an ailing Carl Swift. Carl, I think this time will have to come into the pit lane. Clearly that car isn't at speed. And so Ross McCarr gets through, sets off now after his teammate ahead. And I think Patrick Booth will probably not have a huge amount of defence. Ian Dowler's off the road at the chicane, and Sam Meagher, well, I was going to say we'll go through into second. He's actually still only level with Dowler into Redgate. Dowler will have all sorts of dirt on the tyres, though, has to brake earlier. Rolls off the brakes going into the corner, but it's not going to quite be enough, is it? I think Meagher should have the momentum on the outside line. Can he clear him? No, Dowler comes back at him. Brilliant stuff. And Ian Dowler will not be deterred. He still wants this second place. Meagher desperately wants to try and make the move, but fair play there to Ian Dowler. Did not let that mistake knock him out of his rhythm. And he's able to hang on to second. So I don't think we're going to have an epic scrap for the win in this race, but a 4-way fight for second is definitely worth the price of admission. Up into McLean's they go then. Dowler with Meagher again, peeking to the inside at McLean's, but not quite close enough. Have the two cars behind swapped? No, it's still Booth ahead of McCarr by the looks of it. 33 ahead of 73. There isn't any noticeable difference in the livery between those two cars. I think they've even both got the same coloured wing mirrors, but the 33 car is just about ahead for now. McCarr, though, is the one arriving with a little bit more momentum, perhaps. And he'll certainly be looking for a way through before too much longer. So, out of the chicane, lots of curb taken, and Dowler doesn't go wide this time, but still manages to carry more speed through there than Meagher behind. Booth, to his credit, is defending 4th position from Ross McCarr. McCarr sweeps to the outside. Watch for another maybe Carl Swift-esque switchback manoeuvre. No, Booth parks the bus, holds the inside line and forces McCarr to go the long way round through Hollywood. That's not going to work, and so McCarr is going to have to settle for another opportunity, maybe, that will come further around the lap. Could it be at the old hairpin? No, no way through there. Through the right-hander though, McCarr with, again, the slightly better exit speed. Tucks into the slipstream, up through Starkey's, through Schwantz, into McLean's corner. Another good overtaking opportunity, but Booth is wise to it and keeps the inside line covered. Dowler perhaps just now starting to look a bit more comfortable at the front of this group, with a couple of car lengths advantage over Meagher. Booth missed the apex there at Coppice. That's so easy to do. You've got to fully commit to that corner way before you can even see the apex, and so if you're a fraction late turning in, once you get to the crest of the hill, the car goes light and it just won't turn into the corner. It's not planted to the road, and that's it then. If you are a foot too late turning in, that can turn into 6 feet wide of the apex by the time you get to the top of the hill, and that's what happened to Booth. It didn't cost him a place though. They're sort of pairing off now, Dowler and Meagher. Dowler defending. Meagher wasn't sure whether there was going to be room up the inside. There wasn't, and so he had to go to the outside. There, meanwhile, is Carl Swift, who's just got past the 273 car, which is Harrison Folly. Now, we saw Harrison go off the road at the chicane earlier on, but that car was wiggling down the straight. I think he's trying to feel out there's some sort of issue with the car, and he's trying to figure out exactly what it is. Oh, my word. Ian Dowler dips a wheel onto the grass, turning into the old hairpin. And I think he might have just allowed Sam Meagher alongside. Yes, he has. Meagher to the inside for second place. Dowler kicking up the dirt as they turn into McLean's corner. And I think Meagher's gone through, has he? Let's wait and see. Well, he did on the way in, but Dowler, of course, is going to fight back. That's exactly what I would expect from Ian. based on what we've seen from him so far in this race. He loses a position and immediately strikes back. He gets back ahead at Coppice, but runs a bit too wide of the apex. Miga gets back alongside him. This is going to bring Booth and McCarr back onto their tail if they're not too careful. Down into the chicane then, Miga on the left, Dowler on the right. Who's latest on the brakes? It's Miga, and he is finally going to break through the defences of Ian Dowler, and Dowler was compromised through the chicane, so I don't think there's much chance of him coming back at Miga into Redgate. In fact, he's going to have to watch his mirror to try and keep Patrick Booth at bay. Down into Redgate, Booth to the outside, again trying to tee up the switchback to get on the power early. Look at that mid-corner speed, but Dowler parks the car in the middle of the road, receives a bit of a headbutt from Booth, and as soon as Ian feels that contact on the rear bumper, he'll floor the throttle, knowing that he's starved Booth of the momentum that he was trying to carry through the corner. It's really clever racecraft that from Ian Dowler, and he's not letting Miga get away just yet either, so I wouldn't be setting any of these podium positions in stone just yet. I think Dowler might still have an answer for Miga. He's definitely closing as they head towards McLean's. Miga knows it, covers the inside. And again, it's this wide line in, tight line out for Dowler. Carry the speed up the hill. Miga covers the inside, but Dowler's got so much momentum. He pulls almost a nose ahead, turning into Coppice. He's still on the wrong side of the road, though, and tries to cut back underneath Sam Miga. Sam will try and bring the car to the right of the track, just gets there in time. But Ian Dowler all of a sudden looks much the quicker of the two. He goes from the outside to the inside. He's got momentum, but he hasn't quite got an overlap. And Sam Miga will once again defend into the chicane, merge over to the racing line, and park the car on the apex, keeping Ian Dowler at bay. Really intriguing racecraft on show between these three. In fairness as well, I was sort of predicting Ross McCarr was going to get past Patrick Booth quite quickly. That hasn't happened, and Carl Swift, bafflingly, is with them now as well. Of course, just as I say that about Booth, he does let Ross McCarr through on the way into Redgate Corner. But Carl Swift is right back with them, out of absolutely nowhere. In fact, he set the fastest lap of the race. What's that all about? So Carl Swift then now finding some performance, and two of the drivers ahead of him have, three guesses everyone, track limit penalties. 5 seconds added on for Ian Dowler and Ross McCarr, and that's going to take them out of the fight, unfortunately. Swift nearly takes himself out of the fight with a huge moment coming out of the old hairpin. But yes, McCarr and Dowler. So Dowler, the red car, Booth, the now second of the Martini liveried machines. Both have 5 second penalties. So Carl Swift's target now is Sam Miga at the front of the group, the queue, and Patrick Booth in the car directly ahead of him. Although Carl now seems to have dropped back again. So I think whatever the fault is with his car, it's intermittent, isn't it? It's coming and it's going. So Miga then with this second place, and actually now could allow both of the drivers behind him through, and as long as he stays within 5 seconds of them, he would still be second place. But I'm fairly certain, unlike in TCR UK, there's no ship-to-shore radio in these cars, so there's no way of the team telling him that. There will be a board being held out over the pit wall by the start line marshals, and I think they've got the LED lights on the starting gantry here as well to put messages out for the drivers, so the field will be told about these penalties, but whether Sam Miga and Ian Dowler have spotted them is another matter entirely. Carl Swift, by the way, has disappeared now. He's dropped 7 seconds to this group on the previous lap, so the car was working for a few laps, and typically as soon as he got to them, it faded once again. That's a shame. Andrew Rogerson's nearly 8 seconds clear of this battle. It's been all about the fight for second place, and the odds-on favourite now is Sam Miga, with the 2 cars behind him both having penalties to be applied. I think that is pretty much going to settle it, unless Dowler has an absolute send and ends up roughing up Sam Miga. Hopefully that isn't how this race gets decided. We're going to have one more lap after this one. Andrew Rogerson will already be down at the chicane, I suspect, turning his way onto the pit straight for the penultimate time. Next time by, it will be to claim a race victory. Down into the chicane, Dowler once again closes in. You do seem to get more of a slipstream in these cars than you used to. I don't think they've changed anything aerodynamically on these cars since last season, but it does seem now that you get a little bit more of a benefit from running in the wheel tracks of the car ahead. So through Redgate they go. Yes, I think actually I am being reminded now. I think my producer should be the commentator for Audi Cup. He knows more about the series than I do. Yes, I do. I think they did add a slightly amended rear wing to the car. It is now coming back to me over the winter break. So it's not a massive difference, but maybe that has just added a little bit more drag to the cars, and that's just strengthening that slipstream and strengthening the quality of the racing, you'd have to say. Towards McLean's then, Meager and Dowler still doing battle. I don't think Meager knows about the penalties for the drivers behind him because he's actively defending still from Dowler, who goes from the outside to the inside. Is there a gap at Coppice? There is. Is he going to go for it? You bet he will. Is he going to make the corner? Absolutely not. Runs wide over the exit curb and through they'll both go, and they couldn't get the right gear then, I think, coming out of the corner as well. Fair play to Ian. He gave that a good go, but just couldn't get the car stopped going into the corner. Sam Meager goes back through, and Ross McCarr will go with him, but of course McCarr also has a 5-second penalty. Andrew Rogerson, by the way, is winning the race whilst this is all going on. Andrew Rogerson claims a 4th win of the season. Sam Meager comes home in 2nd position, and Ross McCarr in 3rd, with Ian Dowler next, but we'll let the timing screen do its thing here and apply the various penalties. Rogerson, Meager, Booth will be the top 3, then McCarr and Dowler with their penalties, and Carl Swift ends up in 6th. His final lap was a little bit closer to the pace, but it wasn't brilliant, so clearly some sort of gremlins in that 45 car. Rogerson, Meager and Booth then will be the top 3 finishers, and the rest of them all coming through. Here comes the 37 car, that's Mike Harris, and then 69 behind of Mark Jenkins, I think will be the last of the runners. I don't think Harrison Foley, he pitted with mechanical issues, and Ruby Smith we saw exiting the race on lap 1 up at McLean's corner. These are the results then, with Andrew Rogerson claiming the race win by just under 6 seconds. He backed off there towards the end. Sam Meager comes home a distant 2nd, but hard fought one, with Patrick Booth inheriting 3rd towards the end of the race. Ross McCarr and Ian Dowler both picked up 5-second track limits penalties, with Carl Swift coming home in 6th, Mike Harris 7th, Mark Jenkins 8th, and Harrison Foley in 9th position. Non-finisher Harrison Foley. Ruby Smith likewise crashing out of the race. Right. Ian is going to take the post-race interviews for me, because I'm going to head down, Paul, to the grid. So whilst I head down, I'll let you deal with getting Ian on board for the interviews, and some interesting stories again to be told after that race.
Oh, indeed. Thank you, Andy. And as our drivers gradually make their way to Parc Fermé, a race there that was all about fighting for 2nd place. We had a runaway winner there of Rogerson, but sometimes that's the way it goes. You have a runaway leader, and then it's the fighting for the rest of the podium. But plenty of excitement had there, and of course the story of the Audi Cup will continue all the way on Saturday the 3rd of October for what will be their season finale meet, with rounds 10-11 at the Alton Park Island Circuit. Will continue to be part of the supporting package for the TCR UK Championship alongside the Civic Cup. But we are going to be making our way now down to Parc Fermé. Ian's in position. Let's catch up with our Audi Cup drivers and hear their story from their final race of today.
Well, here comes Andrew Rogerson. It's been a very good day indeed. He had a 2nd place finish earlier, and now he takes the race win. It's the round 9 winner. So here is Andrew now. He's just going over to the number 1 board. He wants his photo straight away. Sam Meager coming home in 2nd place. Patrick Booth in P3 after a couple of penalties. Andrew, I'll let you get your helmet off.
All right.
Kind of
start, I didn't quite get through, and that's when I knew I had to. Easy, tell me that.
No.
Pat raced hard, just got a little bit of a better run out of him onto the back straight.
Did it help a little bit as well? You had a cluster of cars, Sam, Ian Dowler, Patrick, as you said, all going toe to toe, and it just allowed you a bit of free air.
That's what essentially gave me my gap.
Yeah.
It wasn't me, being super fast or anything like that. It's just them battling.
Well, you're no slouch though, Andrew.
Thank you, I appreciate that. No, I'm getting old. You know what I mean? They're getting a bit slower, but I knew what I had to do.
and I've done that. And when I see Carl coming through, I'm thinking, so they're all going to be battling now, so let's just see what happens. And yeah, it went really well, didn't it, really?
Were you, it looked to me on like the penultimate lap or 2-3 laps to go, you came down towards Redgate, you looked like you were going a bit slower. Were you just preserving the car?
To be honest with you, I think lap 4 or 5 had a massive vibration. I'm thinking, it feels a bit like a delamination from a tyre. I'm expecting a little chunk to be missing from somewhere. So I just thought I'd rein it in a bit, and then it sort of went a bit. So either that demulation or blow a tyre. So I tried putting another fastest lap in just for fun. Just you're there. I'm not going to slow down. Nobody does that. So I may as well play it myself, ain't I? Really? Sounds a bit wrong, but there you go.
Andrew, it's been a great day for you. Well done, P2 early. Now the top step. I know you wanted that.
This morning, should I?
No, a bit disappointed in you from this morning.
People and that, do you know what I mean?
Well done indeed. Let's chat to Sam as well. Sam, stay. Even when Sam kneels down, he's still taller than me. Congratulations. It's been a pretty good day, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a good day.
Yeah, second.
Yeah, it's going the right way, so hopefully the next round should be first in theory.
You should be. Yes, I'll remember this. I will remember this conversation. Well done, Sam. Congratulations indeed. Patrick Booth coming home in third. Let's go have a quick chat with him. Patrick, don't disappear. I just want to congratulate you. Actually, we didn't get a chance to catch up earlier, but congratulations, P3 there.
Yeah, I'm quite pleased with that. It was it kind of went to plan at the start, got into the lead coming out of the old hairpin and went for it. And Ian and I have known each other for years, and we were side by side into the chicane, and it's like, let's just not touch, and he got the better of it, so wasn't able to move forward then. And then, then just kind of kept moving forward with the guys as best as I could. But it was a really great race, especially near the front. Of course, near the end, your tyres are going off, there's not a lot you can do.
Do you know what, sometimes you don't need 20 cars for a great race, do you?
Without a doubt. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic for us. I think it's fantastic racing all the way up and down the field. The guys up front, looks like Carl had a problem, which is a bit of a shame. Otherwise, you'd have had that absolute ding-dong between him and Andrew all the way. And because in the first race, my tyres went off immediately so badly, I did track limits, which I don't normally do. So I was having to drive so slowly, I couldn't get third in the first race. This time, we changed the setup. I did no track limits at all, so near the end, I knew I had 2 left.
So you just went for it. Nice.
So when I was pushing, I was great. So yeah, I'm really happy with that, and I had no idea I was third until I was just told.
Yes, a couple of penalties ahead. Well done, Patrick. Lovely to see you as well, by the way. There we go. So stay with us, everybody, if we can. We're going to cut through the scrutineering bay here because of the 4th meeting of the season so far. They're actually back at Donington Park on the GP circuit next month. Oh wow, how about this for timing? Let's pop the camera on as the cars make their way out onto the circuit. We're going to head up the pit lane and catch up with Andy McEwen. He's going to go, like he's done for the previous couple of times already today, he's going to go for a little chat with some of the drivers on the grid here. So we will make our way up. In fact, let's start walking a bit slowly, shall we? Well, we couldn't have timed that any better, could we indeed? What a weekend we have seen. Harry Blore picking up his first win earlier in the day. That was a very, very popular victory. There goes Max Hart on the podium a little bit earlier as well. Callum Newsham had that issue in race 2, didn't he? I imagine he'll have the bit between his teeth for this race now. Yes, the 3rd and final TCR UK race. We're live, of course. There goes Harry Blore right there. Yeah, man, on a high right now. Goodness me, it's loud, isn't it? Wow. Let's keep going up. Let's go catch up with Andy McEwen, shall we? We are live right now on the BARC YouTube channel. Thank you to everybody watching there. We're live on the TCR UK YouTube channel. Thank you to all of you tuning in there. And we're also live on the British Truck Racing Championship YouTube channel. So wherever you're watching, big thank you to you for taking the time out today to tune in and watch Motorsport. I hope you have enjoyed it. Remember, the pictures we bring you, they're live, completely free for you to tune in and watch. But if you hit that subscribe button, it just means you don't miss any of the action coming up. In fact, for the BARC, we head to Knockhill next weekend. Yes, we head all the way up to Weebody, Scotland with Caterham. That is going to be an absolute cracker. Right, we're almost there. It's uphill. I didn't realise how steep this pit lane is when you've done about 30,000 steps already today. Let's keep going, shall we? We're almost there. Andy McEwen will be waiting for us this time. He's going to go chat to some of the drivers. This is one of my favourite bits. It really, really is when we get to see the cars pull up to their grid slots here, especially at Donington Park, such an iconic circuit as well. And here he is, Andy McEwen. Take it away, Andy. There you go.
Thank you, Ian. I've no idea what you just said, but I'm sure it was lovely. Yes, TCR time for the final time this weekend. This is going to be a cracker, isn't it? The first few races have both been thoroughly entertaining, and we're now back to the second fastest qualifying times deciding the grid order for this one. So no reverse grids. We've got, in theory, the quickest driver starting towards the front, and that means another opportunity, maybe, for Adam Shepherd to add to his wins tally. Cars just starting to make their way through. I can see Adam weaving around at the top of the hill, and his grey Audi is going to be making its way down towards pole position, and he will once again have the likes of Callum Newsham to do battle with, as he did yesterday. Remember, that was a sensational tussle between those two in that first race, and I reckon we might get more of the same in this one. Adam then pulls up into pole position, and I'm going to try and chat to a few of the drivers a bit further down the grid as and when they get here. Jensen O'Neill going, for example. He was involved in a couple of skirmishes earlier on, but he will be once again one to watch moving through from the tail end of the field. Let's start having a wander then. The car's starting to filter through. Should we go down the grass? Then we're less likely to get run over by drivers as they make their way onto the grid, because I want to try and, as I said, speak to some people we've not necessarily spoken to, and Harry Blore is one of those. He's going to be starting third on the grid, and I'm intrigued to know what his thought process is in this race. Got his maiden victory in the race earlier on today, his first ever podium, in fact, in TCR UK competition, and Harry is going to be starting back towards the front of the grid where he started yesterday, but didn't get a very good start in that first race yesterday. I'm just going to let Ronan Pearson, his driver coach, have a little chat with him, and then we'll see what's going on. They were looking into the engine bay of this car just 5 minutes ago in the pit lane. I'm hoping that wasn't a more significant issue for Harry. We'll give him another 10 seconds, and if he's not ready to talk, we'll go elsewhere. But Harry Blore, I'm hoping, has got a car underneath him that's going to be capable of going up there and challenging for another win. Right, Ronan's out of the way. I'm just going to let him finish chatting to the engineer. Harry, just want to check everything's okay. I saw a bit of work going on in the car in the pit lane.
Oh yeah, it's a bit weird. It seemed like it just was stalling as we started, but well, we've got back on track now, so let's see what we can do. Really, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen if we're just going to, mechanical failure, but we've got it on the grid. Let's see what happens.
I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. Harry Blore, our race 2 winner then. Possible dramas for the Honda driver. Max Hart starting next in line. He'd love to get himself a race win. He's been Mr. Consistency so far this season, with Carl Bordley and Brad Hutchison on row 3. I'm going to very quickly, we don't have time, unfortunately, to speak to Brad, because already the grid's being cleared. They want to get this race started, and we want to enjoy it too. So let's head back to the box for our final TCR action of the weekend.
Thank you, Andy. And well, as I do await Andy McEwen to come rejoin me here in the commentary booth, and I'll hand back to him to cover what is the final race of this weekend for the TCR UK Championship, round number 10 of their 2026 campaign. Well, the scene is set, and this is definitely going to be a very interesting race, because of course the previous one, we did see that grid set based on the race 1 results with the top 10 inverted. Well, it was definitely a bit of an upside down race when it came to finishes, with some of the big names out there having non-finishes, including Jensen O'Neill going, also Carl Bordley, and don't forget, of course, was difficulty early on for Brad Hutchison alongside Russell Joyce and Rick Carey. But as they now line up for this third and final race of their weekend, based on their second fastest times in qualifying, well, there's no surprises for guessing who's on pole. It's the number 1 of Adam Shepherd, the defending champion, who returns to the grid this weekend, and he's had plenty of fun out there, scoring points, potentially taking them from others, and well, he's going to have a point to prove here to see if he can try and take a second win, falling just short versus Harry Blore earlier on. Then lining up alongside him on that front row is Callum Newsham and his Hyundai Elantra TCR, where earlier on, of course, wasn't looking in the happiest of condition, finishing 2 laps down in round number 9 of the championship, but can he be back on the lead lap pace and perhaps take the fight for the win? Harry Blore starts in third. We know how rapid he's been after taking that win in round number 9, missing out and the chance of that prospective win in round number 8 earlier on today, but he didn't miss it twice, and Max Hart lines up on the second row alongside him in the 69. From his Honda Civic, looking all nice, there's another Honda Civic there for Carl Boardley, starting 5th in this one, and all the issues seems to be resolved with the car, but we'll get to see him joined on row number 3 by Brad Hutchison, with Maximus Hall and Jensen O'Neill going, line up on row number 4. And keep your eyes out for the 272 driver. He's probably had the worst luck of everybody here today as part of our championship contenders, and he'll be wanting to have a happier end to his weekend at Donington Park. Rod McGovern and Rick Kerry complete your top 10, and starting in 11th place it'll be Mark Smith, who is joined by Russell Joyce. Expect them to fight once again, but don't rule out of it Barry John McHenry, who starts in the back of the field in 13th place, but he'll also be eager to try and break his way into the top 10. But with that's your grid for their round number 10 of the season, ladies and gentlemen. Rejoining me now in the commentary booth is none other than Andy McEwen. Andy, it's back to you.
Thank you. Yes, didn't get quite as long down on the grid that time. I wanted to try and speak to Brad Hutchison if I could, but he gave me a big thumbs up as I was standing in front of him, so I think he's up for the fight and hoping that that car is going to be running smoothly. I spoke to the team after his shunt in race 2, and they said it was largely cosmetic and gravel getting into places that it shouldn't be, that meant that he had to retire. The car actually didn't really sustain that much damage from the collision up at McLean's corner, but started to overheat. That being said, Brad is only now accelerating off his grid slot. I was concerned there for a second, but no, gets going, and the Cupra driver will get underway. So, no, he's slowing and he's indicating. Oh, Brad, thumbs down, I'm afraid, for the Cupra driver. His race looks like it's over before it even starts. The team will see him pull in at the end of the pit lane, and they will realise quite quickly, I think, that he's not going to be taking part in this race. That's such a shame for Brad, although gets the car moving. If at the very least he can get it back to the pit lane, there's a chance they can get him out there and score some points, but it's going to be fairly academic, I think, as far as championship challenging is concerned. Now, speaking of the championship, it couldn't really be a lot closer. Max Hart was quite confident when he said to me after race 2 that he was now going to be the championship leader. Well, Max, your maths isn't that strong, I'm afraid. You're 1 point short. Callum Newsham has a 1 point lead in the championship over Max Hart coming into this race, and Callum is 33 points clear of Jensen O'Neill going. So Jensen O'Neill going still very much in this, but needs a good result. He's been plagued with mechanical issues, as Paul touched on there. Really unfortunate with his results this weekend, and needs to try and drag that Honda through from the 4th row of the grid in order to challenge for, at the very least, a podium. But he really needs to try and beat Callum and Max in this race. That will be easier said than done, though, because obviously Callum starts on the front row, Max is directly behind him in 4th on the 2nd row. So if Jensen can get up there and get ahead of them in this race, it'll be a Herculean effort. If anyone can do it, though, Jensen O'Neill going possibly is your man. Right, there is Brad Hutchison. A conversation I had actually with his team earlier on is coming back to me. They were concerned about the clutch on that car after race 2, so that would actually make sense. They had floated the idea of starting the car from the pit lane, but the clutch issues, possibly as a result of the off, but I think they might have been creeping in anyway, are potentially going to mean that he is either going to start from the back or from the pit lane. I think pit lane might make more sense. He could sort of roll slowly down pit lane rather than actually stopping on the grid, because without a clutch the car is obviously very difficult to get going, and he is going to be starting at the back anyway now because everybody got past him on the run into the first corner. So we'll see where Brad elects to go, but I think that will be that clutch drama that they thought the car might have, which is going to keep him out of it. Also a bit of housekeeping, no Rick Kerry in this race. He, remember, was caught up in that collision with Russell Joyce at the start of the previous race. Russell is out there, but Rick Kerry's car, they didn't have the part that they needed, the suspension part that they needed to get him back out onto the track, so he sadly is going to be a non-starter. He's watching the race though from the pit lane. He's sticking around to see what happens in our final TCR UK instalment of the weekend. So Brad Hutchison does pull into the pit lane. He's going to be starting then from the pits, but Adam Shepherd and Callum Newsham are going to be starting from the front row of the grid. Remember the battle that they had in the early stages of yesterday's race. Are they about to repeat that in race 3? Let's find out. The revs start to rise. 20 minutes on the clock. The third race of the TCR UK weekend gets underway now, and it's a good start seemingly made by Max Hart there from the 2nd row. Really good start by Shepherd. He will hold the lead uncontested into Redgate Corner. Newsham moves over to cover from the Hondas and will cover the Hondas on the way into Redgate Corner. Max Hart and Harry Blore then side by side for third. They lean on each other slightly as they head out of Redgate and down through Hollywood. Shepherd, though, with a good gap over Newsham. Blore and Hart banging wheels down the hill. Max had to back out of that, had a bit of a twitch of oversteer and didn't want to run the risk of colliding with Blore. Max Hall almost made it 3 abreast further back against Carl Bordley and Jensen O'Neill going. Now Carl and Jensen are going to play nicely this time. They've had a few run-ins so far this season. Let's hope that they don't have another one. Jensen dives to the inside. Bordley was always going to try and turn in. I think they avoided trading paint that time, but Carl Bordley is still ahead of Jensen O'Neill going as they head up towards Coppice Corner for the first time. No, he isn't, because he runs out wide and Jensen will go through. Was that assisted or self-inflicted by Carl Bordley? It was hard to tell from that angle, but he's going to try his best now to come back at Jensen as they head down into the chicane. Onto the brakes we go. Jensen O'Neill going, holds the inside line and keeps Bordley behind him. So the double former champion then loses a position, and Jensen O'Neill going will just be hoping against hope that that car stays in one piece for the duration. If it does, I think he's got the pace for a podium. And remember, the two of the 3 cars directly ahead of him are his direct championship rivals, Callum Newsham in 2nd and Max Hart in 4th. Harry Blore then holds position off the line this time, and Adam Shepherd is struggling for some reason. Callum Newsham's all over him, so again in the early stages the Audi seems a little bit vulnerable. They have set that car up, Adam said, to be stronger in the second half of the race, but it's really struggling on cold tyres and it's stepping out underneath him. Callum Newsham will see this and will want to try and take advantage, goes for the inside line of McLean's, and there might have been contact between the two of them. There was. Adam Shepherd runs wide. Can he hang on to the lead? Yes, he can. And Harry Blore very nearly got to the inside of Callum Newsham, couldn't quite get to the right hand side of the road, so goes to the outside instead, and they will be wheel to wheel heading down the back straight. Adam Shepherd, though, desperately trying to fight them off from all angles. He's covering from Newsham now down the first part of the straight, then merges to the outside for the second, and Harry Blore I think might come through into second place. Yes, he does. Harry Blore, who's now got that monkey off his back, he's scored his first victory, is through into second place, and now the top 2 drivers in the championship go side by side for third. Max Hart to the outside line and Callum Newsham in the Elantra on the inside. Jensen O'Neill going is catching them as well. This is the championship battle playing out right before your eyes. It might not be for the race lead, but it's of equal, if not more, importance really in the grand scheme of things. Max Hart knows how important it is to try and get past Callum Newsham. There is 1 point between them, and it's the Honda ahead as they arrive at the old hairpin. Max Hart makes the move round the outside through the Craner curves. Phenomenally brave driving, and the TCR Europe driver is into 3rd position as they head up through Schwantz curve for the 3rd time. Oh, he's sideways though. He's completely sideways with the brakes locked up into McLean's, and that might allow Callum Newsham back to the inside. Has it? He's still there, and Max Hart has to leave the door open. Back through goes Newsham, and here comes O'Neill going. The 3 championship contenders are tied together at the top of the track, and Jensen might get the pair of them. Fantastic racing. Jensen O'Neill going to the inside line, onto the brakes into the chicane. Is he going to go from 5th to 3rd? Yes, he is. Jensen O'Neill going, fights his way through, and that could be absolutely vital in the context of the championship. Brilliant racing, proper touring car racing, and with so much on the line. Max Hall is joining in the fun now. He's getting squeezed on the inside line. Max Hart will not be happy with how the last couple of laps have panned out. He was challenging for 2nd place only a lap or so ago, and now he's out of the top 5, would you believe? 6th position for the Irishman, and he's got it all to do again. Wow, what phenomenal stuff. And Jensen O'Neill going, you know, I speak to him after some of these races where things maybe don't quite go his way, and it's fair to say he's not always in the best of moods. It's understandable. He's put an awful lot of effort into being on the grid this year, and he really wants to try and win a championship, but sometimes, in adversity, Jensen seems to find an extra gear. Adam Shepherd's off the road. The race leader's been off at McLean's, and Harry Blore is going to go through, is he? There's contact at Coppice Corner, and Harry Blore gets the lead. I didn't see that one coming. Harry Blore then gets himself in front of Adam Shepherd, and the Honda driver who won race 2 is back in front again. Shepherd's car looks like an absolute animal in this 3rd race of the weekend. He does not have it planted underneath him, and Harry Blore took full advantage. So, Blore leads, Shepherd 2nd, O'Neill going 3rd, and the best of the title contenders, with Callum Newsham right behind him in 4th, but Jensen O'Neill going will now be trying his best to try and chase down the leading 2. Round Redgate Corner they will go. There is Max Hart, who's now faded actually back into the clutches of Carl Bordley. So, has Max Hart got some sort of a problem? This is what happened to Shepherd. I don't think there was contact. I don't think Blore was close enough. He just took too much curb, did he, on the inside? and the car spat out onto the gravel. He tried to close the door, but Blore was there. There's a little bit of contact. It is touring car racing after all, and through goes Harry into the lead of the race. Well, Donington Park has delivered a sensational day of racing here in TCR UK weekend, in fact, with their first race yesterday. And guess what, folks? It isn't over yet, because Jensen O'Neill going, having fought through into third position, can't get away from Callum Newsham, who can't get away from Max Hall, and they're in real danger of tripping over each other out of Coppice Corner. My word, Newsham getting shoved down the straight by Hall, and that's pushed the rear bodywork onto his back right wheel. Through goes Hall, but Callum Newsham, the championship leader, with very similar damage to the damage that took him out of race 2. He had contact at the first corner, I think with Jensen O'Neill going actually. It pushed the bodywork onto the wheel and he had to pit for repairs. Is it going to be the same thing here? Hart now to the inside. He doesn't quite get that move made, but Callum Newsham is definitely wounded after that contact, and that is going to be blood in the water for Max Hart. Although, that being said, Max was a bit slow off Redgate Corner. Boardley's actually going to go past him. I'm not convinced Hart's car is entirely underneath him either. I think both Newsham and Hart potentially have problems here. And how quickly the pendulum can swing the other way. Jensen O'Neill going, came into this race 33 points back and potentially feeling like his championship aspirations were over, and now he's set potentially to outscore both of his rivals by a few positions, although Max Hall is up his inside as they head into Coppice. This is for third position, and Max Hall seems now to be the fastest of the drivers in this third placed gaggle. Hall gets to the inside and gets through. Max and his dad were telling me earlier on that they really didn't get any testing done, no effective testing done before the weekend started. So there are several sessions of development behind the rest of them as Jensen O'Neill going goes through the gravel, gathers it together, but my word, that was a huge moment, and now Callum Newsham's back alongside him. I've never seen a TCR race quite like this one. Callum Newsham, I think, is not going to have to give this one up. Jensen's got the preferred line into Redgate, but any time any of our championship contenders get in front of each other, they immediately seem to lose it again. Newsham's car seems to have stopped smoking at the very least. He's got the inside through the crane of curves, but Jensen's never going to give that one up without a fight. Parks the car on the inside into the old hairpin and just about manages to keep the Elantra at bay. Callum Newsham, though, will be feeling fairly outnumbered here, I would have to say. He's got a Honda in front, he's got two Hondas behind him. He is the lone Hyundai in an all-Honda battle for fourth position. And he's got Carl Boardley's Honda now, clambering all over his rear bumper as they head towards Coppice Corner. Newsham to the outside, Jensen O'Neill going, I think, is starting to run out of pace again, just as we saw at the 1/3 race distance earlier on. He was rapid for the first few laps and then seemed to run into some problems, and he's now starting to back the field up. Boardley to the inside of Newsham, and Boardley's going to go through. So Newsham, who a couple of corners ago was challenging Jensen O'Neill going, is now defending from Max Hart, who, I remind you, is only a point behind Callum for the championship lead. Here comes the Irishman, looking to the inside at Redgate Corner, but Callum has it covered. Max takes the wide line in. Callum's car, though, doesn't want to turn, does it, into Redgate. Picked up a little bit of understeer on turning, and just had to roll out of the throttle slightly, which cost him speed on the exit. So, Harry Blore leads, 1.3 seconds ahead of Adam Shepherd. The fastest lap of the race set by Max Hall, a 109.286, is not quite a lap record. It is 0.006 of a second away from the lap record set. Yeah, no, it's not, sorry, it's a second away from the lap record set yesterday. Calm down, Andy. A 108.9 it was set yesterday by Harry, who already is the lap record holder at Donington Park. But Max Hall is the fastest driver in this race. Someone's off, it's Jensen! It's Jensen O'Neill going, he's off at Coppice Corner, bounces back onto the road, and the youngster will be absolutely furious with that. He was clearly fighting the car on the build-up to that, and Jensen O'Neill going is going to fall down the order. That will be 7th position now, I think, for Jensen, and he's back behind his title rivals. The twists and turns in this race have been unlike anything I've ever seen before in this series, and it's now Callum Newsham of the championship contenders who is in the slightly better position. Stuck behind Carl Boardley, yes, but he's ahead of Max Hart critically, and would at the moment extend his margin over the Irishman by just a few valuable championship points. We're only halfway through the race though, so let's not be finalising those point standings just yet. Callum is going to have some work to do. Out through the old hairpin, up through Starkey's and Schwantz curve. And Carl Boardley then holding on to the position for now, but defends the inside line through McLean's corner. Up the hill we go. Harry Blore leads the way. There is Jensen O'Neill going. Blore then accelerates down the back straight. 1.5 seconds ahead of Shepherd at the start of the lap. He was 2/10 quicker than Adam last time by, and only about 3/10 slower than the charging Max Hall. But Hall is going to be the danger man, I think, in this one. Max Hall in third position is almost with Shepherd, whose car is definitely sporting some damage from an earlier skirmish. But yeah, Max Hall on that lap was again the quickest of the leaders, so only by a 1/10 or so. But he is just starting now to close in on the leading two. So Hall then, who has one win to his credit so far this season, will be wanting to try and get another. A win might be a step too far, but I think he could yet challenge Adam Shepherd for second position. So things finally just calming down ever so slightly then. Carl Wardley with fourth place as they head up the hill. And Callum Newsham's in a really difficult position because he's getting away from Max Hart again. He looks quicker than Max behind. Oh, Jensen O'Neill Going's car is slowing down the Craner curves. They've just been plagued with these gearbox issues all weekend long, and I think they've maybe come home to roost once again. The 272 car, I don't think is going to see the end of this race, and this might now be the end of his championship hopes. Maybe. We'll wait and see where Newsham and Hart end up, but he can't really afford to drop much further back than he is now. It's looking more and more like a two-horse race. Remember, we have got, though, 3 events to go after this. We've got 2 races back here at Donington Park in about a month when TCR UK will be supporting the British GT Championship and another headline event. They've got 2 races then at Alton Park in October, and then it all finishes at the fireworks event, the finale for the British Truck Racing Championship, but also the finale for TCR UK at Brands Hatch in November, where they'll have 3 races. So there are 7 races still to go after this, and there's plenty of time for things to change. We've seen how much things have changed this weekend alone, and there's still time for that to change later on in the season. So leaders then make their way up through McLean's corner. Shepherd continuing to be reeled in by Max Hall, Hall within a second of him now. As here, Mark Smith is battling with Russell Joyce. It's really nice to see Mark Smith having some genuine fights out there this weekend. I haven't had a chance to catch up with Mark, but he's really been on it this weekend, as Boardley is being overtaken, question mark. No, I think Callum Newsham's just trying to keep some cool air on the front of the Elantra as they head down into the chicane. I think maybe he's starting to notice things overheating. Look at the state of Shepherd's car. That side skirt is now really hanging loose. I wonder if that might catch the attention of race control. If they spot that, they could give him the black and orange mechanical warning flag to bring him in and get it fixed. It might not matter, because I think he might lose second place anyway pretty soon to a charging Max Hall, but if he has to pit for repairs, then that opens the path for Max to chase after the leader unimpeded. Overtaking Adam is going to cost Max Hall time, but if he could just get through without the bother of having to pass him on track, he could yet have a shot at Harry Blore, who I'm sure is just measuring the pace out in front, but Max Hall does look quicker right now, that's for sure. In fact, just did the fastest first sector of anyone in this race, did Max Hall, and we are 2/3 of the way through the race, so the tyres will be well past their best, but it's not slowing Max Hall down. He looks again to the inside into the chicane, surely not close enough to have a lunge here. No, but Adam Shepherd feeling the heat now. That Audi has not been as quick in this third race as it has been in the first 2. It looked a real handful in the early stages, and now with damage to the side of it, he's struggling, and Callum Newsham's got a puncture. The championship leader has a left front puncture, and this changes everything. He was set to extend his championship lead over Max Hart, and now the Irishman is set to take the championship lead away from him. I cannot believe the amount of drama this third race has served up to us, and it still keeps on going. With just over 5 minutes to go, Callum Newsham is destined for the pit lane. Would you believe it? So Newsham drops down the order. He'll still score some points, but obviously nowhere near as many as he should have been. He makes his way out of the chicane. You can see it clear as day. A left front puncture. How much of a concern is that to everybody else? We've said earlier on in the day that that left front tyre does most of the work here at Donington Park, and on such a warm day like this one, it's not uncommon to see punctures if the teams have got the wrong camber settings, the wrong tyre pressure settings. It can so easily happen. And that maybe is what's happened to Callum Newsham. Right, Max Hall is closer this time to Adam Shepherd. He is going to commit to the move into the chicane, but Adam turns across in front of him. That was a really tough bit of defensive driving that from Adam. Most other drivers, I think, would have let Max Hall go there, but Adam was having absolutely none of it. You can see there the bits of rubber and bodywork from where Callum Newsham's tyre exploded. It happened right past the pit, so he's had to do a whole lap on that deflated tyre. Jensen O'Neill going, I think, is coming into the pit. No, he's carrying on. Of course, this is important because Jensen could actually outscore Callum Newsham after all this. It won't be by very many points, but if he just keeps limping around, he might be able to outscore one of his title rivals. It's Max Hart, though, now, who is set to benefit the most, it would seem. Floor then leads, Shepherd second, Hall third, Bordley fourth, Hart's only fifth though, to be fair, so Max Hart isn't scoring a huge amount of points. He is scoring more, obviously, than Callum Newsham and Jensen O'Neill going, but it's not likely to be a podium finish for Max Hart in this race. It looks more likely to be a podium finish for Max Hall. The question is, which step of the podium will he occupy, third or second? He's in third, he wants second, and he's got the inside line into the chicane again. We know Adam will contest this, but there's nothing he could do that time. Well, he does try and hang it around the outside, but Max Hall just had enough momentum. There was a tiny touch on the way through, and Max Hall goes second. Now, what's the gap to the leader? It's 2.7 seconds, and we've got 3.5 minutes to go. I don't quite think Max Hall is going to have enough time here to catch Harry Blaw, who looks as though he might only be a few laps away now from claiming a second career TCR UK victory, only a couple of hours after claiming his first. Max Hall, though, is going to throw everything at these final few laps, and we'll have to watch the lap times with interest to see if he can start applying some pressure to the youngster out in front of him. Mark Smith, meanwhile, keeping Russell Joyce at bay as they head down across the timing line. As I started to say earlier on before something happened, Mark Smith, really nice to see him up there having some good battles with some of the more established drivers in the championship. Now, Mark's been around this series for a few years, but this his first year in a Gen 3 car, one of the newest specification TCR cars, the Gen 3 Cupra VZ Leon. And he's starting to find his form. Russell Joyce, another experienced TCR competitor, is struggling to find a way past him at the moment. Missed the battle for 8th position. Barry John McHenry is in 10th behind them, and Jensen O'Neill going is ahead of Callum Newsham by 42 seconds at the end of the previous lap. So Jensen O'Neill going, if that car can keep going, no pun intended, will at least salvage a few more points than Callum Newsham. If, though, that's a big if. There's Brad Hutchison, by the way, the white and blue car coming towards us. Brad Hutchison's 6th position. I haven't mentioned him really since the start. Did he start from the pit lane? I don't think he did. I think he started from the back with that dodgy clutch, and Brad Hutchison has carved his way through nicely into 6th. He's only 3 seconds behind Max Hart, and on the previous lap match... No, sorry, that's the wrong column. On the previous lap, it was half a tenth quicker than Max Hart. So maybe he's not quite going to be able to catch the Irishman ahead, but Brad could still maybe take some points away from our provisional championship leader. Smith, meanwhile, with Russell Joyce heading down the hill. This battle continuing to rage on for 8th position. To the old hairpin, and Mark Smith a little bit slow off the corner there. Russell Joyce maybe closing in slightly. What's this lead gap? It's about what it was, really. They're matching each other. It was actually a personal best lap there for Harry Blaw. That's interesting. So I suspect the team have told him that Max Hall is into 2nd place. You need to unlock a bit more performance if you want to win your 2nd race of the day, and he's done just that, which tells me he's been managing this gap from the start pretty much. I think Harry Blaw knew that he was going to probably need to push a bit harder later on, and just made absolutely sure that he had enough in the tank to do so. Terrific performance, though, from Harry, who, now that he seems to have figured out the starts to the races, his qualifying performance has improved massively in the last couple of rounds, and now he's starting to win races. He is going to be a factor, I think, through the entire second half of the season. Harry's actually 4th in the championship on 177 points. He's 30-odd points behind Jensen O'Neill going, so not really a title contender at this stage, but 7 races to go. If he keeps on winning, you never know. He could get himself in the conversation by Brands Hatch at the end of the year. 15 seconds remaining. I think we're going to get another lap here. Harry Blaw should come through with about 7 seconds or so left on the clock. There he goes. So the last lap begins. this will be. Yes, the 18th lap. The other two races have both been over 18 laps. And Harry Bloor well on his way to a second victory. Max Hall in second position is 3 seconds back. The smoke from Carl Boardley's car. A lot of smoke from Carl Boardley's car. Is that an engine? I think it is. Carl Boardley's engine has expired spectacularly heading into Redgate. Is it an engine or is it a tyre? The car wouldn't be turning that well if it was a tyre, surely. Yeah, the tyre is inflated. I think that is engine for Boardley. Now my next question is he dropping oil on the track? Let's hope not, because if he is, that will make life very difficult for the cars behind. Jensen O'Neill going there, stays out of the way of the race leader. But is Carl Boardley's car dropping anything slippery onto the circuit? We'll find out in due course, I'm sure, if we start seeing cars in gravel traps. Hopefully that's not the case. Harry Bloor, though, heads out of Coppice Corner and waited until the first race earlier on today to claim his first win of the season, and now is about to claim win number 2 of his TCR UK career. He is finding form just when it counts in the 2026 season. Harry Bloor brings the Honda off the final corner, sees the checkered flag and celebrates victory in race number 3 for TCR UK at Donington Park. Max Hall comes home in second, a wounded Adam Shepherd is third, and is it going to be Max Hart fourth? I think it probably will be. Well, this is going to be close, actually. Here comes Boardley limping home. He's going to get there first, isn't he? So Max Hart's pace really deteriorated towards the end, and Carl Boardley, with whatever the problem was, is able to come home still in fourth. Hart then is only fifth, Hutchison sixth, McGovern seventh. Joyce, I think, will be, well, I don't know, actually. Russell Joyce got past Mark Smith. Yes, at the top of the screen, Russell Joyce is ahead of Mark Smith and should stay there to the flag. And the only other question then is whether Jensen O'Neill going keeps Callum Newsham at bay. We'll cover that later. I've got to get down to Parc Fermé, Paul, after another breathless TCR encounter.
Oh, indeed, and thank you, Andy. As our drivers come towards the conclusion, there we do see Russell Joyce just holding on right at the end there versus Smith. He'll be taking home that 8th place. And then we do see Callum Newsham coming across the line. He'll classify as 12th in the end, and Hyundai Elantra with that puncher, of course, curbing any progress it was able to make earlier on. And we're now just waiting for McHenry to come to the finish. There he is, the number 5, and as he weaves his way through the Rob Tess's in his Audi RS3, where he's going to see that finish there, and well, making it all the way to the end, even if hasn't had anyone to battle with in the later laps. Still good to see him make it all the way to the finish. But what a race that was, ladies and gentlemen. Full of thrills and spills all the way from start to finish. Of course, drama early on, the damage to Adam Shepherd's car. Drama later on, of course, with what's that huge puncher for Callum Newsham. And even drama before we got going there for Brad Hutchison, who then had to throw the indicator on, but made his way all the way back to 6th place, despite the fact, in the end, it looked like his car was never even going to make the start. That's the way it goes in the TCR UK Championship, and that's why we do have so many different rounds, and there's always some bad luck and some good luck to be found, as well as pace out and track. But here are your provisional top 10. Harry Bloor taking that victory in the end, his 2nd win of his career, and 2 of this weekend, ahead of Maximus Hall and Adam Shepherd. And we saw Carl Boardley taking 4th place ahead of Max Hart, with Brad Hutchison, Rod McGovern, Russell Joyce, Mark Smith and Barry John McHenry completing the top 10. Callum Newsham's championship lead definitely being chomped into there by Max Hart, but given Hart taking that 5th place, it means it's still all to play for when they continue their story at the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit layout. So they'll be back here once again, and that'll be on Saturday the 5th of September through to Sunday the 6th of September, and that will be, of course, rounds 11 and 12, the 2 rounds that they'll have there, and I do believe supporting the British GT Championship, unless I'm mistaken. But a phenomenal race, no doubt about it. And I think we're going to be heading down to Parc Fermé to catch up with Ian Waterhouse as he gets ready to pass the baton over to Andy McEwen for those interviews. So let's catch up with Ian.
Well, you wait all season for one, and then 2 come along like buses, and another man who's coming along like a bus is Andy McEwen. He comes now, and I'll hand this over to you. A great race again. Harry Bloor, excellent stuff. There you go.
Indeed so. Harry Bloor then gets himself another win in TCR UK, and he's proven his point, I think, hasn't he, today? He is one of the established frontrunners now in TCR UK competition, and he takes his helmet off. We'll celebrate with the team momentarily, but first we're going to dive in and get his thoughts. Harry, well, making a habit of this now. You've proven your point. We know you can win.
I know, yeah. Thank you, yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a weird race because at the start the radio was bugging a bit, so I didn't know what was going on. But yeah, no, we got away at the start, you know. I mean, I remember Newsham making the move on Shepherd. It didn't go so well, he dropped back, so I thought I'll give it a go, and luckily enough worked out for me. And after that, I was just trying to focus again, trying to get my head down and just go.
We saw you put, I think your personal best lap came like 3 laps from the end as soon as Max got into second place. Were the team telling you needed to sort of up the pace a bit then?
Not really. Funny enough, I think I've said like 3 laps before my tyres were gone. I don't know why, but I think like just 1 lap before the end, I just kind of put a lap together, just got calm, and then it was the pace still there.
Moving on into the last part of the season, I only just noticed before I came downstairs you're 4th in the championship. The top 3 didn't have a very good race. You're probably only about 15 points off Jensen now.
Oh wow, I mean, I think last time I checked, I think I was 7th or 6th. Yeah. Wow, okay, that's good news. I mean, it's been an amazing day, to be honest. I mean, from what I said this morning before we got the first win about trying to win 1 this season as a target, I think my next goal is to be top 3 in the end. Would be nice. Or second or first.
It's definitely on. I'd say Harry Blore, one to watch through the latter part of the season. Congratulations, Harry. Let's dive in with Max Hall if I can find him. They do like to disappear on me down here in Park Ferme. I can't see Max. Oh, there he is, over this way. The 2 Maxes are together, but it's Max Hall we need because Max Hall was second place and for most of that race the fastest driver on track. Clearly you've got on top of the setup at last.
Yeah, I mean, as we all know, we missed practice. We couldn't dial in the car. So we kind of spent qualifying and today dialing in the car, finally done it. It was really quick, can't really say anything other than that. Drove the best I could, but I just couldn't catch Harry at the end of it.
Just ran out of time, but I mean the speed you had, if you'd got past Adam a couple of laps earlier, could it have been different?
He's hard to get past, yes. Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to being here at the other layout next month. Obviously the pace is in the car now, hopefully we don't miss practice. But yeah, really looking forward to the next one now we've got everything dialed in.
Excellent stuff, congratulations then. Max Hall, second position. Adam Shepherd is just over this way. Adam, can we drag you over here, have a little chat with our reigning champion? It might be the last time we see you this year, but it's been great to have you back. Have you enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, really enjoyed it, great fun. Yeah, I love Donington, I love TCR UK, so yeah, great to be back.
The car isn't exactly in showroom condition anymore, what happened?
I got spanked in the side by someone quite hard. I'm not sure who it was, to be fair, but we had a power issue after lap 2, so it was just, I went off looking at the dash, trying to look around, see if it's all pressure or trying to understand what it was, whether I needed to pit or what, but yeah, a bit frustrating because obviously we had the pace we know to win, but these things happen and yeah, enjoyed it.
It's been great having you back. Best of luck for the rest of the TCR Europe season as well, and who knows, might not be the last time we see Adam. Congratulations though.
Yeah, thanks very much. Cheers.
Adam Shepherd then back on the podium, Harry Blore a double winner, and we've got more racing coming your way now from Donington.
Thank you, Andy. And well, ladies and gents, and that completes our front engine front wheel drive racing for the purposes of the TCR UK Championship and its supporting series, the Civic Cup and Audi Cup. But if you're still hoping to hold on for some front engine front wheel drive racing, we've got you covered later the Mini Challenge Club Sport for their final race of their season. But we now come back to our headline event. It is round number 25, race 5 of 5 here at Donington Park National for the British Truck Racing Championship. And here is our grid, and they all line up as follows. Nathan Smith lines up in pole position. Remember, this grid is set based on the race 3 results for the top 8 reverse. So Smith on pole, and Tom lines up alongside there in second. Then we have Stuart Oliver and David Jenkins, the 2 big battlers at the front of the championship. They line up on that second row. My goodness, that is going to be tasty. Stephen Powell and Simon Reed line up on row number 3, with John Bowler and Michael Oliver completing your first 4 rows. Michael Oliver, of course, securing that win in the previous race. A very happy Michael Oliver when Pointy caught up with him earlier. And I think we'll be taking a look at our further rows very shortly, as Pointy has rejoined me in the commentary booth. Good to have you back, Pointy.
Oh, I tell you what, I am starting to feel the weekend now, Paul. I don't know how you keep going. But yeah, quick look at row 5 then, rounding off Division 1 with Terry Gibbon in the 95 next to Neil Yates. Down then into Division 2, Callum Eason starts in 11th on row 6 with John Powell next to him, Bradley Harvey behind him. This seems to be the kind of 3-pack that we've been seeing a lot of the weekend. Simon Cole, though, waiting in the wings in 14th on row 7 to take those positions away when the penalties start rolling in.
Oh, indeed.
Indeed, and we've got Archie Handy and Warren Harvey in row 8 at the back there. And just our last 2 drivers at the very, very back. I mean, how on earth did Craig Reed end up in row 9? Of course, this is a reverse grid of the second. Oh, sorry, of the second race. No, first race today. First race today. There we go. So third race of the weekend, and Jake Evans next to him in Division 2. Down then we can see Andy in the Total Care and Sylvie Fleet pace truck. Andy, of course, having quite a late night last night. Of one of our team members was taken to hospital with a bit of severe dehydration and heat stroke. Yeah, so he was out quite late last night. But massive shout out to the crews and paramedics here at the circuit for looking after our team and, of course, making sure everybody got back okay. Right, huge jump there we saw from Nathan Smith in the number 11, whipping himself back into a straight line as they make their way out to the outlap. Before we get under race conditions, a quick shout out, but keeping with the truck theme, shout out to Maddox Truck Racing, who are currently tuned in from the Nürburgring in Germany, who've been following the championship very closely this year. I tell you, it was fun to be at the Nürburgring all those years ago. It was a hell of an event, the Truck Prix, as they used to call it. The ADAC, which is their version of
ADAC, yes.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. I mean, it was a massive event and it was great to be there. I did quite well in the casino there once as well, but you know, when the fun stops, so that's what we're talking about. But yeah, so great result, guys, a great weekend there, but hello to Maddox. Wonder if we'll be seeing those guys at Le Mans when we join the ETRC and the French Championship in a few weeks' time. Will you be watching in on that, Paul?
I'll definitely be tuning in when we do see all of our trucks make their way to Le Mans. Now, we should be clear, it's not the truck equivalent of the 24-hour of Le Mans, although I would pay to see that, to be fair.
Cool.
But we'll be seeing all of the trucks make their way out to the Bugatti circuit there, the much shorter, more dedicated one. But that's going to be an absolutely brilliant week. And I believe that's now a staple of the championship. It has been for the last couple of years, the annual French trip.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the guys at Truck Sport, I mean, you know, Steve and Stuart Oliver especially have you know, worked so much over the years gone by to rebuild that bridge, that connection with Le Mans. Fabien Calvete, who you know, heads up the French Championship, they've been very close for many years, especially, of course, with Stuart having a very big name in the European you know, chronicles. And so yeah, it was meant to happen for so many years, and they eventually got it across the line. Loads of behind the scene work goes into these things and takes a lot of years to make them stick as well. And of course, everybody loves going there. It's a phenomenal circuit. The night race with the French is incredible, with the lights and the smoke and the noise. It's brilliant. The fireworks, there's so much to see. Yeah, I don't think 24 hours would go down well. I mean, we've only got about 20 minutes of fuel in these trucks, so yeah, you're not going to get 20. You'd be refueling more than you'd be racing, I think. But yeah, so seeing them now coming round the back of Coppice for their final race this weekend. Tom O'Rourke next to Nathan Smith. This is going to be an interesting start. Who is going to pip it to the post when the red lights go out? But of course, the question everyone's asking, will Callum make it 10?
I mean, I think it's a firm bet he's going to go for it. He has been absolutely rapid. Snetterton dominant here at Donington Park. He's been absolutely phenomenal as well. And the only thing I think that's going to stop Callum Eason from making it 10 in a row is perhaps an early move on him and some pressure. But here we go for the final time today for the British Truck Racing Championship. It is round number 25 of their season. The lights are on, and then suddenly they are out. It is go, go, go as they roar the way down towards Redgate Corner, but already coming firmly across there.
Pushing across on Stuart Oliver there.
Oh, indeed, Stuart Oliver being forced to go to the grass, and it's ready to go. And it's
Tom O'Rourke sideways into Dave Jenkins that gets clipped up. We've got Steve Powell with Terry Gibbon into the back of Tom O'Rourke. It's an absolute carnage piece there as we see Steve oh goodness me, Steve Powell trying to back out. Michael Oliver in the number 12 goes onto the gravel wide. Will we be able to get them all going again? It looks like although Stuart Oliver's dropped quite far back into almost Division 2, he's indeed back on, but no, we see the red flag come out. That'll be a message across to the drivers, a re-grid. Let's have a look down there on Redgate to see what recovery's needed. We've got a bit of movement from Tom O'Rourke there, just coming across on that corner. We'll have to see if we can find a replay to see how far up the inside Stuart Oliver was on that one. But 89 Simon Reed does appear to be a bit worse for the wear there, immobilised in the gravel on the runoff for Redgate. My goodness, that was, I mean, we had less than a minute and that was absolute chaos.
Oh, indeed. And, well, it did look as though there were a bit of a firm coming across from Torah. Something was going to go down, but suddenly it all, just like you say, it blew into chaos there. Although, a question I think that we have had a couple of questions in the YouTube chat I want to come to. Well, let's take a look at this first.
Let's have a look at the replay. So we see Jenkins come out wide, already moved. Oh, for goodness sake, yeah, no, that was pretty bad. Looking in the mirrors there, Tom O'Rourke coming quite far across, not feeling it. There was a gap there until we see him come across. Instead of steering back to the left, it all got a bit crazy. That eventually the momentum of Stewart sends Tom O'Rourke sideways. Dave Jenkins gets caught up, clips on the front, and then we of course had the rest of the pack spreading out. Callum Easton doing very well to come around the inside line as Dave Jenkins gets going again. Not quite sure how we lost power or drive from Simon Reed there, but yeah, we looked like we had a bit there from. Who is that there? Is that Simon Cole got caught up, got slowed down quite a bit. But a hell of a first corner. I mean, they've done quite well this weekend, to be fair. This is the first kind of, major coming together we've seen, especially on the first corner, which used to be a very common occurrence back in the day. So, yeah, very, very good driving so far this weekend. And these things do happen. So a very slow and delicate ride back round onto the pit straight to re-grid. And Nathan Smith is going to be thinking, damn, I was free, I was clear. That was pretty good for me, and now I've got to do it again.
Oh, indeed. That's the unfortunate thing when a red flag is called, particularly if the race is going to be restarted. It always goes back a lap. We haven't done a lap, so therefore we go back to how they originally gridded for this race, but we might have the absence of some machinery.
No, we've lost a tank. Who is that off? Is that water or air? Nonetheless, that is not ideal. That's going to be full of water. So if that looks like a water tank, because they'd have been able to lift it. So yeah, we see water sloshing out of the tank there, which means someone has lost their ability to cool their brakes. That thing is probably going to be weighing, a good 80 to 90 kilos. So they're not just going to be able to pick that and put it up on their shoulders, especially given the weight of the tank itself as well. So yes, not a light thing to move, and certainly not something you want to leave out on a runoff. But who did that come off?
Oh, well, your guess is as good as mine there, but well done, Tom Marshall. You used a bit of ingenuity. If we can't lift it, let's roll it up the hill there. And they'd always find a way to move Davey out the way.
They tried to lift it. I saw it, but they did well to get it that far off the floor.
Indeed, I think I could hear a back slightly click there, but I think we have the replay here, and this was Tom O'Rourke, and he made his way.
Oh, dear me. That was a high-pressure explosion there as we lose a hose and a bracket from Tom O'Rourke. Of course, coming across on Stewart there's been contact. The side panel's been pushed in, and that's where it's come from. So yeah, fantastic for our director there finding that replay so quickly. That answers the question of who unfortunately is going to be sitting out. At least one truck we're losing now for the last race at Donington, because you're not going to want to go out there without any cooling on your brakes.
No, definitely not. An integral part of being able to race is being able to cool your brakes down on a regular basis in the British Truck Racing Championship, and that's why you do see into a lot of the braking zones and around the lap. If you keep thinking, as I originally thought, there's always smoke coming out of them. No, not quite. That's where you do see that water vapour going around, where they're cooling the brakes down, a fundamental part there and a key part of unlocking the lap time, especially when you've got these boiling hot conditions. Although I was in this red flag situation, so I'm presuming our truckers do have inside that a radio. Essentially they're getting a call from race control saying to say, right, race has been red flagged straight away. Because I know in some of our other, perhaps, I don't mean to be unfair, smaller series we've had here today, they don't have the radio straight through the race control, but I can imagine for our British Truck Racing Championship they have to, for safety reasons, to make sure as soon as something goes wrong, they've got to know what's happened.
Yeah, so they, believe it or not, they never used to be allowed team radios.
Oh, right.
Yeah, this is it. So now there is very minimal communication allowed or expected among the driver and the team. And then, of course, we've got the official circuit radio, race control radio, which is where the coordinator or clerk of the course will be able to give out messages, whether it be safety, whether it be warnings, flag conditions, of course. Doing a great job of raking out the Zen Garden that is the gravel at Redgate. Simon Reed, in the Auto Bright Iveco, of course, taking a brilliant second place in the last race. And now, will we be able to see him getting underway again? Was it literally just a recovery he needed, or have we seen any sustained damage to the truck? he's not out of the truck, so fingers crossed it's still running. One thing, just touching back actually on the water-cooled brakes that a lot of people don't truly realise, as much as they are cooling the brakes with water and doing 100 miles an hour and using a split box, although very little of it, mostly 4 gears, 2 high and 2 low, that they'll make their way round in most of the race. They've got to control and monitor the brake temperatures themselves and actually use the water themselves as well. I mean, all the technology that's in these trucks, there is still 2 tap knobs on the dashboard next to them that they can reach out to and add or lower the amount of water being put onto the brakes at any given time. So as well as racing, as well as looking what's going on behind them, as well as keeping the line, fighting the steering, keeping the revs, you know, doing all that as well as looking at the brake temperatures and controlling the water. I mean, that's just, yeah, some people struggle to eat an apple whilst cruising on the motorway most of the time. So this is pretty much full-on racing.
Oh, 100%, and it's good there to see Simon Reed being extricated from the gravel, so he just needed to be pulled out. It does seem as though he's going to be able to rejoin the racing. Of course, they may have to take a brief look at his machine there just to make sure that there's no major damage to it as he just eases his way there down through Hollywood and into the Craner curves, and then of course the old hairpin. Now give a bit of a shout out there to 333 Motorsport. You'll see them not just in the British Truck Racing Championship, but also you will have previously seen, and you'll see her on the Mini Challenge Club Sport grid after this race. That's Lexi Powell, who's raced in the Junior Saloon Car Championship as well. 333 Motorsport have their finger in many a racing discipline pie, and they've been in the British Truck Racing Championship I think for some time as well, an integral part of it. And that's the great thing as well. You see a lot of these teams, they're big families of individuals who will race in multiple different disciplines. And that brings me on to a question that many have asked, Pointy. How do our drivers sort of get into truck racing? I mean, do they all have to be truck drivers? Because I know we have one who's come all the way from the sim racing sphere.
Of course, yeah. So effectively, no. There was, I believe it's changed over the years considerably. So once upon a time, if there was a qualified truck driver from the haulage world that then went and did his hards to be able to race in a racing discipline, they would then of course be allowed to come out, usually join in Division 2, start to work their way up that way. Of course, a certain amount of track time would have to be done with regard to practicing and things like that, but then they'd just get straight at it. Obviously, over the years, we've had novices come into the sport who've unfortunately come a cropper to some pretty serious incidents, and in recent years, the last 6 or 7, there's been a lot of regulation changes to update the kind of due diligence of letting new fresh drivers come in. For example, we've now of course had non-truck driving drivers that have done their hards and become racing drivers, but then they've had to do a lot more track time and get signed off by a circuit manager to say they're competent, had driving hours with an already experienced truck racing driver to be able to get out on the track in a championship situation, and have had a lot of racing experience already outside of the trucks. So it's all well and good having a racing license, but you can't just get in a truck. You've got to then go into some smaller series, have a certain amount of racing hours, then do your practicing at a closed circuit, track days, so on, and then you'll be signed off by a circuit manager to be allowed to enter. But even then, because of the size and the safety aspects of these trucks, they still then have to adhere to some novice racing regulations, which is such as on certain tracks, if they've not raced there before in any kind of other sport, then they'll have to start from the back, which gotcha. I believe we had an issue with Nathan Smith previously at one of the circuits, and again, Warren Harvey has had to do that as well, as he's not been to those tracks before. So yeah, it really is a battle for you to get involved with it nowadays, and it's a lot of effort. So fair play to the drivers that do come into the sport fresh and a bit green behind the ears, because they've really grafted to get on to a grid with the rest of these drivers.
Well, indeed, and thank you for walking us through that. And I should point out as well, if there's anyone sat there right now thinking they'd love to become a British Truck Racing Championship driver one day, and now from hearing that might slightly put you off. Well, to be fair, all good things require a bit of effort,
of course.
No doubt about it, and that's how you do get onto the grid. And well, I'm sure the British Truck Racing Championship Network and Truck Sport have a huge amount of support available and a lot of resources to how to help someone on their journey that way.
I think the most important thing to remember is that the whole championship, and a lot of fantastic championships Championships are brought to you by the British Automobile Racing Club, BARC. You know, they do the marshals, they do organising at the circuits, they have their own circuits as well. And if you want to get involved with racing, that is literally what they live for. That is what they exist for, to bring people into racing. So if you do want to find out anything, the best place to start is with BARC's official website. Start the process, send the emails, ask the questions, because it's not that we don't want you in, it's just that when you get in, we want you to be ready, we want you to be safe, because racing is dangerous. So barc.net, you can see it on your screen there now. Reach out to them and get involved with racing, even if it's just showing up for marshalling, to really get a flavour for what's going on at these circuits.
Oh, 100%. And one of the good things as well is, particularly when you're a novice driver and more in the car discipline, one thing you can do to get your initial set of what is signees on your licence to be promoted from a novice licence to the next step is actually act as a marshal. But still, as we focus back now on the here and now, all of our truck drivers making the way on through. We're getting this race about to be restarted. Of course, we are minus one of our starters right towards the front, and that was none other than Tom O'Rourke. But otherwise, we have got the entire field back there once again, as we look to our number 68, just gradually make its way onwards. That is going to be Craig Reed there, who we are expecting will gradually try to charge his way through the field past the Division 2 starters, and then go hunting after Division 1. But how far can he climb? Obviously, the interesting thing now for Dave Jenkins, Pointy, he's got a whole load of real estate in front of him.
Nobody in front of him, and this is going to be an interesting choice for Nathan Smith, I believe, because of course, you know, Jenks may have the power over Nathan. So is Nathan going to take the racing line around Redgate, or is he going to come out a little bit wider to be able to try and stop Jenkins from taking that jump?
Well, I've just had our broadcast director ask me, Pointy, when are you going to make your racing debut in the championship?
My goodness, well, I think we've got a long journey before that. However, fair play. I think Warren Harvey was kind of talking about it last year. He was joking us at the fact, get your hard's license, and let's just do it together. Let's just get out there. But of course, as much as Ian is fantastic at his job, I don't know whether he'll be able to fit in the trucks along with all of the other things he has to do over weekends. So if I went off racing, who'd do my job, right?
Oh, very true, very true. Not
Plus,
quite
I haven't got enough money, so there we go.
Well,
if anybody wants to sponsor me, I am more than happy to have a go in Division 2 and show everybody how it's done.
Oh, fantastic. I love the enthusiasm. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, our driver's about to show us how it's done. They're going to restart this race. Here we go once again then. Down the start-finish straight, and it is going to be lights out and away we go. Nathan Smith restarts this race around number 25, and this time just keeping it pinned to the inside. So Dave Jenkins has got all the space in front of him here. Surely he's going to be beating the number 7 on the brakes, trying to go round the outside of Stuart Oliver, but they're all taking it a lot more carefully. You can already see the Division 1 trucks, they're pulling away from Division 2. Callum Easton's not having this easy meanwhile.
Oof. Contact, was that? Oh, come on, no. Oh, Jesus, no. Oh, my goodness me, no. Massive crash there. The 89. Oh, for goodness me, I hope he's okay. That is a crazy crash, ladies and gentlemen, but at least it's finished upright. What happened there? Where was the contact? The back clipped up. We couldn't quite see. I mean, Steve Powell and Michael Oliver were the closest there for the incident, but what happened? We couldn't quite see the angle. As we saw Craig Reed get tied up in that. Another red flag. We just can't seem to get this last race started, but he's out, ladies and gentlemen. He's okay. Marshall's running over, but that is a massive incident there. Waving to the crowd though is Craig Reed out of the truck. You know, it was funny, Craig Reed was just talking to me in the paddock earlier on about the damage to his truck and how he's going to take a fresh set of panels to Le Mans. This is going to take a considerable amount more work to get race ready after this. No, it's not. So it's Simon Reed.
Simon Reed.
A lot more hair than Craig Reed. I've got my 68 and my 89. You know, they only just said earlier on that I was doing so well not getting them mixed up.
Oh.
Typical.
You're allowed one. Everyone's allowed one. But here's our replay.
Let's have a look then. We see contact between Steve Powell and Simon there as he just clips the back end out. I'm not sure who came across on who there, but that just sent him onto the grass. And as we know in truck racing, the second you hit that grass, you've got no control, no steering, and very little way of slowing down. You actually speed up, obliterating the tyre wall. manages to do a full twirl before landing back on the wheels. So, yeah, I mean, we'd have to look at the onboard there. We can only speculate as to what was going on between those two trucks at that time. But then, of course, the momentum, can we see it from a different angle, Paul?
I think we can here a little bit potentially, and well, I think there it was just a case of both of them wanting to converge on the same line, and I wouldn't point the finger at Stephen Powell. Alternatively there, Simon Reed, I think both of them just literally decided they wanted the same bit of tarmac.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it will most likely be reviewed after the race. Speaking of updates, by the way, because we have had that, or in fact, hold
Here
that
we
phone.
go. So they're very close to each other here. And it's just, they do just seem to just come together. And then as he drags past there, Steve seems to slow down ever so slightly, clipping that rear tyre, of course, the driving tyres at the back of Simon Reed, that just pips him up and throws him clear. Does actually send Steve off to one side as well, as Michael Oliver makes up that gap. But of course, again, as we see, the second he comes off, you actually accelerate onto that grass, even though you're braking. There's nothing you can do, and you are just a passenger in your own demise, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, this corner, I believe, was where we saw young Bradley Smith, come off a few years ago in almost exactly the same situation and do exactly the same thing into the tyres.
Oh, goodness me. Well, history may repeat itself, but to be fair, what we should point out is, for our audience, this race is not going to be restarted. This race has now been called, and you see our trucks making their way into Parc Fermé. So what I think we are going to do, unfortunately, Pointy, I don't know if Ian's down there, and I know they've taken away your golf cart.
No, he's just going to have to go. If Ian is there, he needs to take what he can take. As the truck's coming back in, I mean, one thing we've got to understand is the fact that because we've not completed anywhere near of enough race, there will effectively be no points for this race. It will be completely cancelled, and we'll have to see if we can either get an extra one on. We won't be able to do it at Le Mans, but we may be able to get an extra one on at Brands at the end of the year if there's time in the timetable.
Yeah, because that's a good point. We did have that a couple of seasons ago where we did add a race onto one of our later scheduled race meets to make up the deficit there, but of course that will be in through scheduling and just seeing what we can do. But unfortunately, this will be a null result here for round number 25 as they all come in. So a bit of a damp squib to the end of the British Truck Racing Championship here today at the Donington Park National Circuit. But that's the way it sometimes goes, understandably.
It is, yeah. And I mean, one thing you got to say, you know, we could only look at what we see on the screens and comment as to how we see it unfold, but the decisions and the process of finding what actually happened will always be down to the stewards, and of course they have got the full 360 degrees of these things unfolding. But of course it is racing, and these things do just happen.
I do love one comment somebody's made, by the way. The reason why you got the 89 of Simon Reed wrong and thought it was Craig Reed, because at the time when he was rolling, the number was upside down.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
It's a big shout out there to Wickerbill in the Bark YouTube chat. In fairness to you.
Thanks, mate. I was like making light of a terrible situation, but at the same time, thank you. That is, that's got me right out of trouble, that has. Let's just have another look at the replay then of the first start. I don't even know, if Tom O'Rourke intended to do that. He seemed to have no ability to come across. So yeah, that's interesting. But anyway, I do believe we've got Ian down in the paddock now. So I think we're going to throw down to Ian and see who he can find and just get a general vibe of what's going on down with the trucks. Oh, I'll cut you up. He wants me to go down. I'll just go down. I'll just go down, everybody.
I think so. I think we've been summoned,
I was enjoying watching the replays, to be honest. But whatever. No, fine. I know I'm not wanted. I'll see you for the pickups. Fingers crossed they can get it round one lap.
Oh, fair play. Well, we'll leave Pointy there for now. He's going to go, as we did, of course, see the water tank there burst its way off of the side of Tom O'Rourke's truck. And, well, a very unfortunate moment. And, well, of course, the marshals then having to remove that tank. But then we did, of course, have the restart. And we saw this contact between the 89 and the number 3. And in the end, that contact between Stephen Powell and Simon Reed, it sent Simon Reed on a bit of a journey. And once he was on that grass there, he couldn't slow down anywhere as quickly as on tarmac, and being sent for the roll instead. And, well, the most important thing, of course, Simon Reed being able to get out of the truck unaided, but in a lot more pieces than it originally was. But we're going to make a way down to Parc Fermé, ladies and gentlemen, to Ian Walthouse. So have Pointy joining in very shortly, and let's catch up with a few of our truck racing drivers.
Hello everybody, welcome down to, well, we're moving our way. I've just been told to sort my lanyard out, it's got caught around my neck. Just watch your back, Tom. Let's go down and catch up Archie Handy down here. I think we'll go see if we can grab a quick chat with him. Of course, red flag, this race will not be resumed. A bit of barrier damage, as you can imagine, so we might have a little bit of time to get things sorted. So let's go down, we'll grab Simon Cole and Archie Handy and have a quick chat with them. Let's give it a little look behind the scenes, shall we, here. This is one of the things about live, isn't it? You've got to be ready for any circumstance. So we'll try and keep you up to speed of exactly what is going to happen. It's quite a late curfew here at Donington Park, so there's still a little bit of time. We do have 2 more races to go as well, the final race of the season for the Mini Challenge Club Sport. We should hopefully be able to bring you, and there is also the, I'll just make sure I don't get run over here, and we've got the final pickup truck race to bring you as well. Let's just go over and have a quick chat. Bradley, how are we? Yeah, I'm all right.
Is Simon all right?
We believe he got out. We believe, but it was a big hit, wasn't it? I mean, could you see it?
Literally just let his brother back in front of me.
Yeah.
The next minute, you just see Simon on his roof.
Well, I am hearing he got out and he gave the thumbs up, which is the most important thing, of course. Look, how's up until that point? How's the weekend gone for you?
We've had a good weekend. Luckily, we've had no mechanical faults. Fortunately, my dad's had a few, which puts a bit of a downer on the team, but hopefully we're ready for Le Mans.
I was going to say Le Mans next. How exciting is that?
Le Mans always a good weekend away, isn't it? Yeah.
I don't know. I've never been. I've never been invited.
Yeah, no, Le Mans always a long weekend, so we've sort of near enough make it into a week. So,
do you? So when do you head over there?
Wednesday morning.
What does that week look like for you?
So Wednesday morning we head down to the boat at Portsmouth.
Yeah.
Night crossing to Caen, and then it's about 3 hours down to Le Mans. So we arrive Thursday morning, set up, and then Friday testing. 2 days of racing. And then back on the Sunday night boat, and then back to work Tuesday. Yeah.
Right, so we want to know, right, Pointy's been involved with the trucks for some time, of course. Would you trust him to drive your truck? He's not here, you can be honest. Oh no, he's running, look, he's running down.
We did have this discussion last year at the Donington.
He's not seen us. There he is. Look.
Last year when you did the International Prix, we did have a discussion, but I think he'd be alright on a test session.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Right, thanks for talking to us. You've got stuff to do. Really appreciate it. Let's go find Pointy. He's just run up here. We'll get his thoughts on what we've just seen, what we've just witnessed. He's up there at the I think he's actually signing some autographs at the minute as well. What a weekend it has been here. I have to say, this is the busiest truck meeting I have ever been to. Normally I arrive at the track quite early. On Saturday I arrived here around about 7:30. There he is, and it was queuing to get in. Yes, this morning just as busy as well. Pointy, I've just been talking to Bradley Harvey, and I asked him the question, would you trust Pointy in your truck? And he took
better than some drivers.
He took wow. I can't believe he just went there live on air as well, everybody. You can't take that one back. And he politely said no. We said maybe a test session.
Hey, ask Warren. Warren will be all right, I reckon. If I want to give me a call, give me a shout, I reckon. Yeah.
Not really too much to report. The best news is, of course, the drivers are right.
Yeah, got out nice and quick. Even though I probably got out to tell me off for calling him Craig over and over before realising that his name's actually Simon. I had to see him with his helmet off to truly realise what was going on. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, what an incident. I mean, not a great start at all to the race. I still stand by that there was something wrong with Tom's truck, because he just seems to have no control on the line. As the second he comes across, he's kind of just straight across on him at that very early on. Of course, then lost his tank. That means he was completely out. Restart quite quickly as well. I was like, yes, we're on for this. But then no, that was still looking. Every angle you look at it, you can see what's happening, but there's no way of pointing a finger. You know, it's this. You know, I'm not saying no one's at fault. I'm not saying someone is at fault, but there's no way from what we can see at home or in the comms what actually went down, other than the actual incident. You know,
the thing, these trucks, they're 5.5 tons. So if something were to go wrong, let's say it's mechanical and there's nothing you can do about it. If they go off the track and they're going 70, 80 miles an hour onto grass, there's no stopping them, is there?
No, definitely not. As I said on the commentary, you know, that once these things hit the grass, whether it be wet grass or dry grass, you're speeding up, end off. You know, the amount of momentum, it's the friction of the tyres on the tarmac that keeps you at a speed. Once you hit the grass, you just carry on going, you know.
How tough, how robust are these trucks though? Because we saw it roll over. That looks like, that's it, scrap it. But I've seen cars come back from. Oh yeah, look. So the actual cab on the top of it is obviously just going to be, you know, a piece of tin day cab. That it's a lot of work to replace because of all the electronics, the hydraulics, all the things inside it. But that's replaceable. The roll cage, the frame, that is again. Can be damaged, usually pretty strong, but again, in a roll like that, this will also need replacing, along with, of course, a lot of side panels and so on. The main chassis is effectively just two huge pieces of C-section that are bolted together with all the other things. The gearbox goes in between it to hold it. Everything's got a very structural meaning to it. But again, if that's been twisted with a roll like that, then, you know, it's very difficult to untwist stuff like that, right? Without just reversing the same crash but in the opposite direction. So as much as, you know, it looks drivable, it looks superficial, you've still got to think about all the bits on it. I'm not saying they won't have it back. We have seen, especially Reed's team, probably in a worse state before. But it's so much work. It really is a lot of work. You know, I'd say the cars get written off because they are a car. Whereas there's so many modular parts to one of these racing trucks that you know, if they're willing to put the tens of hundreds of hours into fixing them, they can do it. They certainly are. They would put the hours in, wouldn't they? And look, we won't know the full extent of the damage until we get it back here in the outer paddock here. I've got a question for you. Look, I'm going to give you the mic in a minute because you probably want to go off, talk to people, have a great time. Just before we do,
we've got 15 minutes to film now, haven't we? You know,
we've got about an hour and 15 minutes maybe to film. I do just want to touch on
go on.
Le Mans very quickly. Looking forward to it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the most anticipated event of the year. It's only 4 races, but it's 4 incredible races. There's the French night race. There's the tens of thousands of show trucks there. It's insane with the truck village and the trucks.
Hold that a second, because I'm just.
No. What's he got? Hold on. No
invite.
Oh, sorry. Oh. You know, you know where it is? It's on the table with my invitation to Goodwood. That's what it is.
Touche.
Oh, thank you. Got him there, didn't I? Tell you what. Next year, Ian. Next year, yeah. Maybe I need to pay some people higher up the food chain at 24/7 and see if I can, you know, just be like, oh yeah, look, I'm the boom guy. So like, Pointy, is that boom mic connected? Maybe. Anyway, you two, come on in. Come on. Yeah.
Speak to you first.
Oh no, speak to me afterwards because we're
got to give us trophies as well.
I know we've got to give a trophy out. And there's no trophy presentation to give.
No.
Let's just talk about you first. So the trophy they're talking about very secretively, it's no conspiracy. so John and Jackie Green come to all of the race weekends, and they, as I said already, do a very special, hand and custom made trophy
in our factory.
In your factory, which is Solid X Rydam Universal. As I say, you guys, produce the chrome front rims for the racing trucks.
Right.
But you do all sorts. I mean, we had a chance to chat to you about the
chassis rails. We do everything.
Absolutely,
all
all
engineering.
Sorts. And you also have you build wreckers as well. You're a UK dealership for these wreckers. You've got the
build trailers.
Yeah, the Dutch recovery system
DRS,
as well.
that's correct.
I'll tell you, I've got it all going in, right? But again, we don't get a chance to talk to you guys very often on camera, so How's it been for you being involved with the British truck racing? Because it's not your first year, is it?
No, we've been coming. I came to the very, very first truck race that ever happened here, and we've always been involved in it. When Kelsey were involved in it, Stuart were involved early on in days. We always came then. We went to Nürburgring, and we've just really kept up with it. But we thought, as we're getting a bit older now, we'll put something back into the pot. So we've sponsored it for the last 2 years, and obviously next year. And that's what we like. We like coming. It's a great group of people. We've got a bit more involved in other things. We make a lot of things for the race trucks. We supply a lot of things to the teams anyway in their everyday work.
Yeah. Some pretty mega axle stands I've seen getting used. They are hench.
Oh, we've got some more coming now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And also the brainchild behind my quad bike. So so massive, public thank you for providing that for me this weekend. We've had some great shots around the paddock, around the infield from that.
It's been really worthwhile for you. It's been
so helpful.
Honestly.
Oh, mate, thank you, mate, thank you. So, apology for any language, shall we do? He's had a great weekend. He said he really loves me, that's all he said.
So we've got our trophy to give because we have got somebody nominated.
Right.
We've got our secret mystery shoppers, as it was, that go around the paddock. And
look who's working the hardest.
We better not tell who it is.
No, not on air, because someone will blooming do it. We need to call everybody down. I said, how are we going to do this?
So what we thought is, if we go into the actual race team now,
yes,
and do it now. How's that?
I mean, have we got? Are they still recovering?
Whatever you want. You do whatever you want, Pointy. Keep going.
So the crash is already on.
I'm trying to find out information.
That's fine. I tell you what, then let's go then, guys. Come on, let's do the first ever. Let's do the first ever Solid X sponsored Team of the Weekend award live on air. Sorry, madam, just nipping through. We've got to get the trophy first of all, which will be exciting. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on. Right, I got hats. Are these for me as well? You got these lanyards? Yep. There we go. I'll put this on there. We got the mugs. Look, we got personalised Donington Park special edition laser etched mugs, and then of course, this isn't. I'm not putting this on. This thing weighs about 5 kilos. As you can see, look at that. Donington Park, round 21, 25. Well, 24, 25 to be decided. Let's go follow them, shall we? Right, where are we going? Right, where are we going? We've lost them. Here they are. People leaving in their droves.
They're going the wrong way.
Right. Going to follow our way. A mass exodus of people as the truck race has been abandoned. Not to say anything, nasty, but it's obviously what people are here to see, right? Okay. So we're still, of course, trying to find out what the plan of action is for the rest of the day. Oh, hello, everyone. Hi, guys. You all right? Where are we going? I think I might have an idea. Not yet. Well, it's too late now.
Anyone that's here.
It's an important trophy, but also not quite the time. As I'm sure you'll be aware, it's a little bit tricky. No, it's really heavy. I mean, I'll try and wear it on my head. It's not good. Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine.
That's
He's okay. What was worse for me is obviously I started P17, so as I come round the corner, I watched him 5 seconds before impact, and then the problem is there's not really a lot there's not much you can prepare yourself to watching. Well, one of your trucks and your brother roll over a barrier. It's like I was shouting as long as he's okay. I build one thing I do. I build a good truck.
It's true,
but it's
you got out pretty quick, to be honest.
No, listen. I think he was with it, but I think it's the shock which does you in. But we don't come racing to do this, and I'm sure it wasn't any malice towards doing it. It's just a short track there, and you've just got to listen, we'll crack on. Good job we got a spare truck in it.
I know, right? You'd have to pull some stickers off the old
listen,
one.
No.
My goodness. Well, Craig, well done to you. I mean, obviously, you know, it's not the best of moments to be handing out trophies, but Jackie and John Green from Solinex, they want to present you with the Donington Park Team Award. I mean, I don't know whether they just decided this or whether they were going to give it you anyway.
Well before what's happened.
This is well before. Well, you definitely deserve it now. Do you want to give it? Do you want to give it to do the official handing out? I can't give it to you. It's bad luck. It's their trophy. There you go. You got to. There you go, Jackie. Oh, there we go. And get a shot of the team as well. Give yourselves a round of applause, guys. You've got to. We're sorry with the work that you've got ahead of you and what you've got to do, but yeah, it's I know you guys are going to definitely deserve this trophy by the end of the weekend. Wonderful moment, wonderful. I tell you, it's crazy how a great weekend with beautiful weather and loads of spectators can just turn like that. But that, of course, is racing. We're still just trying to find out what's going on, but let's show you some carnage. When I say carnage, I mean what's going on behind the scenes when these weekends start to come to an end. Oh, it's been recovered. Let's have a look. Okay, let's get up close and personal, shall we, at what has happened. So we were being asked whether or not, you just go and have a look around, I'll talk over. I was being asked by Ian how strong these things are. You just come in the way, in that gap, there we go. Right, that's it, we're safe here. You just stay there. So we've got a huge amount of damage to the windscreen there. That obviously got crumpled as we lost the right hand quarter panel. Underneath we're obviously leaking coolant, so that means we've lost the coolant hoses as well. So that is not ideal. Ooh. Right. Let's just have a quick look at this then. So we've got huge damage here, which has obviously hit the floor. This has been bent in. The engine itself and associated pipework, whether it be turbos, exhausts, hoses, wiring, other than the punctured radiator that we've got underneath now, which is of course is what's leaking the coolant, we actually seem to be in reasonably good condition. However, we come round to this backside here, we've got snapped leaf springs, we've got completely annihilated shock absorbers. Quite a bit of work to do. Sorry, but yeah, sorry. Yeah, a lot of damage, but will it be resurrected? I believe it can be fixed. Can you fix it? Yeah, there we go. Simple, straightforward answer, just what we wanted to hear. So yeah, again, as someone's just said, a bit of WD-40 and it'll be fine, you know. A little bit of polish, yeah, we got. It's going to take a little bit more than some Auto Bright to sort this out, though. But I'm sure when they do start putting panels back on it, it'll be pretty good. Let's ask some fans. We'll do a kind of ad hoc grid walk, paddock walk. Should we do a paddock walk? Why not? Did you expect to see this kind of carnage when you came this weekend?
No, definitely not.
Did you see it happen live?
No, we was on the bottom of the home straight.
Oh wow! So you
saw the first one.
Near, yeah.
Near. So, did you hear it?
We heard the marshal say, "Oh no," and then we followed him.
Oh my goodness me!
Normally means something's gone wrong.
It's gone very wrong. Have you had a good weekend otherwise?
Yeah, is Simon all right?
Yes, he's back out. He's out pretty quick. Evidently, he's going to be a bit knocked about, worse for the wear. But brother Craig has, of course, said he's okay. He's getting checked out by the medical centre. And so that's exactly
truck can be rebuilt.
So you're not hanging out for the last two races now?
No, not now. You stopped the trucks.
Not now we stopped the. I mean, I didn't want to point that out, but you know, it's understandable.
It sounded like you that said it.
Oh no, it wasn't me. Definitely was. It was him. Get him in shots. Definitely him. Right. Thanks for coming, guys. Safe journey home.
And you.
Thank you.
Are you going to be watching live at Le Mans on the YouTube?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes. And we'll see you at Brands maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming down. See you later. Right. You too. Right then. Hello. What? Girls. What's happening?
Well, a lot of stuff went in.
A lot of stuff.
A lot of bad stuff.
What would you say? Give us a rundown on what you think of the truck.
It's going to take a lot of work.
Yeah. It's what?
Pass the test.
It passed the test. That's one way of putting it. Actually, I kind of like that. It passed the test.
Yeah.
Yeah. And do we think we're going to see Simon again at Le Mans?
Oh yeah, maybe.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
100%.
He's going to work. They're going to work the Reed magic.
The Reed magic. I've not heard that one before.
Mark my words.
Mark our words. You heard it here first. Right. Brilliant. Good job. Good to talk to you. Let's bye guys. See you later. Bye guys. Thanks for coming down. Right then, we've got literally, you can't believe how many people are coming out all at the same time. It is just gone. They're gone. They're going. So that's it. Trucks are done. We're done. We're going home. It's been a great weekend.
What's going on?
What's going on?
Yeah.
I don't know. You tell me.
It's crashed.
It has crashed.
Is he all right?
Yeah. He's all right. Yeah. He's all right. That is the main thing. Let's go and see if we can find some drivers and see if we can get a quick rundown of what's going on when we start to close down. I mean, this is of course the Oliver awning as the close down begins. Let's have a walk around the corner and see who we can find out how the weekend's going. Stuart, a moment. Just because you're closest, you're the first one here, you're that special, it's because you're the first driver I came across. So
thank you.
There's the favouritism as far as it goes. I mean, you know, what these things happen. You've been in these a few years now. They've called the race. What's usually the process in this situation?
I think the reason, well, I haven't heard it officially, but I would imagine the wall will be damaged, the circuit wall, this perimeter wall, so that's why they won't start with the restart with the trucks, because obviously if the wall is damaged, that's a risk to the public because they're on the other side of it.
Yeah, and we're already running an hour or so behind schedule because of some of the cars having issues earlier on.
I believe so, yes, yeah, well we are running behind, so yeah, it was unfortunate, you know, that the first race start was red flagged and then we had this again, so yeah, it's disappointing for what's been such a great event.
Yes, yeah.
You know,
so many spectators leaving now just because the trucks are finished.
That's right. Yeah, you know, it is a truck event. That's what they're here for. You know, I'm not dissing the car championships at all. You know, they are part of the event and part of the. You know, there can be trucks and trucks and trucks.
Yeah,
you know, so I feel sorry for the pickup lads. You know, they normally do one race on a Saturday and two on a Sunday, but they've moved to three on the Sunday and they've only had two. So
far, yeah, we'll see what's getting restarted. I mean, we've not heard anything yet.
No, it's official that isn't happening. So, which is unfortunate. I just heard.
So this, I mean, with regards to what just happened, I mean, you've been in this same kind of damage situation before.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of process do you have to go through? You know, obviously you're getting over the incident first of all. That's the immediate thing. But you take it back to the yard. What happens?
Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you've got to take stock on what you've got, what the damage is, what you know. First and foremost, the driver's all right. That is the important thing. But you know, the trucks, modern race trucks now, with all the safety roll cage, safety harnesses, safety seats. You know, you're pretty safe in there. You know, I'm sure Simon will have a few bruises and a few aches and pains for a day or two. I've been in that situation myself. But. You know, so first and foremost, he's all right.
Yes.
Trucks, mechanical bits and metal can be all fixed and straightened, but the process, you take it back, you know, you strip the damaged bits off, whether it's the cab or whatever, and then you back to the bare chassis, and then obviously do all the measurements and do all, you know, sort of the...
Make sure everything's still straight.
Hopefully the chassis is straight, so then you start building back up, and you know, that's a process then...
Because you had that same kind of incident on that same corner, didn't you, in the past?
I did, yes, about 5 years ago, that's right. The concrete wall sort of laid over, two laid over, and then the third one decided it didn't want to lie over, so it just stopped us dead. So
how long do you think it took to get you back to you know, into one piece for that truck?
With a truck, it was we worked flat out to get it ready for the next event. I believe the next event was sort of 4 or 5 weeks after.
Wow.
You know, so you know, Craig and Simon, you know, they've got the ability, the facilities, and the know-how to put the truck right. So you know, I would like to think they'll be back to Le Mans. You know, fortunately. In the unfortunate situation, we're fortunate we've got a biggish gap now. You know, a few, probably more weeks than we normally would have between races. So, I'm confident them guys will get stuck in and get it back ship again.
Absolutely fantastic. And championship for you overall so far. Where do we see you now with that one cancelled race? Because it's been a very busy weekend for me. I'll put my hands up. I've not got a clue where anybody is anymore.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Obviously Dave's gone well this weekend. There's no doubt about it. Dave came here. I'm not sure how many points ahead, but he wasn't that many. He was still on his heels. But yeah, had a puncture which caused the tyre to delaminate because it deflated. So that sort of caused a DNF. Yeah. Nobody wants DNF in races. DNFs don't
minimum
don't,
like 12 points behind straight away.
That's right. Aye. So, but there's still quite a few races. Yeah, we've got 4 in Le Mans and 5 in the Brands Hatch. So it's not be easy. No. And Dave is going well without a doubt. So. We'll
you're still in second. As I say, you're still in second. Craig is nipping at your heels, and of course Michael in contention as well for third.
That's right.
There's still quite a few rounds left.
Oh, there is. That's right. Like I say, we've got 9 races left. So 9 races, 20 for a win, 1 for a fastest lap. So you can do the sums on that one. It's too late in the day for me to work it out. But there's still a lot of points.
12T.
There's still a lot of points in the offing for to change things around. It's like I say, Dave's had a good weekend, but we can go to Le Mans and it can be the other way around. What I mean? I'm not wishing that on him, but that's racing.
That's racing. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Racing,
Right, well, Stuart, thank you very much for talking to us. Thank you for helping me hand out the trophies to the show trucks earlier on. Of course, not just racing here this weekend, you've got a very large part to play and a load of responsibilities with regards to truck sport and the event as a wider thing. Months of planning,
years of planning. We'll be looking probably in the next few weeks for next year. What we're going to do, how we're going to do it. Well, sort of debrief on what the good parts are, and I think there's a lot of them. There's certainly been a lot of them, and to see the amount of people that's been here this weekend, it's fantastic. It's just a pity that last race was, but again, that's racing. But it's really sort of, I think, put British truck racing it's on the map anyway, but it's put it on a bigger scale of recognition. So a lot of work goes into it, but we're happy with the results up to now. So I'm sure there'll be a bit of cloudy feedback from that last race not restarting, but if you look at the overall picture of the weekend and what's happened off track, infield, and I think overall it's good value for money to come to a truck racing weekend.
It really
and hopefully people keep coming.
No, absolutely. I was saying about this yesterday, actually, how I've been to race events and there's been so little else going on. I was, of course, in my years in truck racing, expecting to see an event, and I got there and it was just a couple of cars going around a track and nothing else happening. I was like, what's going on?
That's right. Did he touch your bottom?
He might have done, but you know what? I don't mind it.
Yeah, but no, it's that's right. It's sort of to have the sort of 1,000+ show trucks on the infield and all the manufacturers, from all the truck industry manufacturers, which is, it's good that they come and support the event, and all the other supporters of the industry, trailer manufacturers, wheel tyres, GT tyre, they've all had lots of guests here, which has helped the gate, to help to pay for Jonathan's helicopter.
Oh, you've got to get the helicopter. You need a new helicopter soon. Ian, come on in. What have we got? We've got an update.
We'll keep walking around talking. I can confirm so what's going to happen. The pickup truck race that was due to take place today will not now happen. That will happen at the next event that they're at. Although the intention is to still get the Mini Challenge Club Sport race going because it's their final race of the season. I'm just waiting for an update on how long it's going to take to fix the barrier, of course. So we can get that. So the intention
annoying but fair. If it's the last race of the season, it's pretty important to get that one done, isn't it?
It is. There is a title on the line in the S53 class as well, so that will need to be settled. So the intention that is for that one to go ahead, but the pickup truck race, I can confirm, if you are tuning in waiting for that race, it is not going to happen today here at Donington Park. It will be at the next event. So if you want to carry on, we can go talk to some more drivers. I'm going to try and get a bit more information.
You keep feeding us. Stuart, fantastic talking to you. Thank you very much to you and
the Pointy for your commitment and efforts to the championship. Voice of British truck racing. Hopefully we're here for a long time.
I was hoping he was going to sack me on air then. I was like, we're making plans for next year and you're not in them. Thanks, Stuart. By the way, when's Pointy going to get a drive? I'm not getting a drive. It's never happening.
Archie and Simon.
No, we've not. Well, I was going to go down here because of all the fantastic race results that Callum Eason's had this weekend. We've not actually had a chance to speak to him yet, have we? So let's head on down to the Callum Eason garage / tent and have a word with him.
One thing we always say, I'm not going to have a chance to do it today. We always close the show out in a little way. We're not closing the show out now. But
But we could do we should do that. Why do we always do this? I don't know.
Feel like we have
Let's just work our way along. Oh no, we don't want to lose radio mic connection.
Excuse me.
Hello.
Can you go back up and do that again, please?
Absolutely not. I'm tired now. I'm just about being able to string a sentence together.
Absolutely fuming, mate. I was just there.
You were just there. You should have been on it. You should have gone, oh look, it's Pointy. They'll be doing something silly.
Oh, what actually happened is he turned around and went,
No.
I didn't even need to ask you who we were talking about.
Unbelievable. Right, come on, keep going. We need to try and find. Show these guys. There we go. Where? Oh, here we are. Okay. Okay, so we've had an update just come through live on air. Wow,
right here,
breaking news. So I've just been told, or we've all just been told effectively, that the pickup truck race that we have had to cancel today will actually be played out as the finale at Brands Hatch, apparently. The season finale at Brands Hatch. It will be getting raced again at Brands Hatch, so they're not going to lose out.
4 races at Brands Hatch.
I'd like to think 2 a day, yeah, would be common sense. It would be great, wouldn't it? Yeah. However, mini-wise, as long as the barriers can be repaired and the race completed before the curfew of 7 o'clock, then it will still go ahead today. Otherwise, of course, if they're not going to be able to repair the barriers, one would assume they're going to have to call it as it sits.
Well, they've got half an hour because it's a 15-minute race, so that race has to, and the checker flag has to fall before 7 o'clock, or maybe on the dot, maybe like 1 second after is fine. So it's got to start at exactly no later than 6:45, so that is bang on about half an hour.
Wow, I mean, they can
do it. They can do it.
They can. It takes some serious work.
The 30-minute countdown on the screen.
Yeah, cool. Just start that now. Where's Callum? Where's Callum? Callum!
Oh, did you hear what our producer just said? No. When I asked for the 30-minute countdown, he said no.
Oh, no. No, he said no. He said no. He said no. No countdown. We've lost Callum. He's MIA. He's disappeared. I did promise him I was going to come and talk to him at some point this weekend because he's been doing very well. And of course, it would have been on top. You've done what to your toe? Oh, wicked. I broke the one next to it. I did it on the coffee table at my house. It was ever so painful. Yeah, you know when you lie down on the floor and cry a little bit first, and you breathe it out, and you know. Yeah, how are you anyway?
I'm good, thank you. You?
Yeah, great. Are we any danger of seeing you back in the championship anytime soon?
Maybe next year.
Oh, maybe next year.
Maybe.
Wayne as well, or no?
Trying to work out what's got the higher IQ, Joanne or the plank.
Oh, definitely not Wayne next year. I tell you what. Unbelievable, Jeff. Unbelievable. Live on air. You got
that one,
I'll tell you, no, he walked into that one. He's got no chance now. He's sleeping on the doorstep tonight, I tell you. I mean, is Callum coming or shall we go? He's otherwise indisposed. We tried. We'll come back.
I'll tell you what we can do.
Go.
I'll tell you what we can, because we know that the mini race has to start by 6:45. The drivers are actually up in assembly area. So what I might do, we've got
We've
got a couple of we've played them already, but the Air Ambulance charity video that we did, the Eye Cancer Trust as well. We're going to hear a little bit more about that whilst we make our way up to the assembly. Just before we do go, I do want to say a big thank you to you as ever. I just want to thank the entire team. I normally do this at the end of the day, but I imagine we've done 21 races so far this weekend. It's been quite hectic. 15 races so far today, still one more to come. Fingers crossed anyway. So I just want to say a massive thank you to the broadcast team here who bring you all of the live pictures. Out around the circuit, we've got Zolly, we've got Ray, we've got Danny. You know, Danny's off and on roaming as well. We have got Dan is out there too. We've got Jono there. Tom, who's been holding the roaming camera all weekend. Tom has done about 70,000 steps, I think, so far this weekend. He's still holding the camera steady as well.
Spin the camera around and show him on air. Like,
well
there
done.
He is.
That's Tom, everybody. That's maybe we get a big mirror. Maybe we could get a big mirror, put you in front of a mirror so everybody can see you. Massive thank you, of course, to Paul Walsh. His work isn't quite done yet. Big thank you to Andy McEwen as well, and of course you as well, Pointy. So can we show a bit of love in the live chat? Remember, all the pictures we bring you, they're live and they're free. It doesn't cost you anything to watch any of this broadcast, but it is a monumental effort. A massive shout out to our producer Elliot as well, who has done a wonderful job. He's done a superb job.
He's done a superb job. He's done all right. He's done all right. Yeah,
he's been in a nice air-conditioned office all weekend.
I've been in your offices. They are not air-conditioned. They are not. They are like 1,000,000 degrees. You've got servers and towers and computers and TVs and oh my God.
I think we actually make it as hot as possible on purpose.
Yeah. And then you seal all the windows and doors to make sure nothing goes missing.
That's only when you turn up, Pointy, because we've got neighbours who complain about loud noises.
I don't know what you're talking about. You can't prove a thing, Copper. But yeah, thanks, Ian. You've done a fantastic job.
Have a great time in Le Mans.
I will.
Hang on.
Can you slip into my suitcase?
No invite.
Still
don't worry about it. I thought we were mates.
Yeah.
There we go.
She's waiting to get past in her pyjamas. Don't show her in her pyjamas.
Yeah. Don't turn the camera around, Tom. Don't turn the camera around, Tom. Don't turn the camera around. Don't turn the camera. No, do turn the camera around, but don't turn the camera around. Oh no! I can't believe we did that. Right, Pointy, you crack on. Thank you so much. You've probably got admin bits and bobs and you know U-bends to fix and things. So there you go. Keep going with the plumbing. I'm going to make my way up to the assembly area and hopefully we can get this mini Challenge Club Sport race going. It is their final race of the season. Whilst we walk up, because it's pretty boring just looking at the back of my head, let's hear from a couple of videos we did yesterday from some very worthy causes and some brilliant charities. Let's hear from it now. Right, good evening everybody, or afternoon, or morning, whenever you're watching this. I can tell you right now, it is 10 to 8 in the evening on Saturday here at Convoy in the Park. We've just done a full day's broadcasting. I've done about 30,000 steps already, but we're about to do a couple of laps of Donington Park on our feet for a very, very good reason. I've got Richard here, Dan here as well. As you can see, he's modelling a very nice t-shirt, the Childhood Eye Cancer Trust. And Dan, we are taking part in a 122-mile run. Why? That's a very specific distance.
It's a very specific distance, so that's the distance between the two hospitals in the UK that treat retinal blastoma. So that's Birmingham Women's and Children's Hospital in Birmingham, and then London's Royal Hospital as well.
Okay, we don't have to do 122 miles now though, do we? It's throughout the whole of August, right?
Throughout the whole of August we've got it. I think, I don't know what Richard's on so far, I think I've done about 34.9 miles.
Okay.
And we're hoping to knock out another 5 now, doing a couple of laps.
Yeah.
Richard's been doing it with me, and obviously we've got you as a special guest this evening. So.
I'm going to join you for a couple of laps. Richard, you're going to walk though, aren't you?
Yeah, sadly I'm an old boy with a dodgy knee, so I've got to walk these laps.
Right, I think we should get this underway, shall we? 2 laps coming up. I've worked it out. The mile was done in 4 minutes, wasn't it? So what are we, about 2 miles? So I reckon 16 minutes we can get this knocked out if we get a move on. Yeah. Right, right, here we go. Just before we do go, people can donate, I guess. How would somebody donate?
People can donate. We're going to go with Bark. We're going to put the link in the description of tomorrow's Bark YouTube video, so you can check it out there.
Right, tomorrow you'll see us. We might be a little bit tired. Dan, Richard, myself, all part of the broadcast team here. It's been a long, long day, but it's not over yet. Ready, chaps? Come on.
Ready.
Put your hands. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
We're not holding hands the whole way now.
Bye. Bye. I've just completed 5 laps. free. I'm going to. Well, I'm joined by somebody very special. Ollie Hisco is here, the Director of Fundraising for the Air Ambulance Service. Ollie, what a job it is you guys do, by the way. But it's something that we really hope we never actually have to use, but it's not the case, is it?
Yeah, well, we can't prevent life happening. We can't prevent the things that require an emergency. But I think for the public, it's about knowing that the air ambulance is there, the air ambulance exists, and it's a service we provide free of charge. We don't get any government funding, but that saves lives on a daily basis.
You don't get any government funding at all?
No, everything we do is funded by the generosity of the public, the generosity of companies. 2 companies here are some of our corporate sponsors, so there's MV Commercial and DHL, both here today fundraising for us as part of their representation at this championship, which is just fantastic.
So obviously finance is a difficult part of it, but then you actually have to get in the air and get out and save people. You've been here before as well, haven't you?
Yeah, so the Derbyshire, Leicestershire and Rutland Air Ambulance is based in Nottingham.
Yeah.
And from a 999 phone call to getting to here is 7 minutes.
Wow. Okay.
So that's incredibly fast. That gets everything we need here. So on there, there'll be the highest trained level of paramedic.
Yeah.
There'll be a doctor. And there'll be all the equipment they need to do roadside surgery, to restart hearts, to do blood transfusions, to do amputations. So it's about bringing the A&E to the person as opposed to bringing the person to A&E. And as I said, in 7 minutes from that phone call being placed, we can be here.
Wow.
And it's that fastness that saves lives.
But you talk about the people as well, the doctor.
And well, ladies and gentlemen, we do have to cut our segment regarding the London Air Ambulance slightly short, as much as we want to talk about the charitable cause, because good news, the barrier repairs are complete and the Mini Club Sport Challenge machines are out there with Airtech Motorsport for their season finale, round 15 of 15, and this is how they'll line up for their 3rd and final race here at the Donington Park National Circuit. Now, all championships have been wrapped up based on provisional results in their earlier race today, so it means Ollie Wilmot, he takes pole position based on how he finished in race number 2, your S56 pole sitter there, and he is your provisional champion. So this is going to be more of a race that's about just seeing how you can have a good end to the season. And James Dudley, a bit of a question mark over that 2nd place in the previous race, but he'll be starting 2nd either way. Simon Sinfield taking his maiden podium last time out, and I need to give a big shout out to the mechanic of his, that's Connor Craven, who has given us the update to say that firstly it was his maiden podium, which he's ecstatic about, and also he's given us some updates on some other drivers who he helps do mechanic work for, but Sinfield will be starting in 3rd. Rob Gaffney, the absolute speed demon in the S53 class, starts in 4th place on pole position for them, with Steve Webb starting 5th, head of Chris Johnson, who rounds off your 3rd row. Then on row number 4, it's Paul Sawyer and Freddie Hewitt. Freddie Hewitt having a temperamental number 5 car, and we'll be hoping to end the season on a high, perhaps steal away the final win. Lauren Fletcher, one of our best starts of the season, we're starting 9th, ahead of Carmen Reeve, and then we will see David Gibbons starting 11th there, ahead of Ian Trundley. John Wyatt starts 13th, should he be out there, but I do believe, based on what I've been informed by his mechanics there, Connor Craven once again coming in clutch with this, that unfortunately he won't be out there. And also we're not going to be seeing Adrian Lingy. Unfortunately, he has had a bit of a cooking of his engine after snapping his turbo water pump in the previous race. So therefore, in fact, you're only going to have Ben Trunley wrapping up the field there for the S56 and S53 classes, but Ben Trunley starting from the back after his non-finish in the previous race, where he is your S53 provisional champion. Then we skip through a few rows because we do have the best part of 5 to 6 rows gap, and eventually we will get to our Class C starters, or the Cooper class starters, and there they are, and we can see on pole position it is going to be Jacob Baldry for the final time of their championship campaign, and well, we are going to be seeing what will be Jacob Heap be the champion there, but he starts 3rd in the class, and between the two of them, Andy Langley, and then it will be on row number 18 alongside Heap, Daniel Butcher-Lord, Chris Aram and Mark Reed make up row number 19, and Daniel Truman and Lexi Powell will be completing their starting order, I do believe, all the way down to 23rd in this starting grid. But that's how they'll all line up, ladies and gentlemen, for the finale of the Mini Challenge Club Sport of Airtech Motorsport. Nothing on the line, as we say. Your provisional champions, based on results from round 14, are firstly in S56 Ollie Wilmot, in S53 Ben Trunley, and in Cooper Jacob Heat. That's based on the maths we've done here in the commentary booth, we should be clear, and therefore We will, of course, wait for the matter of fact to be decided by the organisation that runs the series as those final points, but that's how we understand it. But the great news is we do get to see their season finale race. They're all absolutely itching and ready to go. We're all ready to go here in the commentary booth. You guys and girls are all happy to go. I see a big, happy shout out there to Yan007 in the bar chat saying minis are happening. Indeed they are, Yan. We're all ready to go. And, well, they all take the spots on the grid there. We also give a big shout out to the Wheeler family as part of 3WR Racing there in the Truck Sport YouTube chat, and they've been enjoying themselves. A big shout out there to Harvey, Max and Tom, the big family. But all the cars now ready to go, green flag up, and now we await the lights for our final race of this weekend. So the red light is on. And it's lights out, away we go for the season finale of the Mini Challenge Club Sport as they roar their way down towards turn 1. A great start there for James Dudley, really nailing the start. He's been lightning quick this afternoon. And as I come into that braking zone, look, meanwhile, around the outside, he's found so much space. And there's your number 5 there of Freddie Hewitt looking for the move. Can't quite make it happen, but dared to go 3 wide into Redgate. He's not going to let the late start of this race hold him back at all with the technical issues from the previous one. But as they come roaring down the hill now, we can see there the post-its are holding on. As Freddie Hewitt carves his way in towards second place. That lovely move for him, risky move as well on cold tyres and cold brakes, and already US 53 pole sitter of Rob Gaffney going absolutely on a charge here. He's already up into 3rd place, and right now I can tell you one thing, we normally associate the turbocharged S56s as being the quicker machines, but right now he's trying to prove a point on a supercharged machine. Oh, slow runner there, and that's not good news. Trying to discern who that was, going a bit too slowly, and well, I think we might have one of our runners had a bit of a technical issue, but as they all come up in towards Coppice Bend, well, here's what you've been looking for. The big boxing match, if you will, between Wilmot and Hewitt. And, well, Hewitt diving up the inside there. He's definitely got a bone to pick right now of the misfortune he's had. And we've got the 2 big superstars in the F56 class side by side. But pulling ahead is number 70 again of Wilmot as he heads in towards that braking zone. But behind we have the S53 leader right now, and well, goodness me, is Gaffney going for this, and can Rob potentially steal away the overall win? It's been some time since we've seen an S53 take the overall win in this series. Well, as they come down towards lap number 2 start, where you can see it's Wilmot and Hewitt side by side here. Hewitt looking around the outside. Here he goes. Can he beat Wilmot under braking? The answer's going to be no, but he can match him, and it's going to be 2 wide out of Redgate now, as meanwhile Gaffney just watches on here eagerly. Update further back in the Cooper class, it is Jacob Baldry leading ahead, Andy Langley and Jacob Heap at the moment, with Butcher Lord currently sitting 4th there. But our 2 belligerents at the front, Wilmot defending hard as he comes in towards the old hairpin for the 2nd time of asking. Coming up the hill right now, of course, this is going to be a much cooler race than anticipated, so if there were any engine overheating issues or overheating of the tyres and brakes, that might be a little bit less concern. Plus also we haven't had action on track for the best part of 30 minutes, so that will cool the track temperature down a little bit, and it may just help those tyre temperatures and how you can best manage them. Oh, a bit of a run wide there from one of the runners. I wonder, was that the number 29 there, Paul Sire, taking a bit of an excursion coming out of McLean's? We'll have to see, as the 55 and the 29 there. Simfield being pushed along by Sawyer as they come charging back to us now. You can see there James Dudley as well, hooking himself onto the back of the leading trio, so he's not out of this yet. Indeed, after his bit of a moment with John White at this very set of corners on the final lap of the previous race. Understandably, he was a little bit careful about what he had to say in his post-round interview there, given the fact that he was involved in that incident and something being looked at after the race is complete. But as the field now starts to go line astern, Ollie Wilmot still holding on the front here and seems to be now getting the measure of Freddie Hewitt. But you can count on one thing, and Freddie Hewitt right now is not done from this race yet, as then we look a bit further down the order here and we get to see all your Cooper R50 machines coming on down, and it's 2 wide as it's going to be Heap and Langley together. Baldry's already cleared away to a degree, and right now is that going to be done by Jacob Heap? The answer seems to be yes. Moves ahead, lovely move. We have had Ben Trunley drop down the order, and well, remembering of course the fact even if he doesn't score well here, drop scores will be making the difference in the story of the championship. But we come all the way back to the front, and well, this constant fight there for the lead overall in the S56 of Wilmot and Hewitt. It's not over yet, but what is Freddie Hewitt going to do this time that's different? He's poked, he's prodded so far, and boys absolutely going for it, taking a lot of curb there at Coppice Bend right now, almost putting the Mini up onto 2 wheels for a brief moment. We haven't seen too little of no 2-wheel action there over the course of today. A lot of our championships have decided to cut Coppice as much as possible. Hewitt comes down to the braking zone now. Ollie Wilmot seems to be in a degree of control, and well, we do see Rob Gaffney now being caught by James Dudley. So Gaffney had the best start of everybody there, if you exclude Freddie Hewitt, who jumped his way all the way from towards the back of the field at the front, all the way up to the very head of the order, and we'll still have to wait a little bit longer. But there you can see a bit further behind Ian Trunley as well, now starting to bring himself into the pick, and also there Sinfield. But behind we do have there a bit of a drop in behind. Johnson and Sawyer still together and looking to fight over second in the S53 class. But outside of that as well, keeping an eye on our 50s, and Ben Trunley, sadly, his race is dropping down the time tower. I do believe he has had to make his way into the pit lane, so has Webb. I think both of them are meeting an early demise in this race, sadly. So suddenly, the man who is going to be your S53 champion, based on the provisional points we have here, well, unfortunately, he's going to see his championship crowned with a retirement in this race, as we understand it. As Aldenfield continues to weave and wive the way through. Still more fighting to come here between these drivers, and right now we come back to your number 42. There is Andy Langley, still keeping Jacob Heap at bay, but then bringing Butcher Lord, also Truman, Reed and Aram all together. Also a shout out, by the way, to David Taylor, sadly not able to make the season finale in the Cooper R50 class, but I do believe has been here all weekend watching and cheering on his fellow Mini Challenge Cup Sport drivers, and really enjoying catching up with his good friends and rivals in the Cooper class. There we go, back to the S53 leader. A third of the race already complete. More still to come as we do then wind our way down towards turn 1 once again. James Dudley right now trying to find a way to get past Gaffney, who really is, for his debut weekend, well, what a way to make an announcement. Join in the season finale and absolutely carve your way through in the S53 class. He's no stranger to racing the course. He's raced in several series, including Clio Cup here in the United Kingdom, and also has had a brief stint in the Britcar Endurance Championship, but just definitely showing his abilities. Then we come back here to none other than what would be your run at the 219, chasing after the number 10 there. Number 18 there, or the number 10, trying to discern my numbers. You have to forgive me for that one. And, well, I do believe, in fact, that is number 10 there of Gibbons, trying to get a bit more involved. But as he makes his way forward, still more fighting come between them. That is the number 10 and the 469, as I adjust my eyesight. And they're fighting over 4th place in the S53 class. Coming into your view now, it's going to be a couple of drivers a bit further up the road by comparison. That's Johnson and Sawyer, I do believe, coming up. And well, there you can see the 219 of Johnson just managing to hold on to that second place in S53 at the moment, as much as Paul Sawyer wants to get close to the back of Chris Johnson. Right now, Chris doing a fantastic job there, just managing that gap. The gap standing at the start of this lap by the best part there of 0.8 of a second, and it seems to be staying that way with the slipstream down the stretches, just bringing Paul Sawyer that little bit closer. But as the lap times continue to tumble around here, new fastest lap of the race was set only a lap ago, and that was by Ollie Wilmot, a 1:21.189, although right now lapping into the mid-21s, so I think that everyone having the big spurt of pace towards the start. And there you can see, coming over the rise, is that a monster? No, it's a Mini, and that is still your ongoing battle there between the 10 and the 469 at Gibbons and Fletcher. A bit further behind, we see Carmen Reeve there, one of our 2 female drivers on the grid for this round. And well, Carmen Reeve still enjoying herself in the number 24. We did catch up with her earlier on. Ian had the opportunity to do so in Parc Ferme. She's been enjoying herself and finding the pace, and definitely hoping to mount a full campaign in 2027 as we understand it. Stay transfixed here to the battle for that 4th place in the S53 class, and it's noticeable here that Fletcher definitely a little bit quicker by comparison, but the problem is he may be quicker in general, but he's got to find a way past. He's only catch him. But then we catch up with your number 33. Significance this is Jacob Baldry leading in his class, the R50 Cooper class, after taking that win in race number 2 earlier on and sharing the spoils so far with Andy Langley. And right now, can he make it 2 wins today? And if so, well, that would be his first 2 wins of the season after only taking 5 podiums so far this season coming into this round. And well, he'll be very pleased with that. But hold up a second, I believe we have got some track limit penalties now starting to be applied. The number 67, and that is none other than Mark Reed, who has picked up a 5-second penalty for track limits. And we've got some black and white flags as well. I'll tell you one thing, track limit's not going to hold these drivers back, as that is Heap ahead of Langley. So change for second place there in R50. Andy Langley in the Union Jack car versus the Golf livery-inspired machine there of Heap. Well, too wide they go into the braking zone. Jacob Heap just making sure to keep his elbows out wide enough. And meanwhile, Butcher Lord just watching behind there is Daniel in that number 23. Wants to be a part of that story. The problem is he's got to try and find a way to get alongside somebody to do so. And you do see Daniel Truman still waiting and watching at a distance. The man who came into this weekend second in the championship. And I get the feeling right now that is where he's just about going to stay with the way the points are flowing. But we're almost at the end of the first 10 minutes of this race. It's crazy how the time is absolutely flying by at the moment. And speaking of flying, there, Jacob Baldry actually charging away. And then suddenly you do have the rest of what is your running group there of second, third and fourth in the R50 Cooper class. Now, update off camera in terms of what's happened. We have seen Freddie Hewitt drop all the way back down to 6th place overall and to 5th in the S56 class. We suspect this might be the technical gremlin that seems to haunting him here today. Indeed, he's had 2 races back-to-back where he's had so much pace to challenge Ollie Wilmot, and then suddenly all the pace has slipped out the car and it's come back again. So I'm just keeping you apprised of that if you're wondering what's happened to Hewitt. And, well, as we do see there, the fight for second, third and fourth in the R50 cars continue its way up towards Coppice Bend. 5 minutes left to go. Very, very aggressive on entry there for Jacob Heap. And right now he is putting a bit of a gap to Andy Langley. Here comes Daniel Butcher-Lord looking for the move then, heading down the back straight and in towards that braking zone for the S's they go. And right now, who's going to come up on top? We'd imagine on the inside, Butcher-Lord should have this, but will Andy Langley try to hang it around the outside? We know he can be brave, he can be daring, but even he's not going to dare to do that, not when you've still got a few more laps left in the race, as Daniel Butcher-Lord moves up in a third place in the R50s. You can see right at the bottom of your picture, and that shows you the gap that Jacob Baldry has pulled. He does have a happy gap there of 6 seconds before you do get to the second Jacob on this grid. That being Jacob Heap, the championship leader in the R50 class. But running away on through, now being brought into the picture as well is Daniel Truman. He's arrived on the scene. But then we come back to the scene at the front of the field. Here's Ollie Wilmot. Oh, goodness me, no, that's not Ollie Wilmot. My apologies. That is Freddie Hewitt. They're getting ahead of myself. And, oh, a bit of a near miss between himself and I believe that is going to be the number 29, I want to say there, of Paul Sawyer carrying its way along. In fact, I might be mistaken on that one. I don't think that's Paul Sawyer in reality. That's the 55 there as I look a bit closer. And that is Sinfield there. Similar livery to the car making its way past him. But very different machine as well, given the fact it's an S56 car. And Sinfield with some technical issues, I believe, as he makes one down. And after that maiden podium in the previous race, right now, sadly, he is not going to see the podium in this one. But hopefully, we get to see the car back out there. And I know that the team will be furiously taking a look at the car. And I won't be surprised if Conor Craven, his mechanic, will be waiting and seeing what he can do if they are going to try and get that car back out there. But then we see those who carry on. And as they do, it's going to be there none other than your number. What is number 10? And that's going to be the machinery there of Gibbons carrying on. And he's still being pursued by the 469 of Fletcher. And Lauren Fletcher right now definitely sinking the teeth into this fight for 4th place in the S53 class. And indeed, this whole year has been about developing. And goodness me, has Lauren come a long way since her humble origins at the start of the season. And building up that pace lap by lap and indeed race by race. What it does mean now is that the sort of big battles towards the front have calmed down to a degree. And, well, Ollie Wilmot very safely leading this race overall in S56. And Rob Gaffney leading S53 in second overall. But, meanwhile, R50 Cooper class definitely not disappointing with the action as it's too wide coming down towards the old hairpin. Andy Langley right now coming back here at Daniel Butcher-Lord. And, well, in the end, just about takes that place back. Both of them being very respectful in the racing. And Butcher-Lord there gets to plant himself right on the rear bumper of Langley and looking for an opportunity there perhaps to come through, put some pressure on. Will that pressure come to fruition? Not quite. There's a bit of a small lock up there for Butcher-Lord coming through the corner. But what this is doing is enabling Jacob Heap to pull away, and Daniel Truman meanwhile just gets to watch on here. He's in the popcorn seat view essentially of it, and just having to wait and see if he can find an opportunity. He's pushing hard. They all are using the full width of the road there coming out of Coppice. That tells you the fact that they are really gunning for it. All understeering out wide, full throttle, but these minis can take it as they come down towards the S's. Now we do have another 5-second post-race time penalty that has been applied to Jacob Heaps, and the man who's running second in Cooper class at the moment. Well, once he comes across the line, you'll see he'll be demoted on the timing tower down to 4th place in the class. In fact, that's going to put him quite a way down, so he needs to get his skates on there, because otherwise, poor Jacob, he is going to be demoted away from his finishing position, and well, it's not going to be a happy end for the season for him, even if he has got the title all wrapped up as we understand it. But there we come back, and there's your S53 leader, the 46. And right now, Rob Gaffney doing a great job as James Dudley continues to watch. Now, is Dudley just backing off here, perhaps, and thinking, you know what, I've got 3rd overall, but more importantly, 2nd in class. I don't need to go any further, particularly when Ollie Wilmot is so far away. Quick dodge of the debris there in the middle of the road for Dudley, right at the last possible moment. I think there he might not have seen it with the glare of the sun. And well, as the sun continues to set, of course, it does mean you can see there, if you look closely in the cockpit, particularly when they've got a white helmet, the fact that the sun is now almost coming up to the bottom of the helmet. And well, they've got to be careful of that sun glare. We did briefly see there the run of Sir Paul Sawyer being chased down by Freddie Hewitt, still giving us some entertainment out there, even if his car doesn't seem to be 100%. And well, it does look as though Lauren Fletcher pulling aside and will avoiding the debris there and just taking the racing line as they do go on to what is most likely going to be their final lap of racing here in this race, and also for this season. As we come back to your class leader there for Cooper, that's going to be Jacob Baldry. But then we pan over there, and Freddie Hewitt right now still having some fun chasing after Paul Sawyer, even if his car's not 100%. And he's trying to make the most out of it and trying to end the season with a smile on his face. Indeed, it is tough when you're not taken away from battling for the win, when it does seem as though the machinery behind you is in difficulty. But hold the phone here. This looks as though Ollie Wilmot's losing outright. Well, no, in fact, it's not Ollie Wilmot losing out there. My apologies. And that is the 333 of Powell losing out there. And well, she has to respect the blue flags. And well, in fact, the 46 is going to come on through. I think something has happened to Ollie Wilmot there, somewhere around the lap, and suddenly it is going to be Rob Gaffney coming on through. In fact, no, Ollie Wilmot has already come across the line there, a bit further up the road as classified. So Rob Gaffney is going to see what will be 2nd place there in the S53 class. James Dudley comes on through in 3rd. In Trunley will be 4th. Then it's going to be the machinery of Johnson there, 219, taking 5th ahead of Paul Sawyer, and Freddie Hewitt coming through. Apologies for the confusion there. I think we just caught Gaffney coming across the line, and we didn't quite catch Ollie Wilmot. Alternatively, my eyes did deceive me. But as all drivers come to the finish, checker flag waves, and it is going to be a finish there for Gibbons, taking 8th place, just ahead of Fletcher, and then we will see Carmen Reeve completing your top 10. As all of our drivers come on through there, we now have a bit of a breather before we do get, of course, to the Cooper class headed towards the line. And here comes Jacob Baldry. He's going to take the win. He'll be very pleased with that. As meanwhile, Andy Langley trying to hold on for 2nd place here versus Daniel Butcherlord, and also there the machinery of Jacob Heap. But understandably, with the post-race time penalty, Jacob Heap will be demoted backwards, and Daniel Truman, who finishes behind him on the road, will be promoted ahead. And then we will have Aaron finishing ahead of Reed there at the line, albeit, and we can see there the fact that in the end he being demoted behind Aram just about, and Reed in the end in 17th place. And then we do have Lexi Powell, who has finished a lap down as classified due to being lapped. But here are your final results, subject to any what is reviewed by the clerk of the course or stewards, and Ollie Wilmot taking victory in the end. We didn't quite see him across the line, but Ollie Wilmot will be your champion for the S56 class with these provisional results, and Rob Gaffney, S53 winner, taking 2nd place there, but still taking the win. But it has been his debut round, so therefore he's not been able to really play in that championship. James Dudley, the run-up in S56, completes your overall podium, and well, we also did see Ian Trunley there taking 4th place ahead of Johnson, followed by Sawyer there, who was 3rd place in S53 just behind Johnson, and then Hewitt, Gibbons, Fletcher and Reeve completed that top 10. Jacob Baldry taking the Cooper class win, with Andy Langley behind, and then Daniel Butcherlord, and it was Daniel Truman promoted to 4th place there as a result of post-race time penalties ahead of Aram, with Jacob Heap, your Cooper champion, finishing 6th place as classified in the end. And then we did see Reed ahead of Powell to wrap up that order. And we must give a special shout out, of course, to the man who had to retire from the race. That was Ben Trunley in the S53 class. He is your provisional 2026 S53 class champion for the Mini Club Sport Challenge, although sadly not finishing the race. But enough from me in the commentary booth. We're going to make our way down to Park Ferme. It's over to Ian to catch up our drivers for the final time for the season of the Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtech Motorsport.
Well, we've definitely got our confirmation now of our champion, Ollie Wilmot. Wow, what a performance. What a result it has been. Ollie, I didn't see this a little bit. I'm a bit concerned. Why does it say for sale on the side?
I'm back in this paddock, but with the slower cars.
Okay.
I'll be back with the Coopers. Something different.
Well, I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back. I was getting a little bit worried then. Look,
No,
what a season it has been. We've had so many of these conversations. I've actually joked with you before, haven't I, about maybe we could pre-record some of these. That's not to discredit anybody whatsoever, but you absolutely dominant this season.
We did a lot over the winter just to reclaim the title, and we've done it in big style. And it was just nice to see Freddie on my arse, so it was a nice end.
Yeah, do you know what, Freddie, he's such a competitor, isn't he? He's had a bit of bad luck this season, hasn't he? But I'm sure he'll be back, won't he?
He'll be back. He'll be back. I hope he will be. He's had some really bad luck this season, but we've had some really close racing, so it's been nice.
Ollie, great words. Well done. Lovely. I'm really happy for you, mate. Have a safe journey home as well. Rob Gaffney over there as well. Let's go have a chat with James Dudley, who's been on the podium in every single race here this weekend. That's not bad, James, is it? Hey, wow. What did you have for breakfast this morning?
Nothing.
Look, what a way to round out the season for you, hey?
I couldn't have asked for a better end of the season. That was it. That was it for us. I have shed a bit of weight on the car though on the way around there. I've lost my exhaust somewhere. I don't know what was happening.
Okay.
But I backed off massively because I could hear the noise, and I was like, yeah. It's been torching my left rear tyre where it's been bobbing against it. But so I've just been informed that it came off on the like literally just as you come down the pit lane.
Okay.
So
I'm sure somebody's got it for you. James, well done.
Amazing.
I'm
Thank
really
you.
happy for you. Congratulations.
Cheers, yeah.
Let's go speak to Rob as well. Rob, you promised us a show. You delivered.
Yeah, I said I wanted to obviously give the 56s a bit of a go. So yeah, that's.
Well, you did. You beat him all except for Ollie.
But yeah, obviously he was long gone in the distance. So it was quite nice, obviously being at the kind of front, watching the two of them battle, and just kind of waiting to pick up pieces, which obviously happened.
You got a taste for this, then? What's 2027 look like?
We've done this as a kind of test and dip a toe in the water and see what happens, and it seems to have been successful at least.
There you go then, Rob Gaffney, 2027 Mini Challenge Club Sport, potentially. Thanks, Rob, good to see you. Right, that is it from me here down in Park Farm. I just want to say a massive thank you to all of you for tuning in. We've been live on the BARC YouTube channel, the British Truck Racing YouTube. Oh, Paul. Look who's come down to join me. Paul Walsh is here as well. Paul, just want to say thank you, and thanks for running down, by the way, as well.
No worries at all. Hi. Oh, it's quite a run, but I just wanted to pop along and say hello, and also thank you to everyone for tuning in. It's been a blast. I didn't really get to side off there because we need to jump straight to the interviews. I'll hand it back to yourself, Ian, but it's been a blast covering all the racing. Looking forward to plenty more here, but of course courtesy of the British Automobile Racing Club.
Yeah, Paul, thank you so much. It has been 22 races in total, of course. Just a quick reminder for you as well, that Pickup Truck Racing Championship. If you're looking at the timetable thinking there should be another race, well, there was going to be. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. It's going to go to the season finale at Brands Hatch. So the pickup trucks will have 4 races at the season finale. That is going to be a bumper day. That is going to be brilliant. Yes, just to echo what you said, thank you to all of you for tuning in. Massive thank you to the Marshals. Great job by the Marshals, by the way, to get the track so we could get that last mini race in. I can't believe the Mini Challenge Club Sport, the season is over for them already. It's only, what, the 9th of August? 8th of August?
Indeed.
9th
of August.
It's one of those two anyway. Sunday. I know it's Sunday. There we go. One last note on the charities as well, Paul.
Indeed. I mean, absolutely brilliant causes there, of course. Do go check out the QR codes. If you missed them earlier in our features, do feel free to wind back the broadcast. That's the great thing as well. These broadcasts brought to you live. If you've missed any part of it, you can always go back, rewind, go share it with family and friends, go show it to them. Of course, our drivers and their families will be doing so because they can't necessarily watch it whilst we're racing. And you can find out a bit more about both the Childhood Eye Cancer Trust, plus also they're the London Air Ambulance, two phenomenal causes. And well, if you ever want to see Ian in running shorts, go check out that footage from earlier on.
Yeah, thanks for that, Paul. No, we want people to actually donate, so thank you again. That's it from us here at Donington Park. Convoy in the Park comes to an end. Next week, though, we head north of the border. We go to Scotland. We're going to get my passport out, Knock Hill for caterings. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Thank you for watching, everybody. Have a lovely, lovely evening. Bye-bye.